Year 39 of Konoha. The sunlight was warm and bright, the sky clear and pristine. Inside the Ninja Academy, in a spacious classroom, a Chunin instructor was organizing the students for a classroom test. After the previous student finished, he lowered his head and glanced at the roster. Next, Uchiha Jinyang. As the teacher's voice fell, a black-haired boy with short tousled locks rose to his feet and slowly walked to the podium. His fingers danced, forming hand seals at an astonishing speed. Boasnik Daiger Klon Technique. With a puff, a cloud of white smoke exploded outward, and a figure appeared at Uchiha Jinyang's side, its appearance and demeanor almost exactly identical to his own. A chorus of startled exclamations rose from many of the girls in the classroom, not only because of the flawlessly executed clone technique, but also because Jinyang's features were strikingly handsome, his looks ranking among the very best in the class. 100 points, well done. The Chunin instructor carefully examined the clone, then smiled and nodded at Jinyang, recording the score in his gradebook. To succeed in a single attempt with no visible flaws to be found, and all this from a student who had only been enrolled for a year. If he were not worried about making the boy arrogant, the instructor would almost have praised him outright as a genius. The prestigious Uchiha clan truly lived up to its reputation. This year's bonus was as good as secured. From his seats came a flurry of voices. Zenyankin, you're so cool. A perfect score as expected of Zenyankin. Amid the chirping voices of the girls, Jinyang returned to his seat. Jinyang is first place again this time. Seated beside him was a black-haired, reedy girl. Seeing him return to his seat, she turned her head toward him, her lively eyes blinking gently, a smile spreading over her slightly baby-fat cheeks. The clone technique isn't that difficult. With a bit more practice, Hong will be able to do it too. Jinyang sat down and offered a few words of encouragement to the girl beside him. I only scored 90 this time. There's still a lot I need to improve, Hong said with a trace of vexation. Yui Hong, who would one day become a Jonin of Konoha, was now Jinyang's deskmate at the academy. Even now, one could already see she was a budding beauty. Jinyang's gaze lingered on Yui Hong, and he could not help but think of the mature allure she would possess in the future. When he came back to his senses, he noticed that her cheeks had already flushed slightly, and only then realized what he was doing. He hurriedly pretended nothing had happened and changed the subject. It's fine, you already did great. Zenyankinhof. The girl feigned anger, turning her head away in shy annoyance. Seeing this, Jinyang chuckled softly and let his gaze wander around the classroom. There was Ebisu, who would one day become Konohamaru's teacher, Mitarashi Anko, Orochimaru's disciple, and Marino Ibiki, the future head of the interrogation unit, along with the 4th Hokage's guard platoon members Yugao Reito Genma and others. Oh, and Sarutobi, Asuma's son of a Hokage who was actually still glaring at him. Familiar faces filled his vision, constantly reminding Jinyang that this was not a dream. He had truly transmigrated. He had transmigrated into the world of the Hokage. The moment he realized this, Jinyang's heart nearly collapsed. Wasn't this absurd? Although it had been entertaining enough, when watched as an anime, in reality, this was a world riddled with peril where a single misstep could cost one their life. What consoled him somewhat was that he had transmigrated as a member of the Uchiha clan. Before Uchiha Itachi orchestrated the night of the clan's massacre, remaining within the clan's compound still carried a relatively high degree of safety. At least he would not be thrown onto the battlefield at just a few years old. It was common knowledge that members of the Uchiha clan possessed outstanding looks, and Jinyang was naturally no exception. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he fulfilled a certain unwritten rule. Transmigrators who looked this handsome usually possessed some sort of cheat ability. Thus, as Konoha's future face of beauty, Jinyang, like many transmigrators before him, had his own golden finger. His golden finger was a unique, innate talent. His spiritual power would automatically increase a little every day. Before transmigrating, Jinyang had been at home playing a newly released mobile game. In order to raise his combat power, he had made his first top-up of 6 yuan and acquired this strength talent. Before he even had time to savor the thrill of spending money for power, he had fallen asleep and awakened in the world of the Hokage. When he refined chakra for the first time, he accidentally discovered that he had brought this talent along with him. From the moment Jinyang embarked on training, his spiritual power grew slightly stronger with each passing day. Increased spiritual strength brought with it many benefits. At present, Jinyang's memory had become markedly sharper, allowing him to effortlessly retain all sorts of theoretical knowledge taught at the academy. His chakra reserves had also increased. Since chakra was formed by combining spiritual and physical energy, the continual strengthening of his spirit naturally enhanced his chakra, as well giving him far greater reserves than ordinary people. What a pity. If I'd known, I should have topped up a bit more, gone straight for 648, he thought, now feeling rather. He remembered that the in-game shop held many other enticing items, SS Strength Talents battle passes that shot one straight to level 90 and countless similar options. Unfortunately, he had been too rational at the time, mostly because he had no money and had stopped after mere 6 yuan. If he had recharged more back then, he might already be on the moon, chatting leisurely with Kaguya-Heim. I really regret it. Regret what? Jinyang, what are you talking about? Yui Hong, sitting beside him, leaned her head closer, her large red eyes filled with curiosity. After a moment, the girl's earlier shyness had just dissipated when she heard Xinjiang muttering to himself. Zenyakin, I brought 2 bentos today. Would you like to eat together later? Just as Xinjiang was contemplating how to answer Hong's question, another girl walked over carrying a bento box. Her cheeks were tinged with red as she spoke up. As soon as her words fell, the attention of the surrounding girls was instantly drawn over. Hong, seated next to Xinjiang, forgot her previous question entirely, her gaze fixed sharply on the newcomer. The atmosphere tightened at once, even the chatter in the classroom noticeably died down. The scent of gunpowder filled the air. Xinjiang could only give a helpless smile. Back when he watched anime, he had fantasized many times about scenes like this. Yet having now experienced it firsthand, he found it far less enjoyable than he had imagined. The main problem was the terrifying mortality rate in the Hokage world. During the Warring States era, average life expectancy had not even reached 30, leading to an astonishing degree of early maturity among people. At 7 or 8 years old, children were already beginning to pursue others and fight over the ownership of their boyfriends. This left Xinjiang utterly astonished. Of course, it wasn't only the girls who matured early, the boys were the same. The flock of girls around Xinjiang drew jealous stares from many of the boys in class. A few were even burning with anger, their fists clenched so tightly their knuckles turned white. That bastard. Damn it, all the girls are crowding around him. I really want to beat him up, but he's top of the class. You can't beat him. Shut up. Sarutobi Asuma was among those gritting his teeth. The girl he liked, Yui Hong, was now practically in a jealous quarrel over Xinjiang with another girl. Watching the scene unfold before him, Xinjiang felt a headache coming on. His class was one of the academy's elite classes. Many of his classmates would grow to the level of Jonin in the future and become the backbone of Konoha.
Whoa. Minato was taken aback. Obito, what's wrong with you? This boy was just laughing cheerfully. Why did he suddenly break down in tears?
As a result, nearly all the girls' attention had gathered on him. Being too popular was its own kind of trouble. Thank you, Hong, and I haven't eaten yet. 2 bentos are just right. Xinjiang turned to look at Hong, whose cheeks were puffed up in indignation, and a plan swiftly took shape in his mind. The girl who had brought the bento could only stare in confusion. You, Zenyakin, you're so mean. Clutching her bento and covering her face, the girl ran off in tears. Hearing his response, the other girls nearby also dispersed one by one. Seeing this, Xinjiang nodded in satisfaction. Gentler methods had not worked well earlier, so this time he had chosen a more ruthless and direct refusal. He had no interest in playing childish romance games with a swarm of little girls. It was better not to leave anyone with lingering hopes. Xinjiang. Yui Hong's face was flushed red, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Oh, she seemed to have completely misunderstood. Home really is the most comfortable place, Xinjiang murmured. After school, Xinjiang returned home and could not help but sigh. At noon, he had borrowed Hong's reputation to drive away the girls in his class, and the effect was indeed remarkable. For the entire afternoon, only a handful of people came to pester him. However, after shaking off a whole crowd of ordinary little tails, he seemed to have gained an even clingier little tail instead. Recalling how Hong had insisted on sharing her bento with him at noon, Xinjiang could not help but smile, not taking it to heart at all. What he disliked was being constantly surrounded by so many people, especially since they were all just a bunch of kids. As for Hong, that did not bother him. Thinking of the beautiful, mature woman she would become in the future, Xinjiang felt she was completely acceptable. She could be slowly nurtured. Sooner or later she would grow up. Xinjiang come over for dinner. Not long after he had settled in at home, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared downstairs calling out to him. The man was named Uchiha Chuan, Xinjiang's paternal uncle and the only blood relative he had left. In this world where even 3 ninja could not easily form a pair of parents, Xinjiang was no exception. From the moment Xinjiang could walk, it had always been this uncle Uchiha Chuan who raised and cared for him while his own parents had perished together early on during an out-of-village mission. All right, uncle. Xinjiang hurriedly replied, tidied himself up, and prepared to go downstairs. The house he currently lived in was one of the few things his parents had left behind. It stood right next to his uncle's home, which the 2 brothers Uchiha Chuan and his elder brother had deliberately purchased that way back then, so they could easily look after each other in the future. Soon Xinjiang arrived at Uchiha Chuan's house, where the table was already laden with all kinds of delicious dishes that made one's appetite surge just by looking at them. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat first. How have you been feeling at school lately? Watching Xinjiang practically drooling, Uchiha Chuan asked with a smile. Pretty good. This time I was still first in my class on the test. With his mouth stuffed full of food, Xinjiang answered indistinctly. Uchiha Chuan treated him as though he were his own son and usually paid great attention to his grades. First again, huh? If your father knew, he would be overjoyed. Uchiha Chuan could not help but sigh with emotion. His elder brother had always boasted that he would raise a genius, yet in the end an accident had occurred, and he had never lived to see this day. Chuan, what are you talking about with Xinjiang? A woman carrying a plate of food walked slowly into the dining room, and the woman was Uchiha Yanghua, Uchiha Chuan's wife and Xinjiang's aunt. Xinjiang stayed at the top of his class in the recent test. I was just feeling happy about that, Uchiha Chuan replied. That's amazing. In the future, we'll be relying on Xinjiang to teach his little brother, Uchiha Yanghua said, with a gentle smile, her eyes curving. No problem, Xinjiang answered without hesitation, basking in his aunt's praise. A moment later, his eyes suddenly widened as joy surged up from his heart. Little brother? Yes, or perhaps a little sister, Uchiha Yanghua said, gently touching her stomach, her expression incomparably tender. It's been about 2 months now, and we've already picked out a name for the child. If it's a boy, he'll be called Uchiha Shursui. If it's a girl, then. Before he even heard what his aunt said afterward, Xinjiang was already plunged into shock. Uchiha Shursui. For a moment, Xinjiang's thoughts were thrown into disarray. Wait a second, let me sort this out. In his memories, Uchiha Chuan and his cheap father seemed to be the children of Uchiha Kagami, though he had never paid much attention to that before. If that was the case, then he would be Shursui's older cousin. Xinjiang. Uchiha Chuan waved his hand in front of his face. Why are you spacing out? Do you think it will be a little brother or a little sister? It'll definitely be a little brother, Xinjiang said firmly. Although the anime had never made clear who Shursui's parents were after doing the math, his uncle's family was the only one that fit. After all, Uchiha Kagami had only 2 children and his own parents had died young. There was no way it could have been him giving birth, right? Bang, bang, bang. After dinner, Xinjiang returned home and began that day's training in the bed. His small fists thudded against the wooden post again and again, producing a series of dull sounds. The training post already bore several dents from his strikes. He was currently engaged in taijutsu training. Xinjiang was the same age as Yuhi Kurenai, born in Konoha year 33, and was now only 6 years old. Even though his powerful spiritual strength made his chakra surpass that of his peers, he was still too young and had not yet reached the age of rapid growth, so there was a limit to how strong he could be. Furthermore, overtraining would affect his future development, so Xinjiang was in no rush. At this stage, he mainly focused on taijutsu practice, and in terms of ninjutsu, he had only mastered the 3 basic techniques, as well as the shame of the fire release, the fireball technique. Even so, he was already at the forefront of this was because the only ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy were the 3 basic techniques. All other ninjutsu would only be taught after graduation by the assigned instructor or could be exchanged for through merit. In other words, ninjutsu had been monopolized completely. Consider this a joke. Even an ordinary civilian ninja, they said, could become a powerhouse through relentless effort. Surely no one actually believed such common promotional slogans. Setting everything else aside, even to learn a crank ninjutsu, one had to wait until after graduation, not to mention rank or rank techniques. If an instructor did not see potential in you, they would never teach you those higher-level techniques. By contrast, for those born into great clans, nearly everyone could obtain ordinary ninjutsu in childhood. The only question was whether they could learn them, and those with outstanding talent could even directly study rank techniques. How could that possibly be a fair contest? The finish line was in Rome, yet others were born right at the gates. Unless one was a genius like Namikaze Minato, it would be nearly impossible in an entire lifetime to surpass the ninja of the great clans. Fortunately, his own background was not poor. He was a member of the Uchiha clan and would not face those hardships. Even so, he had never expected that he would turn out to be Shursui's older brother. After finishing his training for the day, thinking back on the scene at dinner earlier, Xinjiang still felt a sense of unreality. This was Uchiha Shursui after all. A man who at a young age had already earned the title of Shunshin Shursui, a terrifying figure who had slaughtered mist ninja in droves. His Mangekyo Sharingan ability was nothing short of monstrous. The mightiest Genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi, could directly alter another person's thoughts. Its only flaw was that he had been brainwashed by the so-called will of fire. Otherwise, if he had cast it on Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo, would there still have been a night of massacre afterward? But since Xinjiang had traversed into this world, the matter became simple. With the ideological tempering he had undergone under the Red Banner, would it not be easy to properly guide this future cousin? He would gain a shadow-level little follower, just like that. He felt thoroughly pleased at the thought. Still, that was a matter for the future. For now, the most important thing was to raise his own strength so that he could one day establish a tall, imposing image before Shursui. My taijutsu is about as polished as it needs to be. I can probably consider learning more ninjutsu now, Xinjiang mused, weighing his current situation. He had already mastered the usual taijutsu forms. From here on, it was simply a matter of waiting for his body to develop. After all, he did not intend to follow the path of a taijutsu specialist. His golden finger enhanced his spiritual power and, as a side effect, increased his chakra reserves. He was also a member of the Uchiha clan. He was no fool. Clearly the path of ninjutsu and jinjutsu was the one that suited him. Since he had settled on his future path, he needed to plan carefully. Touching his chin, Xinjiang pondered in detail. What should I learn first? Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the school's monthly assessment class. The boys and girls spread out in a spacious corner of the school, happily chatting with their friends. After sitting bored in the classroom for a month, everyone was naturally very excited to finally be out. After all, they were just a group of 6- and 7-year-old children. Compared to listening to the teacher's dull lectures, the assessment class, where they could be active, was much more interesting. Before long, the middle ninja teacher called everyone to gather. The process of the assessment class at the school was quite simple, consisting of only 2 steps. First, assess the students' throwing skills with ninja tools. Then there would be paired sparring battles with the teacher scoring based on the situation. Relaxed throwing ninja tools is quite simple. Beside him, Hong seemed a bit nervous, so Zhenyang smiled and comforted her. Hearing this, Hong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, complaining it's not that simple. There's always 1 or 2 who can't hit the center. To be honest, she couldn't understand why Zhenyang, who usually just daydreamed or slept in school, still had such good grades. Perhaps this is what genius looks like. Next, Uchiha Zhenyang. While the two were chatting in the corner, they soon heard the teacher. Zhenyang, good luck. Hong smiled and waved her arm to cheer him on. Zhenyang nodded and walked towards the field. The sky was blue and a gentle breeze blew. As he prepared to throw in front of the target, the classmates gathered around. When everyone reacted and looked over, each shuriken was deeply embedded in the center of every target. Seeing this, the scene immediately fell silent. Uchiha Zhenyang full marks. Until the voice of the assessment teacher echoed, the crowd suddenly erupted. Wow, Zhenyang is so cool. As expected of Uchiha, so strong. His clean and skillful throwing of ninja tools drew cheers from many girls while making the boys grumble. It's that Uchiha Zhenyang again, stealing all the spotlight. How am I supposed to show off now? Right, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson in the sparring session. Exactly, although he is indeed good at throwing ninja tools, he has attracted all the girls. If we finish 6 years, still single will be laughed at when we go back. The freckled boy sighed earnestly. The other boys, their gazes towards him were suddenly different. You're just raising his status while lowering your own spirit. Isn't it just a perfect score? I'll show off later, I can't let him take all the glory. Senna Ibiki spoke with discontent. He was not yet the interrogator he would later become. The competitive spirit of youth was still present. Ibiki is right, we support you. Just as the boys united, a discordant voice sounded. I mean, is it possible that Uchiha Zhenyang is popular mainly because of his looks? This remark was akin to a critical hit, leaving everyone silent and defensive. A minute later, the freckled boy who spoke was kicked out of the group. On the other side, the assessment teacher continuously called people up to test. As the elite class of the school, many future jonin were among them, and of course Zhenyang was not the only one to score full marks in the throwing project. However, the others did not seem as relaxed as Zhenyang, and since their looks were average, they didn't generate much excitement. The performance of the others was also at an above-average level. Soon the ninja tool throwing test was completed, and it was time for the sparring project. The boys rolled up their sleeves and looked at their classmates around them, completely forgetting their earlier words about teaching someone a lesson. It was just talk anyway, surely no one would take it seriously, right? Although they indeed couldn't stand how Uchiha Zhenyang always stole the spotlight and attracted all the girls' attention, it was undeniable that this guy was indeed strong. So far, no one in the class had ever been able to defeat him. In a battle that was bound to be lost, especially with a large group of girls watching who would be willing to be the background character. Didn't they care about their image? Instead of wasting time, it would be better to pick a soft target to perform against, or perhaps their own love life would come to them. The teacher smiled as he looked at the group of little ones simply dividing the area. The rules are the same as before, choose your opponent yourself. The battle area is within this region. Who want to go first? Everyone looked at each other, preparing to hold back and observe the situation. Teacher, I want to challenge Uchiha Zhenyang. At this moment, a boy with a cigarette in his mouth raised his hand, causing an uproar in the crowd. Someone actually dared to challenge him. Good. The teacher nodded in satisfaction. Finally, someone took the initiative, otherwise he was preparing to call names. Turning his head to look, his face immediately darkened. Asuma, how many times have I told you? No smoking. It turned out to be Asuma, the class's chain smoker. At such a young age, he was already smoking. Who knows who he learned it from? The middle ninja teacher quickly shook his head. There was no need to think further. Asuma, hearing this, naturally didn't care. After all, the teacher could only say a few words. His identity was special. My Hokage father smoking looks so cool. When challenging Uchiha Zhenyang, he naturally had to fight in the coolest way to regain his charm. Yes, from the first moment he saw Hong, he fell in love with this girl with black hair and red eyes. Unfortunately, Hong always stayed close to Zhenyang. That was the reason he initiated the challenge. He wanted to defeat Uchiha Zhenyang openly and seize the right to pursue Hong. Asuma pumped himself up and looked around. Where's my Hong? Only then did he realize that Shiyu Hong was whispering with Uchiha Zhenyang, her face radiating with a bright smile. How dare you? Asuma's eyes widened, his anger instantly reaching its peak. Hearing someone choose him as a sparring target, Zhenyang was actually quite surprised. It had been a long time since anyone had actively challenged him. When he looked up, he saw, oh, isn't that the son of the third Hokage? But what did this expression mean? He felt he hadn't. Seeing Asuma's furious demeanor, Zhenyang felt somewhat puzzled. Due to being so popular with the girls, he actually had little interaction with the boys in class, only being on a first-name basis. Not understanding where the conflict with the other party arose, Zhenyang stepped into the battle area. The two stood facing each other, forming hand seals. Asuma held a kunai, leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixed on Zhenyang, clearly already in battle mode. Don't you have your chakra blades? Zhenyang noticed he hadn't taken out his special weapon and pondered silently. Sarutobi Asuma had a pair of chakra blades specially crafted by his father, which seemed to not have been finished yet. As expected of the Hokage's son, judging by his stance, he should have undergone special training. The other party's performance also surprised him. He already had a semblance of a ninja. Come on. Zhenyang stood, calmly smiling as he spoke. There shouldn't be any major issues. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, Asuma immediately took action. Several shurikens sliced through the air, rushing towards him. Zhenyang did not draw his kunai. He moved leisurely from side to side, skillfully evading all the shurikens. At that moment, Asuma's figure charged at him. A kunai surged towards Zhenyang, with fierce momentum flipping left and right, but Zhenyang countered each of Asuma's attacks, blocking them all. After maintaining the standoff for a few seconds, Asuma's eyes flashed, and his kunai suddenly changed direction, aiming for Zhenyang's side, clearly too late to block. Success. Asuma's face lit up with excitement at the sight. Just as he prepared to gather his strength, he suddenly froze. Oh no! The kunai effortlessly passed through Zhenyang's body with no real sensation felt in his hand. Zhenyang's figure began to fade away. Clone technique. In the next moment, Asuma heard a voice behind him, and upon turning around, Zhenyang's kick was already right in front of him. Caught off guard, he instinctively raised his arm to block. Bang! With a tremendous force, Asuma felt his body uncontrollably move backward, eventually falling to the ground. How is this possible? Asuma stared in shock at Zhenyang. When did he use the clone technique? Looking at Zhenyang's calm expression, he suddenly realized the vast gap between them. Ordinary techniques won't work anymore. It seems I must use that move. Asuma's gaze sharpened. The strength of Uchiha Zhenyang is an evident fact. Since he dared to challenge, he must have a trump card. This was the ultimate technique the old man personally taught him not long ago. Although the old man had told him not to use it on others, Asuma, now, pumped with adrenaline, could think only of how to defeat Zhenyang. He completely forgot the so-called warning. Rising to his feet, Asuma discarded the kunai in his hand and began to form hand seals. As Zhenyang was the popular figure in the class, their battle naturally drew much attention. At this moment, Asuma's actions also elicited gasps from the onlookers. He is using ninjutsu. Asuma has actually learned ninjutsu. For students of their age, being able to use ninjutsu beyond the clone technique is quite rare. Because during the same period, geniuses like Kakashi Uchiha Shursue and Uchiha Itachi either just enrolled this year or weren't even born yet. This batch of students were all ordinary ninjas. The supervising teacher also set down the roster, keeping a close eye on the happenings in the arena. The danger level of a battle involving ninjutsu is completely different. As a profession with high attack but low defense, a single successful ninjutsu can cause significant trouble. Now, he felt nervous, although confident that he could ensure the safety of both students. However, both had special identities. One was a member of the Uchiha clan, and the other was the son of the current Hokage. If an accident occurred during the lesson, losing the bonus would be minor. He might even lose his job. Oh, no wonder he would challenge. Zhenyang looked with great interest at Asuma, who was forming seals. Let's see, it seems like the great fireball technique seal, playing with fire in front of an Uchiha. Joining hands, Zhenyang also began to form seals at a faster pace. Fire release, great fireball technique. At that moment, Asuma finally completed his seals and unleashed the ninjutsu he had practiced for weeks. A fireball shot toward Zhenyang. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Almost simultaneously, Zhenyang also completed his seals, gathering chakra in his throat and spitting it out. The two fireballs collided, releasing a scorching aura in all directions. However, the fireball released by Zhenyang was significantly larger, clearly dominating. This must be a joke. How is this possible? Asuma stood, stunned, disbelief etched on his face. The ninjutsu he had painstakingly practiced for so long was unable to surpass his opponent, causing his mentality to crack. Being distracted during battle is not a good habit, you know. The voice beside him pulled Asuma back to reality, but before he could fully react, he felt a chilling sensation on his neck. As Zhenyang flew towards him during the ninjutsu clash, placing the kunai against Asuma's neck signified the end of this battle. I admit defeat. Asuma reluctantly conceded. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the facts were clear at this moment. He could not defeat his opponent. Seeing this, the nearby teacher also let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Don't get cocky. I will definitely. Despite his loss, Asuma was not prepared to give up, throwing down a harsh remark. Once he returns, he will ask the old man to teach him a few more powerful ninjutsu. He doesn't believe he can't defeat Uchiha Zhenyang. The ultimate victory must belong to him. He is the biggest insider in Konoha. Previously, Asuma thought this identity was a constraint on himself. But now it seems to be quite good, at least it can help him pursue love. Xinjiang, are you tired? How about some water? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Hong run over, eagerly handing Xinjiang a cup of water, causing him to abruptly stop. Damn it, it seems I've already lost. For a moment, Asuma's face darkened, forgetting the handshake, and turned. Thank you, Hong. Xinjiang took the cup, watching Hong and Asuma's departing figures. He seemed to understand why Asuma would challenge him. Is it really that outrageous? At such a young age, is he already heading towards being a heartthrob? Xinjiang, why are you staring at me? Hong's face flushed, her expression somewhat unnatural. So many people are watching. Xinjiang has been Today, Hong looks beautiful. Seeing Hong like this, Xinjiang felt a mischievous thought arise. After being at a loss for a long time, Hong ultimately chose to make an excuse and flee. A smile curled at the corners of Xinjiang's mouth. Now that I have crossed over, Hong can only be at my mercy. Following Asuma has no future. Asuma, wouldn't you want Hong, who is still so young, to live alone? With the first battle completed, the subsequent ones went much smoother, a group of little ones taking turns to battle. The winners were all smiles, not fearing questions from their parents, and could enjoy a few days of joy. The losers, however, hung their heads, silent, contemplating how to win next time. The one battling Hong was a girl from the class. After a close-range tussle, Hong still came out on top and secured victory. However, she was still in a shy state, avoiding him after the assessment and rushing home as soon as school ended. Making me seem like a monster. Xinjiang shook his head, helplessly humming a little tune as he headed home. On the other side, at the Hokage building, as the shadow of the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still handling official business. Recently, the situation in the ninja world had become tense again, with the most obvious change being the frantic increase in matters to address. After a long time, he finally finished with today's tasks. Next up is the daily patrol time. Taking a deep breath of smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a leisurely smile, pulling out a crystal ball. I heard the bathhouse has been renovated recently. Let's see the results. Old man, teach me a jutsu. Right now. As dusk approached, most shinobi had settled into rest, rendering the Hokage tower unusually quiet. That tranquility shattered abruptly with a loud, boisterous commotion. Bang! Asuma kicked open the door to the Hokage's office. Before even voicing his complaint, his father's appearance instantly seized his attention. Old man, why are you bleeding? Dry weather lately, bit of internal heat. Hiruzen Sarutobi dabbed at his nose, then slid a crystal orb into his desk drawer with his left hand hidden from view. Today's bathhouse felt unusually soothing. Having stowed away his tools, Hiruzen's expression shifted instantly, grave, watchful, and faintly suspicious as he studied Asuma. What brings you to my office today? Involuntarily asking to learn jutsu. Has he taken the wrong medicine? His youngest son was notoriously indolent. He'd inherited none of his father's virtues, only the habits of smoking and talking back. Even teaching a single jutsu required daily reminders. So what had changed today? Worse still, he'd nearly been caught mid-survey. Hiruzen muttered inwardly, lifting his teacup. I sparred with someone today. At his father's question, Asuma dismissed the earlier oddity and launched into a detailed, impassioned account, laying groundwork for his upcoming plea for a new jutsu. Asuma was no quitter. You sparred with someone today, and used a jutsu. Midway through his animated retelling, Hiruzen's words froze him in place, his blood running cold. Utter disaster. He'd completely forgotten. Hiruzen's hand paused over his teacup, his brow furrowed. Do you recall my exact instruction? You must not use jutsu on others. What if you injure someone, So his son hadn't reformed after all. This was merely the bruised. If I'm forbidden from using it, what's the point of learning it? Asuma retorted, jaw set. I meant refrain from using jutsu on classmates for now. As my son, your training naturally outpaces most peers. That very advantage makes you dangerously capable of harming others. Hiruzen spoke with solemn weight. All things possess duality. Privilege and cultivation demands corresponding restraint. As the Hokage's son, Asuma represented far more than himself. Students in the elite class were either prodigiously gifted or born into influential clans, future nodes in Konoha's intricate web of alliances. Hence, Hiruzen strictly forbade reckless displays of force, urging harmony among peers instead. Go home first. I'll teach you a jutsu when I return from work. Only after Asuma's stubborn silhouette vanished did Hiruzen sigh, weary and resigned. Raising children, truly no easy task. Always pushing back against his own father. A little hardship wouldn't hurt. Perhaps it would temper his rebelliousness and help him settle into disciplined practice. Lighting his pipe, Hiruzen gazed thoughtfully out the window toward a distant direction and spoke. Compile a full report on today's events at the Ninja Academy. Moments later, a masked shinobi materialized silently in the empty office, placed the dossier upon the desk, and vanished just as swiftly. Hiruzen skimmed the file, absorbing its contents. Uchiha, a 6-year-old capable of executing crank jutsu. Elite class students underwent rigorous selection. Hiruzen had reviewed every dossier personally. Descendant of Miru Uchiha. Hiruzen nodded, comprehension dawning. No wonder Asuma had lost. Miru Uchiha was among the rarest Uchiha trusted implicitly by Tobirama Senju. Both had trained under the second Hokage, comrades in arms bound by loyalty and sacrifice. Tragically, Miru fell defending them during their escape from Kyomogakure. Miru's grandson, a promising talent indeed, unaware he'd already entered the third Hokage's notice, Mayu returned home, dined with his uncle, then commenced his evening training. In the backyard, Mayu's fingers danced, seal after seal flashing into existence as he chanted inwardly shadow clone technique. Poof! A plume of smoke erupted on the spot. When the mist cleared, Mayu stared, delighted, at his flawless double standing beside him, handsome and identical. This jutsu marked the culmination of days of relentless practice. Within the world of shinobi, no auxiliary technique surpassed the shadow clone technique for accelerating cultivation. Except for taijutsu, virtually every discipline could be honed through it. Mastery of this jutsu would catapult his progress exponentially. After all, speed defined the shinobi world. Everything demanded urgency, save one singular exception. Fail to act decisively, and your only swift option would be rebirth itself. Especially now, with the Third Shinobi World War looming within mere years. If memory served, it would erupt in Konoha year 42. That left him less than 3 years to grow strong. Under such pressure, cultivation, speed became inseparable from survival. His strength before the war's outbreak would determine whether he lived or perished within it. I must reach Nirjanin level at minimum. His smile faded as he contemplated the grim years ahead. During the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha would, briefly but devastatingly, face all 4 great villages simultaneously. Even academy students were fast-tracked onto battlefields, revealing the village's dire shortage of shinobi. By then, Genin and Chunin would serve as expendable frontline fodder. Only elite Chunin, or those nearing Jonin strength, could hope to survive. And that assumed the meteoric rise of the yellow, flash, Minato Namikaze. Without him, Konoha might not have endured it all. After a moment's reflection, Mayu, keenly aware of time's scarcity, dispatched his clone to drill jutsu while preparing for his own training. For his first successful shadow clone, Mayu exercised caution, creating only one. After all, upon dispersion, all memories flooded the original body. Overload risked irreversible cognitive collapse. That side effect made him wince inwardly. In anime, Naruto routinely scattered dozens, even hundreds, of clones without consequence. What kind of nerves could withstand such psychic deluge? Was this truly the protagonist's aura, the sheer unassailable privilege of narrative immunity? Watching his clone begin its drills, Mayu unrolled a scroll. This one exceptionally valuable. It was the personal jutsu scroll of his esteemed ancestor Miru Uchiha, containing numerous haikyuu techniques he'd mastered along with meticulous annotations and hard-won cultivation insights. Upon learning he was Itachi's cousin, Mayu immediately suspected Miru had left behind such a scroll. The Uchiha's genjutsu prowess ranked unparalleled across the shinobi world. Itachi, barely a teenager, had already eclipsed the entire clan, not through invention but mastery. Such supremacy demanded exceptional resources, while foundational techniques remained accessible to all. Advanced jutsu were tightly controlled, reserved for those demonstrating both prodigious talent and extraordinary service to the clan. So one evening after dinner, Mayu asked Fuyumi Uchiha, and received confirmation without delay. Miru Uchiha had indeed bequeathed a jutsu scroll. Upon his death, Fuyumi and his brother each transcribed a copy. Both now held identical scrolls. Armed with this knowledge, Mayu searched his home thoroughly and retrieved the scroll without difficulty. The next morning, as the alarm clock rang, Xinjiang suddenly began to form hand seals while still in bed. Shadow clone technique. You go to school, I need to train. After saying that, Xinjiang rolled over, hugging the blanket. Clone. He let the clone go to class while I trained secretly and outshine them all. By a small river in the woods behind Hokage Rock, Xinjiang was roasting fish he had caught with a tree branch. In the past, he had to go to school, but now that he could send a clone instead, there was no need to sit in the classroom. After all, he had already mastered all the knowledge taught at school, and going there would only mean sitting around doing nothing. It was better to find a place to practice some ninjutsu. Grandfather truly left behind some excellent teachings as the disciple of the second Hokage, although they are quite difficult to practice. My uncle has been busy lately, so I have to figure it out myself. Never mind, let's eat first, it smells delicious. Shaking his head, Xinjiang sprinkled the seasoning he brought with him and swallowed hard. A person focused on eating, nothing else matters until after the meal. Just as he was about to indulge, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head sharply. Who's there? Come out. Huh. A surprised voice sounded as a middle-aged man emerged from the woods behind him, his eyes filled with astonishment. This little guy in front of him was so young, yet managed to spot him. Isn't this Maruxing Gujia? At this moment, Xinjiang was equally astonished. The middle-aged man was carrying a cast-iron pot and cooking utensils, his hair tied back. It was clearly the young Maruxing Gujia. Coming back to his senses, Xinjiang feigned curiosity and asked, "Uncle, who are you?" Now was not the time to show that he recognized the other person, or it would raise suspicion. This ninja was from the same era as his grandfather, Uchiha Q. My name is Maruxing Gujia. What's yours, little guy? For a 5- or 6-year-old child, as long as they weren't mischievous, they were considered very cute in the eyes of adults. This was no exception for Maruxing Gujia, who immediately smiled back. My name is Uchiha Xinjiang. Xinjiang innocently stated his name. However, his eyes, which were darting from side to side, seemed to reveal that this was not his true appearance. Oh, a little member of the Uchiha clan. How did you end up here? Where are your parents? Maruxing Gujia was curious upon hearing this, but he didn't ask why the child wasn't in school. In large families like this, it was common for many children not to be sent to school, but to be taught by the elders of the clan. The lineage of cultivation methods naturally suited their own kin and helped foster a sense of family honor. Such situations were not uncommon in Konoha. He just found it strange to encounter a young child here. Although there weren't many dangers in this part of the woods, they still exist. There were wild beasts in the woods, and accidents could happen to children. How careless could this little guy's parents? I'm here to train my parents passed away a long time ago. Now, my uncle Uchiha Chuan takes care of me. Xinjiang's expression initially fell, but then he perked up, feigning ease as he spoke. His transitions between facial expressions were natural, and the effect was quite significant. He could clearly feel Maruxing Gujia's gaze softening. In the original story, Maruxing Gujia possessed a strong will of fire and dedicated his life to Konoha. He was easygoing and kind, treating the villagers with great warmth. After hearing Xinjiang's words, he couldn't help but sigh. Another poor child. However, the name Uchiha Chuan sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed like it was Kai's child. Furrowing his brows in thought, Maruxing Gujia suddenly asked, as if confirming, "Who is your grandfather?" Finally, Xinjiang felt a thrill in his heart, maintaining a confused expression on his face. My grandfather is Uchiha Q. My uncle said grandfather was quite powerful in the past, and that I should become a ninja like him in the future. Sure enough, it was correct. Confirming that this was the descendant of his old friend, Maruxing Gujia couldn't help but look at this little fellow with kindness. Q, who would have thought? Though you have passed, your descendants have inherited the will of fire. I'm Maruxing Gujia, a good friend of your grandfather. You can call me Gujia Grandpa. You really are my grandfather's friend, Gujia Grandpa. Xinjiang feigned shock, secretly laughing inside. Indeed, his earlier performances were all intentional, aiming to inadvertently let Maruxing Gujia know that he was a descendant of Uchiha Q. Although Maruxing Gujia was just a genin, his strength in the anime was clearly at the level of a jonin, not to mention that he was currently in his middle age, still at peak strength, and without any injuries. He likely had the power of an elite jonin. Just when he had some questions about the ninjutsu, scroll left by Uchiha Q here was a ready-made teacher. Typically, the elite jonin in the clan would only explain 2 to 3 times a month in the academy, since everyone had tasks to complete. But Maruxing Gujia was different. His ninja rank was only genin, so he had a lot of free time each day. If he could smooth things over, wouldn't he have someone to help him with his doubts anytime? Thus, from the moment he saw Gujia, he had this thought. As for why he was confident, it was naturally due to his identity as the descendant of Uchiha Q. Maruxing Gujia was of a similar age to Uchiha Q, both inheritors of the will of fire, and they had both been taught by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. They were likely acquainted, perhaps even friends. From Guji's reaction, it seemed his guess was correct. At this moment, Gujia responded to Xinjiang's curiosity. Of course, I fought alongside your grandfather on the battlefield back then. Really? So impressive. So that's how it is. Gujia Grandpa eats some fish. Originally, he wanted to prove to Xinjiang that what he said was true. But with Xinjiang's constant flattery, Gujia became lost in the compliments. As he reminisced about past experiences, he treated Xinjiang as a listener, enthusiastically recounting various tales. Before they knew it, it was already evening. The sun had set on the horizon, and beams of sunset light poured down, covering the vast land with a golden hue. I'm sorry, little Xinjiang. Maruxing Gujia, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. He got so caught up in his emotions that he spoke for such a long time. It's okay, Gujia Grandpa, what you shared was very interesting. Having listened to an afternoon of stories, Xinjiang did not feel bored. As a being just a step below the Hokage level, Guji's experiences were certainly rich, evident from the fact that he had once executed missions with the third Hokage. The tales from someone of such stature were enlightening for him. How could he complain? Moreover, they had become familiar with him. He wished Gujia would share even more. It's getting late, let's head back. Come here tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to cultivate. Gujia smiled kindly. Polite and disciplined, the more he looked at this grandson, the more he found him pleasing. Okay, see you tomorrow, Gujia Grandpa. Seeing that it was late, it was indeed not suitable to linger any longer, or his uncle and aunt would start to worry. Xinjiang had to regretfully head home, his heart filled with anticipation for tomorrow. He excitedly pushed open the door to his uncle's house, ready for dinner. To his surprise, he saw an unexpected visitor arrive. Uchiha Chuan's house. Xinjiang, you're back. As soon as he entered, the caring voice of his uncle Uchiha Chuan came through. Entering the living room, besides the familiar uncle and aunt, there was also an unexpected guest. Looking at the man in front of him with short black hair, dressed in a dark blue long robe, Xinjiang was filled with confusion. Uchiha Fugaku. Why is he here? So this is Xinjiang. Yes, Xinjiang, come and meet the young clan leader. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, Uchiha Chuan nodded blandly, beckoning Xinjiang over. Young clan leader Fugaku. Running obediently to his uncle's side, Xinjiang politely addressed him. Not bad, another young genius has appeared in the clan. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and turned to Uchiha Chuan. They'll take my leave, sorry for the disturbance. It wasn't until Fugaku disappeared that Xinjiang could no longer contain his curiosity. Uncle, why did the young clan leader come to see us? Isn't it because I heard about you fighting someone at school? You've hidden it pretty well, didn't even tell me. Uchiha Chuan patted Xinjiang's head, jokingly scolding him. I just haven't had the chance to mention it yesterday. Xinjiang hurriedly explained, as he had no intention of keeping anything from Uchiha Chuan. He simply forgot about it in the joy of successfully mastering the shadow clone technique yesterday. Before he could finish speaking, Uchiha Chuan tossed something over, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. It was a small booklet. I was just joking with you earlier. This is a training manual sent by the young clan leader after hearing about your situation. It contains the signature techniques of the Uchiha clan. He specifically came to deliver ninjutsu to him. It sounded a bit unreal. Xinjiang looked at his uncle with a face full of skepticism. At 6 years old, being able to use crank ninjutsu. While this did seem like exceptional talent, there were others in the Uchiha clan as well. How could the young clan leader personally gift ninjutsu? Uchiha Chuan said little more, and after deflecting a couple of questions, urged him to go train. Since he was unwilling to elaborate, Xinjiang had no choice but to leave and train. It was rare for him to sleep in that morning, and he had spent the afternoon listening to stories. Speaking of which, he hadn't trained at all today. Training requires persistence. He couldn't afford to slack off. Something's off. What does Fugaku want? After finishing his training, Xinjiang picked up the small booklet and pondered deeply. The contents of the booklet were, as Uchiha Chuan had described, techniques like Phoenix Fire Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, and a series of basic Uchiha ninjutsu were all recorded within. To be honest, it was quite useful for him. The scroll left by Uchiha Q contained specialized content and did not have much on basic ninjutsu. The booklet sent by Fugaku also contained many annotations clearly written by some elder in the clan, which would indeed help him in his training. However, the more it was like this, the more it left Xinjiang puzzled. Was it because of his high talent? If he were truly a 6-year-old child, he might have believed this. But within his young body was the soul of an adult, so he naturally wouldn't believe such claims. After all, if one were to speak of it, Xinjiang's talent was indeed good, but he was still some distance away from being a top genius. The help from the golden finger would grow stronger over time. If he were in Fugaku's position, he would rather accumulate some reputation within the clan, since it wouldn't be long before he became the clan leader. Why would he have the time to specifically care for a regular genius like him? Suddenly, Xinjiang felt as if he had grasped the key point, and his thoughts became clear. Since Uchiha Fugaku was now the young clan leader, most of his actions were likely to better control the clan when he rose to power. Viewing today's events from this perspective, it seemed very easy to explain. He came for Uchiha Chuan. After all, Uchiha Q was the first expert in the clan. The Uchiha clan was a family that revered strength. Over time, it naturally gathered a group of loyal. After the deaths of Uchiha Q and Xinjiang's chief father, the representative of their branch naturally became Uchiha Chuan. Moreover, his uncle seemed kind, but he was actually a jonin who had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The value of a 3 Tomo jonin in the Uchiha clan is well understood by those who know. At the very least, they were worth 2 or 3 ordinary jonin. If he could gain Uchiha Chuan's support, it would be equivalent to gaining the support of all the clan members from Uchiha Kai's lineage, making it easier for Fugaku to gain everyone's backing when he became clan leader. Thus, sending him the training manual was merely an incidental gesture to gain favor in front of Uchiha Chuan. With this thought, Xinjiang felt much more at ease. Although he couldn't guarantee that his deduction was entirely correct, the general idea should be like this. The pie that fell from the sky was actually a trap, and he felt uneasy. Delivering good intentions out of nowhere was mostly a scheme against oneself. Now that he understood the other party's intentions, Xinjiang no longer hesitated to accept the manual. In the woods, Marahoshi Kuji was waiting in a clearing. Illusion technique et viewing. Xinjiang hid behind a tree, quietly releasing a jinjutsu. Taking advantage of Kuji falling into a daze, he immediately threw a few shuriken, then charged forward with a kunai in hand. The jinjutsu was quickly dispelled, and Kuji's eyes instantly became clear as he drew his sword from behind and swung it left and right, knocking down the shuriken that came flying at him. Immediately afterward, he engaged in close combat with Xinjiang. Clang! The kunai in Xinyan's hand clashed with Kuji's long sword under the sunlight, accompanied by sparks flying and the sound of metal clashing. In a short time, the two exchanged dozens of blows. It was not until Xinyan clearly showed signs of fatigue that Kuji seized an opening, thrusting his sword straight towards Xinyan's chest, stopping just short. Not bad, you lasted a minute longer than yesterday. Even after seeing it multiple times, Kuji couldn't help but feel astonished. This little guy is improving so quickly. In the beginning, he could easily take him down with just a few moves, but now he could trade blows using lower ninja strength. At this moment, Xinyan couldn't pay attention to Kuji's praise as he gasped for breath. This kind of training involving the clashes of weapons consumed an extraordinary amount of stamina and energy, especially since he was still just a child. Little Xinyan, your talent in illusion techniques is very strong. You should focus more on illusion technique for now. Xinyan nodded in response as he regained his composure. Indeed, due to his strong mental power, the effects of his illusion techniques were surprisingly good, to the extent that even Kuji needed a while to dispel them. Moreover, the consumption compared to ninjutsu was less, making it more suitable for his young self. After all, at this age, he couldn't possibly have too much chakra. He currently probably only had the chakra amount of a lower ninja, and he hadn't even reached the 1-card strength level. Grandpa Kuji rested. Oh, let's go again. During this period, nothing unexpected happened, and Xinyan led a very regular life. Every day, he sent his clones to school while he engaged in intense training. With Maruhoshi Kuji as a sparring partner, he could ask questions whenever he encountered difficulties. Each day passed incredibly fulfilling, and he even grew a little taller. Notably, Kuji used chakra paper to help him understand his chakra nature. Like most Uchiha clan members, Xinyan had both lightning and fire attributes. Thus, the fire release techniques in the training manual were perfectly suited for him. In his spare time, he also learned a few illusion techniques from Kuji. In the classroom, Xinyan, why did you come to school today? Hong looked at the person lying beside her, pleasantly surprised. Isn't it because I'm worried you'd be angry? What if you ignore me then? No, that won't happen. Xinyan looked at the girl in front of him, who was earnestly trying to explain and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. At this age, her face still had a bit of baby fat, and it felt quite pleasant to pinch. The situation that followed was obvious. Hong, embarrassed and annoyed, swatted his hand away and turned her head to the other side. The feeling of nurturing is really nice. Catching sight of Hong, who had already started to bury her head like an ostrich, Xinyan couldn't help but smile. It had been 2 months since Fuyue had sent him the training manual. During this time, he had been training under Wushin Gujia, and his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. First of all, with Guji's guidance and his own powerful spiritual energy, his proficiency in illusion techniques had improved by leaps and bounds. According to Guji's words, he was more than sufficient to deal with lower-ranked ninjas, and he could even pose a certain threat to mid-ranked ninjas. Secondly, he had mastered all the basic fire release techniques from the training manual. Although his chakra wasn't enough to use all of them at once, it had broadened his offensive capabilities. As a ninja, possessing a diverse array of techniques is very important. This way, he could maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness in various complex situations. Coupled with frequent sparring with Gujia, his combat skills had become quite refined. Xinyan's current strength should be at the elite lower ninja stage, making it easy to deal with lower ninjas, but he still felt somewhat lacking against mid-ranked ones. At this rate, he should acquire enough strength for self-protection before the war arrives. Just as he was preparing to strive harder, Gujia was sent on a mission. Although Wushin Gujia was a lower-ranked ninja, he was actually an elite jonin, second only to the strongest of the village. Konoha wouldn't be so reckless as to leave a powerful asset untapped, especially in such a tense situation in the ninja world. Moreover, Gujia was someone who cared deeply for the village. He only declined the jonin position because of past mistakes. He would still step up when the village needed him. Thus, during this time, Xinyan was left to entertain himself. Before leaving, Gujia had also advised him to relax a bit during this time to avoid affecting his physical development. Given these reasons, Xinyan decided to come to school during this period. After all, he still had a little cabbage to nurture, and if he accidentally let someone sneak away with her, it would be truly heartbreaking. Previously, Xinyan would actually come to school 1 or 2 days a week. One reason was that his body couldn't handle the intense training every day. The other reason, of course, was his nurturing plan. He couldn't possibly let a clone cultivate feelings right. Even though it was his own clone, Xinyan still felt a bit uncomfortable. Pure love warrior YYDS. Plus, since Yakumo brought him lunch every day and the clone didn't need to eat, Xinyan told her one day. After spending so much time together, Xinyan knew Hong's personality very well and wasn't worried about his secret being exposed. Upon hearing this news, Hong was initially a bit unhappy. She had finally become Xinyan's deskmate this semester, only to find out that he wasn't coming to school anymore. But after accepting this reality, Hong ended up liking Xinyan even more. Compared to the boys in school who would boast about the tiniest matters, Xinyan's mature behavior was undoubtedly more appealing. Moreover, Xinyan had only told her the truth. Overall, after such interactions, Xinyan's personal charm had already peaked in her eyes. Almost at its peak. Sigh. Life is truly wonderful. With the school bell ringing, the many little ones who had been confined to their seats could no longer contain themselves and began to play around, and Xinjiang found himself blending into the carefree, pressure-free school days. What he longed for the most was this carefree life. Unfortunately, it was completely unattainable in such a way. Throughout the entire history of Naruto, there has never been a truly stable period. To live such a life, one must make oneself strong enough to the point that they won't be affected. Xinjiang stretched his body against the chair, then patted the person who was still pretending to be an ostrich. Hong, I'm so hungry, I might starve to death. Seeing Xinjiang acting so goofy, Hong couldn't help but laugh, forgetting her earlier shyness. She hurriedly took out her lunch, a pink bento box, very characteristic of a girl. Is it meatballs today? It looks so appetizing. Inside the bento box, the 3-colored meatballs were neatly arranged, and the smooth, delicate, glutinous rice balls were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Hong Yu secretly went and bought 3-colored meatballs. Just as Xinjiang finished eating 2 meatballs, he heard a girl's voice coming from behind. Turning around, he saw a little girl in brown clothes appearing before him. Red Bean, what are you doing here? Hong was startled as well and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Yoshitai Akane smiled proudly. I'm a 3-colored meatball expert. As long as there are meatballs around, I can easily smell them. Saying this, she shot a reproachful look at Hong. You didn't even tell me about buying meatballs, forgetting your friends for the sake of good food. So impressive. Xinjiang looked at the girl in amazement, not expecting her to have such a capability. Is this the power of a food lover? And, all right, next time I'll take you with me when I buy some, okay? Seeing Red Bean getting more and more ridiculous, Hong quickly covered her mouth with her hand and then whispered a few words in her ear. Then Xinjiang witnessed a truly magical scene. After Hong let go of her hand, Red Bean surprisingly became very calm. Is this what friendship between girls looks like? So amazing. Xinjiang, this is my good friend Red Bean. Hong introduced while holding Red Bean's hand. Hello, Xinjiang. I am Yoshitai Akane. Pleased to meet you. As Red Bean introduced herself, her gaze was fixed on the meatballs in the bento box. Hello. Looking at the familiar face, Xinjiang pretended not to know her to avoid raising suspicion. Unbelievable. This little girl would eventually eat herself into a ball. It's hard to imagine. Dodo. Red Bean suddenly became a bit shy, took a deep breath, and asked, can I eat a few meatballs? Not paying attention to Hong's, pulling from behind, Red Bean looked at Xinjiang with a serious expression. Don't be fooled by her silly appearance. She's actually quite clever. Red Bean knew that talking to Hong would be useless. Xinjiang was the key. Please. Looking at Red Bean's pitiful appearance, Xinjiang couldn't help but chuckle. Just for her shamelessness to eat, it seems reasonable that she would get so fat in the future. Sure, go ahead and eat. Xinjiang pushed the bento box towards her. He was just teasing Hong. In reality, he wasn't that hungry, having already eaten a few. It was no problem to share with Red Bean. Upon hearing this, Red Bean's eyes lit up, and she immediately started eating the meatballs. However, Hong was unaware, glaring fiercely at Red Bean. Yet the latter completely ignored her gaze, looking nonchalant, as she quickly stuffed the meatballs into her mouth. Forget it, eating meatballs is the most important. Wow, this is so delicious. It's worth dying for. In no time, Red Bean had devoured all the meatballs in the bento box, leaning back against the chair, rubbing her belly with a look of satisfaction. Why has it suddenly gotten dark? Bean. Red Bean instinctively raised her head, only to find Hong looking down at her solemnly, repeating her name, her face revealing nothing. Seeing this, Red Bean felt guilty, a look of flattery appearing on her face. What's wrong? Are you still upset with Hongdo? It was rare to see Hong's serious expression, which was quite adorable, exhibiting a charming contrast of a little adult. However, it was about time to coax her a bit. He was nurturing his future wife, so he couldn't let her stay sulky. No, it's just that Hongdo actually finished all the meatballs. Hong said indignantly. Haha, it seems she really loves to eat meatballs. Xinjiang couldn't help but laugh again, recalling Hongdo's earlier behavior. She had that carefree look while eating the meatballs, but after finishing she began to act all pitiful. You're still laughing. Hearing the laughter, Hong's little face puffed up. So annoying. Hongdo actually ate all the meatballs I prepared for Xinjiang. Those were hard-earned by me. If it weren't for Xinjiang being right in front of me, I couldn't act so rudely otherwise. It's fine. Since Hongdo finished eating it means you prepared them, well, otherwise how could she have eaten so quickly? Just as he thought this, Xinjiang's voice suddenly rang out, and he playfully pinched her cheek. Hey! It seemed she wasn't angry anymore. In an instant, Hong felt herself calming down, and there was even a hint of joy. What was going on? Nurturing plan. Staring at Hong's blushing face, Xinjiang knew he had successfully coaxed her. The little girl was indeed easy to please. Hongdo was a good friend Hong met at school. Given that Xinjiang often went off to train, having a lively friend accompany Hong was quite good. Xinjiang, why are there so many people over there? Suddenly Hong tilted her head and pointed in a direction. Oh! Xinjiang followed her finger, squinting his eyes. Before he knew it, they had walked to the open space in front of the teaching building. The place Hong pointed to was the school's training ground where their assessments had taken place earlier. However, today, there were even more people. Just from a quick glance, it seemed that there were no fewer than 100 people. Not only were there many people, but they stood in a very disorganized manner, unlike they were engaging in any sort of training. It looked more like they were there to watch a spectacle. Let's go see. Xinyan's curiosity was piqued, and he pulled Hong along. Such scenes were rare at school. He just enrolled this year, and he's already preparing to graduate. Only 5 years old, that's too exaggerated. What do you know? Kakashi is the child of the White Fang. Just like us, it's strange, okay? So he's the child of the White Fang. With such talent, will he become the second White Fang in the future? After getting closer to the crowd and listening to the discussions around him, Xinyan finally figured out the details. It turned out Kakashi was going to graduate early. Calculating the time, it indeed was around this time. Entering the ninja school at 5, applying for early graduation in the same year, and gaining fame in Konoha. In the following years, it would be entirely Kakashi showcasing his talent. 5 years old Genin. 6 years old Chunin. 12 years old Jonin. Xinyan worked hard to recall the storyline. Fortunately, he had binge-watched Naruto several times before crossing over, or else he would be completely in the dark. Kakashi was a bit younger than Asuma, and the others just a grade lower than him. He just enrolled a few months ago, and according to the storyline, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 precisely during the 39th year of Konoha. Graduating from a ninja school in less than a year, becoming a Chunin at 6, with exceptional talent, renowned throughout Konoha. In the eyes of many, Kakashi was the next generation's Konoha White Fang. Sometimes he even wondered what it would be like if Kakashi had not switched to a Bento Sharingan. Without being a Uchiha, one couldn't deactivate the Sharingan. Switching to the Sharingan at such a young age was quite a burden for Kakashi, as evidenced by his being an elite Jonin in his 20s. Had he spent those years practicing his family's sword techniques, normally, he might have long become a shadow-level powerhouse. After all, this guy's talent was indeed exaggerated. Setting aside the bloodline limits, the only one who could compare to Kakashi would probably be his future teacher, Minato Namikaze. This was also fine. With Kakashi as a benchmark, Uchiha Xinyan appeared much more ordinary. Although Xinyan maintained the top score in his class, he performed proficiently in body techniques and ninja tools. The gap between his displayed strength and that of his classmates was not as stark. He had always adhered to a steady learning pace at the ninja school, at most qualifying as an ordinary genius without showcasing any astonishing talent. However, in a true comparison, Xinyan's strength at this time would not naturally be inferior to Kakashi's. He even believed he could easily defeat Kakashi, but his plan was to lay low until graduation. The reason was simple: he had a cheat. The stronger his mental power, the stronger his illusion techniques. Even if he did nothing and just slacked off at school, every day his strength was steadily improving. There was no need for early graduation. Wasn't it better to develop steadily? Moreover, the risks of graduating early were considerable. If it were peacetime, Genin generally undertook simple tasks like fighting bandits and rarely received missions. But the current situation in the ninja world was tumultuous, especially since he was aware there would be a great war in the future. In such times, even Genin might receive dangerous missions. A reed can only drift with the current, a boat can sail according to its own will. Placing one's life in the hands of luck was not Xinyan's habit, especially when conditions for decision-making were present. Of course, there was another important reason, which was his current surname, Uchiha. It was ridiculous. In other ninja villages, talents were protected like treasures to prevent assassination by other villages. Yet in Konoha, it was completely different. Revealing talent attracted attention from his own village, and Danzo would be the first to target you. From the anime, it seemed that there were quite a few talents in Danzo's root organization. Ninjas from various clans were absorbed into it, brainwashed, and turned into emotionless pawns. With such a person hanging over his head, Xinyan would not dare to take the initiative without sufficient strength. He remembered that the right eye under Danzo's bandages was a Sharingan. Assessment began. At this moment, a voice pulled Xinyan back to reality. His gaze fell on the center, where a silver-haired boy stood carrying a short knife on his back. Seeing this, Xinyan stopped thinking about those matters and focused on the impending battle. There was indeed a difference between early graduation and normal graduation, because the assessment for early graduation involved battling a seasoned genin to hold out for a certain amount of time against the opponent. This method was undoubtedly more challenging than normal graduation. Such an assessment method required not only strength to reach the level of genin, but also a certain amount of combat experience. Xinyan was still somewhat curious about this. After all this was witnessing a battle between Kakashi and Guy firsthand. They moved. With Hong's exclamation, the boy on the field drew his short knife and charged forward. At the moment Kakashi's figure vanished from the spot, several bright lights suddenly flickered in the air. Accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, several shuriken flew accurately towards Mikoto Mikawa, sealing off all possible directions for him to evade. Mikoto Mikawa was the lower ninja who graduated early in this assessment. Coming closer, huh? That's not going to work in your favor. Seeing Kakashi's movements, he grinned and began forming hand seals. After all, the opponent was the son of White Fang, and with that reputation, he would not choose to engage in close combat. Wind release, great breakthrough. As he finished the last hand seal, he forcefully exhaled a powerful gust of wind that howled forward. Clang, clang. The shuriken in the air were pushed back by the wind, instantly losing their original force and falling weakly to the ground, simultaneously hindering Kakashi's advance. Binding technique. Immediately after Mikoto Mikawa unleashed his second ninjutsu. The binding technique, a drank ninjutsu, is used to keep the opponent rooted in place. Now this can come to an end. Children should focus on their studies. After immobilizing Kakashi, he threw a kunai, without hesitation, waiting for the referee's judgment. When an attack is powerful enough to cause significant harm, the referee will step in to stop it and announce the outcome. This rule ensures they can unleash their full potential. Of course, except for malicious harm, such behavior would be punished. Noticing the referee's lack of action, Mikoto Mikawa immediately sensed something was off. Upon a closer look, the kunai pierced Kakashi's neck and then exploded into a cloud of smoke. It was actually a shadow clone. When did that happen? Indeed, a ninja with lineage is different. He had long coveted the shadow clone technique, but it was a brank ninjutsu, not something an ordinary lower ninja could access. Damn it, that rich kid. While he frantically complained in his heart, he did not slow down his movements upon sensing the commotion behind him. After all, if he performed poorly as an examiner, he would be ridiculed. If he were to be accused of deliberately going easy on someone, it would affect both him and Kakashi, leaving him in a position that pleases no one. Behind him, Kakashi swung his short blade fiercely. Mikoto Mikawa's body was directly sliced in half, transforming into a cut wooden stump. Ou substitution technique. A careful glance made Kakashi tense up, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open and a hand reached out, attempting to grab him. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. Caught off guard, Kakashi was grabbed by his right leg. Just as he was about to be pulled into the ground, he immediately turned the direction of his short blade. Konoha blade technique, white frost. The blade flashed the white light, briefly dazzling, and most of the spectators couldn't see what had happened. Kakashi Hatake wins. Before he had the chance to observe, the referee's voice reached everyone's ears. Nanny, is it really over? Wasn't Kakashi at a disadvantage? How did he suddenly win? The crowd erupted in murmurs, a flurry of discussions on how he had won. Xinjiang, do you know what just happened? Beside him, Hong couldn't see clearly and tugged at Xinjiang's hand. Kakashi's final strike was enough to seriously injure the assessing ninja, so the referee stepped in to stop him and announced the result. Xinjiang looked at the arena, explaining what had just transpired. Hearing this, Hong nodded. At this moment, the scene on the field was finally clear. Consistent with what Xinjiang said, Kakashi's hand holding the blade was grasped by the referee, while Mikoto Mikawa displayed a look of sheer terror. Had no one intervened, he felt he would have been close to death just now. Was this really the son of White Fang? How strong must White Fang be? Seeing such a scene, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into louder cheers. Seeing this, Hong tilted her head, her curious big eyes constantly sizing up the boy next to her, her lips curling into a smile. Just as the boy had said, Xinjiang's strength is indeed intriguing. The news of Kakashi's successful graduation spread quickly like a bird with wings through every corner of Konoha. Naturally, the first to receive the news was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen was busy handling various affairs. Suddenly, a masked ninja appeared in the office. Hokage-sama Kakashi Hatake has passed the assessment, and at that time, the speed at which the news traveled was almost instantaneous. Kakashi had just won, and they had already received the information. After carefully listening to the details reported by the Umbu, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled and waved his hand. Well done, you may leave. The masked ninja slightly bowed his head and immediately disappeared from the office. Kakashi, the son of Shikaka. Accompanied by the sound of his knuckles tapping against the desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head deep in thought. Bang! Not long after, the office door was suddenly flung open, causing Hiruzen to frown at the sound. Only after seeing the visitor did his expression improve somewhat. Tobarama, what brings you here? Hiruzen casually picked up a document and continued to read. As the village leader, he held the most power in the village and correspondingly was also the busiest person. Since he grasped various powers, the tasks he needed to handle were naturally numerous. Thus, becoming Hokage wasn't as glorious as it seemed, though indeed it was glamorous. However, the countless tasks in daily life could almost consume all of his time. Not to mention, if unexpected incidents like the Nine-Tails attack occurred, it could directly lock him in the office working day and night. Hiruzen, several villages have begun to make small moves lately. We lack personnel en route, and I am applying to expand the scale of the route organization. As a longtime good buddy, as soon as Tobarama opened his mouth, Hiruzen Sarutobi basically understood. He raised his head to look at his good partner and comrade, and directly rejected the proposal. The current personnel of route is already sufficient. The major ninja clans have voiced their criticisms about this. It do not bring it up again. So what? The benefits of strengthening root for the village are evident. As long as it benefits the village, what do their opinions matter? Tobirama was completely unconcerned about this. He was doing it for the good of Konoha, and with Hiruzen Sarutobi standing in front of him, those ninja clans could not do anything. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, remaining silent, and continued to handle today's official duties. It was rare for Asuma to be able to focus on training lately. He was trying his best to leave work on time each day to go home and teach his son. After all, when he grew old, he would still need Asuma to support the Sarutobi clan. As for Tobirama's application, he would never agree to it. He was just indecisive by nature, but not foolish. He was fully aware of how many people were en route. If Tobirama continued to expand the scale, it would affect his own power. The purpose of establishing root was to create a sharp weapon against enemies, not to stab himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi began to ignore him, and Tobirama knew he would likely return empty-handed. At this moment, he revealed his true intention. Let me have Kakashi Hitaki. Root will train him to be a sharp blade for Konoha. In a dark room, opening a window was opposed by most, but if you first proposed to demolish the roof, people would agree to open a window. Although he hadn't read Lu Xun's great works, Tobirama indeed had this idea in mind. Tobirama was just bad, but he wasn't stupid. He also understood that even relying on his relationship with Hiruzen Sarutobi, the scale of root had already reached its limit. At this point, to continue growing, he could only pursue quality and recruit geniuses. At this moment, Kakashi, who stood out, was indeed a good choice. The Hokage's advisor, Danzo, leaned on his cane, standing in front of the desk, persuading Sarutobi. Since you haven't figured out how to place Kakashi, yet Hiruzen, why not leave it to me? Such talent belongs. Hiruzen, holding a cigarette pipe, shot him a sharp glance. Are you planning to turn Shobika's child into an emotion? Danzo replied expressionlessly, Kakashi's talent has the potential to become the second Shiboku. I can unlock his full potential, and this is the best outcome for the village. Bang! Hiruzen slammed the table, standing up to stare directly at his friend. This is impossible. Kakashi cannot enter root. If Shiboku finds out, what do you think he would think? Danzo had indeed been a bit reckless lately. Although his strength was beginning to decline, he wasn't old yet. At least for now, he was still the renowned ninja hero of the ninja world. Seeing Hiruzen refuse him so decisively, Danzo's expression suddenly darkened. Hiruzen, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Oh wait, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo angrily walked towards the door, leaving behind a harsh remark. Remember, Danzo, I'm a Hokage. Hiruzen naturally retaliated without backing down. At this moment, Kakashi was still unaware that he had caught Danzo's attention. After passing the graduation exam, a group of people surrounded him to celebrate. Kakashi, I indeed did not misjudge you. Fool. How could you? You. Kakashikin so This is youth. I need to work harder today. He'll do 1,000 push-ups. Jinyang, watching the group play from a distance, couldn't help but smile. Among these people, aside from the now tool-like Noera, Rin, the others would become important supporting characters later on. Kakashi, who had a 5,050 chance against anyone. Uchiha Obito, who had become much darker. And Guy, who almost kicked the ending out of existence. They were still 5 years old, looking more innocent than ever, which was quite amusing. Let's go home, it's time to head back. After satisfying his curiosity, Jinyang prepared to return to the classroom. Checking the time, it was about time for class. As for Kakashi and the others, Jinyang merely happened to encounter them today and had no intention of getting acquainted. It would seem too deliberate at this time. Besides, he didn't seek anything from others. It was better to use this time to train. Strengthening oneself was fundamental. As fellow ninjas from the same village, there would be chances to interact later. All right, let's start class. Oh, everyone turn to page 142 of your textbooks. This afternoon, we will discuss the techniques of throwing ninja tools, focusing on the relationship between the movement of the shuriken during its throw and initial force. In the classroom, the Chunin teacher tirelessly wrote on the blackboard, attempting to fill the students' minds with dry and tedious knowledge. However, judging from the drowsy scene in the classroom, the effect wasn't very good. Jinyang, taking advantage of the teacher's pause in writing, Hong reached out her pale hand to poke the person beside her. Jinyang glanced at the teacher at the podium, curiously looking at the girl beside him. Hong was not like him, a lazy fish dozing off in class. She took every lesson seriously. What happened today? Did he influence her? As if understanding Xinyang's thoughts, Hong first glared at him, then peeking at the teacher to confirm he was still writing, she quietly said, in 2 days we have a holiday. How about we go barbecue outdoors? They'll bring the seasoning and you can do the grilling. Oh, so that's it. As a foodie from the Great Celestial Empire, plus having learned to work while studying back in school, Jinyang had developed quite a good barbecue skill. Since he had this skill, he certainly wouldn't deprive himself of it after crossing into this world, occasionally treating himself to a barbecue after training. Unexpectedly, after taking Hong for an experience, she became addicted. Whenever she had free time, she would drag Jinyang for a barbecue. All right, let's focus on class. Jinyang nodded in agreement, After all, he was going to train in the woods this weekend. If Hong came, they could train together and enhance her strength. Not to mention, after the teachings of Kogai, his illusion techniques were undoubtedly top-notch among his peers. Naturally, he wanted to nurture his own little cabbage well. Time always flew quickly after falling asleep. When Hong shook Xinjiang awake, school was already over. In the evening, Xinjiang wandered alone down the street, leisurely heading home. Two figures in green spandex caught his attention by the roadside. They were simply too eye-catching. Dad, my plan for 1,000 push-ups failed. It's all right, Kai, as long as you face yourself, you can grow stronger. Dad, Guy was momentarily taken aback, and then tears welled up. This is youth. The two men, one large and one small, shouted an encouragement to each other, then hugged tightly and cried. Xinjiang was left dumbfounded. Don't they feel embarrassed? They seem like social anxiety sufferers. Let's go eat. After eating, well, run 50 laps around the playground as extra practice for not finishing the push-ups. Youth is meant to burn. Okay, Dad. Just as Guy led Kai a couple of steps away, his expression suddenly changed. I seem to have forgotten. Originally preparing to leave, Xinjiang paused upon hearing this thought for a moment and walked towards the two. Ill treat. Uchiha, Xinjiang, what are you doing here? Before Guy could speak, Kai couldn't help but ask. How do you know him? At this moment, Guy finally reacted, asking his son. No, I just know him. As a prodigy of the ninja school before Kakashi became famous, Xinjiang wasn't particularly outstanding, but his overly handsome appearance made him quite well known in school. After some explanations, Guy understood that his son and the other weren't friends. Xinjiang, right? Thank you, but we'll just go home for dinner. Guy declined Xinjiang's offer. The other party was just a child, and he wasn't friends with Kai, so it would be inappropriate for him to let him spend money. It's fine, Uncle. Actually, I'm curious about your taijutsu and want to learn more. Oh. Upon hearing this, Guy immediately became excited. Finally, someone recognized his ninja way, even if it was just a child. How did you hear that? Yes, Dad, we've been recognized. This is youth. The two men who had just separated hugged each other and cried again. Once again witnessing the scene, Xinjiang thought they were truly crazy. However, Xinjiang actually had a good impression of Guy and his son. Although this quirky father-son duo didn't care about outside opinions and could draw strange looks wherever they went, Xinjiang had no thought of mocking them. In truth, Guy and his son were the true representatives of ordinary ninjas making a comeback, relying solely on years of hard work to gain powerful strength. Xinjiang believed he couldn't match their training methods, but he held them in respect. Such people shouldn't be ridiculed. Make it 2 large bowls of hand-pulled char siu ramen, brother. Seeing the stack of bowls on the table, the expressions of mate Dai and his son were filled with lingering satisfaction as Xinjiang called out to the owner with a generous spirit. Sure thing, young Xinjiang coming right up. Indeed, the place they were in was famously known later as Ichiraka Ramen. However, at this time, Ichiraka Ramen was still just a roadside stall having opened not long ago. The owner was merely a young man. Xinjiang, you shouldn't have spent so much. Even mate Dai felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. Normally, he would have been full with his usual portion, but now it wasn't enough. The main reason was that the ramen here was simply too delicious. They could definitely come by more often in the future. It's fine, Uncle Dai, eating more just means my physical training is going well. I need to eat more, though I still hope to learn from you later. Eating more, Xinjiang showed no concern, casually indulging himself. Don't be fooled by his mere 6 years. His little treasure trove was quite substantial. His parents in this world were no weaklings. His father was a jonin and his mother was a chunin. Besides their house, they left behind a considerable inheritance, enough to allow him to live carefree until adulthood. Moreover, as the child of a jonin from the Uchiha clan, Xinjiang received a monthly pension from the clan, providing him with financial security. That's right, young Xinjiang is quite wealthy, no need to worry. At that moment, the owner brought out 2 bowls of ramen, helping to ease the mental burden of the two. You see, Xinjiang was a loyal customer, often dining here since the opening, and they had become good friends. Naturally, he wanted to say a few reassuring words. Then we won't hold back. With his hands together, Dai set aside his hesitations and began to battle with the eager Kai over the ramen before them, since they had said that he couldn't refuse any longer and would only later impart his experiences to Xinjiang with utmost effort. Dai was always willing to share everything with those who acknowledged him. In fact, Dai's mindset was quite simple. As long as he regarded you as a friend, he wouldn't hold anything back. Seeing Dai willing to accept his goodwill, Xinjiang knew his favorability had already risen. Choosing to act this way was also a spuro-themid decision. He remembered that Kai didn't seem to have good conditions during childhood. Mate Dai, lacking talent for ninjutsu, could not become a chunin and was limited to doing low-level tasks. Moreover, the consumption of physical training was significant, and the meager reward from tasks were nowhere near enough for their regular training, certainly detrimental to their health. It wasn't until later, when Mate Dai kicked down a few members of the shinobi sword group, that Kai's life improved somewhat. Under such circumstances, Kai nearly achieved a grand finale. Thus, Xinjiang was very curious to see what heights Kai could reach if he had good training conditions from a young age. Having traversed into a world he was familiar with, understanding the plot development was secondary. The greatest advantage was his clear understanding of each character's personality and techniques. With this foundation, it was easy to distinguish friends from enemies or petty individuals, avoiding situations where one might be stabbed in the back. Without a doubt, Dai and Kai were both worthy of becoming friends, in terms of character and strength. The next morning, Xinjiang walked to school with Hong. Originally, they had planned to return home together yesterday, but little did they know that Hinata was on break, coming personally to pick up her little cotton-padded jacket after watching Kakashi's assessment. Thus, Xinjiang was left all alone. Hong, I met two interesting people yesterday. Oh. Hong looked at Xinjiang, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and caution. Interesting people? They wouldn't be girls, would they? Xinjiang, what a coincidence. Are you also taking this path to school? Before he could respond, someone suddenly appeared behind them, walking alongside them on his hands. It was none of Xinjiang couldn't help but chuckle. Ooh, just as he mentioned the main character, he showed up. Yeah, otherwise how could I have run into you yesterday? With one hand on the ground, Kai scratched his head. It did seem to be the case. Seeing Kai in this posture, Xinjiang curiously asked, have you started training this early? Of course. After breakfast, I have to walk upside down to school to digest and adjust my state. That's what you think. Upon mentioning this, Kai stopped maintaining the upside-down position, stood up, and flashed a big thumbs-up, revealing a set of white perfect teeth. Ah, are you sure that walking upside down after a meal helps digestion? It's more likely to come out the same way. Forget it, this world isn't too keen on science. Shaking his head, Xinjiang silently lamented. Taking the opportunity, he introduced, this is mate Kai, the one I just mentioned, and his father is also a formidable taijutsu ninja. Upon hearing this, Kai rarely showed a bashful expression filled with gratitude. He hadn't expected Xinjiang to hold such a high regard for his father. Although Kai usually appeared unaffected by the strange looks he received, he secretly longed for someone to acknowledge. Originally, only Kakashi was willing to be his friend. Now, it seemed he had gained a new friend. Kai, nice to meet you. I'm Yui Hong. Hello, Imateki. After witnessing the exchange between the two, Hong introduced herself graciously. Indeed, he was an interesting person. Although it didn't seem like much being recognized by Xinjiang meant he should be quite strong. Xinjiang, is he introducing me to his friend? As her thoughts raced, Hong stole a glance at Xinjiang, her cheeks slightly flushed. Before long, the three of them reached the vicinity of the school. It wasn't yet time for morning classes, and there were still a few students trickling towards the entrance. At this moment, a group of boys gathered nearby caught their attention. They were surrounding someone and talking about something. Isn't that someone from our class? Hong felt curious after observing the situation. Why were these guys not attending class at this hour? Huh, is that someone from our class? This left Xinjiang a bit confused. Why did he feel so unfamiliar? Had he seen these people before? You don't know them, do you? Looking at his slightly strange expression, Hong teased, you're always sleeping. You don't even recognize your classmates. How? How is that possible? Fine, I really don't know them. Xinjiang intended to refute, but under Hong's disbelieving gaze, he had to admit the truth. In more than a year of school, he truly hadn't memorized everyone in his class. Doesn't this just show I'm serious about my training? Otherwise, with my memory, how could I forget a few people? After slightly comforting himself, Xinjiang planned to brush off this embarrassing matter. However, those classmates seemed a bit off. Glancing over, Xinjiang clearly saw the scene over there. Monster, you're just a monster. Go back, we don't welcome you. Exactly, don't come to school anymore. He saw a few boys of varying heights surrounding a little girl, discussing her. The girl in the middle appeared quite nervous, her small face turning pale as she unconsciously rubbed the corner of her clothes. At this moment, Hong also noticed the girl among them and hesitated for a moment. Isn't that Inazuka Ki-yun? Ama Shi-yun. The name Ama sounds quite familiar. Isn't it from the family of Ama Bayun? She's also a classmate of ours, but her personality is somewhat introverted, often alone. Why are so many people surrounding her today? Looking at Xinjiang's bewildered expression, Hong had to introduce the identity of the girl beside him. She might be in trouble. Those guys are calling her monster. As his spiritual power gradually strengthened, Xinjiang's sensitivity to his surroundings was also improving, showing signs of evolving into a sensory ninja. Therefore, even from a distance, he could hear those guys' voices. Huh, how could she be a monster? Hong felt surprised and reached out to tug at Xinjiang's sleeve, but hesitated. She wanted Xinjiang to help, but didn't want him to get involved in trouble. Noticing Hong's hesitation, Xinjiang responded with a reassuring smile and stepped forward. Since they encountered this situation and she was a classmate, he didn't mind getting involved. However, Hong's perspective on the issue made Xinjiang quite happy. As he approached, a few boys also noticed Xinjiang's actions. Uchiha, Xinjiang, do you want a medal? The leader with Saka, Ikaru, spoke with an unfriendly expression. He certainly recognized this person in front of him and even felt a hint of jealousy. It had caused them to hardly speak to the girls in class for over a year surrounding Xinjiang right after class. What's wrong? Is it not enough? Now you want to play the hero, saving the beauty. All you know is to bully girls. Are you afraid of the strong? Xinjiang would certainly not show any kindness to those who did such things, directly mocking them. You don't understand, she's a monster. Wisaka Aikaru immediately defended himself. Amashiyun can control their actions, what else could that be but a monster? I only see a few of you bullying a female classmate. You're truly useless. The few children had never experienced such mockery and immediately turned red-faced, glaring at Jinyang. You guy, don't think you're invincible. Beat him. Just because he can perform a jutsu, they all study in the elite class. Who couldn't do that? You Uchiha Jinyang is indeed strong, but we have 4 people while you only have 2 helpers, 1 boy and 1 girl. How dare you face us? The group exchanged glances, nodded, and charged forward in unison. This time the advantage is mine. How could the flying dragon lose? 10 seconds later, the boys whose heads kissed the ground were pleading pitifully. I'm sorry, big brother Jinyang. Please let me go, I beg you. Yes, big brother, spare us. What hurts? Daddy, I was wrong. The 3 boys turned their heads, shocked, looking at Wisaka Aikaru, who was crying so much that he even forgot to wipe his nose. No way are you really going to drag me into this. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. The astonished stares from the 3 made Wisaka Aikaru's face heat up, and he couldn't help but feel angry. What do you little brats know? Can't you understand the principle of bending and stretching? This was my brother's secret to dominating the ninja school in the past. Who knew that Uchiha Jinyang didn't even need help single-handedly defeating 4 of them, as if it were child's play? Paha. The fight ended too quickly. Hong and Kai had just walked over and heard Wisaka Aikaru's words, instantly unable to hold back their laughter. What a sight! The whole room burst into laughter. Get lost, you're in the way here. Jinyang sized up Wisaka Aikaru and lifted his foot off his head. This kid changes faces pretty quickly. He was just being all arrogant, otherwise he wouldn't have let me step on him. And in an instant he could completely transform. One can only say he has a future. Hearing this, several of them felt as if they had received a reprieve and quickly got up, running toward the school. They only stopped to catch their breath when they could no longer see Jinyang's figure. Aikaru, you were too pathetic just now. How could you give in like that? After catching their breath, one boy began to scold Wisaka Aikaru. You embarrassed us. Besides, saying that makes our apology seem insincere. Nonsense. If it weren't for me, would you have been let off so easily? This is called a strategic retreat. Also, didn't you say you learned the great fireball technique? Yet you only spat out a bit of drool just now. If you had just used any jutsu like you usually brag about, we wouldn't have ended up so miserable. Faced with his companion's accusations, Wisaka Aikaru could no longer hold back. Can't you see this is a temporary measure? If we can't fight back, what else can we do? So what do we do next? We can't just take a beating for nothing. The boy was at a loss for words, and after a long time, he finally spoke. Without him saying anything, Wisaka Aikaru had already thought of counterplan. Teacher Uchiha Jinyang beat us. Thank you, Jinyang. Mashiyun was helped up by Hong, awkwardly expressing, if it weren't for the absence of anyone to help her, she wouldn't have known what to do. Jinyang looked at her, and like the future Bayun, she had bright orange hair and looked quite cute. Helping classmates is a given. Why do they call you a monster? This was something Jinyang was quite curious about. Upon hearing this, Mashiyun's face instantly paled. They're right, I am a monster. Saying this, she buried her head and began to cry. Hey, Xian, don't cry. Hong hurriedly patted her back to comfort her. Through Mashiyun's sobbing explanation, Jinyang and the others finally understood what had happened. Since a couple of days ago, Mashiyun had suddenly undergone some strange changes. Her consciousness would occasionally enter a strange space, and crucially, she couldn't control it, which would also affect her surroundings. Wisaka Aikaru and the others undoubtedly were the ones who discovered this situation in recent days. Being young and not knowing much, they naturally felt fear towards this unknown power, and coupled with their original bully-like nature, today's incident occurred. Sister Hong, I'm so scared. Mashiyun leaned against Hong like a little kitten, her body trembling. In response, Hong didn't know what to do. After pondering fruitlessly, her gaze unconsciously shifted to Jinyang. Zenyankin should have a way, right? Seeing Hong looking at him eagerly, Jinyang understood her thoughts. This girl sees me as a universal key, believing I can solve any problem. He silently complained but felt quite good inside. Isn't this a sign that my nurturing plan is succeeding? Forgetting everything else just to maintain my image in Hong's heart, Jinyang began to think seriously. Mashiyun, a peculiar change that can cause harm. Looking at it this way, it's highly likely that Mashiyun awakened her bloodline limit. The Onma clan was once a prestigious family in Konoha, reputed to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha clan in illusion techniques. What they relied on was their bloodline limit related to illusion techniques, the manipulation of the 5 senses. They can manipulate others' 5 senses through illusion techniques, placing them in an illusory space. The most frightening part is that injuries sustained in the illusion manifest in the real world. This means that dying in an illusion truly equates to death. Coupled with the bizarre and unpredictable nature of illusions, it is indeed terrifying. Logically, such a terrifying ability would be feared by many. However, in reality, hardly anyone remembers the Onma family's uniqueness, now mainly because the inheritance of this bloodline limit is unstable. Unlike the Byakugan or Sharingan, the probability of awakening the five senses manipulation is pitifully low. Its frequent disruptions have led the Onma family to gradually decline into an inconspicuous clan. So does this mean that the abnormality in me is the awakening of the bloodline limit? Onma Shiun stopped crying, her big watery eyes blinking as she stared blankly at Xinyan. As a member of the Onma family, don't you know? Xinyan looked at the little girl in front of him in astonishment. Although the Onma clan is currently Loki, surely its own members should be aware. If that is the case, he feels that the Onma clan is not far from disintegration. The manipulation of the five senses is the foundation of their existence. I know my parents often tell me about it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Onma Shiun replied with certainty. As the daughter of the clan leader of the Onma family, she has long been instilled with a wealth of knowledge about bloodline limits, so of course she knows. Then why are you still afraid? Indeed, this was unexpected for Xinyan. What is going on? I forget all of this when I get... At this point, Onma Shiun seemed to feel embarrassed as her small face turned red, completely different from her earlier pale appearance. This answer undoubtedly left the three of them dumbfounded, their expressions immediately turning strange. The little girl looks quite cute, but why does it feel a bit silly? Then why don't you tell your family about it? I thought I would clarify things first before telling my family. Onma Shiun tried to salvage her image, but it seemed to get more chaotic. Goodness, so silly and dull. Can this personality really be a ninja? Let's go, it's time for school. After such a disturbance, delayed their time class was about to start, and Xinyan called out to a few people. In less than 2 minutes, the three of them walked into the classroom. Kai was a lower grade student and separated from them after entering the school. Xinyan, the teacher wants you to go to the office. All right. Upon hearing this, Xinyan understood what had happened. In the teacher's office. Teacher, it was Uchiha Xinyan who hit us. Nonsense, it was clearly you who bullied Shiyun, and Zenyankin acted bravely. Hong, who had been obedient in front of Xinyan, argued with reason. Uchiha Xinyan, Onma Shiun. Hearing these two names, the Chunin teacher felt a bit overwhelmed. These two students are not ordinary. They are descendants of the Konoha ninja clan. Matters concerning the offspring of prominent families generally lead to trouble. If not handled well, it can lead to a lot of hassle. You all be quiet. The Chunin teacher glared at Uemura, Aikaru, and the others. Although they painted a vivid picture, while complaining, he knew best who among them was the most unruly. The root cause of this incident undoubtedly stems from these kids. Even if Xinyan and the others were at fault, in any case, that is how it is. Hong took the perspective of an observer and summarized the events leading up to this. Yes, that's right. On the side, Onma Shiun kept nodding her small head in agreement, validating the truth of the victim's account. Is that so? The Chunin teacher looked troubled and finally said, fighting at school is no small matter, Uemura. Remember to have your parents come tomorrow. Oh, why don't they have to call their parents? Several mischievous kids protested discontentedly. You should know that calling parents is a disaster for them. You initiated this matter, then came running to me to complain. Do you think the teacher is a fool? As soon as these words were spoken, Uemura, Aikaru, and the others immediately shrank their necks and stopped talking. Having intimidated the mischievous kids, the Chunin teacher also felt a sense of relief. Actually, under normal circumstances, Xinyan, as one of the aggressors, would definitely also have to call his parents, but he ultimately dismissed this thought. Xinyan was not the one who initiated the attack, and moreover, this was related to the performance guarantee of his own grade, so he naturally leaned towards favoritism. And if he were to invite Uchiha Zenyang's parents, who knows who would scold whom? He was just a civilian Chunin, what if a Jonin? Looking at the three of them, who were fighting hotly, Xinyan lay bored on the desk. After understanding the course of events, the teacher let them return to the classroom. Then at Hong's request, Xinyan negotiated friendly terms with a boy sitting in the back and persuaded him to swap seats with Onma Shiun. During this period, Akadu also wanted to move over. In the end, it turned into the current situation. It must be said that the friendship between girls is indeed magical. In just one morning, they had already started calling each other sister. To be honest, after meeting Onma Shiun, Xinyan found that the manipulation of the five senses and his unique advantage were simply a perfect match. Unfortunately, the manipulation of the five senses is a bloodline limit that cannot be acquired through learning. After finishing a day of classes, Xinyan unusually appeared anxious and hurried home. After enhancing his spiritual power today, his body underwent some changes. After carefully confirming that no one was around, he walked to the mirror, no longer suppressing the strangeness in his eyes. In the mirror, Zenyang's eyes began to change, with black pupils slowly transforming into red, revealing a Tomo Sharingan. Upon seeing his own eyes, Xinyan couldn't help but tremble, his mouth involuntarily opening wide. Immediately after, an uncontrollable joy surged within him. Enhancing spiritual power actually helped unlock the Sharingan. This is truly an unexpected joy. Huff, calm down, calm down. After a while, Xinyan barely managed to calm his emotions, but he couldn't stop the smile at the corners of his mouth. A 6-year-old with a Tomo Sharingan. If this news were to leak out, others would likely find it hard to believe. The The Sharingan requires a certain stimulus. Uchiha clan members inherently possess a great deal of love. When the Uchiha clan loses this love, a special chakra floods their brain, affecting their visual nerves and causing changes in their eyes, commonly known as awakening the eye. Reflecting on the memories related to the Sharingan, Xinjiang fell into contemplation. This is the normal process of awakening the eye. But his awakening did not experience any stimulus. The only change was the continuously increasing spiritual power. If that's the case, does receiving a stimulus enhance the spiritual power of Uchiha clan members? Once it reaches a certain level, does it trigger a special chakra to help awaken the eye? Based on his awakening process, Xinjiang made some guesses. However, having only one result, he cannot determine the accuracy of these assumptions. But he felt that his speculation should be quite accurate. As long as he waits patiently to observe the situation upon awakening the two tomos, he should be able to make deductions. Unfortunately, Xinjiang was not a scientist in his past life. He was just an ordinary person. After crossing into the Naruto world, he found that his knowledge perfectly integrated into local life. Otherwise, he could have tested it in advance. Now to test it, he could only seek the great scientist of the Naruto world, Orochimaru. But whether the others would help is another matter. At this time, he didn't dare to approach Orochimaru. After experiencing the death of his disciples and comrades in the Second Great Ninja War, Orochimaru has likely begun conducting human experiments. Approaching him now would most likely result in a situation where one would be lost without a trace. He can't go. Updates every afternoon at 4. Please support. Forget it, let's play it safe. After all, the speed of awakening has already exceeded expectations. With his thoughts drifting, Xinjiang ultimately decided to bide his time. He needed to work quietly and then amaze everyone. Now it's time to see the effects of the ultimate bloodline limit, the Sharingan. The reed orb he had fantasized about countless times while watching anime was now right in his eye socket. Shouldn't he take a moment to truly experience it? He was already well versed in the Sharingan's capabilities. The primary ability of the one tomo was insight. Those who possess the Sharingan can perceive high-speed moving objects and accurately predict their opponent's actions, including their taijutsu moves and hand seals for ninjutsu. They can also see through a considerable degree of jinjutsu and perceive the chakra system with capabilities slightly inferior to the Byakugan. It can be said to be an immensely powerful ability. The next morning after Xinjiang got up and washed up, he headed towards the forest behind Hokage Rock. Today was a holiday. He had promised Hong a few days ago to go barbecue outdoors. Since he only needed to take care of the grilling, he didn't bring much going with empty hands. On the way, he also picked up Kai, who was preparing for training. He had to admit that although Kai had no talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, his taijutsu skills were truly extraordinary. Xinjiang was a year older than Kai and usually didn't dare to train at high intensity, every day needing to take breaks now and then. But how was Kai at such a young age able to train every day and still be full of energy despite not having a proper diet? To be honest, after truly experiencing it, Xinjiang realized just how significant the impact could be if one's body couldn't handle it. Thus, he brought Kai along to improve his diet, to prevent this kid from overtraining himself. He even suspected that Kai might not have children in the future due to past injuries. Before long, the two arrived in the woods. Xinjiang, is this your usual training ground? Kai curiously surveyed the surroundings. The area looked quite spacious, and there were several marks of shuriken and kunai on the trees, indicating that someone often trained here. Beside them was a small stream. What do you think? The spot I chose is decent, right? Xinjiang felt quite pleased. It was a perfect training ground he had found with great difficulty. Can I come here to train in the future? Kai was indeed a bit tempted. This was truly a great location. Of course you can come anytime. Woo, thank you so much, Xinjiang. I will definitely do my best to burn my youth. Just as Xinjiang finished speaking, he saw a green figure rush over and hug him. He wasn't into that. In the distance, Hongdo and Shiyun were walking over, chatting and laughing. However, they arrived just in time to see this scene. Hong, Sigmund, so her opponent wasn't a girl. 2 minutes later. Hong, if I say this is just a misunderstanding, would you believe me? After looking suspiciously at the two, Hong eventually nodded. Seeing this, Xinjiang knew she probably didn't believe him, and his mood was nothing short of despair. The girls in the Naruto world had an unexpectedly high understanding of this topic. Xinjiang, do you like boys? Recalling Hong's words just now, he felt an overwhelming sense of social death. The key issue was, Shiyun and Hongdo were also here. This led to the three girls staring at him with strange expressions. Absurd, simply absurd. Or were they thinking, you've ruined me? He glanced at Kai, who was still engrossed in observing the training ground, and Xinjiang was internally ranting. He never expected that a solid, manly guy like himself would be misunderstood in this way. Since everyone is here, let's start preparing. Xinjiang called the others to get to work, attempting to divert their attention. Kai, go catch some wild rabbits or chickens. Hon, you guys go pick up some firewood nearby. For the fire later, is that okay? After delegating the tasks, Xinjiang found a shady spot to rest, preparing to start grilling later. After today, he could continue training. He had been exercising regularly, but in the past few days he had only managed to complete basic cultivation, and to be honest, Xinjiang was not used to it. He needed to improve his strength quickly so that he could truly practice the functions of the Sharingan. After awakening the Sharingan yesterday, he had spent serious time researching it. When using the Sharingan, his dynamic vision would significantly improve, and he could feel objects in his sight, moving much slower, greatly enhancing his combat capabilities. However, he might have to wait until after graduation to use this pair of Sharingan. This was not the time to expose it. I'm back. Not long after Arima Shiyun returned carrying a pile of firewood. She placed the wood on the ground and walked over to rest beside Xinjiang. Xinjiang and I believe in you. After sitting in silence for a moment, Arima Shiyun suddenly said, "Oh." Upon hearing this, Xinjiang gazed at the girl beside him. Arima Shiyun wore a sincerely earnest expression, seemingly not just comforting him. Xinjiang felt his mood considerably lift. Arima Shiyun wore a sincerely earnest expression, seemingly not just comforting him. Noticing that Xinjiang's gaze remained on her, Arima Shiyun suddenly felt restless, her fair face gradually turning red. Being looked at like this was quite rude. But if it was Xinjiang looking at her, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. You got a good grasp on the bloodline limit, right? Sensing a gaze lingering here, Xinjiang asked with a degree of certainty. Much better, with a bit more time, I should be able to control it completely. Saying this, Arima Shiyun looked at Xinjiang with gratitude. After Xinjiang informed her of the changes upon awakening the bloodline limit, she told her parents when she got home yesterday. After conducting tests, they indeed found signs of her preliminary awakening of the five senses manipulation, which thrilled Zion's parents. After such a long time, the Arima clan finally had another awakened bloodline limit user. Not long after the Arima clan joined Konohagakure, no one in the clan was able to awaken the five senses manipulation, leading to the gradual decline of the family. Although they managed to maintain the status quo, with many secret techniques passed down through the clan, opportunities for rejuvenation were nowhere in sight. Zion's awakening at this time was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Yes, let's strive to cultivate diligently and aim to master this ability as soon as possible. The ability to manipulate the five senses is very powerful. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground drew the attention of the two conversing. Looking up, it turned out Kai had returned as well. He brought back 2 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits, all tied together and tossed on the ground. Xinjiang, is this enough? If not, I can go get some more. This is good. Let's take a break first, Hong, and the others should be back. All 5 of them were just kids, and even though Kai had a bigger appetite, this amount was sufficient. Next, it was time for him. Taking a couple of steps to the stream, Xinjiang pulled out a kunai to clean it for use processing the game he had brought back. Once he finished, Hong and the others returned, and they skillfully started a fire to grill. 2 minutes later, a savory aroma of meat wafted through the woods. Gulp! The 4 bystanders couldn't help but swallow hard, eagerly watching the sizzling grilled meat. So fragrant, this is the taste of youth. Holding a chicken leg, Kai excitedly praised while eating. That Kai associated it with youth showed just how delicious the barbecue was in his mind. The other 3 were somewhat reserved, but from their ecstatic expressions while eating, one could tell how they felt. You can always trust the culinary skills of the great Tian Chao. Oh, Xinjiang smiled with pride. However, it seemed that there wasn't enough food. Originally, they had planned for each person to have one, but before long, only 2 grilled rabbits were left. If he didn't act quickly, there wouldn't be any left. Leave some for me. Realizing the issue, Xinjiang quickly joined the fray. In the end, all the wild chickens and rabbits were consumed along with 3 grilled fish, and only then did the 5 feel full. The group leaned against a large tree, contentedly patting their bellies. Xinjiang, you always seem to be sleeping in class, yet your strength is so formidable. How do you train? During a barbecue, everyone's relationship grew closer. While chatting, Hondo brought up a question that had been buried in her heart. This topic evidently attracted attention, and the few chatting paused to look over. Do you really want to know? I'm a mem. Several heads nodded vigorously. If they were to find out, it might not be a pleasant surprise. Glancing at the curious faces, Xinjiang pondered for a moment, and then looked into the distance before making a move with his hands. Bang! 2 identical Xinjiangs appeared before their eyes. What? Except for Might Guy, the others present included Arima Shiyun, a scion of a prominent family, and Hondo, whose father is a trusted subordinate of Orochimaru, both of whom held significant status and power. Thus, they were quite familiar with this ninjutsu, which was a standard technique among the powerful of Konoha. Because of this, their astonishment was hard to contain. Blanc Naijutsu Shadow Clone Technique. It should be noted that Xinjiang is only 6 years old. How could this be possible? However, the undeniable reality before them left them shocked and in disbelief, and after recovering from their astonishment, the emotions of Hondo and the others became quite complex. While they knew Xinjiang was the strongest in the class, the fact that he had already mastered Brank Ninjutsu, while they had not yet learned any, felt unreal and illusory. The gap had suddenly widened so much. Given their personalities, there was no jealousy or resentment among them, but feelings of disappointment and defeat were inevitable. After all, they were all of the same age. At that moment, the only one among the three who remained motivated and did not already know was Guy, who had positioned Jinyoung alongside Kakashi as a rival. Another goal has appeared. My youth is ignited. Might Guy raised his fist high, his eyes brimming with determination. Beside him, Hondo tugged at Xinyan's arm, her face full of delight. She was among the first to know. Usually I let my clone attend class while I train here. Before everyone could calm down, Jinyoung added, you mean the times I appear to be sleeping in class were all a ruse? Honda's expression was one of disbelief, followed by an indignant glare at him. Knowing that when she didn't feel like training, she always used Jinyoung as a comforting example for herself. To think that trying harder was still not as strong as someone sleeping, she might as well relax and treat herself to some skewers. Now being told that all of this was a facade, she was at a loss. Never expected this thick-browed Baiji guy was secretly pulling a fast one on them. Since when did you learn this ninjutsu? Hondo pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, not long ago. I think it was during the last assessment. The last assessment? That was just over a month ago. Oh no, suddenly feeling uneasy. Upon learning when Jinyoung had mastered the shadow clone technique, the group could no longer sit still. The barbecue they had just eaten seemed less appetizing. Why did it feel like they were the ones at a disadvantage? Seeing their expressions, Jinyoung knew he had achieved his goal. Telling them this news was a carefully considered decision. Given his understanding of Hong and the others' personalities, he was not worried about exposing his strength. Showing his strength in front of them would create a sense of urgency for them. In simple terms, he wanted to spur them into action. The reason was straightforward. If the story followed its original course, most of these individuals would survive the Third Ninja War. However, now, with Xinyan's presence, the outcome might be different, because interacting with him would alter each of their life trajectories to some extent. Jinyoung was like a small butterfly, but he could not gauge how significant his impact would be, nor could he predict if Hong and the others would survive the Third War. Among those present, all were friends of either him or Hong. Jinyoung naturally did not wish to see anyone perish during a future mission, and he was currently not capable of protecting so many people. Thus, the best approach was to apply some pressure to let them surpass their counterparts in the original narrative. They all had the conditions at home. Oh, as long as they were willing to learn, becoming stronger was not difficult at all. As for Guy, Jinyoung would provide financial support to help him and his father train better. Clan leader Miss Shiyun and her friends are near Hokage Rock. In the residence of the Arima clan, a relatively young man was reporting to the middle-aged man seated in the center. From the vest he wore, it was evident that he was a Chunin. Arima Takahara, the seated clan leader, listened with great interest to his subordinate's words. After pondering for a moment, he gave an instruction. And there's no need to interfere. You two are only responsible for ensuring Shiyun's safety. He dispatched 2 Chunins from the clan to keep watch, not to monitor his daughter. It was only yesterday, when Arima Shiyun mentioned being bullied, that he realized his daughter seemed a bit naive. If he didn't send someone to keep an eye on her, she might easily be bullied. As his only precious daughter, Arima Takahara cherished her greatly and had never allowed her to suffer any grievances. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so oblivious, not informing the family of any issues. But it couldn't be helped. Whenever he saw her delicate, innocent appearance, he couldn't bear to toughen her up. After much difficulty in deciding to train Arima Shiyun. However, upon learning that she awakened her sensory manipulation, her status rose sharply, becoming the apple of the entire Arima clan's eye. Every elder in the clan protected her, and he could only let things develop naturally in the end. Sigh. At least now Shiyun had a few friends to accompany her, which would aid in her growth. Arima Takahara tapped the table, contemplating his daughter's situation, and glanced over to find Arima, and still hadn't left. Is there anything else? Clan leader, it seems someone has discovered our presence, that Uchiha Jinyoung. After a moment's hesitation, Arima voiced his concerns. While eating barbecue, Uchiha Jinyoung had glanced multiple times toward their location, making him suspect he had been discovered. Are you sure it wasn't a coincidence? No, he only looked in our direction. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Arima Takahara was somewhat surprised. Because of Zion's matter last night, he had specifically learned about Jinyoung and the others. According to the information, he was merely a student who had been in the ninja school for just over a year. How could he possibly discover an elite Chunin? That shouldn't be the case. It's fine, no need to worry about this. There's no need to hide anything from him. After thinking for a moment, Arima Takahara made a decision. This way they could show they had no malicious intent, merely protecting Arima Shiyun. Given Uchiha Xinyan's age, his choice to hide his strength must have been instructed by his clan. Unlike Kakashi, who showcased his talent, Jinyoung chose to bury it deeply. What was he up to? On this side, he was unaware of the assumptions made by the Arima clan leader. After Jinyoung utilized the shadow clone technique, the others felt a noticeable sense of anxiety. After eating, they hurried home, and their intentions were obvious. Leading the trend of competition, Jinyoung appeared quite satisfied with himself. Taking advantage of the current moment, while his butterfly effect was still minimal, he aimed to motivate them to train hard. In doing so, he could maximize the chances of everyone surviving during the Third War. My strength is still too weak. There was no choice. The time left for him to showcase his skills was too short. In just a few years, it was clearly unrealistic to dominate the ninja world. As for the Arima clan, Jinyang squinted his eyes. Without a doubt, he had noticed the two chunins arranged by Arima Takahara to protect Arima Shion. However, since they did not make any moves, Jinyang did not intervene and understood their intentions. It was hard one to have a ninja who awakened sensory manipulation, so of course they needed to protect her well. At most, he cast a subtle illusion on the two when he used the shadow clone technique to cover up this matter. With his current mental strength, directly controlling two chunins was difficult, but casting an illusion that affected sight and sound was more than sufficient. Moreover, in the future, the Arima clan might prove helpful to him. Sensory manipulation. Updates every afternoon at 4 o'clock. Please support. Oh, 1 month later. Woodleaf Whirlwind. Two figures, one clad in blue, the other in green, clashed in a whirlwind of rapid kicks, their limbs colliding with deep resonant thuds. 2 minutes later. Phew, truly worthy of you, Mayu. Your taijutsu has reached parity with mine. In the familiar training ground, Might Guy panted heavily, yet awe still shimmered unmistakably in his eyes. Though he possessed little aptitude for ninjutsu, Guy had always held unwavering confidence in his taijutsu. Yet within just 1 month, Mayu's prowess had surged at an astonishing pace. From being effortlessly overpowered at first to now engaging him in evenly matched combat, Mayu's growth was nothing short of terrifying. In Guy's eyes, Mayu had already become a peer, a rival endowed with equal innate talent for taijutsu. Yet true to his nature, Guy felt no discouragement, only mounting exhilaration. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. It feels as though youth itself is blazing with unquenchable fire. It's only because I hold an age advantage. I'll be surpassed by you in a few years. Assuming, of course, I don't cheat. Mayu added silently to himself. Indeed, his current ability to stand toe-a-toe with Guy stemmed primarily from the intrinsic link between taijutsu and physical conditioning, relying not on finesse, but on overwhelming force to shatter technique. Without exceptional speed and raw power, taijutsu remains rootless, a fleeting illusion upon shifting sands. Before full physical maturation, taijutsu practitioners inherently lag behind their ninjutsu counterparts in combat effectiveness. Ninjutsu grants rapid battlefield readiness, a disparity born of chosen discipline, not personal deficiency. Moreover, bolstered by extraordinary spiritual energy. Even without the Sharingan's copying ability, Mayu absorbed and mastered techniques with startling swiftness. His 1-year seniority over Guy allowed him this precarious equilibrium, for now. Yet once Guy entered his growth spurt, in 2 years Mayu's true ascent would begin. For taijutsu practitioners' strength surges dramatically once physical maturity aligns, and Guy would inherit the legendary 8 Gates formation from his father Might Guy. The 8 Gates formation demands extreme physical resilience, relentless bodily refinement is required, not only to learn it, but to endure its devastating side effects and unleash its full might. Such exacting prerequisites are met by virtually no one, except perhaps Guy and his father alone. Thus, this seemingly comical green-clad youth before him would soon bloom into his own radiant light, evolving inevitably into the legendary Guy Mayu remembered from lore. Well done, Mayu. You've grasped the core techniques of the hard fist style. Might Guy, who had been observing quietly, now stepped forward, gazing at Mayu with genuine admiration. Remarkable talent. Maruho Kosuka was away on an undisclosed mission and had yet to return. Without guidance, Mayu lacked direction for further training, leaving his progress in Jinjutsu comparatively sluggish. Consequently, this past month had been devoted almost entirely to taijutsu under Might Guy's tutelage. In the world of Naruto, no formal methods exist to cultivate spiritual energy. Thus, chakra reserves expand significantly only during physical development, stabilizing permanently upon adulthood. If we talk about those who love the village, Sarutobi Hizashi could name a large number. But if asked who loves the village the most purely in his heart, that person would be Uchiha. Unless, of course, one is a prodigy like Guy. Take Kakashi Hatake, the quintessential genius, whose chakra is often joked about as a unit of measurement. Yet this stems not from scarcity, but from the constant drain imposed by his ever-active Sharingan. The residences of the Hyuga branch family were mostly distributed outside the main clan compound, encircling. According to the Shinobi archives, Kakashi's chakra rating is refined 6, even surpassing Itachi Uchiha's, proving his reserves are anything but meager. And consider how he sustained the lightning cutter while holding prolonged conversation with a bento, hardly the behavior of one running low on chakra. Mayu, however, defied convention. His spiritual energy grew daily, his mental vitality expanding in tandem. This implied that provided his physical energy kept pace, his chakra could evolve beyond mere chakra, into chakra kilos, even chakratons. Of course, achieving chakratan status demanded physical energy, so immense it bordered on the mythical. beyond even Mayu's ambitions. His goal remained modest. Chakra kilo mastery would suffice. To reach that aim, honing his physical constitution was paramount. Under Kosuke's earlier mentorship, Mayu had firsthand experienced the irreplaceable value of seasoned guidance. A veteran's wisdom steers one past countless detours on the path of cultivation, far surpassing solitary trial and error. Having tasted such clarity, Mayu had no intention of reverting to blind experimentation. With Kosuke still absent and unwilling to resume his former haphazard regimen, Mayu sought another master. After careful consideration, he identified the ideal candidate. Might Dai. Though officially ranked only as a genin, Dai's lack of ninjutsu aptitude hindered promotion, not his actual strength, which was formidable. Through decades of rigorous training, Dai had mastered the 8 gates formation. In his normal state, he fought at Jonin level, but once the gates unlocked, his power erupted beyond measure. By canon, several years hence, he would sacrifice his life to shield Gai's team, obliterating 4 members of Kirigakure's elite 7 swordsmen of the mist and scattering the remaining 3. The 7 swordsmen were Kiri's apex Jonin, capable of toppling a minor nation in a single night. That Dai defeated them thus stands as irrefutable testament to his staggering might. Such mastery rendered him more than qualified to guide Mayu at this stage, and the very notion of learning the 8 gates formation stirred Mayu's heart with quiet fervor. Granted, the technique imposes brutal physical demands and inflicts severe aftereffects, but sheer potency was undeniable. In a world hailed as the Legend of Eyes and the Bloodline Shinobi, where lineage dictated destiny, Gai, a common shinobi with no bloodline limit, no connection to the Otsutsuki, nearly kicked the 6 paths level Madara Uchiha to death using only the 8 gates. That feat alone ignited universal fascination. Even if opening all 8 gates remained out of reach, who wouldn't yearn to try? Mayu smiled faintly, then asked thoughtfully, Uncle Dai, lately I've focused solely on taijutsu training, yet my progress seems to be slowing. How should one respond when such stagnation arises? Oh, Gai tilted his head, intrigued. You've sensed it too? As a taijutsu specialist, Gai possessed acute sensitivity to such plateaus, and his current strategy was relentless repetition until breakthrough. Yet hearing Mayu voice the same concern, he turned instinctively toward his father. Might Dai's gaze widened with astonishment, and he spoke with profound reverence. So this is genius, perceiving the shackles so swiftly. This awareness transcends mere training. It is insight itself. Shackles, Gai blurted out, startled. This very question had long troubled him. Did his father possess? Dai replied forthrightly. The human body bears many shackles, age, hidden injuries, innate limits. Once training reaches a certain threshold, these constraints become tangible, and progress inevitably slows. His words left both young men stunned. No academy instructor had ever articulated such truths. This was hard-won wisdom forged through Dai's own lifelong exploration. Then Uncle Dai, do you know how to break them? Of course, Mike Dai said confidently, giving a thumbs up. I possess a secret art called Ba-Min Duinjia 8 Gates, which can resolve this sort of problem. I had planned to teach it to the 2 of you after some time. Ba-Min Duinjia. Xinjiang feigned puzzlement as he regarded my Dai. Dai showed no hesitation and smiled as he began to explanation. It is a secret technique that lifts the Buddhist restraints on chakra, allowing surplus energy to... Within every person, there are 8 thresholds that suppress their chakra. Once these gates are unlocked, one can instantaneously attain power several times greater than their natural strength. He scratched his head sheepishly. You and Kai have taken such good care of us recently. Oh, I cannot fully repay you, so consider this a token of my gratitude. Before this, my Dai could only take on menial labor for employers, tasks like finding lost cats. Higher-paying missions, such as escorts or slaying bandits, required teams that a lower-ranked shinobi could not join alone. Because he could not perform any ninjutsu, many regarded my Dai as a burden and refused to team up with him. The meager earnings barely sustained him and his son. Coupled with the daily training, they could not afford proper provisions for life, was perpetually strained. After meeting Zhan Yang, their circumstances improved far beyond what they had known. Under the pretense of teaching his taijutsu, Zhan Yang presented Dai with a generous sum to improve their daily life. My Dai, however, knew in his heart it was merely an excuse. Even a low-ranked shinobi like him understood that as a member of the Uzibo clan, Zhan Yang would not lack a taijutsu inheritance. The Uzibo's strengths were not limited to their Xiaolunyan. They possessed fire-style techniques, swordsmanship, shuriken arts, and a host of other methods. In the present balanced ninja world, mastering any one of those arts would bring some renown, such as the depth of the Uzibo's lineage. Why would he come to learn from someone like me? Yet the money was impossible for Dai to refuse. He had endured hardship for years. A tougher life posed no great shame. The problem was that Kai was only 5. Having practiced taijutsu for decades, Dai knew intimately how formative a child's early conditions could be for a future specialist. The adage that the poor study letters while the wealthy train with arms is true in many places. The cultivation of taijutsu depends on whether nutrition keeps pace and whether training equipment is abundant, matters that cascade into a practitioner's potential. If those cannot be met, the cost is the depletion of one's latent potential. As a father, Dai could not bear to see his son follow his own path of one, especially when choices existed. For someone like him, the ceiling on future achievement would visibly shrink. Had it not been for the bodily deficits and hidden injuries caused by poverty and haphazard training, his strength might well have been several times greater. Thus, Zhen Yang's money mattered greatly. But by nature, Dai would not accept charity without offering something in return. Teaching Ba Min Duanjia to Zhen Yang was the solution he settled upon. Given his circumstances, repaying the sum in cash was unrealistic. The only valuable thing he truly possessed was this secret art. Dad can perform such a powerful secret art. Mai Tai Kai exclaimed in astonishment. He had never suspected his father carried a hidden technique. From the description, this so-called Ba Min Duanjia seemed even stronger than the advanced ninjutsu the academy instructors had mentioned. Amazing. Of course, Mai Tai Dai said with pride. This is the solitary masterpiece I forged through years of youth. My only peerless skill. Uncle Dai, isn't this too precious? The technique was offered to Zhen Yang with unexpected simplicity, leaving him briefly hesitant. Although when he first befriended Mai Tai Dai and his son, he had harbored the thought of learning Ba Min Duanjia, the time they spent together had formed a sincere friendship. Dai and Kai were pure and straightforward. To have befriended them with any motive now made him feel guilty. Precious. To me, it does not compare to the help you and your son have given us. Moreover, this art lay obscure in my hands for decades. You and Kai possess greater talent than I entrust to you the task of carrying it forward and revealing its greatness. Do not refuse, otherwise we will feel ashamed to take your money. Dai, unusually earnest, spoke at length. He even appended a final remark. Well, all right. At that point, refusal was no longer truly an option for Zhen Yang. To refuse would be to pity them, and no one likes being pitied. Least of all someone like Mai Tai Dai, resolute and self-reliant. Quite the opposite of refusal would push friends away. Seeing Zhen Yang accept his offer, Dai finally smiled. In truth, even if Zhen Yang had come with ulterior motives, Dai would have taught him Ba Min Duanjia nonetheless. He never intended to keep it secret. He had always meant to pass it on. As he had said, after 20 years of cultivation, he cared more for showing the true might of Ba Min Duanjia that would prove his long years of effort were not for naught. Yet he was only a low-ranked shinobi proficient in taijutsu. Aside from his son, Kai, no one wished to learn from him. It was like someone offering a secret to instant fortune only to reveal they were a beggar. Who would trust them? Dai faced that very problem, unable to display a single ninjutsu. He appeared to other shinobi as an ordinary man. Ba Min Duanjia only burst into notoriety during the Third Great War, when Mai Tai Dai fought the 7 swordsmen of the ninja blade to save Kai. Before that, knowledge of the art was scarce, and to most who knew of it, scarcely impressive. It was not until after Dai's death that Mu Yi truly took Ba Min Duanjia seriously and listed it as a forbidden art. Thus Dai bore no qualms about teaching it to those he trusted. Not to mention that Zhen Yang had already done much to help father and son and could give Kai a proper environment. Come, I will tell you the essentials of training Ba Min Duanjia. Calling Zhen Yang over, Dai poured out his experiences and laid bare the crucial points of the cultivation process, allowing Zhen Yang to grasp with ease how to practice the art. Hey, Kai tugged at Dai and looked up beseechingly. Dad, me too. He could not be favored less. He had to learn as well, or he would be outpaced by Zhen Yang. Dai's fervor returned as he clapped his son on the shoulder. Your training is not yet where it should be. Come, run 100 laps first. When you return, he'll teach you. With that, Mai Tai Dai hauled Kai up and began running, occasionally shouting, and they receded into the distance beneath the startled gazes of onlookers. Zhen Yang lifted a hand to speak, watched their figures vanish, and shook his head helplessly. He knew the true worth of Ba Min Duanjia, and understood he had benefited more than he had earned. Never mind. In any case, I now have Ba Min Duanjia. I cannot leave it unused. I do feel a little uneasy about it. He'll repay them in time. Returning home, Zhen Yang organized the cultivation methods of the 8 gates of Duanjia based on the insights shared by Dai. The inheritance among ninjas is generally stored in scrolls, which are practiced slowly at home after being indicated by a teacher. Thus, Zhen Yang felt puzzled when Dai narrated it verbally. However, after hearing the relevant knowledge, he understood the reason behind it. The key to cultivating the 8 gates of Duanjia lies in training to unlock the 8 thresholds within the body. Aside from the method of opening the gates, the early stages of cultivation primarily involve some adaptive exercises to meet the conditions for opening the gates as soon as possible. There were no superfluous elements. It was very straightforward. Upon reflection, it made sense. Kai in the original work did not engage in any particularly complex training, but rather repeated basic training extensively to hone his body. In the world of Naruto, the rank of ninjutsu does not represent its power, but rather the actual difficulty of cultivation. the rank of the 8 gates of Uchiha is a level. Compared to its power, it can be considered one of the easiest top-tier secret arts to master. However, the special aspect of the 8 gates of Uchiha is that its power depends on the physical quality of the user. Depending on the strength of one's physical condition, the manifested power can vary significantly. For example, Dai can only kick down the shinobi with the 8 gates, whereas Kai can nearly kick down Uchiha Madara. Hence, mastering the 8 gates of Uchiha is not enough. There are no shortcuts. Improvement can only come from diligent practice. You can start with weighted training. The benefit of having guidance is that the path ahead has already been explored. You just need to follow the route. According to Deus experience, initial training can utilize weights to enhance training efficiency. Being underweight at all times helps one feel a significant improvement when the weights are removed. In the future, Kai will also teach Rock Lee using this method. It seems quite reliable. But we must consider the current age. In Xinyan's current situation, weight is acceptable, but the load must be controlled. Xinyan rummaged through the ninja tools at home and found several slightly worn weights, which seemed to have been used by his parents. They appeared usable, but upon lifting them, he found that these weights were quite heavy, suitable for future use, but not appropriate for his initial training. However, it was not a big issue in the ninja village as long as one has money. Various necessary ninja items can be purchased, and weights are no exception. Clearly, Xinyan was not lacking in money. After investing a sum, he immediately became a VIP customer at a nearby ninja tool shop and customized a set of weights overnight. The main reason was that very few individuals his age used weights, and the shop didn't have suitable ones for him. The next day, he successfully obtained weights suitable for himself, similar to those used by Lee, which were also strapped to the legs, but much lighter in weight. After all, he had not yet begun to develop, and could not afford too much weight. If he used weights as heavy as Lee's, he feared becoming a dwarf without ever growing tall. This is manageable. Wearing the weights on his legs, Xinyan felt that walking became much more strenuous and his movements were noticeably slower, but it wasn't too heavy. He should be able to adapt in a couple of days. With the cultivation method in place and the ninja tools ready, Xinyan set off towards the place where he usually trained. After leading everyone to compete in training, his usual training spot became quite lively. During holidays, people like Hong would come and train together. Recently, several of them were also learning the shadow clone technique, preparing to form a small competitive team with Xinyan. Once they mastered it, this place would be bustling. Soon the sky darkened. Huff, huff. Xinyan sat on a relatively flat rock to rest, having removed the weights from his legs. His clothes were soaked through as if he had just been pulled out of the water. This was already the umpteenth time he had rested this afternoon, although most of his fatigue had dissipated, he still did not wish to get up. One does not know until they try it. Such basic physical training is much harder than learning techniques, and it cannot be quickly completed through talent. It requires steady and gradual progress. Let's call it a day, though I'll come back tomorrow. Feeling his arms tremble slightly, Xinyan decided to end today's training, stood up, tidied his things, and prepared to head home for a good sleep. Patience is essential in training. One must proceed step by step. Considering the time, it is now the winter of the 39th year of Konoha. In this season, night falls early. By the time he picked up his belongings and started walking home, a faint moonlight had already blanketed the earth. The trees under the glow appeared silvery white, presenting a unique charm. Suddenly, at that moment, Xinyan froze, halting his steps as he expanded his perception. Lord Tsuchikage Konoha, the third Hokage, has appeared. Kakashi. Thanks to the perception brought about by his powerful mental strength, Xinyan could vaguely hear voices from a distance. Now that night has fallen for Xinyan, who often trained here and was very familiar with his surroundings. It was somewhat unusual for there to be people at this time. He had not encountered anyone at night for quite some time. Coupled with the vaguely familiar names he had recently heard in the village, it was likely not a good sign. Gently placing down the weights, Xinyan's mind raced. Lord Tsuchikage. He seemed to have a bit of an... It seemed that the third Raikage confidant was named Tsuchikage, possessing the Kekkei Genkai of lava release, and was a Jonin from Kyomobikure. If that was the case, could that person be a spy from Kyomobikure? If he truly was a spy, the situation would become serious. Xinyan's brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Picking up his training gear, Xinyan slowly began to retreat, not wanting to encounter this suspected spy. A ninja who could directly contact the Raikage confidant would undoubtedly be strong, at least starting from Chunin, perhaps even stronger. Uncertain of the opponent's true strength, Xinyan had no intention of taking risks. With the help of his golden finger, he could become powerful as long as he had enough time. He did not want to accidentally meet his end young. That would not be worth it. Oh wait, at his age it should be called dying prematurely. Dying at the age of 12 is considered premature. He was only halfway there. The optimal solution for now is to leave this place first and then figure out a way to inform the village to handle this matter. It is not yet time for him, a child, to risk his life. This place would no longer be safe. He would have to find a new training ground. Crack, crack. Huh. The other party started moving. The sounds indicated that they were coming in his direction. I need to leave quickly, otherwise I will run into them soon. Realizing this, Xinjiang quickened his pace towards the village. The footsteps in the distance were slow, seeming to indicate that they had not discovered his presence, so he was not worried about an encounter. However, just as Xinjiang momentarily relaxed, the footsteps suddenly quickened. In the next moment, several silvery flashes suddenly flickered in the night, flying accurately towards his location. Damn! At this moment, Xinjiang finally understood. He had been deceived. He had been careless and failed to dodge. He immediately drew his kunai ready to block the incoming shuriken. At the same time, he leaped several times through the forest, finding a position suitable for both offense and defense, turning back to look at the spot where the shuriken had come from. From within the woods, a figure slowly emerged. Under the moonlight, the intricate details of the figure came into Xinjiang's view. It was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face lacking a forehead protector, dressed in a long robe, resembling. If he hadn't heard the previous commotion, Xinjiang might have thought this was just an ordinary person, perhaps merely robust. However, the fact that this person could detect his presence indicated that he was not as ordinary as he appeared. At this thought, Xinjiang's heart sank. Clearly the opponent was an elite ninja from Yuin village. Oh, so it's a little brat. You're really Matsuda Jin looked over with a cold glare that belied his appearance, the corners of his mouth curling slightly before he lunged at Xinjiang, swinging his kunai toward his throat. As Xinjiang had suspected, Matsuda Jin was a chunin affiliated with Yuin village who had become a spy infiltrating Konoha thanks to his excellent perception abilities during selection. After arriving in Konoha through the channels arranged by the village, he settled down under the guise of a merchant, continuously providing Yuin village with various intelligence regarding Konoha. What he reported earlier were detailed pieces of information about the recently rising genius Kakashi from Konoha. He should have sent the information back long ago, but due to the stricter surveillance in Konoha recently, he only found an opportunity today. After reporting, he began to scout the surroundings, as usual, only to unexpectedly sense Xinjiang's presence. Initially, it startled him, and he started to contemplate what to do if he were to be interrogated. If Xinjiang were truly a jonin from Konoha, getting this close would make it impossible for him to even resort to suicide. However, upon careful perception, he thought, Matsuda Jin discovered that there was indeed only Xinjiang present, and his chakra fluctuations were not very strong, unlike someone there to eliminate him. Instead, it felt like a passerby. In an instant, he made a decision. He would eliminate this person. Uncertain whether this guy had overheard his secrets, he had to eliminate any potential witnesses. He had to act quickly. This was right behind Hokage Rock, and even slight noise or prolonged standoff could attract Konoha's ninjas. He did not want to experience the tortures of Konoha's interrogation division. However, this chakra fluctuation was at most at the level of a genin, and even he as a perception ninja could easily handle it. Clang! How is this possible? Matsuda Jin's eyes widened instantly as he watched a little brat only as high as his waist block the attack. Logically, shouldn't this situation involve some harsh words followed by the unveiling of one's plan? Looking at the Yuin ninja, who had no intention of communication and was prepared to deliver a lethal blow, Xinjiang couldn't help but scoff internally as he raised his hand to parry the attack. Sure enough, how could there be such foolish people? Anime is quite harmful. Fortunately, I was prepared early. Under the night sky, the figures of the two intertwined, the sounds of clashing weapons rang out repeatedly, and within a short time, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Bang! After one strike, Xinjiang finally distanced himself from Matsuda Jin. That's some serious strength. He shook his slightly numb arm, preparing to fight in a different manner. Earlier, he had been caught off guard in close combat, having to grapple with the opponent. He had only managed to create distance by risking his arm to get injured. From a previous battle, he had also gauged the spy's strength, which was approximately that of an ordinary chunin. Otherwise, he would have likely been severely injured by now. That makes it easier to handle. Xinjiang chuckled, a flicker of malice in his eyes. He could see very clearly that the opponent intended to end the battle quickly. So you think of me as a soft persimmon. Unfortunately, I also want to wrap this up quickly. Watching the oddly smiling little brat, Matsuda Jin inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. After a series of exchanges, he no longer felt the initial ease, and his expression became quite serious. Because the little brat before him was not as easy to deal with as he had imagined, but rather somewhat troublesome. At least using only taijutsu, he was uncertain whether he could take down the opponent before Konoha's ninjas arrived. However, to be able to oppose a chunin. A glint flashed in Matsuda Jin's eyes. Despite being best at perception, he was still a chunin. What did that indicate? This little brat is a genius from Konoha. Since there's no way to continue gathering intelligence in Konoha, it would be better to go all out and kill this kid and leave directly. Such an achievement would be a great merit, ensuring a good reward upon returning to the village, while also preventing the emergence of a formidable enemy in the future. Thinking of this, Matsuda Jin decisively placed his kunai back in his tool pouch, swiftly forming seals with both hands. Lightning release, earth walk. Illusion technique, fox, art technique. Before the lightning surged from the ground, Jin Yang almost immediately cast an illusion technique. Just a moment. All he managed to see was a pair of crimson eyes before Matsuda Jin's vision underwent a drastic change, realizing too late that he was already trapped in an illusion. Sharingan. Finally unable to maintain his composure, he exclaimed in shock, understanding where his anxiety stemmed from. There had always been rumors in the ninja world that if one encounters a member of the Uchiha clan alone, it's best to avoid engaging in unknown combat, as those red eyes can trap you in an illusion from which you cannot escape. Release. Please release it quickly. Matsuda Jin attempted to disrupt his chakra flow to break the illusion, but the result caused his heart to sink. This was the terrifying aspect of the Uchiha. The illusion techniques produced through the Sharingan could only be undone by disrupting the chakra flow from others, otherwise one would be trapped in the illusion. In the outside world, Jin Yang jumped back, avoiding the earth walk, and threw several shuriken, his fingers continuing to fly swiftly. Shuriken manipulation technique. The shuriken flying towards Matsuda Jin appeared to be influenced by some force, tracing strange arcs in the air, and he in a daze remained completely unaware, allowing the shuriken to approach. Thud! 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 How could this kind of illusion be possible? The sound of shuriken embedding into his body was accompanied by Matsuda Jin's screams, which unexpectedly pulled him out of the illusion. However, immediately after he found it difficult even to make a sound, Jin Yang hurled a kunai to pin his right hand, then stepped on his shoulder, grabbed the other arm, and forcefully yanked it off, disregarding the sound of snapping bones. With a swift kick that whistled through the air, he struck the man's temple. The middle-aged man's neck instantly twisted in an unnatural angle, disbelief filling his eyes before he murmured a few inaudible words and fell silent. After confirming the opponent's death, Zhen Yang's expression relaxed, and he twisted his face as he touched his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This that hurts. Still trying to sneak attack. Didn't your mother tell you not to bully children? He said, kicking him a few more times in frustration. Since crossing into the world of Hokage, this was the first time Jin Yang had been injured in battle, awakening his ferocity. Looking at the corpse on the ground, the gruesome sight was somewhat difficult to describe. In fact, using ninjutsu could also solve the problem, but with insufficient yang energy and the opponent lacking the ability to resist, he directly trained in physical techniques. Looking at the cloud ninja, whose body was twisted in an irregular manner, he felt neither the urge to vomit in disgust nor any excitement. His mood was unexpectedly calm. Perhaps he had long anticipated the cruelty of the ninja world, or perhaps it was due to the Uchiha blood flowing within him. In any case, Jin Yang showed little reaction. From this perspective, it was indeed a gain. Knowing that his strength could steadily improve, Zhen Yang's greatest concern was such life-and-death combat scenarios. Considering that his years in the ninja world were far fewer than the over 20 peaceful years of his previous life, he could not be certain whether he could remain unaffected in perilous battles. But now it seemed there was no need for worry. He merely wished to silently cultivate to the level of a jonin and survive the third great ninja war, yet someone was intent on disrupting this orderly life. Why not just pretend you didn't see me? It would have made us all happy. Instead, I had to pay the price of life to understand the feeling of adapting to slaughter. I'll just go in peace. I will take care of your affairs. It's about time we should leave. Reflecting that someone from the village should be arriving soon, Jin Yang felt a moment of mourning for this unknown cloud ninja. Then he quickly stepped forward to scavenge the items left behind. When doing good, ensure you do it thoroughly. Send the Buddha to the west. Since this cloud ninja had even sacrificed his life, surely he wouldn't mind donating a bit more. In no time, Jin Yang had swept everything off the ninja's body, tossing it into his own bag. Fire release, great fireball technique. Given the assistance it provided him, Jin Yang immediately arranged for a complete incineration of the body to ensure that the leaf ninja would not discover the opponent's spy identity, keeping it a permanent secret. Wind release, great breakthrough. After confirming that the traces of battle in the body were reduced to ashes, Jin Yang thoughtfully added an extra service of scattering the remains. Not even the leaf ninjas would recognize the person if they were to come back to life. Having dealt with everything, Jin Yang leaped onto a branch, wrapping a layer of chakra around his feet, and swiftly ran off into the distance. Just a few minutes after Jin Yang departed, whoosh, whoosh, several ninjas suddenly appeared around, their faces adorned with various masks. They were the Umbu of the leaf, belonging to the special forces under the third Hokage. We arrived too late. Observing the charred surroundings and the heat waves in the air, their experienced eyes quickly understood that this time they would most likely return empty-handed. Check it out. The leading ninja pondered for a moment before turning to look at one of their comrades behind. The ninja being watched stepped forward, leaping to the center of the scene, crouching down to touch the ground with chakra radiating outward in ripples. Soon he stood up and informed his companions of his findings. From the analysis of the scene, one of the individuals should be a chunin, while the other seems to have only released a low-level ninjutsu during the cleanup, making it impossible to determine their rank. The ability to end the battle before we arrived indicates that the other individual must be stronger, yet they chose to dispose of the body, suggesting an unfavorable outcome. The Umbu exchanged glances, a glimmer of understanding passing between them, followed by solemn expressions. Indeed, if it were a leaf ninja who had won, there would have been no need to do such a thing. This situation suggested that if it involved a leaf ninja, the opponent had likely met with misfortune. In this light, the situation appeared grim. As members of the Umbu, during peacetime, their main duty was to protect the Hokage and prevent foreign enemies from invading the Leaf Village. Allowing spies from other villages to enter the village was already a dereliction of duty. Now, with the enemy fighting and escaping within the village, it was a slap in the face. Search for traces around, check if any chunin or genin in the village are missing. Additionally, compile the findings and report to Lord Hokage. Understood. The Umbu ninja replied, promptly, swiftly disappearing. A troublesome time indeed. After a long silence, gazing out the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and lit it. In just one night, various pieces of information had been collected and organized in a documentation. The next morning, as Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Hokage building after leaving his home, he learned about the events that transpired the previous night. It is suspected that 2 foreign village ninjas fought behind Hokage Rock. You arrived just as the battle concluded and cleaned up the scene before escaping. According to the documentation, one of the defeated was a chunin. He was well aware of the Umbu's skill level. The fact that the battle was resolved so quickly implied that the opponent either won through a surprise attack or was at least an elite chunin. Why would foreign ninjas fight in the Leaf? He felt that this matter was suspicious, and anger inevitably stirred within him. Ninjas from other villages battling within the village was no trivial matter, especially in the currently peaceful climate, as the foremost ninja village, the Leaf, could not tolerate such occurrences. If not handled properly, it would tarnish the reputation of the Leaf. Contemplating the potential repercussions, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned in thought. Although it occurred in a remote corner, the previous night's large-scale Umbu operations had not been particularly concealed. The informants hidden within the village were quite well informed. Xiong, conduct a sweep of the village and eliminate those found. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and issued the command. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu standing beside him responded and quickly vanished. A troublesome time indeed. After a long silence, gazing out the window, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and started smoking. The person who escaped was like a fish in the ocean. After one night, the Umbu had failed to capture him, and the difficulty would only increase from here on. Thus, he had to adopt another method to achieve a deterrent effect. Sending spies to other ninja villages was a common practice among the major ninja villages, and the Leaf would certainly not be an exception. Understanding the opponent's movements was essential for timely responses. Moreover, to be fair, large ninja villages were easier to infiltrate than small ones. Naturally, this was limited to ordinary information leaks, as various measures against the leakage of confidential information remained the strongest. Due to the vast scale of the 5 great ninja villages combined with diverse industries and significant personnel movement, it was easy to blend in. Thus, it was impossible to completely eliminate spies. To address this, the Umbu altered their strategy. Upon identifying spies from foreign villages, they would not rush to eliminate them, but instead chose to monitor them discreetly, while occasionally leaking false information. However, with this incident occurring, there was no way to avoid it. Compared to these, the village's prestige was undoubtedly more important. The surrounding 4 major ninja villages appeared to be docile rabbits, but if the Leaf were to show any signs of weakness, they would instantly transform into ravenous wolves. Fortunately, the Leaf had been consistently producing strong individuals in recent years, deterring any covetous thoughts from others. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood lightened slightly. September 3rd, clear skies. Konoha continues its sweep of foreign village spies today. Many appear to have been apprehended. It remains unknown how our fellow operatives are faring. Regrettably, our false identities were designed to conceal one another, and no contact methods were established, leaving us utterly unable to ascertain their status. On the brighter side, this may well be fortunate. At least we need not fear exposure by others. The Wind Daimyo's foresight was truly remarkable. How long will Konoha's purge last? One can only hope it ends soon. These days are unbearably tense. Yoshida Mamoru gazed with quiet satisfaction upon his notebook, then cast a subtle ninjutsu to bury his greatest secret deep beneath the earth. Adjusting his attire, he turned toward the window. Below, pedestrians flowed ceaselessly along the street. What a beautiful life this is. This very neighborhood, serene, vibrant, harmonious, was precisely the ideal dwelling he had long envisioned. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha's White Fang and the legendary Sannin rose to prominence, becoming luminaries whose names echoed across the shinobi world. Bolstered by such legendary figures and the enduring strength of its elder generation, Konoha came to be universally acknowledged as the most powerful hidden village. Consequently, the volume of missions entrusted to Konoha surged dramatically, fueling unprecedented prosperity. To most villagers, Konoha had seemed perpetually tranquil and joyous since the war's end. Yet beneath that placid surface lay roiling currents. Yoshida Mamoru felt this dissonance acutely. As a Sunanin dispatched to infiltrate Konoha, these past months have been fraught with constant dread. Suna village's poverty is common knowledge. Its very foundation lies in an arid desert, leaving little room for diversification or economic expansion. Indeed, the disparity among hidden villages is profound. Among all nations, the Land of Fire occupies the most central and prosperous position in the shinobi world. Strategically situated along the vital north-south corridor, its fertile, bountiful lands have drawn immense talent and resources, making Konoha nestled within its borders the foremost beneficiary. Such advantages constitute Konoha's formidable capacity to stand alone against multiple adversaries. Thus, Suna has long coveted Konoha, seizing every opportunity to sink its teeth in relentlessly dispatching spies to gather intelligence. As members of yet another infiltration team sent to Konoha, Yoshida and his comrades were summoned before departure by the third Kazekage himself. With solemn gravity, the Kazekage exhorted them. The hope of conquering Konoha rests upon your shoulders. You are Suna's heroes. Should you detect any anomaly in Konoha, report it immediately. The honor shall be yours alone. His stirring words ignited their fervor. They nearly sprinted toward Konoha on the spot. Upon arrival, Yoshida settled into his cover with meticulous diligence, embodying the role of an unremarkable civilian to perfection. Beyond the occasional transmission of intelligence, his daily life unfolded quietly and comfortably, on occasion even allowing for nocturnal visits to discreet izakayas. Truly, life upon this land felt effortless. Yet that serenity shattered just days ago. Rumors spread that a spy from another village had brazenly provoked open combat within Konoha, enraging its leadership. Yoshida was profoundly shaken. His first instinct was to observe how Konoha would respond, indulging in the spectacle as a detached, amused spectator to alleviate the tedium of his covert existence. To his utter disbelief, Konoha apprehended the culprit the very next day and launched a sweeping purge. Yoshida stood dumbfounded. Could gossip truly consume the gossiper himself? Which reckless fool from some other village has forgotten the very meaning of infiltration? Muttering under his breath, he wheeled his cart out the door. The crackdown sent prices soaring, leaving his purse perilously light. He could no longer visit the young women each day to offer warmth. He wondered whether their threadbare garments left them shivering in the chill. Yashidakin out so early today. Such diligence. You'll make a fine husband someday. Neighbors greeted him warmly along the way, clearly holding the young man in high regard. He responded politely to each, inwardly pleased. True infiltration meant blending seamlessly. This, he thought, was infiltration perfected. Arranging today's machi for sale, Yoshida sat idly before his food cart, gazing absently into the distance, while silently praying for Konoha's operation to conclude. Truth be told, he held unwavering confidence in his disguise. Since entering Konoha, he had never once revealed even a trace of chakra, living entirely as an ordinary man. His own journal attests to this. Day 299, vended machi. Drank tea at an izakaya. Day 300, vended machi. Drank tea at an izakaya. Today's young woman possessed extraordinary breadth. Her garments somehow contained it all. Utterly astonishing. Day 301. Yoshida Mamoru, how have you fallen so low? This must end. Have you forgotten your purpose? Tomorrow you shall gather intelligence. You are Suna's last hope. Day 302. Drank tea at an izakaya. Encountered the same young woman from 2 days prior. Ah, the pull grows dangerously strong. Day 5. Oh, and drank tea at an izakaya. Today my lower back aches. Yet I offered kindness selflessly only to receive harm in return. Bah, a den of corruption. I shall never return. Day 502. Drank tea at an izakaya. This unadorned, uneventful rhythm fortified Yoshida's quiet confidence. Let no one doubt it, among all infiltrators, he transmitted intelligence least frequently. The last time was half a year ago. If even there were grounds for capture, would justice remain credible? He was no slacker. Rather, he was deepening his roots within Konoha. Once the reckless spies were purged, his moment would arrive. Yes, exactly so. Kurinai, look, there's a machi vendor over there. Let's buy a few skewers. Having reaffirmed his resolve, Yoshida instinctively flashed his warm, radiant smile, ready to welcome customers. Ah, another tedious day. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his fingers upon the desk, listening intently as his trusted subordinate delivered the latest report. Hokage-sama, we have conducted a comprehensive sweep across the village. All individuals not on the official list have been apprehended. Oh, that piqued his interest. He opened the dossier before him. The name, Yoshida Mamoru, leapt immediately to view. Is this individual unsuitable for direct handling? Occasionally, exceptionally powerful shinobi were deferred for apprehension to prevent collateral damage or civilian panic, a prudent measure. To maintain stability, postponement was understandable. Not quite. Beneath his mask, the ANBU operative's expression turned oddly strained. This case is exceptional since surveillance began. He has transmitted no intelligence whatsoever. Then how was he identified? That stirred Hiruzen's curiosity. Had another prodigy emerged within the ANBU? His identity was confirmed solely because he behaves as a perfectly ordinary civilian. The ANBU operative proceeded with a torrent of precise, methodical reasoning, so exhaustive it quelled all further inquiry. Hiruzen merely waved dismissively. Very well, proceed as you see fit. Understood, Hokage-sama. Only after exiting the Hokage Tower did the ANBU operative exhale deeply, relief and quiet triumph flickering in his eyes. He had successfully deflected scrutiny. In truth, the matter was far simpler. Yoshida's exposure stemmed from a single acquaintance. 2 days prior, he'd visited an izakaya to reconnect with his friend. And during their relaxed post-entertainment conversation, the friend complained bitterly, "Lately, some machi vendor keeps asking me to perform strange poses, and he comes every single day." That raised his suspicion instantly. Every day? How robust is his constitution? And, as a civilian, spending all his earnings on tea, a swift investigation at the vendor's residence revealed anomalies. With ease, he unearthed, buried in subtly disturbed soil, a thick weather journal. After reading it, he conceded. His horizons had undeniably expanded. One truly could operate this way. In his backyard, Jinyang stood under the eaves watching the fine rain outside as he casually threw a shuriken. The action seemed effortless, yet it struck the center of the wooden post with unparalleled precision. Besides, hard to find a training ground. After tossing a few more shurikens, Jinyang sat down in front of the door, mumbling to himself in boredom. Although his home was convenient, many ninjutsu techniques were not suitable for open training. Recently, whenever he entered the clan's territory, he occasionally sensed a few obscure gazes fixed on this place. If he guessed correctly, it should be from Danzo's route. Although he knew that this old man had long harbored a desire to spy on the Sharingan, he did not expect such blatant surveillance of the Uchiha clan. If he could sense this with his strength, then the clan must have long been aware of such behavior. Truly, this is someone who can manipulate Konoha to the point of needing to appease the Cloud Ninja. To be honest, Jinyang sometimes truly did not understand what kind of nonsense was going on in the minds of Konoha. Making decisions himself would be better than what they do. With the proud Uchiha, all you need is to treat them well and become friends, and then you'll have a comrade on the battlefield who exudes a sense of security. With Itachi and Shursui on Konoha's side, controlling 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan would be effortless, their strength far surpassing that of other villages, leading to no further issues. With so many powerful individuals stationed here, a bento daring to cause trouble in Konoha would be a dead end. If not for the burden of a large number of Konoha's people, Minato Namikaze could have taught this ungrateful disciple a lesson. Is it really that difficult? Why resort to confrontation? There are reasons behind pushing the Uchiha to the opposing side of Konoha, even wanting to instigate a coup. As a clan that helped establish Konoha, alongside the Senju clan, the result they received was that even the higher-ups of Konoha could not enter, ultimately being assigned a bothersome position. The Konoha police force. Ostensibly responsible for the village's security, in reality, it was akin to doing the work of city management, gradually accumulating contradictions between the villagers and the Uchiha clan. As if that wasn't enough, Danzo wanted to completely ruin it. Similar situations would escalate in the future until the night of the massacre erupted. Jinyang felt a great saying was quite accurate. Peace sought through struggle will endure, while peace sought through compromise will perish. At that time, the Uchiha had 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan capable of winning outright from the start, yet both were brainwashed and utterly exterminated. One can only say it's absurd. However, this time, he would not allow such a thing to happen. After living in the clan for so many years and enjoying the benefits brought by the Uchiha, Jinyang could not act in a way that feasts on the food while cursing its source. The solution is quite simple, just don't let those 2 naive kids be brainwashed. At such a young age, overthinking is simply a sign of boredom. Forget it, thinking about it just makes me angry. I should focus on surviving the 3rd Great Ninja War first. If he doesn't survive it, everything else will be meaningless. He would have to wait until Konoha concluded this operation. Indeed, Jinyang was also waiting. With his powerful perception, he naturally noticed the recent anomalies in Konoha. Although the streets were still bustling, as ever the number of ninjas he could sense daily had drastically increased, clearly not as calm as it appeared on the surface. As for why such a situation arose, Jinyang had anticipated it when he dealt with that Cloud Ninja back then. Now, with so many ninjas continuously patrolling the village, it was challenging to find a low-profile place. Thus, Jinyang had been training his taijutsu in a newly acquired ninjutsu at home, during this time preparing to go out and search after a while. He did not want to attract the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This guy spent his days peering through a crystal ball, and once he got noticed, it would truly be troublesome. He must expose this old pervert in the future. And those cloud ninjas, always up to no good, just know how to play dirty. They previously kidnapped Kushina and will probably target Hinata next. And now, they have their sights on him. If it weren't for this incident, he would have been peacefully cultivating and secretly developing. Fortunately, that Chunin had something good on him, otherwise he would have suffered a huge loss this time. That night, he looted a pile of spoils from the opponent. Among them were kunai shurikens, explosive tags, and other miscellaneous items, along with a ninjutsu. He wasn't concerned about the kunai or explosive tags. There were plenty of those at home. However, that ninjutsu was somewhat unexpected. It was precisely the ninjutsu he had been practicing during this period. Chakra activation technique. This is a foundational ninjutsu of the Cloud Village's ninjutsu system. It allows the user to activate their body using chakra, enhancing physical capabilities. After several tests, the results were impressive, as expected from a technique developed by Cloud ninjas who specialize in physical arts. It can be said to be a ninjutsu that is currently very suitable for Xinyan. With the activation technique, the time to open the 8 gates will undoubtedly be significantly reduced. Time to head out. Glancing at the sky and estimating the time, Xinyan walked towards the door. It was once again the week for a break, and he had specifically gathered Akane and the others to inform them about the training ground situation. He was not afraid of the village's spies and scouts. Jonin are the elite ninjas within the ninja village, capable of participating in high-level decision-making, and no major ninja village would be extravagant enough to have Jonin do such things. As for Chunin, Xinyan could completely withdraw unharmed, even kill them in return. However, if Akane and the others encountered some who had not been caught, it would be troublesome. Soon he arrived in front of a barbecue restaurant. In the anime, Konoha's most famous delicacies are Ichiraku ramen and barbecue. After trying them, it must be said that there is a reason the taste is indeed excellent. Upon entering the restaurant, he saw several people already seated inside. Xinyan, over here. Akane's voice rang out at the right moment, waving to greet him. Here, glutinous rice dumplings. Just as he sat down, Akane handed him a skewer of meatballs. Avane, that's mine. Before Xinyan could even take a bite, he noticed Red Bean's resentful expression. However, after Akane shot her a glare, Red Bean immediately restrained herself and started eating the barbecue fiercely, as if venting her frustrations. Seeing this, Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle. One must know that Red Bean was not a docile character. She often argued with him, yet she was completely under Akane's control. Is this what they mean by the mighty fall before the meek? Shifting his gaze, Kai was vigorously eating, while Arima Shin sat quietly, her gaze intermittently drifting towards him. Shin, how's your control over the bloodline limit recently? Noticing the girl's shy demeanor, Xinyan took the initiative to ask. Very, very good. My father said that in 2 years, I will be able to completely control the 5 senses manipulation. As she heard the question, Arima Zion's eyes brightened significantly, and her tone became lively. Xinyan listened, patiently responding from time to time. He patiently listened to Xian talk about her situation. Keep up the good work. Ooh, I might need your help in the future. I will help you, Xinyankin. Arima Xiun, who was inherently shy, received Xinyan's encouraging words generously, and he continually encouraged her. Since they had become friends, he naturally wanted to help Xiun as much as possible. With her introverted personality, he aimed to help her build confidence, so she could also become an excellent ninja. After finishing the meal, Xinyan chatted with Akane for a while before preparing to head home. He had already told them not to run around recently, and that they could no longer go to the training ground. Relying on his reputation in the small group, Xinyan believed they wouldn't act foolishly driven by curiosity. Hurrying home, Xinyan pondered that there was still time for a bit more training. Suddenly, he paused, turned around, and an uncontrollable joy surged in his heart. He saw a figure standing on a tree, wearing a kind smile. Grandpa Guji. Xinyan, come out for dinner. In the early morning, Xinyan, still in a dazed state from just waking up, heard the voice of his aunt Uchiha Yanghua mixed with a bit of background noise. Feeling a bit more awake, he put on the clothes by the bedside and walked out of the bedroom, only to see 2 figures, one big and one small. And there's no need for such formality. Seeing this, Xinyan felt somewhat helpless. After laying out the breakfast he had brought, Uchiha Yanghua smiled, turned around, and gently tapped his forehead. That won't do. Today is the day little Xinyan officially becomes a ninja. Chuan has been quite busy lately and specifically asked me to handle this. Once the topic arose, Yanghua began to chatter with various reminders. All right. Seeing this, Xinyan wisely closed his mouth and enjoyed this care. Although his parents passed away, early Uchiha Chuan and his wife perfectly filled that role, always showing concern and treating him as their own son. Though chatty, this feeling was unexpectedly pleasant. Brother. Big brother is going to be a ninja now. At this moment, the little one next to him grabbed a forehead protector and rushed towards him, running quickly on his short legs, but hit a chair and stumbled into his arms. Shursue, be careful. Picking up the little one, Xinyan first offered a word of advice, then pinched his chubby little face. Indeed, this child is Uchiha Chuan, and Uchiha Yanghua's child, Uchiha Shursue. After the battle with the cloud, Shinobi Xinyang's life returned to tranquility, with no significant events occurring. He spent his days training with Might Guy or practicing with the old ones after returning to the village, occasionally gathering with their little group. Whenever his busy uncle had some free time, Xinjiang would take his grandfather's manual to ask questions. The elders in the family practiced the same root techniques, so their guidance was thorough and significantly deepened his understanding of ninjutsu. Unknowingly, more than 2 years passed, and the brief time of the Ninja Academy was about to come to an end. During these 2 years, many things occurred in the ninja world, but they had not caused much upheaval in Xinjiang's life. There were really only 2 significant events to mention. Firstly, the birth of Uchiha Shursui, which meant that Xinjiang gained another family member. Moreover, he would become a great help in the future. However, he never expected that the famous Shunshin Shursui seemed a bit slow-witted as a child. Watching the little one in his arms holding the ninja forehead protector and swaying his head, Xinjiang couldn't help but fall into contemplation. The gap in temperament is quite large. I should buy a camera in a few days to record this. He, imagining how Shursui would look at the photos in the future, Xinjiang squinted his eyes and chuckled. If children aren't meant to play within, they hold no meaning. The second matter is relatively serious. Konoha's wife, Fong Hatake Tsukumo, committed suicide some time ago. When the news spread, it caused a great sensation. Hatake Tsukumo, a legendary figure in the ninja world feared by all major ninja villages, ended up in such a fate. This is the decision of Konoha's higher-ups. When Xinjiang heard this news for the first time, he could only sigh deeply, then realized that the time until war broke out was drawing near. He remembered that in the same year Tsukumo committed suicide, the third Kazekage would also go missing, leading to the Sand Village declaring war on Konoha, igniting the flames of the Third Ninja World War. What's wrong? Our little genius is worried too. A teasing voice pulled Xinjiang back to reality, with his aunt's face bearing a playful expression. Unlike other children, Xinjiang had always shown great maturity, requiring little supervision. Especially after Shursui was born, Uchiha Chuan and his wife realized how easygoing Xinjiang was. Thus, they treated Xinjiang like an adult, allowing him to make his own decisions. While it indeed made things easier, it was quite hard to see him face difficulties, leaving them feeling rather unaccomplished. So when Uchiha Yanghua saw Xinjiang frowning, her first reaction was surprisingly happiness, followed by a desire to see the excitement. Looking speechlessly at his aunt, Xinjiang began to focus on eating. Both his uncle and aunt were great, but when he made a fool of himself or encountered unsolvable problems, they would both laugh with great delight. If it weren't for their usual genuine concern, he might have thought someone had taken over their bodies. Unaware of their thoughts, Xinjiang quickly finished his breakfast and began to pack his gear. Ninja tool, pouch, storage, scroll, short sword. Oh, and a ninja forehead protector. After tying the forehead protector that Shursui had laboriously passed to him around his forehead, Xinjiang was ready to head out. Today was the graduation ceremony and class division ceremony. And I'm heading out. Shursui, see you tonight. Alright, be careful. After saying goodbye to Uchiha Yanghua, who was holding Shursui, Xinjiang headed towards the ninja school. Soon he arrived at the school gate. After learning the shadow clone technique, Xinjiang had not personally come to school since. To avoid any mishaps, the clone's activities had always been around the classroom. So now he surprisingly felt a bit unfamiliar with the place. This graduation ceremony was special, likely the largest, because they were not graduating normally, but graduating early. Not just this class, but students aged 8 and older would participate in the graduation ceremony to become ninjas ahead of schedule. As for why the village made this decision, it was probably to anticipate certain events. They would train them for a while in preparation for what was to come. The training field, unlike the empty appearance in his memory, was now filled with people arranged like squads waiting for the Hokage to come on stage to deliver the graduation speech. Danzo, do we really have to reach this point? They are the future hope of the village. Looking at the sea of people below, most of whom were still children, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the teaching building hesitated. Hiruzen, now is not the time for hesitation. Recently, the third Kazekage has gone missing, and the Sand Village clearly suspects we are behind it. Now the power is in the hands of Chiyo and Hayashi, and this war is inevitable. Facing his friend's rhetorical question, Danzo coldly stated this fact. After all, he was an experienced veteran in the ninja world for decades, and he could see this clearly. Kiyo's son and daughter-in-law all died at the hands of Konoha, and she would not miss any opportunity for revenge against Konoha. The last time the Sand Shinobi also lost to Konoha. Family grudges and national hatred combined with the internal conflicts caused by the Kazekage's disappearance. If it were him, he would also take the initiative to start a war. A war is unavoidable. Moreover, the Root has reported intelligence that Awagakure and Kumogakure have been quite active lately, and all of it is aimed at Konoha. Looking at his old friend's expression, Danzo added another statement shattering his illusions. After decades of friendship, with just a frown, he knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Undoubtedly, it was about being soft-hearted. After being Hokage for so many years, could he not see the current situation? Indeed, handing the position of Hokage to that monkey was a mistake. He was the one most suited to be Hokage. Sai, everything is for Konoha. Mumbling this phrase as if comforting Sarutobi Hiruzen, he straightened his clothes and walked downstairs. Hello, students. I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. To me, Konohagakure is more than just an organization. It is a place that births and nurtures many ninjas every year who then fight and often die to protect what they cherish. The people of this village, even without blood ties, are my most important family. The shadow of fire will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout wherever leaves dance the fire. On the high platform in front of the training ground stood a middle-aged man clad in a red Hokage robe, wearing the Hokage hat, speaking confidently. This was Zenya's first time seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance since his travels. Unlike the kind old man he would become in the future at 50, he still retained the oppressive aura of someone who had long held power. Though often jokingly referred to as the strongest fire shadow, it must be admitted that Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of 5 elemental ninjutsu, with the title Professor of Ninjas, possesses formidable strength. In his prime, he was regarded as the strongest ninja of his time. Even though he is no longer at his peak, he remains among the most powerful in the ninja world. However, his words were no different from those in the future. Every sentence revolved around Konoha and the will of fire, inspiring fervor and passion among the students below. Yet upon closer examination, it became evident that after speaking for so long, there was nothing of substance, only empty rhetoric. Newly graduated students, lacking social experience, were easily swayed. After listening for a couple of sentences, Xinjiang shook his head. The early period of the Third Great Ninja War marked the last glorious era of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though powerful, his personality did not quite suit the position of Hokage. He was often too lenient with people, which frequently led to errors. Currently, he could still barely suppress his subordinates, preventing them from harboring ill intentions. However, as his strength waned in the future, he would easily compromise and allow Danzo to commit numerous mistakes. After symbolically shouting a couple of times with the crowd to prove he was not an outlier, Xinjiang ceased to pay attention to the succession of official statements from the platform. Instead, he quietly observed the numerous ninjas surrounding him. Because right after this graduation ceremony would be the class division ceremony, the jonin assigned to tasks in the village had come nearby, along with a number of onlookers, making the crowd particularly large. A glance to the side revealed 3 conspicuous figures lazily standing there: a lecherous man with white hair, whose gaze occasionally drifted toward the blonde woman beside him. The type of person he despises most is someone who steals glances. One must be straightforward in life. Following the direction of the man's gaze, Xinjiang's pupils suddenly dilated. He had misjudged someone. It wasn't my military will that was weak, it was mainly that the enemy's strength was too overwhelming. He quickly retracted his gaze, glancing past the last cold-looking man. They were none other than the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha, the great Jiraiya Princess Tsunade, and the cold Orochimaru. Among the ninjas of Konoha's generation, the only one who could consistently overshadow these 3 was the late White Fang, Hatake Sakomo. It was widely believed in the village that the future 4th Hokage would emerge from among these 3. Looking further back, a man with blonde hair was playfully scratching his head while facing a red-haired woman with a sheepish smile. He must be Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. There were also the likes of Yuhi Kurinai Yamashiro, Aoi, and many other jonin whose names Xinjiang couldn't even pronounce, making for a truly grand assembly. The saying that Konoha produces geniuses is not an empty boast. Every age group could find representative figures without the gap seen in other villages. After observing, Xinjiang's gaze inexplicably drifted back to where he had just looked. However, this time it did not go smoothly. Before he could reach the waist level, a hand suddenly shot out and a wave of pain followed. Xinjiang, what are you planning to look at? Hiss. Taking a sharp breath, he turned to face the girl in front of him with a somewhat dangerous smile. At this moment, Xinjiang could only sheepishly scratch his head. Kurinai, weren't you listening to the Hokage speaking? With her hands behind her back, Yuhi Kurinai had a scrutinizing expression. The Hokage's speech was too boring. I turned around and saw Xinjiang's actions. The cabbage has grown crooked. Watching Kurinai getting playful, Xinjiang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had started guiding them early on to prevent Kurinai and her friends from becoming loyal supporters of the Hokage. He revealed many dark deeds done by Konoha's higher-ups, while teaching them that the village is not merely a village of the elite, but a village shared by all its citizens. This caused the grand image of Sarutobi Hiruzen that he had crafted in their hearts to collapse. Therefore, they now viewed all of the Hokage's words with skepticism and no longer believed them blindly. This shift in thought was positive. At least they wouldn't be sold out while helping to count the money. However, he never expected that it would backfire on him. Kurinai, you have to listen to my defense. No, you listen. Before Xinjiang could finish speaking, a hand covered his mouth. Do you like Tsunadesima, Zenyankin? Seeing no sign of anger on Kurinai's face, Xinjiang instinctively nodded. Such grand proportions are appealing to any man. Suddenly realizing he had committed a major taboo, Xinjiang hurriedly shook his head vigorously. So Zenyankin likes this type, huh? Kurenai examined the distant blonde beauty seriously, then looked back at herself, recalling the secret technique she had found among her mother's belongings. I will start training tomorrow. Orochimaru, I heard you've recently taken on an apprentice. It wouldn't be my beloved disciple that has provoked you, would it? Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, who had been punched by Tsunade for peeking, felt no embarrassment at all and turned to his comrade beside him. Idiot. Just those two simple words caused Jiraiya's smile to freeze instantly. You. Without paying any attention to what the noisy guy was saying, Orochimaru reminisced about the event from a few days ago, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. I will raise Kurenai well. This was his final promise to his once reliable aide. It seems Orochimaru has found a good disciple. Tsunade noticed Orochimaru's change in expression and rarely smiled, feeling happy for her companion. Since the deaths of Shinosuke and Dan, her mood had not just been low, Orochimaru had also become more reclusive, often hiding away in the basement. Having a disciple to accompany him is good. It prevents him from becoming too repressed. Then I will take good care of Shernan. Once this stabilizes, I will take her away from Konoha. Seeing that his companions were unusually quiet, Jiraiya couldn't help but stop. For a moment, the three legendary ninjas of the ninja world fell into a silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After a long wait, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally concluded his long-winded speech, and the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Xinjiang also sincerely clapped, hoping to dissolve the gathering soon and move on to the next segment. Compared to this speech, he was clearly more interested in the assigned guiding teachers and companions. Although he had some guesses, he still held onto a sense of anticipation until the results were revealed. All right, everyone, please return to your respective classes. Your guiding Jonin will arrive soon. After Sarutobi Hiruzen descended from the platform, the school leaders immediately stepped forward to announce the class division process. Xinjiang, who do you think our teacher will be? In the classroom, Xinjiang looked at Hong, who was anxiously holding his hand and couldn't help but smile. What's wrong? Is Hong nervous too? Despite the obedient appearance in front of him, Hong was entirely different outside, exuding the aura of a future heroine. Among the three of them, she was undoubtedly the leader. You're still laughing. Seeing Xinjiang teasing her at such a moment, Hong pinched his hand in discontent, puffing out her cheeks. Aren't you worried about being separated into different classes? We're all Jonin anyway, and besides, your current strength isn't weak. The difference isn't significant. Xinjiang couldn't help but feel playful. It was rare to see Hong like this. She looked quite adorable. The guiding teachers for the elite class would be personally assigned by the Hokage and would all be Jonin, which has always been the rule. This was because the students in the elite class were either exceptionally talented or descendants of powerful ninja clans or strong ninjas. Holding this group of people in hand was equivalent to grasping the future power of Konohagakure. As the leader of village, it was crucial to manage such matters tightly. What if we're not placed in the same class? Why not ask Lord Jinhong for help? While continuing to tease her, Xinjiang understood in his heart. After 2 years of his training, Hong's strength had already reached the level of a genin, much stronger than in the original work. How could she worry about being separated into classes? It turned out she was worried about this. Indeed, he had a rough idea in his mind and hadn't seriously considered this aspect, but Hong was completely unaware of it. Seeing the young girl's conflicted expression, Xinjiang spoke slowly. Don't worry, I will be placed in the same group. Oh. Hong looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. This was decided by the Hokage. How could Xinjiang influence the outcome? The now more mature Hong was no longer as ignorant as before. Thus, she understood the difficulties behind this matter, especially for Xinjiang, who belonged to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were not well regarded in the village, which was not a secret to those who were aware of high-level decisions. Although many people didn't harbor ill feelings towards the Uchiha, after all, any ninja who had been on the battlefield knew how comfortable it was to have an Uchiha member as a teammate. However, the overarching direction was there, and at least on the surface, one had to closely follow the leaders. This was what her father Jinhong had told her. Upon learning that the ninja school would graduate early, Jinhong had shared a lot of knowledge about the ninja world with his daughter, both inside and outside the village, to prevent her from encountering unexpected situations due to information gaps. Just wait a moment, Xinjiang said, nothing more, reassuring her to sit in her place and wait. Asuma Hibiki, come with me. Before long, a ninja suddenly appeared in the classroom, coming in to take away Asuma Hibiki and a girl. 2 boys and 1 girl. It was indeed the classic Konoha class separation combination. It seemed as if they had arranged it beforehand, and soon more people came in one after another. Mori no Ibi, Ki, come with me. Ninpu, Reijin Jutsu, come with me. The people taken away were not always an entire team. Sometimes only 1 or 2 would be taken. Perhaps several generations of ninjas graduated at the same time, allowing for more reasonable combinations. The Jonin came very frequently, and the number of students in the classroom quickly decreased. Until only the 2 of them were left, Hong finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and prepared to speak. Old man, I shouldn't be too late, right? At that moment, a voice came from outside the door, interrupting her movement. A ninja carrying a large pot walked in slowly. I chatted with Hizashi for a while. Oh, I kept you waiting for a bit too long, right? Huh. The casual tone of Uchiha contained information that stirred up a storm in Hong's heart. Hizashi. Could it be? She clearly remembered that the name of the current Hokage was Sarutobi Hizashi. Thank you, Grandpa Uchiha. Although she had already been informed in advance, seeing his ever-gentle smile, Xinjiang still couldn't hide his moved expression. This was indeed their class, guiding Jonin. Maruhoshi Uchiha. As for why such a situation occurred, it had to start from earlier. Are you saying you plan to be the guiding Jonin for Uchiha Xinjiang? Inside the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hizashi spoke with surprise. This friend, who usually lived on the edge of the village, unexpectedly came to see him just to bring some unexpected news. I met Xinjiang, who was training a long time ago. Spending time with him, I found him to be an exceptional child, and he is also a descendant of Kagami. In the face of the question, Maruhoshi Uchiha calmly stated his reasons. Old people become wise. Sarutobi Hizashi immediately discerned the deeper meaning in his words. This meant that Uchiha valued the child himself more than the identity he represented. That was intriguing. After squinting his eyes, Sarutobi Hizashi began to recall memories of Uchiha Xinjiang. He had some impression of the person who had defeated his son. Since entering the ninja school, he had always been the top of the elite class. Indeed, he was quite outstanding, but it seemed insufficient to earn the recognition of this friend. You think so highly of this child. Recently, with numerous trivial matters, Sarutobi Hizashi didn't think much and directly asked. Of course, this was because the other party was Maruhoshi Uchiha. If it were someone else, he would have to think carefully. If we talk about those who love the village, Sarutobi Hizashi could name a large number. But if asked who loves the village the most purely in his heart, that person would be Uchiha. Based on his trust in Uchiha, he prepared to listen to his opinion. He has the potential to become the next Uchiha. This simple statement caused Sarutobi Hizashi's pupils to constrict in surprise as he looked at his friend in astonishment. The implications of this statement were significant. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Kagami. After a long time, Sarutobi Hizashi took out the class allocation list from the drawer and crossed out Uchiha Xinjiang's name from a team. Is there anything else I need to do? Form a class with Uchiha Xinjiang, Hinata Hong, and Mike Guy. Alright, but if you're to be the guiding teacher, your identity needs to change to avoid raising objections from others in the village. Okay, the conversation between the two became extremely concise. Just 2 minutes later, Sarutobi Hizashi began handling official duties again. Recently, the Sand Ninja had been restless, and various news kept coming back from the border, increasing the burden on him significantly. Every day was filled with such a busy life. As for Uchiha Xinjiang's matters, he chose to completely let go this time. His friend, who had not wished to advance for decades, chose to become a jonin for this, which was enough to put his mind at ease. It's alright, this old man can't be a lower ninja forever. In the classroom, Uchiha looked at the young boy in front of him with satisfaction, who had grown considerably over the past 2 years, now reaching his chest. With that expression, anyone who doesn't know might think I've gotten into trouble. Quickly hide it, we haven't finished yet. He patted Xinjiang on the shoulder and walked out the door. Remembering there was still one guy who might still be in a daze, Xinjiang couldn't help but laugh, with Hong following closely behind, looking perplexed. At this moment, looking at the empty surroundings, even someone as optimistic as Kai felt something was amiss. Where was the supervising teacher? Could it be that they forgot him? A few minutes later, seeing Kai sitting beside him with a dejected expression, Xinjiang tried hard to suppress his laughter. Ha ha. But he ultimately couldn't hold it in, and just thinking about Kai making such an expression made him want to laugh. As soon as the sound escaped, Kai's face darkened. Xinjiang, this guy, had him trembling in the classroom, waiting. Now he's actually laughing. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win right now, he would definitely make him pay. Choosing to selectively forget the fact that he used to be unable to beat Xinjiang, Kai tried to comfort himself. In a corner of the rooftop, Uchiha happily watched the banter and bickering between the two, as if he were seeing his younger self. Such vitality. For him, nothing was more beautiful than watching the younger ninjas in the village grow gradually. Young people are the hope for the future. As a member of the older generation, he would protect them and inspire them to become the pillars of the future. Where the leaves danced, the fire also burned endlessly, and the flames would continue to illuminate the village, allowing the newly sprouted leaves to grow. The unique spirit of Konohagakure was fully displayed in Uchiha. This is the true will of fire. The purest, untainted will of fire. Nice to meet you. I am your supervising Jonin Maruhoshi Uchiha, skilled in water style, ninjutsu, illusion techniques, and swordsmanship. What I love is watching Konohagakure flourish, and I hate those who harm the village. After a while, Uchiha gathered the three of them for self-introductions. Since he had become their supervising teacher, they still needed to follow this process. Understanding the specific situations of the team members carefully would help avoid problems during future missions. Xinjiang and the others exchanged glances, hesitating briefly. Is it really necessary to introduce ourselves? As good friends, everyone basically knows each other's situations. Xinjiang, it's your turn. Please introduce yourself. Seeing through their thoughts, Gu Jia directly pointed out Xinjiang. You little kids know each other well. Although Gu Jia knew that Shi Yuhong and Mike Kai were friends of Xinjiang, he only knew their names. After being reminded, Xinjiang quickly reacted, thought through his words, and began to speak. My name is Uchiha Xinjiang. I will be 10 in 2 months. My specialties are illusion techniques and taijutsu. I love eating barbecue and Ichiraka ramen, and I'm also Hong. The introduction was quite normal until the last sentence, which made Shi Yuhong blush fiercely, and Gu Jia looked at the two with a teasing gaze. Being young is wonderful. What nonsense are you talking about? Under the gaze of others, Hong instinctively wanted to defend herself, but her voice trailed off until it was inaudible. Hello, teacher, Gu Jia. I am Shi Yuhong, the same age as Xinjiang. My specialty is illusion techniques, and I dislike cakes, but I love eating wasabi octopus. And Xinjiang. After mumbling for a while, Hong turned to Gu Jia. They were very familiar with each other, so this segment was mainly for the supervising teacher to get to know them. Even though her face turned red again as she spoke, Shi Yuhong still chose a similar introduction to Xinjiang's. Hong, what a lovely child. Next it's Kai's turn. Xinjiang clearly saw that after Hong finished speaking, Gu Jia's smile became noticeably gentler. Kai's introduction was much simpler, summarizing in just 2 words youth. It perfectly matched his characteristics. After the class division, the whole day was generally spent getting to know. However, everyone from the teacher to teammates had a deep connection with Xinjiang, making this segment unusually quick. Well then, that concludes today's matters. Everyone go home and rest well. Tomorrow we will start executing missions. Soon Gu Jia issued his first order as a teacher, and Xinjiang and the others each returned home. Embracing a longing for the life of a ninja, the night passed in a flash. Early the next morning, their newly formed team arrived at the entrance of the mission center in Kanagacore. Since none of them were orphans of the Hokage or Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, they naturally did not have the qualifications to directly receive missions from the Hokage's office. They could only honestly go through the proper channels. Eagerly walking in to browse the missions, Hong's face was undoubtedly filled with disappointment. As for the specific reason, recently graduated ninja school students could only take on some safer drank missions to acclimatize. For example, catching cats, picking up garbage, cleaning public toilets. Seeing these missions, her vision instantly shattered. Who issued these missions? Asking a ninja to clean toilets, is there something wrong? All the above tasks are issued by the Hokage building. Well, then it's nothing. The imagined soaring rooftops and the dazzling style of taking on 10 opponents all vanished, leaving only the in turn lower ninja, Shi Yuhong, akin to a salted fish. Don't you guys feel disappointed? Seeing Hong's doubts, Xinjiang couldn't help but laugh. Since he had anticipated this in advance, he was able to accept it more easily. After all, even the luxurious lineup of Team 7 would have to do several days of drank missions, indicating that this step could not be skipped. As for Kai, there was no need to say more might die usually did these tasks, and he sometimes helped speed up the process, so he was already accustomed to it. After comforting Hong, Xinjiang ultimately chose a task to help villagers with planting. Compared to the previous labor tasks, he preferred this type of task. At least he could learn how to plant seeds. According to the task description, there was a river nearby, which would be perfect for catching some grilled fish after exercise. The entire day passed in this manner, feeling somewhat tedious compared to training. But once he truly understood the knowledge of planting, it turned out to be quite enjoyable. There's a saying, if you can't resist it, then just close your eyes and lie down to enjoy. No, rather it's about accepting it calmly. Just like now. Xinjiang, come on, let's see who can plant more. The loser will be responsible for dinner later. Hong was excitedly toting seedlings back and forth in the rice field. Initially looking displeased, she transformed into this lively figure after hearing the villagers' gratitude. Xinjiang responded with a smile and walked back into the field. 2 hours later, he sat by the riverbank waiting for dinner. His original plan was to cook for himself, but alas, he had a playful little girl. And yet he found it quite relaxing. The following days were as monotonous as ever, with the trio continuously tackling drank missions for a week. Until today, they were finally informed by the mission center's supervisor that they had passed the ninja adjustment period and could take on higher crank missions. This news undoubtedly made the 3 feel very happy. After doing such menial tasks for so long, even Xinjiang, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel bored. Flipping through the available tasks, one caught his eye. Drive away the beasts north of the village. Unlike the risk-free drank tasks, crank missions carried the potential for injury, and driving away fierce beasts was among the simpler ones. Considering he had 2 teammates who had yet to see combat, Xinjiang ultimately chose to play it safe. He summarized 3 factors for selecting tasks, which he used to evaluate their pros and cons. First, prioritize tasks near the village, as a war was likely to break out soon, and tasks too far from the village could lead to unforeseen consequences which were best avoided. Second, the enemies involved in the task should preferably be beasts or rogue ninjas, avoiding situations where small threats escalate into larger problems. Third, the enemy's strength should be appropriate, allowing the team to gain experience. In simpler terms, it should involve fewer problems and be close to home while also providing opportunities for training. Of course, with benefits come drawbacks. Tasks that meet the above criteria would have lower rewards compared to other crank missions, such as serving as merchant guards or escorting confidential documents to the daimyo's residence. However, Xinjiang and his companions were not in need of money. Kai had his own means, and Hong was essentially a little wealthy lady. This was quite comfortable. They could freely choose missions as they pleased. Thus, this task fully met all of Xinjiang's conditions. Handing the mission list to the two, Xinjiang pointed at the description above and asked, "What do you think of this mission? If you feel it's suitable, I'll take it." After a brief glance at the description, Hong responded first. "No problem, Xinjiang, it's up to you." Kai followed closely, saying, "Me too." They received the mission and registered it with the staff. Xinjiang and his team wasted no time and promptly headed to the mission site. In fact, doing drank missions was not without its benefits. At the very least, they had become much more agile. There were tasks where if one didn't act quickly, they would be left laughing at how impossible it was to finish. After a week, each of them had become quite nimble, exhibiting some true ninja flair. Soon they arrived at their destination. Here, the plains met the forest. After asking the person who posted the mission, they learned that this area was entirely rented out by others for raising livestock. Tisk tisk, rich people. Recently, beasts had been attacking the livestock after coming from the other side of the forest. The task's requirement was to drive them out of the raised area and protect the livestock from attacks to complete the mission. In reality, these kinds of beasts were not easy to deal with, as they had tasted the sweetness of their prey and were likely to return even if driven away. The optimal method would be to capture or hunt them down. However, the person who posted the task saw that they were all children and knew they were fresh graduates from the academy, so he only briefly mentioned it and didn't hold much hope. They just needed to drive the beasts away to alleviate the immediate crisis and let other adult ninjas help clear them out next time. One couldn't blame him for this idea, mainly because the beasts in the world of Naruto were somewhat different. Just like the beasts in the Forest of Death during the Chunin exams, they were a bit larger and stronger. If a person stood next to them, they would look like a dessert after a meal. It was precisely for this reason that it became a crank mission, otherwise the rewards and contribution points would be too easy to obtain. Even if they wanted to, the Hokage would not allow it. Completing a mission not only grants the base reward, but also corresponding contribution points. In Konoha, the value of contribution points was not less than money and might even be more important. Firstly, contribution points can be exchanged for ninjutsu, which is the only legitimate channel to acquire ninjutsu aside from being taught by others in the village. Secondly, they affect a ninja's promotion. A ninja's strength does not have obvious boundaries. It is mainly categorized by titles into Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. The treatment enjoyed by each title varies. Once someone has sufficient strength, they can apply for a promotion in the village, and after their contribution points meet the requirements, they can complete the promotion through an exam. Contribution points can be seen as the actual experience of that ninja. The higher the value, the richer the experience, which makes passing promotions easier. Thus, the mission center cannot make mistakes in this regard. Let's search separately. This way, we can be more efficient. Stay safe. Since the beasts were hidden in the forest and their exact locations were unknown, Xinjiang and his companions did not want to waste time waiting idly. So they each set off in different directions to explore. Their strength was sufficient to handle the beasts, so they had the confidence to do this. Before leaving, Xinjiang created a shadow clone to stay behind, guarding against any surprise attacks that could jeopardize the mission. Not long after entering the forest, Xinjiang used his powerful perception ability to locate one of their targets. A large tiger about 2 to 3 meters tall. In front of it, Xinjiang looked like a toy. The tiger had not yet noticed Xinjiang's arrival, basking in the sun, with squinted eyes, looking rather leisurely. At its feet lay some remains with traces of meat. Seeing the large tiger, Xinjiang's first thought was that he would need to negotiate for more money. Ordinary beasts, though large, would not reach this size. This exceeded the scope of the task. What a pleasant surprise. This kind of beast already had the value of being cultivated as a summoning beast, so the difficulty of the task would naturally be raised a notch. Summoning beasts were highly sought after in Konoha, as the renowned Sannin each had a unique summoning beast gaining fame on the battlefield. Moreover, the summoning technique was quite easy to learn, allowing for a quick establishment of combat power, resulting in a high demand for summoning beasts in the market. Such a large creature could fetch a hefty price. Looks like I can't kill it now. Xinjiang immediately changed his initial thought and began to observe the creature closely. Although he had money, one couldn't live off their savings indefinitely. It was a good opportunity to replenish his little vault. Perhaps because he was eyeing the tiger back and forth, it sensed him, opened its eyes, and immediately flipped over, staring angrily. Roar! Just then, Xinjiang felt the sky darken slightly as the tiger pounced at him. Had your brain gone to sleep? Dodging the tiger's leap, Xinjiang instantly appeared on a tree. Earth-style rising earth technique. As chakra was consumed, the ground beneath the tiger began to shift, and a pillar of earth emerged from below, striking precisely at its soft belly. Whoa! Accompanied by a mournful cry, Xinjiang seemed to see tears springing from its eyes. Although Xinjiang's chakra was not of the earth attribute, making his ninjutsu slightly weaker, it was still terrifying for the tiger. This level of power is just enough to hurt this guy. Watching the tiger's reaction, Xinjiang's hands began to multiple rising earth techniques. The tiger, hurled away by the ninjutsu, crashed heavily to the ground, crushing a large patch of shrubbery. Roar! Shaking its slightly dazed head, the tiger stood up staring at Xinjiang, as if facing a formidable enemy, emitting a series of low growls. At that moment, the ground began to tremble again, far more violently than before, making it even more vigilant. This time, Xinjiang's release of ninjutsu was not fast. Since he did not intend to kill this special tiger, he needed to carefully control the output of his chakra. Otherwise, he would be losing nothing but silver bills. He had already regarded this big fellow as a trophy. Before the ninjutsu was released, the previously domineering tiger flattened, its front paws resting its head on the ground like a docile large orange cat. Seeing the big cat adopt a submissive posture, Xinjiang couldn't help but be amused. This guy seemed quite intimidating, yet turned out to be a cowardly tiger. This is good, it saves trouble. Xinjiang stopped the chakra input, and the ground immediately calmed down. Feeling the change in the surrounding environment, the large orange cat visibly breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed its body. With Xinjiang's keen observation, he naturally took note of its changes, slightly stunned. This guy, did he just... From this indication, it seemed even more surprising than he had imagined. Some wild animals could occasionally learn to use chakra, greatly enhancing their physical abilities and qualifying them to become summoning beasts. However, he had never heard of such a big fellow being able to perceive the fluctuations of chakra immediately without any training. This ability was typically possessed only by summoning beasts from the 3 great sacred lands. Woo! The large orange cat darted in front of Xinjiang, lowered its head to rub against him, displaying a pleasing expression. At this point, Xinjiang could completely confirm that his guess was correct. This fellow had a high level of intelligence. With a smirk, Xinjiang said, "Interesting." Reaching out to pat its head, his thoughts shifted, and he directly jumped onto its head. "Let's call you Dahuang. Dahuang, walk over there." Casually naming the large orange cat, he then commanded it to walk in the direction they came from. Since the other party chose to submit, Xinjiang naturally felt free to command it. I must say Dahuang's performance exceeded Xinjiang's expectations. Throughout the journey, he issued various commands, and this big fellow was able to understand and execute them effortlessly. It would indeed be a pity to sell such a smart tiger. However, the problem was that he already had a summoning beast. The Uchiha clan typically chose to sign summoning contracts with the ninja cats led by Granny Cat. Although the ninja cats lacked combat power, the quality of their weapons and ninja tools was excellent, and they possessed unique channels for information. Overall, they provided greater assistance to the Uchiha clan. With the existence of a Sharingan, almost all summoning beasts appeared weak in their eyes. Thus, the Uchiha did not pursue powerful summoning beasts, but instead chose auxiliary summoning beasts like the ninja cats. As a member of the Uchiha, Xinjiang was no exception and had signed a summoning contract early on. Although Dahuang was good, he currently had no intention of acquiring additional summoning beasts. A combat-type summoning beast would fall with just a glance from the Uchihas. I remember that Hong seems to not have a summoning beast. Recalling the plot from the original work, he indeed did not find any scenes of Yugao using summoning techniques, nor did her family have the corresponding inheritance. This large tiger clearly had high potential. With careful nurturing, its strength would surely be remarkable in the future. Since Hong did not have a summoning beast, if she was willing, signing a contract with Dahuang would be a good choice. As for Kai, he had a ninja turtle used for stepping, so Xinjiang did not consider him. With his mind made up regarding the fate of the big fellow, Xinjiang urged it to speed up. Soon they returned to the starting point, waiting for the two to return. Perhaps due to the earlier commotion from the battle. Before long, Hong and Kai hurried back from 2 different directions. "Xinjiang, how's the situation on your end?" Before Hong could finish her sentence, she was stunned, staring directly at the enormous figure beneath Xinjiang. "This fellow is most likely the main culprit behind the attacks on livestock, and I have now tamed it." Xinjiang jumped down to explain, and the large orange cat lay beside Xinjiang, proving the truth of his words. "How was the area you were responsible for?" After a brief exchange, Hong and Kai were left speechless. They had each encountered several wild beasts, thinking they would be the ones to clear the most beasts. But they never expected Xinjiang to subdue such a large tiger. There was simply no comparison. "Xinjiang, next time I'll surpass you. The passion of youth is burning bright." Ignoring Kai's shouting, Xinjiang directly turned to the girl beside him. "Hong, I remember you don't have a summoning beast. How about you contract this big fellow?" Carefully examining the docile large orange cat, Hong's face blossomed with a smile, and without a hint of hesitation she agreed. "Okay." Although she couldn't see any differences between the large orange cat and other summoning beasts, she believed Xinjiang was definitely doing it for her own good. "You should think about it more, silly. Anyway, you wouldn't harm me." Listening to Hong's playful tone, Xinjiang patted her head. Then let's hurry and sign the contract. It can usually stay at the back of my house. Making it a summoning beast before heading back would save the trouble of parading such a large fellow around and attracting attention. Behind Xinyang's house lay a forest belonging to the Uchiha clan. Because most clan members signed contracts with the ninja cats, the area was very spacious, perfectly suitable for the Huang to move around, and there was no fear of it being taken by others. The signing of the summoning contract was very simple, and soon the three returned to the village amidst the gratitude of the client. What remarkable kids at such a young age. Looking at the three small figures, the client couldn't help but sigh. He had thought they would be lucky just to drive off the fierce beast, yet they managed to deal with such a large wild beast. Thinking of the giant tiger he had just seen, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart along with a few more thoughts. Should he send his grandson to the daimyo's residence to learn ninjutsu, not seeking him to reach such heights, but hoping he could at least protect the family business in the future, especially since he had a good relationship with an official allowing the daimyo's guardian ninja to teach him a few techniques. Unaware of the client's complex thoughts, Xinyang and the others had already rushed to the mission center. They presented the notice recognized by the client to the staff and received their mission rewards. For a crank mission, the usual reward fluctuated between 3,000 to 1,000 Rio. Originally, the reward for their task was only 4,000 Rio, but upon encountering the large orange cat, it was raised to 1,000 Rio. Of course, this extra amount was not covered by the mission center, but was increased by the client. The previous notice was proof of the client's willingness to raise the reward. After deducting the 5,000 Rio taken by the village, the three ultimately received 9,500 Rio in silver bills. We've struck it rich. Seeing this sum of money, the three appeared somewhat excited. It's important to note that prior to this, a day's work on a drank mission usually yielded only a few thousand Rio. In comparison, this was like a windfall, with the reward multiplying several times. In a dense forest 30 miles north of my village. Seeing Hong's anxious expression while running, Xinyang approached and comforted. There's no need to be too nervous. They're just a few wandering ninjas who dare to attack civilians. Their strength is not formidable, and as long as you perform normally, we can completely deal with them. Hong nodded and raised her arm, saying, I am not afraid of them. Feeling that the other party was still somewhat tense, but better than before, Xinyang ceased to say more. Facing murder for the first time, tension is a common situation. Once experienced, it becomes easier. To be honest, his own reaction back then was not particularly normal. Before long, they arrived at an unusually quiet village. Sensing the strong smell of blood in the air, Xinyang's heart sank. They were too late. Upon entering the village, chaos reigned inside, with corpses strewn everywhere, haphazardly piled on the ground, and faint sounds of crying could be heard. Reaching out to grab Hong, whose face had clearly turned pale, Xinyang walked towards the sound. We are ninjas from Ayu. Please tell us what the attackers looked like. Xinyang found a few remaining women and children in a cave, and asked, they're all dead, all dead. The surviving woman appeared numb, staring blankly at the forehead protector on Xinyang's head. After a moment, she slightly regained her composure and finally showed a hint of emotion. I don't know, I only know that they killed everyone and left heading in that direction. She pointed in a direction, and as she spoke, her eyes turned to Xinyang with a pleading look. Don't worry, we will avenge you. Thank you. Xinyang first reassured these people, before glancing in the indicated direction, his voice turning cold. Chase. Hong and Kai, already filled with righteous indignation, nodded vigorously. This group of wandering ninjas had gone too far. Slaughtering defenseless civilians was a disgraceful act. For ninjas, tracking is a fundamental skill, and every qualified ninja excels in tracking. Being in Mai, where ninjas are of the highest quality, Xinyang and the others naturally excelled over the wandering ninjas in this regard. It didn't take long for them to find the traces left by the others. A few minutes later, the three arrived at a small creek. After examining the footprints by the creek, Xinyang raised his head and said, there are probably 3 to 5 wandering ninjas consistent with the mission details. Their steps appear somewhat disordered, suggesting they are in a hurry. Upon reaching this conclusion, Xinyang couldn't help but frown. Originally, this mission was taken on the premise that it was a minor task, but judging by the current situation, these wandering ninjas were most likely rogue ninjas from a certain ninja village rather than mere miscellaneous ninjas. What are the odds that they would encounter such a small group? It's not surprising that the background of wandering ninjas is complex. However, encountering rogue ninjas disguised as wandering ninjas near their own village while potentially being hunted is quite alarming. This series of coincidences made Xinyang feel as if he were encountering a special big orange cat again. Is it fate for me to be the protagonist attracting all these troubles? Xinyang cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Who cares? Since they have encountered it, there's nothing more to say. He would definitely send that group of bastards to hell. He simply disliked trouble, not that he lacked the ability to resolve it. Kai, seeing that they had stopped and were no longer moving, couldn't help but urge, Xinyang, what's wrong? Hurry up and chase, or they will escape. Shaking his head, Xinyang pointed to a nearby tree, saying, don't rush a look at the branches of that tree. In an instant, Kai appeared on the branches and crouched down to observe, suddenly noticing that the branches were slightly dislocated. Recalling Xinjiang's words from earlier, he was enlightened. This displacement is caused by high-speed movement. Does this mean there are others looking for them? The traces on the tree and by the creek clearly did not belong to the same group, which made one ponder. Since we took this mission, the village will not send people indicating it is ninjas from elsewhere. I suspect this group of wandering ninjas are rogue ninjas. Xinjiang expressed his deduction to the two, and based on the discovered traces combined with the identity of the wandering ninjas, it was evidently not a random guess. The unforeseen situation undoubtedly left Kai somewhat bewildered. So, what should we do now? When it involves other ninja villages, the severity of the situation escalates, several levels requiring careful consideration. Just proceed as normal. You don't need to worry with me around. Xinjiang confidently gave the two a boost of morale. Months ago, he had already achieved the goals he had set. A few rogue ninjas are nothing he cannot handle. After advancing for a while, the three had to stop again as a group of ninjas engaged in battle appeared ahead. Noticing the arrival of strangers, those involved in the battle ceased hostilities, splitting into two groups and watching them with vigilance. At this moment, Xinjiang and the others also got a clear view of the situation in the field. Both sides were equal in number, with one side comprising 4 masked ninjas identifiable as members of the Suna village's special assassination unit. On the other side were 4 individuals of different appearances, 3 men and 1 woman. Judging by their disheveled appearance, it was clear they had previously been at a disadvantage. The atmosphere between the two sides was tense with hostility. Had Xinjiang and his companions not arrived unexpectedly, the outcome would undoubtedly have been a fight to the death. Ninjas from Iwi are from the Suna villages, currently engaged in the elimination of rogue ninjas. Please leave. The leader among them, seeing that 3 children stood before them, initially breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke in a somewhat threatening tone. Given the proximity to Mai, it was best to be cautious. After resolving these few individuals then, little brother, don't believe them. Once we're dead, you will be next to be eliminated. How about we work together to take them down? One of the group suddenly spoke up. Clearly they 4 could not contend against the 4 and although the power of the 3 appeared trivial, they had to try their best. Seeing Hong and Kai cast inquiring glances, Xinjiang smiled slightly. From the hateful gaze of the member earlier, it was evident that they might indeed resort to such actions. The animosity between Suna village and my village was established during the last Great War, and almost any encounter would result in a battle. However, the rogue ninja's warning was not out of goodwill. If they helped them deal with the their weapons would subsequently be aimed at Xinjiang and the others. At present, it was merely a temporary strategy born of their disadvantage. Moreover, considering the actions these individuals had taken previously, 2 lower ninjas, 4 middle ninjas, and 2 special jounin. Xinjiang surveyed the overall strength of both groups and stated, Hong, leave the 2 lower ninjas to you. I will handle the others. Everyone was still waiting for this kid's response, yet no one expected such a reckless statement. One of the Suna, couldn't help but fly into a rage. Do you want to die, you little brat? He had never seen such an arrogant little kid. Hearing these words, Hong and Kai wasted no time and went straight for the only 2 lower ninjas among the rogue ninjas. This action undoubtedly infuriated all the ninjas present, prompting them to attack the 3. However, considering that there were still enemies lurking nearby, they held back and did not unleash their full power. They merely threw some ninja tools and unleashed low-level ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Faced with a multitude of attacks, Xinjiang's fingers danced as he instantly unleashed a torrent of flames, turning the area ahead into a sea of fire, completely dismantling the Suna ninja's attack. Are you kidding me? Fire release at this level. Please support. Is this really a child? The dark ninja who had previously spoken couldn't help but mutter to himself as he retreated frantically to avoid the scorching waves of fire. Although the people around didn't speak, their expressions revealed that they shared the same doubts. Can this really be a jutsu that a child could unleash? Then they must have been reincarnated as dogs. Does that mean what he said earlier is true? At this moment, given the situation, even if this guy couldn't wipe them all out, at least those targeted wouldn't be able to escape. Realizing this, everyone turned pale. They immediately scattered in all directions, preparing to flee. Are you only just realizing the problem? Seems a bit late, doesn't it? Genjutsu, Shiranui. Apart from the 2 lower ninjas who were occupied, the rest suddenly saw the figure of Xinjiang appear before them. Seeing this scene, Xinjiang felt no surprise. His years at the Ninja Academy were not spent in vain. After a few seconds, expressions of pain and fear surfaced on the faces of those trapped in the illusion. Shiranui. It was a visual type Genjutsu activated by the Sharingan, causing the opponent to feel as if their body was burning in agony. They were now engulfed in the flames of the illusion. The scene was too bizarre. They hadn't expected the situation to change so rapidly, leaving the remaining two lower ninjas in shock. Xinjiang turned to look. Taking advantage of the two's moment of distraction, Hong and Kai had already charged forward. Due to their age, their chakra reserves were undoubtedly inferior to their opponents. Thus, they engaged in close combat right away, giving the opponent no chance to perform jutsu. In an instant, kunai clashed, and fists and feet met. Although they were lower ninjas, the two rogue ninjas from Sunagakure clearly possessed considerable combat experience, executing each move with lethal precision and murderous intent. However, as time passed, they were horrified to discover that something was off. Since the battle had reached a fever pitch, the strength of these two had been steadily increasing. From initially being able to suppress their opponents, they had now fallen to the disadvantage. It felt as if they were being used as sharpening stones. Yet there was currently no way to break free. They could not defeat them now, they could only rely on their captain. Fire released Peony Blossom Claw Technique. Xinjiang formed the hand signs for the Peony Blossom Fire Technique, igniting flames on a shuriken, which flew like scattered peony blossoms towards the figures on the ground. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed, continuously shaking the ground. How was this possible? When the smoke cleared, the two rogue ninjas were left dumbfounded. The bodies of those struck were charred with a shuriken embedded in their vital areas, clearly indicating they wouldn't survive. The two captains who had led them this far along with the relentless assassination squad had easily perished at the hands of... This was too easy. Looking at Xinjiang, who stood on the tree, with an unperturbed demeanor, the rogue ninjas dropped their weapons, standing dejectedly in place. How do we fight this? With the death of the others, they could see no possibility of victory. Hong Kai, take care. This display of utter hopelessness was hardly useful as a sharpening stone. It would be better to get rid of them quickly, so they could return for their reward. Wait, don't kill us, I know a secret. Unexpectedly, before they could say anything, one was already panicking, his expression continuously shifting before finally speaking. Well, let's hear it then. Realizing that these two still had some value to exploit, Xinjiang waved his hand, signaling to halt their actions. You have to promise to let us go first. Do you have the qualifications to negotiate now? If you don't speak, someone else will. Not following the script the rogue ninja had in mind, Xinjiang coldly replied. HM. At these words, the rogue ninja turned his head and saw the complex expression on his companion's face, his mouth curling into a bitter smile. Lord Third Kazekage has gone missing. His opening line was a bombshell. Continue. Aren't you surprised? What a strange person. The rogue ninja observed Xinjiang's still calm expression, secretly mocking him while hastening his narration. Soon Xinjiang understood the entire sequence of events. Recently, the third Kazekage, the highest authority of Sunagakure, had disappeared without explanation. Initially, the other high-ranking officials of the village chose to conceal it to maintain stability. However, with the Kazekage not showing up for a long time, people began to notice the anomaly. As time passed without any news, it could almost be considered a death. The suspicion that a village leader had been assassinated caused a stir, leading to internal strife and power struggles. The reason these individuals became rogue ninjas was that their faction's leader had fallen into a vortex of power struggles and was plotted against and killed, resulting in their loyal subordinates being purged. Only a few managed to escape. That's all I know. Can we leave now? Seeing that the three remained silent, the rogue ninja cautiously probed. Xinjiang came back to his senses, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. What does it feel like to be in a state of utter despair without the power to resist? You are not trustworthy. I don't recall ever agreeing to your terms. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two turned pale, and they immediately retreated, preparing to escape. Yamazaki Taku was one of the lower ninjas. At that moment, he couldn't dare to look back, only daring to bury his head and run forward. That child was simply a demon. Strangely, Xinjiang and the others did not pursue. However, he had no time to ponder the reasons behind this, and seized the opportunity to flee frantically. His figure darted through the forest. Until he exhausted the last bit of his physical strength, he was forced to find a hidden tree hollow to rest. At this point, he realized that his companions had unknowingly separated from him. Forget it, I need to look after myself first. In the current situation, escaping was an issue in itself. He couldn't think too much. Everyone could only resign themselves to fate. Everyone, let's kill this guy who slaughtered our village. Before he could catch his breath, he was stunned to find a group of armed villagers surrounding him. He was spotted. Impossible, how could he be found by a group of ordinary people? A vague sense of unease began to creep in, but there was no time to think more. The group charged at him. You bunch of powerless fools dare to attack me. Unable to defeat that strange child, could he not handle a group of ordinary people? Cling! He drew two kunai and clashed them together, bending his knees to leap towards the tree. Although he was very exhausted now, as long as he occupied the high ground, these guys would become live targets. A bunch of overconfident fools. A smile crept onto his lips as he envisioned the ensuing slaughter. What happened? The fantasy shattered at the first moment. His body still stopping in place. Yamazaki Taku's smile slowly faded. He couldn't jump up a tree. With a thought, he quickly considered a possibility and began to channel the chakra within him. As expected, nothing happened. He felt no trace of chakra, and his body was reduced to the level of an ordinary. Kill this guy. At this moment, the villagers were already upon him, and Yamazaki Taku's eyes were filled. Listening to the agonizing cries of the two traitorous ninjas before him, Zhen Yang finally felt a bit relieved. Illusion technique Netherworld apparition. This illusion technique materializes each individual's fears, making them feel as if they are reality. In other words, the greater the fear in the target's heart, the stronger the impact of this technique, causing the opponent to see the images they fear the most and strike at their psyche. Long before fleeing, the two had entered the illusion crafted by Zhen Yang, reversing the scenes of their massacre upon the village back onto themselves, letting them experience the despair of the villagers at that time. Then let Hong and Kai send them off from this world. Thus, this mission has been successfully completed. How do you feel? Noticing something off in Hong's expression, Zhen Yang patted her on the back, inquiring. I'm fine. Hong shook her pale face, feeling a bit unaccustomed to killing for the first time, hesitatingly asked, should we report the information about the possible death of the third Kazekage to the village? Rubbing her head, Zhen Yang pointedly asked, do you remember that teacher Uchiha was called to attend a meeting today? Xia Hong nodded, then suddenly realized. You mean the village already knows? Of course, if even these genin know about it, then the village has no reason to remain unaware. As the leading village among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha's intelligence capabilities cannot be underestimated. If Zhen Yang's guess is correct, the Jonin meeting held this morning was likely for the village to notify about this matter. Uchiha attended the meeting due to his promotion to Jonin, which is also why only the 3 of them executed this mission. Of course, there is a reason to trust them to take on missions alone. The threshold for Jonin is too high and the number is too scarce, making large-scale mobilization inconvenient. Therefore, Konoha established the special Jonin position during the last war. This position is designated for ninjas who can reach Jonin level in certain fields, such as secret techniques, bloodline limits, and mastery of ninjutsu. Ninjas who can form a clear advantage against ordinary chunin, but have not yet reached Jonin level, are gathered together for easier personnel mobilization during wartime. Since then, the position of special Jonin has been retained. Zhen Yang's current strength has reached this level. In other aspects, he still lags a bit behind Jonin, but in illusion techniques, he is far ahead, even surpassing actual Jonin. Moreover, this does not account for his bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Over the past 2 years, Zhen Yang's Sharingan has reached a terrifying 3-mo. With the enhancement of the 3-mo Sharingan, his strength will soar. Even now, Maruhoshi Uchiha does not dare to underestimate Zhen Yang in this state. However, because he usually does not reveal it, he has not counted it in his conventional strength. A 10-year-old with a 3-mo Sharingan would definitely be taken for research if discovered, hence, this is Zhen Yang's deepest secret. Aside from a few people he interacts with regularly, all others who know about it have been reincarnated. Considering some of his future plans, only his uncle and aunt in the family are aware of this secret. His strength is sufficient to handle any crank mission. Coupled with Hong and Kai's strength, which is also exemplary among genin, they will likely improve after this experience of bloodshed. This is why Uchiha can feel assured to let them out. The strength of their small team is abnormal. However, it seems that things won't be peaceful for a while, and they need to be more cautious in choosing missions. Reflecting on the events of this mission, Zhen Yang led the 2 back to the village. After receiving their reward, the 3 sat in a barbecue shop. It has been a month since they first undertook a crank mission. With the increase in rewards, plus everyone enjoys barbecue. Therefore, after every mission, the 3 would gather in the barbecue shop. Zhen Yang, do we really not need to report the encounter with the Sand Ninja Assassination Squad? Kai hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Although the 3rd Hokage and others have many issues, the infiltration of Sand Ninjas into the Land of Fire poses a significant danger. No need. The village understands. Maybe soon we'll hear a special message from Grandpa Uchiha. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. As soon as Zhen Yang's words fell, a figure appeared beside the 3 of them. Little ones, it seems today's mission went very smoothly. The newcomer was Maruhoshi Uchiha, who sat down and casually picked up some barbecue to eat. It seems without my supervision, everyone acts quite quickly. Grandpa Uchiha, is it possible that you usually don't follow us on missions? Upon seeing Uchiha, who had been absent all day, Hong began to tease. Because of Zhen Yang's way of addressing Uchiha, they all began to call him Grandpa Uchiha instead of teacher, making it feel more affectionate. Isn't it because Lord Hokage summoned me today? Uchiha chuckled, explaining that ever since he met Hong, he felt much younger. Had it been the old him, he wouldn't have had such a mindset. Then why didn't we see Grandpa Uchiha before? This next question left Uchiha at a loss for words. Of course, Hong is not a troublesome person. Over the past month, she has learned quite a bit from Uchiha, and there's a reason for her actions today. I've never seen my grandpa. Can Grandpa Gu-jie stay with us a bit longer in the future? This was her real intention, as Gu-jie's kind and gentle nature easily won over the children's affection. It was evident that after spending time together, Hong had come to see Gu-jie as an elder. This caught Gu-jie off guard, and he immediately looked over with a gentle gaze. It was evident that after spending time together, Hong had come to see Gu-jie as an elder. This caught Gu-jie off guard, and but he overlooked the feelings of the other two. Not everyone is as mature as Zhen Yang at this age. Since he has become their teacher, he must take responsibility for each of them. Although his initial thoughts were not like this. Gu-jie chose to become Zhen Yang's guiding teacher, which was indeed related to the previous incident with White Fang. As a ninja of the same generation as the Hokage, Gu-jie had witnessed how Hatake Sakomo emerged from the crowd and eventually became Konoha's White Fang. They even sparred together once. It was precisely because of this that Gu-jie began to pay special attention to him. However, Gu-jie never expected that this outstanding junior would die due to the village's rumors. For him, it is naturally clear what those rumors represent. The missions that would lead White Fang to execute were almost all related to village secrets and were in a state of absolute confidentiality. How could the villagers possibly know? Moreover, which ninja can guarantee that every mission throughout their career will be completed smoothly? Maruhoshi Gu-jie cannot guarantee, and he believes Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to guarantee it either. Yet White Fang died precisely because of this. Clearly some people in the village wanted to deal with White Fang. Those individuals may not have intended to take his life. After all, it's unlikely to find someone in the current ninja world who could effortlessly kill White Fang. But that is unimportant. He simply knows that Konoha's higher-ups have begun to rot. That is enough. Bang. Hizashi, I suggested taking the initiative back, then to squash the danger in its bud, yet you refused. Danzo slammed the table, forcefully venting his dissatisfaction. Looking at the documents on the table, he was still unsatisfied and shouted, "Are you content now that Sand Shinobi have taken the initiative to attack, turning the Land of Fire into a battlefield?" In the office, the Hokage's assistant, the Elder Council, and other high-ranking Konoha officials gathered together, with continuous arguments erupting. All of this stemmed from a significant event. Yesterday, news arrived from the southwestern border. A large number of Sand Shinobi had mobilized through the Land of Rivers, clearing out the border posts and heading straight for Konoha. This action signifies that the Sand Shinobi have officially declared war on Konoha. Hizashi, don't forget that their strength has recovered over the years. Just by Konoha occupying this fertile land of the Land of Fire, we will certainly attract the covetous eyes of other villages. Hesitation will only leave us at the mercy of others. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression was very grim. Could it be that the Sand Shinobi are really about to ignite a ninja world war? As a witness of the Second Great Ninja War, he understood all too well that war meant bloodshed and cruelty, posing a severe blow to the village's development. Thus, he had always been trying to avoid such a situation, but the problem was that now, without paying attention, the enemy had already breached his doorstep. In truth, he still wished to avoid a larger-scale conflict. Once war breaks out, the situation will no longer be entirely under one's control. However, early in the morning, Danzo and others were demanding to publicly disclose this news to the jonin of the village. There was no way around it. War between the two villages was inevitable. It's pointless to discuss this now, or we should first deliberate on how to act. Seeing the furious Danzo, Sarutobi Hizashi spoke helplessly. He knew that his decision seemed rather weak, but a war's impact on the village was unpredictable. Was he truly wrong? Considering the time it takes for news to travel, the Sand Shinobi should have already breached most of the border defenses by now. Therefore, I suggest that we immediately dispatch troops to intercept the Sand Shinobi within the Land of Fire, to prevent the flames of war from spreading further. Additionally, we need to reinforce other defensive lines to prevent other ninja villages from taking advantage of the situation. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, the Elder Council member Narashikaku was the first to propose a suggestion. I agree. Another Elder Council member, Mito Kazumi, expressed his support. Seeing both of them express their stance, Danzo reluctantly showed his agreement. In his view, if a war were to occur, it should be in the Wind Country, destroying whatever little greenery and resources they had, ensuring that the Sand Shinobi village would be unable to recover for decades. What was the meaning of fighting on one's own territory? But now it was already this situation, they could only drive the Sand Shinobi out of the Land of Fire first. Seeing the consensus of opinions, Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep drag from his cigarette and issued the final. Then it settled. Kazumi immediately disseminate this news to prepare the villagers mentally for the coming war and gather the shinobi troops to counterattack. Danzo assigned the root organization to gather intelligence on the Sand Shinobi in advance, ensuring we understand the situation clearly before the troops arrive. Shikaka notify the heads of the major ninja clans in the village to convene at the Hokage building. They are a formidable support on the battlefield. Once things were irreversible, Sarutobi Hizashi finally became resolute. Instructions flowed from his lips, arranging matters one by one, and soon people in the office began to leave in succession. If we had acted a bit earlier, we wouldn't be in the current situation. Reflecting on the events before and after, Danzo gradually realized that Sarutobi Hisashi was not suitable to be Hokage. Clearly back when the third wind shadow went missing, he had warned that the Sand Shinobi would definitely stir up war and advise to prepare in advance and take the initiative. However, the other party remained silent and hesitant, always passively accepting changes in the situation. This sign infuriated Danzo. Konoha is the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, possessing the richest land and the most outstanding shinobi, yet under Sarutobi Hisashi's leadership, it appeared weak and easily bullied. In the past, even if he was indecisive, there was a limit, but now this utterly unreasonable attitude was unacceptable to Danzo. Before events occurred, he was always unwilling to make any decisions. Hisashi, you're getting old. Faced with Danzo's questioning, Sarutobi Hisashi remained silent for a long time before finally saying, the current Konoha cannot withstand too much turmoil. The younger generation has not yet grown up. With the death of White Fang and Tsunade suffering from blood phobia, coupled with the decline of the shinobi's strength from his generation, Konoha no longer appears as prosperous as it seems. Although on the surface it is still the #1 ninja village, it does not hold overwhelming advantages over other villages. The reason it is feared is due to its long-standing image of being powerful. Once the problems of Konoha are exposed after the war begins, it might be besieged by several ninja villages, and Konoha's manpower cannot meet the demands of multi-front warfare. This is the issue that Sarutobi Hisashi is worried about. Once Minato and the others grow up, the situation will improve a bit. This is the reason he is reluctant to start a war. Unless those people are hurt, they won't be afraid. Danzo, being the master of intelligence, naturally understood the situation in the village clearly, but his thoughts were entirely different. Compared to Sarutobi Hisashi's thoughts, he preferred to deal a heavy blow to the invading ninja villages, even if it meant sustaining injuries. Strike first to avoid 100 retaliatory strikes. In his mind, he wanted to tell the other 4 villages that if they dared to invade, they should think carefully about the consequences of their actions. If Konoha falls, they won't have it easy either. At worst, no one plays anymore. Both of their thoughts are fundamentally for the good of the village, but they are simply at 2 different extremes. Isn't Koji willing to become a jonin? With insufficient manpower, you still want him to take on students. Watching Danzo drone on Sarutobi Hisashi finally couldn't help but frown. Little brother, that's enough. Why do you keep holding on? Being constantly criticized, it is hard for someone with a good temperament not to get a bit irritated. If Tsukumo hadn't died, there wouldn't be so many problems. Kamikaze Tsukumo, known as White Fang, had made a name for himself by standing over the sand shinobi, becoming a nightmare in their eyes. If he were still alive, the sand shinobi would hardly dare to initiate a war. However, bringing up this topic undoubtedly implied a reproach towards Danzo. Hisashi, given the situation at the time regarding Tsukumo, could I have spread the news without your permission? As a man who always sought to be strong, Danzo certainly would not concede, immediately retorting sarcastically. Both of them were informed parties of that incident, so there was no need to hide anything. At that time, White Fang's momentum was so grand that almost everyone in Konoha believed he would be the next Hokage. Although Tsukumo belonged to the Hokage faction and was also a capable assistant to Sarutobi Hisashi, he couldn't escape the constant ringing of this discourse in his ears. Thus, when Danzo tarnished White Fang's reputation due to the Hokage position, Sarutobi Hisashi did not stop it. He wanted to use it to suppress him. After all, he still sat in his position. But he never expected that it was either due to the psychological pressure from long-term execution of high-difficulty tasks, or because the Kamikaze clan originally came from a warrior family. White Fang actually committed suicide. Without any warning, White Fang has died. This is a significant loss for Konoha, no longer the prosperous village it once was. Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, the 2 masterminds behind the scenes, were left dumbfounded. As seasoned politicians, they never expected that White Fang would make such an extreme choice over some slander. Originally, their intention was merely to tarnish his reputation without any thought of harming his life. After all, as the strongest of the younger generation in Konoha, they needed this top-tier warrior to protect the village. However, they did not foresee that their actions would lead to this disastrous outcome. Inside the barbecue shop, the 4 of them had not finished eating when they suddenly heard a commotion erupting outside. Konoha is at war with the Sand Ninja. The people present were not ordinary individuals. With just a slight perk of their ears, they understood what the villagers outside were discussing. Kuji's expression was one of surprise. The village's actions were surprisingly swift. Just a few hours ago, they had informed these jonin, and now they were choosing to make this news public. When did Hiruzen become so decisive? I was just about to tell you that war might be imminent, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon, Kujiao explained upon seeing their astonished faces. After encountering the incident with White Fang, he no longer held much trust in the higher-ups. Coupled with the turbulent situation in the ninja world, unexpected events were prone to occur. Thus, he chose to become a guiding jonin, preparing to personally protect Xinjiang, the little guy he regarded as a descendant, to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Initially, after witnessing Xinjiang's true strength, Kujia felt that his actions might be somewhat unnecessary. But now he was immensely grateful for this decision. During wartime, even possessing great power carries the risk of failure, making the presence of an experienced teacher like him highly necessary. I need to see the Hokage now. You three finish eating and stay at home. Don't wander around as things are not stable outside. After reminding the trio to stay safe, Kujia immediately left the barbecue shop and headed towards the Hokage building. Since war was decided, the Hokage would undoubtedly gather them immediately to confirm specific battle plans. Jonin hold decision-making power within the ninja village. Watching Kujia's disappearing figure and then glancing at the occasional ninjas darting across the rooftops, it felt as though Konoha was already filled with the breath of war. What should we do now? Listening to the surrounding discussions about the war, Hong couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Just a moment ago, they were happily eating barbecue, and now war had broken out. It is said that war is a human meat grinder. She could hardly imagine how brutal the actual scene would be. Don't worry, this is just the declaration of war. It won't affect us much in our daily lives. Currently, Xinjiang wasn't too concerned. After all, as the first ninja village, fighting against a weak sand ninja village shouldn't pose much of a problem. When other ninja villages join in, that is when the real struggle begins. At the outbreak of war, Konoha wouldn't send their newly graduated genin to the battlefield. Those genin who haven't completed many missions to gain experience would be nothing but targets for slaughter. Unless the village faced an urgent crisis, no one would suggest sending them to the battlefield. The death of a new generation of ninjas would mean a future gap between the old and new generations, which would be fatal for a ninja village. In the following 2 weeks, Xinjiang saw ninja troops leaving the village one after another. The Sand Ninja, being one of the weaker of the 5 great ninja villages, had already received good news from the front line in a short amount of time. A ninja troop, led by one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, encountered the Sand Ninja troops' Hiden and achieved victory, thwarting their intent to charge into the main camp and driving them back to the border. Currently, both sides were entangled at the border of the Land of Fire, but judging by the current situation, it shouldn't be long before they could drive the Sand Ninja away. In truth, it wasn't that the Sand Ninja were weak. To maintain a spot among the 5 great ninja villages, they certainly have some strength, even if they are relatively weak. It is rather unfortunate for them. Ahead is the terrifying White Fang of Konoha, and behind is Tsunade, the unconventional medical ninja. Living in the sands, the Sand Ninja excel at poisons and puppet techniques, each of which poses a significant threat to other ninja villages. However, both of these are firmly restrained by Konoha. After White Fang's death, the most hated person in the Sand Ninja village is undoubtedly Tsunade, because any poison cast will be quickly countered by Tsunade with great speed, rendering it almost useless. As for the other specialty puppet techniques, they cannot withstand her brute strength. A single punch could shatter a puppet, rendering it ineffective. If not for Tsunade's current hemophobia, preventing her from entering the battlefield, the Sand Ninja would have been defeated even faster. As for Xinjiang and the others' lives, as he said, there haven't been many significant changes. At most, there are a few more tasks available for scouting unusual situations in the village. Every day, they train diligently to enhance their strength, and then every couple of days they gather to undertake a mission to replenish their little coffers using their accrued contribution points to exchange for ninjutsu that are currently inconvenient to obtain. He never thought about saving contribution points to exchange for forbidden techniques. With the mindset of reaping benefits, he aimed to exchange whatever he could. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Xinjiang possesses a high level of awareness. While Namikaze Minato can exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique, he can only exchange for at most in a rank ninjutsu with the same amount of contribution points. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans have faced unfair treatment in the village for a long time. It's just that the Hyuga clan is more low-key, while the Uchiha clan is unwilling to submit. Only after a few years, when one of his future plans is realized, will the current situation change. With the arrival of war, Konoha's Chunin exams, originally scheduled for a month later, were held a week earlier. Listening to the participating ninjas discuss the difficulty of this Chunin exam is much lower than before. The number of successful promotions has also set a new historical high, but Xinjiang did not participate in the assessment. There are no free lunches in this world, and the standards for the Chunin exam will not be lowered for no reason. The relaxation of requirements is because the war will lead to a sharp decrease in the number of Chunin and Jinin in the village. There needs to be a replenishment. As long as they pass the assessment, going to the battlefield is unavoidable. Even with some relaxation, those who can pass are still experienced genin, so it won't affect the newly graduated students. The purpose of Konoha's deliberate early assessment is to avoid the newly graduated students. If they hadn't held the assessment early, some exceptionally talented ninjas would have been able to improve their strength enough within 2 months to pass this Chunin exam. This approach is clearly inviting cannon fodder, so Xinjiang won't be foolish enough to rush in. Are Konoha's beautiful ladies not attractive? Or is the barbecue next door not delicious? The Chunin exam is conducted in teams, so Xinjiang isn't too worried about his safety, but on the battlefield he also cannot guarantee the safety of the two others. Moreover, going to the battlefield to kill enemies and gain merit doesn't yield any good benefits. Getting some low-level ninjutsu will just suffice. Such matters can only be orchestrated by the higher-ups in Konoha. It's all harm and no benefit. A normal person knows how to choose. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock updates. Please support. Please urge for updates. Nung nung. In the 43rd year of the Mokai, in September, Sunagakure officially declared war on Konoha, citing the assassination of the 3rd Kazekage. The most renowned puppeteer and poison master of the time, Chiyo, led a large number of ninjas quietly across the land of rivers, heading straight for Konoha. Konoha dispatched Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, to lead the ninja forces accompanied by Tsunade to defeat them and push them back to the borders of the Land of Fire. 2 months passed, and just as Sunagakure began to show signs of weakness, the previously observing Kumobakure suddenly launched an attack on Konoha's northeastern border, declaring war. Almost simultaneously, as if prearranged, Iwagakure also launched an attack on Konoha. The situation suddenly shifted into a war between Konoha and the 3 major ninja villages. In response, Konoha quickly dispatched Jiraiya and Danzo, who were left behind in the village, to lead ninjas to intercept the forces of Kumobakure and Iwagakure. However, the actual situation was not optimistic. The 3-front battle increased the pressure on Konoha, which had originally held the advantage. Aside from the necessary defensive ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched nearly all his ninjas. They even had to draw some personnel from the battlefield against Sunagakure just to barely hold off the offensive from the other 2 battlefronts. This resulted in Konoha having no advantage in any of the 3 battlefields, and they were even at a disadvantage. Hiruzen, we can't continue like this. We will be worn down to death. Mito Minyin finally spoke, unable to hold back any longer as he looked at the continuous stream of messages from the front lines. As the village's logistics chief, he was well aware of the immense pressure they were currently under. Since the forces of Kumobakure and Iwagakure joined the battlefield, Sunagakure had regained its strength and was engaging Orochimaru in fierce battles. It was clear that Sunagakure had established contact with Kumobakure and Iwagakure before the war broke out. At least they had gathered intelligence. Otherwise, Chiyo would not have had the audacity to declare war. It was also improbable for both major ninja villages to launch attacks simultaneously at such a critical time. Talp. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, holding his pipe's face full of helplessness. The worst fears had indeed materialized. Despite their preparations before the war, by leaving Jiraiya behind to guard against surprise attacks from other ninja villages, facing 3 major ninja villages simultaneously was still very challenging for Konoha. Not only were the Chunin outnumbered, but even the usually numerous high-level combatants were now inferior. On the battlefield against Kumogakure, the 3rd Raikage led the charge, accompanied by the future 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, forming a powerful AB combination, leaving Jiraiya struggling to hold on. This was still based on the fact that Namake's Minato had reached the level of a Kage and had learned the forbidden technique, the Flying Thunder God technique. In reality, with Minato and Kushina, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, facing the Yedofli ground AB combination, they could maintain the upper hand. However, their opponent's leader was the 3rd Raikage, known as the strongest spear and strongest shield. He was a fierce warrior capable of battling tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas for 3 days and nights, and could even engage the 8 Tails in close combat. Being nearly the strongest ninja of the time, Jiraiya could only temporarily avoid confrontation. On the battlefield against Iwagakure, not many powerful foes appeared. On the surface, only Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, held the fort, but the situation there was also far from easy. Danzo, also a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, had lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen due to differences in courage and ideology, which prevented him from becoming Hokage. He must have had cage-level strength in his early days. After all, if he wasn't strong enough, Senju Tobarama would never have considered him as a candidate for Hokage. But now, at nearly 50 years old, and having not fought for a long time, his strength was certainly far inferior to Inoki's. Coupled with the already scarce number of ninjas, he faced the greatest pressure among the 3 battlefields. However, Konoha had no one left to send to help alleviate the pressure. The remaining cage-level powerhouse, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not leave, otherwise chaos could easily break out in the village under such circumstances. If only Shikaku were here. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with no one he could rely on, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If White Fang had not died, Konoha would have an additional top-tier cage-level powerhouse, making this war feel significantly easier. Before Minato rose to fame, White Fang was the strongest weapon in the ninja world, excelling as a one-hit kill assassin, and his strength was also top-tier, making it nearly impossible for those targeted to escape death. This was the reason why White Fang became a nightmare for many. Now with two fronts at a disadvantage and one front in a stalemate, Sarutobi Hiruzen could think of only one solution. Minion notify everyone apart from the newly enrolled Ninja Academy students. All other ninjas are to rush to the battlefield against Sunagakure. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's form seemed to stoop. The only solution now was to pile up lives. There was no other way if they continued like this, as Mito Minion said Konoha would truly be worn down to death. If Konoha were to fight to the death, they would have lost long ago, as they were fundamentally inferior to the combined forces of the three major ninja villages. Currently, they could only maintain this situation out of a reluctance to push them into desperation. If Konoha were an old lion, then the three major ninja villages were three hungry wolves. While they wanted to kill the lion, they were wary of becoming victims of its last-ditch counterattack. Thus, the current situation resembled that of a frog being boiled in warm water. Therefore, if Konoha did not want to wait to die slowly, they had to take a gamble, using their remaining strength to swiftly eliminate one opponent, and then quickly return for reinforcements to turn the tide. Although this might lead to heavy casualties among the next generation of Konoha ninjas, there was no time to worry about that now. In this dire moment, news spread rapidly, and it wasn't long before the village learned of this news. Shinya, be careful on the battlefield and don't act recklessly. In the Uchiha household, Aunt Uchiha Kyuka looked worried as she cautioned. As the war broke out, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan were dispatched to the east to defend against the sudden assault from Kirigakure. Konoha could not withstand the pressure of fighting simultaneously against the three major ninja villages, so the pressure on them was also considerable. Uchiha Shinya had already rushed to the border to defend it, and now he did not expect Uchiha Shinya would also be going to the battlefield. Don't worry, Aunt, I still have to teach Shursui ninjutsu, so I won't get into trouble easily. After checking his belongings, Shinya smiled to reassure her. 10 minutes later, in front of a building in the village, Maru Hashiku stood at the forefront of the crowd, wearing the upper ninja vest that represented strength, his expression calm. The atmosphere at the scene was quite oppressive. Apart from senior ninja and a few chunin nearby, all others were lower ninjas, silently conducting their final preparations, ensuring they had not overlooked anything. Sigh. Looking at the confused and fearful youthful faces, Hashikazu couldn't help but sigh. Now, apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was undoubtedly the strongest ninja in Konoha, and thus became the head of the support team for the battlefield against Sunagakure. As the leader of this support team, he was acutely aware that most of these children might not survive the battlefield. Watching everyone below, basically ready, Hashikazu suppressed his emotions and waved his hand. Let's go. In a land of fire at the border, Orochimaru led hundreds of ninjas resting in a forest. The scene before them had turned into a wasteland with several areas still ablaze and numerous corpses scattered around. It was evident that a fierce battle had just taken place. Lord Orochimaru, the reinforcements sent by the village have arrived at the camp. A slightly tired ninja quickly stepped forward to report the latest information. Oh, Orochimaru, somewhat puzzled, revealed a mysterious glint in his serpent-like eyes. He briefly scanned the forest once more and hoarsely issued the command, clean up the battlefield and prepare to return to the camp. Since the Cloud and Rock ninjas joined the battlefield, Konoha's forces deployed to the Sand Ninja front had decreased, making situations like today quite common. Essentially skirmishes every 3 days and major battles every 5. Although they could still defeat the enemy, they dared not push deeper due to the lack of personnel, otherwise they would face dangerous attacks from the opponents. Yes, the nearby ninjas, upon receiving the order, quickly rose to enter the forest to collect the bodies and extinguish the flames. After cleaning everything up, the troops swiftly returned. Senior Gujia, is this the plan set by the teacher? Upon returning to the camp, Orochimaru immediately met with the commander of the reinforcements, Marahoshi Gujia. Seeing that the team comprised entirely of lower ninjas, he understood where the reinforcements had come from. Yes, this is currently the only way. Looking at this, capable junior Gujia felt a slight sense of relief amidst his helplessness. The village was in a predicament with no one available. Reluctantly, Gujia even had to personally send 3 disciples to the battlefield. It should be noted that in the initial discussions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his responsibility was merely to train Uchiha Jinyang with no obligation for other matters. If he could truly cultivate another ninja akin to Uchiha Kagami, along with Uchiha Jinyang being a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, it would be entirely possible to gain favor from the Uchiha clan for the Hokage. The village's wariness and suspicion towards the Uchiha clan stemmed ultimately from the immense power brought by the Sharingan. As long as one could unlock the Three-Demo Sharingan, it meant a sure path to becoming a Jounin, and a powerful one at that. Even though not everyone in the Hyuga clan could awaken their eyes, the probability for the Uchiha clan to do so was still considerable, possessing a large number of Jounin. Furthermore, being nurtured by their family from a young age, their sense of belonging to the village naturally wasn't too strong. Thus, upon hearing Guji's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to provide strong support. If they could recruit the Uchiha clan, it would undoubtedly benefit the village immensely. This was also the reason why Maruhoshi Gujia, as an elite jounin, was only now participating in the war. If not for all the high-end combat forces of the village being deployed to the front lines, he would not have been sent here. Inside the tent, Orochimaru stood before a stone platform, gazing thoughtfully at the unfolded map before him. As the overall commander at the Sand Ninja battlefield, he immediately began to assess the strength of his troops. Mercy does not command troops. This is the truth. On the ever-changing battlefield, there is no time for lamentation. In fact, upon closer inspection, the support troops were not as weak as imagined. With an elite jounin leading the team, accompanied by another jounin and 5 chunin, along with hundreds of lower ninjas, they formed a force that could not be overlooked. Moreover, this batch of students included several elite classes having graduated several months ago. Perhaps there would be some surprises. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru pointed at a location on the map and said, "Senior Gujia, what do you think about this place?" Hearing Orochimaru's words, Gujia looked at the various markings on the map, revealing a thoughtful expression. Given the current situation, the Sand Ninjas only need to conduct harassment attacks, entangling the troops here and preventing their escape. This position is a crucial route for their retreat, are you suggesting? To ambush them. As a veteran ninja who had experienced the first and second Great Ninja Wars, Guji's extensive experience allowed him to immediately discern the other's intentions. Orochimaru was not surprised to a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he chuckled softly. Did not the teacher ask us to achieve results swiftly? Currently, the Sand Ninjas are unaware of the reinforcements' arrival, which is a prime opportunity. As he spoke, Orochimaru summoned a small snake to leave the tent. Soon 2 ninjas arrived. One was from the Hyuga clan, and the other was from the Inazuka clan, both skilled in sensing and reconnaissance. Hinata, Kinzuya, Inazuka, each of you lead your teams along these 2 routes. Investigate thoroughly before tomorrow, and thereafter follow Senior Guji's orders entirely. If you encounter any isolated Sand Ninjas, simply avoid them, and do not provoke them recklessly. Yes. The 2 jounins replied respectfully. Even though they held the same rank of jounin, they still harbored great respect for this renowned commander who had led troops to victory over the Sand Ninjas multiple times. After issuing these commands, Orochimaru turned to Gujia again. Senior Gujia, I entrust tomorrow's operation to you. Just hold back the main force of the Sand Ninjas, and we will surround them and strike them down directly. Gujia naturally agreed and discussed the details of the plan with Orochimaru for a long time. The next day, Xinjiang and the others who had just arrived for a day received their mission. Heavy damage to the Sand Ninjas. As Guji's disciple, he was well aware of the intelligence. Truly, as one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru had keenly grasped this information gap. Xinjiang quietly followed behind the main force, fully anticipating that there would be a bloody battle ahead. A group of lower ninjas ahead gathered together, chattering incessantly. They looked nervous yet not overly worried. As the new generation of ninjas, they had long aspired to make a name for themselves in the ninja world. Although most of them had seen blood, they had yet to grasp the world's brutality. The enemies they were about to face were entirely different from the previous tasks and trials. After arriving at the target location and lying in wait, Xinjiang began to close his eyes and rest, putting himself in the best mental state. Typically, the Sand Ninjas would launch their attacks after noon and start retreating at sunset. This pattern had not changed for several days, clearly indicating they were taking advantage of Konoha's insufficient manpower. As time passed, the sun began to set unknowingly. Xinjiang opened his eyes while leaning against a tree, watching the direction where the Sand Ninjas were located. They're coming. A simple sentence immediately stirred the spirits of the tired Kurenai and guy beside him. The tense duo could hardly manage to sleep, as Xinjiang did, enduring several hours of waiting. At this moment, Maruhoshi Gujia stood up and drew the sword from his back. The enemy is coming. You everyone follow me out to meet them. Seeking support. Urging updates. In the twilight of the land of fire, everything appeared tranquil and harmonious. Amidst the lush greenery, the clear mountain stream flowed down, nourishing this bountiful land, sustaining its people. Even after witnessing the scene multiple times, the Sand Ninja from the desert realm remained in awe, followed closely by an unabashed desire for this land. Compared to the other 4 major ninja villages, Sunagakure was still too barren, due to their last defeat. Support from the feudal lord had gradually diminished, making the burdens on Sunagakure increasingly heavy, leading to severe internal conflicts. If they could seize a portion of the land of fire, the benefits to the village would be self-evident. Sister, it seems that Orochimaru has been provoked this time and is actually chasing after us. In the forest, Hideo quickly accelerated, keeping pace with Chiyo as they headed towards the camp. The information conveyed did not make Chiyo anxious. Instead, a smirk of derision appeared at the corner of her mouth. Orochimaru only has that few subordinates. Oh, what can he do? Our people are up ahead to support us. If he dares to continue pursuing, let him taste the consequences. Sir Toby Hiruzen, this Hokage, is truly foolish. Chiyo once had a happy family, but during the Second Ninja World War, her son and daughter-in-law both fell to the hands of White Fang. Since then, she had been consumed by a desire for vengeance. However, White Fang was powerful, and considering the situation of the village, revenge seemed to be a distant dream. Little did she know White Fang had actually died amidst the rumors within his own village. When she first heard this news, she doubted her own ears. Setting aside personal hatred, a ninja like White Fang would at the very least be treated with utmost respect in other villages. It can only be said that Konoha truly knows how to play. Control your speed, keep the pursuers hanging behind. If we win this battle, this land will have our share. After issuing the command, the figures jumping through the forest began to slow down 5 kilometers ahead of the direction of the Sand Ninja's retreat. Hearing Koga's voice, the previously dazed group suddenly regained their spirits and rushed forward with weapons drawn, while Shinyu Akane and Kai lagged behind. Youth ablaze, let's prepare for a grand battle. Kai flexed his wrists, looking extremely excited. Once the fighting starts, variables will be too many. You two remember to stay close behind me and not fall too far behind. Shinyu turned his head and earnestly spoke to the two. If they were too far away, he couldn't guarantee their safety. Especially since it was their first time on the battlefield, it was easy to get carried away and rush into the fray. Originally, Shinyu was the team leader, and combined with his rare serious expression, it undoubtedly made the two take him seriously, quickly nodding in agreement. Once the three caught up with the main force, they could see a large number of figures moving through the forest in the distance. Everyone line up according to your preferred ninjutsu types and launch an attack toward the Sand Ninja. Koga knew that most of his subordinates were genin, and if they got too close, they would definitely be discovered by the enemy. So he planned to take the initiative and catch the Sand Ninja off guard. Upon hearing his words, the many ninjas in the rear began to form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earthquake jutsu. In an instant, various types of ninjutsu, including fire, water, and wind, were unleashed in a torrent. Cho and Hideo, who were discussing battle plans, suddenly raised their heads, sensing the massive chakra fluctuations ahead, their expressions instantly changing. Stop advancing, enemy attack. No sooner had the words fallen than the Sand Ninja behind had yet to react when they saw a massive water dragon charging toward them, followed by countless attacks. Chiyo immediately released 3 puppets to form a massive shield. Hideo, her younger brother, also quickly followed suit, unleashing the same ninjutsu to block in front of the Sand Ninja troops. Boom! 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 The consecutive explosions echoed through the forest. Even though most of the Sand Ninja reacted in time, this round of ninjutsu bombardment still caused significant casualties. The numerous figures falling around Chiyo turned her face pale, her gaze fixed ahead. She couldn't comprehend. How could Konoha still have extra manpower to send? Why were there surplus ninjas who didn't join the battle early, specifically lying in wait for them? As the smoke cleared, Chiyo finally saw the appearance of the newcomers. Murahoshi. Koga. Seeing the effectiveness of the ninjutsu attack, Koga couldn't help but nod, his eyes narrowing as his demeanor suddenly changed to one of gravity and solemnity. The sword in his hand was lifted by his thumb, reflecting a chilling gleam. Next would be the true test for them. They must hold out until Orochimaru caught up. Kill. Koga slightly crouched, transforming into a shadow that rushed forward, reaching Kiyo's front, and the previously glowing long sword swung down toward her. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the puppet shield that had borne the brunt of the damage was declared out of commission. Meanwhile, the other 3 jonin engaged the strong ninjas among the Sand Ninja. With blades flashing and ninjutsu flying, few dared to approach them. However, the disparity in high-level combat power was a hard truth. On Shinyu's side, there was only 1 elite jonin and 3 jonin. At first, they could match the Sand Ninja due to surprise, but as the enemy regained their composure, they began to fall behind. Yasuhito Yatos, a jonin from the Sand Ninja forces, realized that this group was mostly genin and concluded that they were likely the last ninjas from Konoha. Therefore, as one of the few jonin from the Sand, he chose not to aid his comrades, and instead began a massacre against. As long as he eliminated these genin, Konoha would surely weaken in the future. After he dealt with the nearby Konoha genin and confirmed that there were no strong Konoha ninjas nearby, he felt a sense of pride. With these little guys around, he could slaughter them at will. Who should he start with? Oh, they're the member of the Uchiha clan. Then he would make a move on you. Looking around, a genin dressed in fan attire caught Yasuhito's eye, making his target clear. It was never wrong to focus on eliminating someone from the Uchiha clan when unsure who among the ninjas had the most talent. Though Uchiha were often brazen, they indeed had many prodigies. With a sinister grin, Yasuhito thrust his blade toward the chest of his opponent. A mere genin could not evade his assault. Without any surprise, the long blade pierced the body of the Uchiha genin without obstruction, a sensation that was both delightful and cathartic. If I can't defeat a grown monster like Orochimaru, how could I not handle a genin who hasn't grown yet? But why is this guy so calm? Just as Yasuhito felt confusion, a sudden tightening in his heart occurred. He turned to see the genin he had just stabbed standing behind him, wearing a cheerful smile. Fire Release Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. Yuan Tian Aishu just noticed something was amiss. The hand seals of Xinjiang had already been completed, and a ferocious fire dragon appeared roaring as it lunged towards him. Brank Ninjutsu. This guy. As he awkwardly dodged, watching the ninjutsu cause a violent explosion on the ground, cold sweat appeared on Yuan Tian Aishu's forehead. He nearly fell victim. With the power of this ninjutsu, it was enough to threaten the life of a Jonin. Had he been struck, just now he would surely have been reduced to ashes on the spot. Realizing that the boy before him might not be easy to deal with, Yuan Tian Aishu dared not continue to be careless and became serious. To his surprise, he had inadvertently caught a big fish. Judging by the boy's appearance, he seemed to have just graduated from school. To be able to use Brank Ninjutsu at such a young age is a testament to his genius, even in Konoha. Reflecting on this, Yuan Tian Aishu's eyes gradually lit up. Killing a genius is worth more than killing dozens of lower ninjas. Although the opponent could use advanced ninjutsu, the gap between ninjas is not just about that. He certainly did not believe that he couldn't handle a child when he got serious. Let me show you the difference between a Jonin and a lower ninja. Just as Yuan Tian Aishu was preparing to act, Xinjiang's figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Zulfast. Being able to close the distance in an instant made Yuan Tian Aishu feel a sense of foreboding, and soon his fears were confirmed. Sharingan activate. As Xinjiang approached the Jonin, he activated his Sharingan at the first opportunity. Since the battle had begun, he would go all out. Facing a genuine Jonin, he would not continue to hide his strength, for that would be courting death. No, that's impossible. How could you? Yuan Tian Aishu looked up and saw Xinjiang's crimson eyes with 3 spinning tomo. To be honest, he was dumbfounded. How could this be? This kid is so young, yet has activated the 3 tomo Sharingan. He must be a monster. In a daze, he seemed to foresee a powerful figure emerging from Konoha that would dominate the ninja world in the future. Just like White Fang. No, even more terrifying than White Fang in his youth. Immediately, Yuan Tian Aishu shouted, preparing to inform his teammates to surround and kill this kid. At the same time, he quickly shifted his gaze downward, no longer looking at those terrifying eyes, to avoid falling unwittingly into an illusion. This kid's hand seal speed is incredible. Before he could finish his words, Xinjiang's flying fingers became his illusion technique bubble, a technique that could be released with just a finger. Opponents in the illusion will be unable to move freely and may even see disorienting illusions. 2 months passed, and with his continuously rising mental strength, Xinjiang's combat power, without opening his eyes, had already approached that of a Jonin. Now, with the enhancement of the Sharingan, he directly trapped the Sunagakure Jonin in an illusion. Within the illusion, hundreds of long swords converged and then stabbed towards the immobile Yuan Tian Aishu. In an instant, he was pierced by countless long swords. In reality, Xinjiang simultaneously slashed a kunai across his throat. Sunagakure Jonin dead. Xinjiang smiled, faintly deactivating the Sharingan and returning to his normal appearance as the smoke created by the earlier ninjutsu explosion finally dissipated. Indeed, the Great Fire Dragon technique was not meant to cause harm, but rather a cover for Xinjiang's preparation to conceal the Sharingan. To be honest, due to his golden finger and growth experience, he was currently more adept at illusion techniques and taijutsu than ninjutsu. Naturally, he had to exert his full strength when facing a formidable enemy. Long before Yuan Tian Aishu slaughtered the lower ninjas in the village, Xinjiang had noticed and had already thought through his countermeasures. He didn't expect the opponent to suddenly charge at him. This actually saved him trouble. After all, the target he was looking for was this Sunagakure Jonin. Since he was on the battlefield, Xinjiang was already prepared to expose his strength. Aside from the incredibly bizarre eyes, everything else could be revealed. There were far too few Jonin in the team. Relying solely on people like Kuka would lead to exceptionally heavy casualties. With classmates all around him whom he had interacted with to varying degrees, Xinjiang couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Of course, the most important reason was that his strength was sufficiently powerful. Even if exposed, Danzo and others would find it hard to target him. A Jonin's status in the village is not low. The disappearance of any one of them would draw the village's attention. Xinjiang was not like White Fang, who was a closed-off person. If he dared to target, he would drag everyone into it. If they dared to plot against the Uchiha clan's Jonin in the village, wouldn't it be even easier to deal with civilian Jonin in the future? Not to mention inciting all the Jonin. At the very least, he had to plant a thorn in their hearts, a thorn of vigilance against Konoha's higher-ups. No matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen indulged Danzo, he wouldn't dare let him and the entire Jonin group, along with the Uchiha, oppose each other. Moreover, during wartime, no matter how foolish one might be, no one would dare to act against their own village's ninjas at that time. As a time traveler, Xinjiang was very aware that the Third Ninja War would last until the end of Konoha's 47th year, which is still a few years away. By the time the war ended, it was uncertain who would deal with whom. Xinjiang, are you alright? After the smoke cleared and the opponent was dealt with, Hong hurried over to check on Xinjiang's condition, followed closely by Kai. Although they knew Xinjiang was powerful, he was after all a genuine Jonin, and the two couldn't help but feel worried. Fine, he's already dead. His strength had risen rapidly, and Hong and Kai had not fallen too far behind. After undergoing the trials of their missions, both had reached the level of Chunin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the enemy so quickly. Let's go, we'll support them. Xinjiang smiled slightly. With an additional Jonin and 2 Chunin, he hoped to give the Sand Ninjas a surprise. Body Flicker Technique. Uchiha Style, Sword Leap Flame. On one side of the battlefield, Inazuki Yuka, who had previously been responsible for reconnaissance, was in a fierce battle with the Sunagakure Jonin. He caught a glimpse of the suddenly appearing Uchiha Xinjiang, but had no time to defend. In the end, he was struck by the flaming sword. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Sunagakure Jonin managed to twist his body to avoid being cut in half. However, even so, he paid the price of losing an arm. Xinjiang moved again, appearing beside Inazuki Yuka. Let's go together, we can't afford to delay. Looking at the figure of Uchiha Xinjiang, just reaching his chest, Inazuki Yuka was momentarily stunned and couldn't articulate his thoughts. Isn't this the disciple of Senior Kuka? He knew that Uchiha Xinjiang was a genius, and the leading Senior Kuka would sometimes boast about having a good apprentice. But the problem is, could this really be described as a genius? At this age, he can strike a Jonin. At his age, he was just a lower ninja. Xinjiang had no time to pay attention to Inazuki Yuka's change in expression and charged straight in. It must be noted that Kuka's Konoha-style Willow is in strength forbidden technique. In order to learn this move, Xinjiang had put in considerable effort in swordsmanship, mastering both Uchiha-style and Konoha-style sword arts with exceptional skill. Coupled with the body flicker technique he learned from the Uchiha mirror, the combined power was formidable. The Sunagakure Jonin's eyes flashed, and Xinjiang's sword slashed towards him. At this time, Inazuki Yuka also regained his senses and rushed up to assist. Having already lost one arm, and with the two of them attacking, it wasn't long before the Sunagakure Jonin was killed by a single thrust. While Xinjiang was engaged in battle, Hong and Kai also joined the fight alongside Inazuki Yuka's team and successfully defeated their opponents. Having liberated a Jonin and a team, the pressure on the battlefield was undoubtedly alleviated. Just as Xinjiang was about to press on, a commotion erupted from the center. White secret technique, Chikamatsu, 10-man. 10 puppets of various shapes were displayed beside her, exuding a powerful aura. After the released puppet was damaged again, Chiyo finally resorted to her ultimate secret technique, the Jinsong 10. This is the masterpiece of the founding ancestor of puppet masters, Min Zomon, who skillfully manipulates the essence of puppet techniques. The puppets, known as 10 fingers, can operate 1 puppet per finger, hailed as a force capable of defeating 1,000. The puppets can also collaborate with each other, executing combo attacks and ninjutsu, making it a powerful strength puppet technique. Chiyo once captured a small city with the Jinsong 10. It was also her famous battle. There was no option. As a powerful ninja of the same era, it was likely impossible to determine a victor between the two in a short period. However, the current situation did not allow for prolonged combat. Once Orochimaru's forces caught up, the Sand Ninjas would surely suffer heavy losses. Feeling anxious, Chiyo never expected that another variable would suddenly emerge. Her significance among the Sand Ninjas was not solely due to her powerful abilities, but also her keen observation of battlefield dynamics. When Xinjiang dealt with Inshu Yamada, she noticed the unusual situation over there. A Konoha Chunin comparable to a Jonin undoubtedly had a massive impact on the situation. Especially after losing 2 Jonin in quick succession, Chiyo finally could not hold back. If this continued, the gap in strength would gradually narrow, and they might very well be trapped here. Why? Why do geniuses always appear in Konoha? Anxious and indignant, Chiyo resolutely unleashed her full power. Puppet Technique Guard. Puppet Technique Bind. 2 commands were issued in succession, with a bull-headed puppet guarding Chiyo and blocking the oncoming attacks. The iron whips of the blue-faced puppet lashed out at Gukiai, continually striking him, while the horse-faced puppet launched a cannonball. Although Gukiai could mitigate the attacks of the iron whips with his long sword facing the enormous cannonball in front of him, he could only evade. He certainly could not strike at it. Noticing the opponent's movements, Chiyo quietly manipulated the chakra threads in her hands. Puppet Technique Asu. The female puppet among the 10 rushed out, wielding dual swords, but the direction was not forward, it aimed toward Xinjiang. Chiyo, how dare you? Upon seeing this, Gukiai realized he had been set up, but at that moment he was in a state of depleted strength, unable to do anything but watch as the puppet charged toward Xinjiang. A trace of madness flickered across Chiyo's face, filled with killing intent. Her current thought was to eliminate this emerging genius, and then swiftly disengage from the battlefield. Even if the opponent's strength had reached the level of a Jonin, how much power could be left after killing 2 Jonin? She did not believe that the 2 Jonin of her village would be easily killed, or at the very least they should inflict some damage on the opponent. However, this time, she was destined to be disappointed. Xinjiang was an exception. In the previous battles, he had only consumed some chakra, and had not sustained any. Thus his current state was still quite intact. Sensing a chill suddenly arise from one side, Xinjiang unhesitatingly activated the body flicker technique to disengage from the fight, hiding in a nearby tree. Boom! Just as he completed his evasion, a rock at his previous location split in two, kicking up a large cloud of dust. In response, Xinjiang frowned and looked toward Chiyo in the distance. At first he thought she had released the Jinsong Ten to deal with Gukiai. Having spent years together, Xinjiang had a relatively clear understanding of Gukai's strength. Even if he couldn't defeat Chiyo, he certainly wouldn't fall in a short time. So after some consideration, he decided to first help the besieged Konoha Jonin, mainly because that individual was already battered and clearly could not hold on for long. However, he truly did not expect that Kiyo's target would actually be him. This was rather absurd. As his thoughts shifted, Xinjiang suddenly understood the likely reason. It was most likely that she had witnessed his performance earlier and wanted to eliminate him to silence him. Sigh. Just as he had exposed his strength, he was targeted by others. With a sigh in his heart, Xinjiang narrowed his eyes. One must reciprocate kindness. He was a person of etiquette and had to return the favor. However, at this moment someone was even angrier than him. Chiyo, how can you fight me while being distracted? Undoubtedly, Gukiai was infuriated by this action. Being outmaneuvered by Chiyo and ambushed by his own disciple, even he who was usually gentle and calm could not help but feel his anger rise. I am a Konoha Jonin who, although my skills are lacking, I am not someone to be taken lightly. As Chiyo watched, Gukiai leveled his long sword, then began to sway it in a strange up-and-down motion, which was clearly abnormal. Although she had not trained in swordsmanship, she had encountered many powerful sword users and had never seen such a scene. Konoha-style willow. In that moment, Chiyo faintly heard a voice followed by an overwhelming aura of death surging like waves, and under such pressure, she felt as if she were gasping for air. I am going to die. A look of horror crossed Chiyo's face as this thought inexplicably surged in her mind. Without any contemplation, she instinctively unleashed her strongest ninjutsu, pouring chakra frantically. Puppet technique 3 treasures absorb. The 3 puppets immediately formed a triangular formation, opening the mechanisms Buddha, Law, and Monk in succession, generating a violent whirlwind that absorbed everything in front. Chiyo's rapid response genuinely surprised Gukiai. Konoha-style willow was in strength-forbidden technique, combining swordsmanship and illusion arts, requiring no hand seals, reputed as an unavoidable lightning attack technique. However, he never expected that the opponent could counterattack based on her combat awareness. From Chiyo's expression, Gukiai confirmed that she had not escaped the illusion. The only explanation was that Chiyo had sensed the danger before completely succumbing to the illusion. Watching the ravaging whirlwind, Gukiai reluctantly gave up on continuing his assault. If he charged in now, he would also suffer considerable damage, and the attack range would include many Konoha ninjas. Everyone cease combat and avoid the oncoming whirlwind and do not get sucked in. Water release water barrier. In an instant, he moved to the front of the main force, sheathing his longsword and quickly forming 2 hand seals with his hands, taking a deep breath and spewing out a torrent of water to form a massive wall, alleviating the suction. Although both were strength-forbidden techniques, Chiyo's was a large area lethal ninjutsu. To minimize casualties, Gukiai could not afford to hold back on the opponent any longer, immediately commanding his forces to adopt a defensive stance. If this ninjutsu were allowed to unfold, even if it severely injured the sand ninjas, the resulting losses would be devastating for this batch of ninjas. Konoha could not endure such losses now. Between the two, Gukiai made his choice without any hesitation. Cho, having broken free from the illusion, stared blankly at the scene before her, and then a look of joy spread across her face. Everyone gather and prepare to retreat. Gu Jie chose to defend, and with the road ahead cleared of obstacles, it was the perfect moment to leave. We can't delay any longer, otherwise we won't be able to leave. Upon receiving Kiyo's order, the Sand Shinobi immediately disengaged from their battle with the Leaf Ninja and hurried towards the rear camp, trying to escape. It seems a bit late for that snake formation. The Sand Shinobi had barely celebrated when a hoarse voice rang out and their expressions turned grave. Having fought countless battles, they naturally recognized the owner of that voice. Orochimaru. This is bad. He has actually caught up to us. In an instant, regret spread through Kiyo's heart. The unexpected ambush by Leaf Ninja completely disrupted her initial plan, and the strategy of slowing down to lure the pursuers now felt like a double-edged sword. Now, trying to withdraw would certainly come at a heavy price. Looking around at the swarms of snakes that had appeared, Chiyo's expression fluctuated. On the other side, Orochimaru, who had just caught up, had little time for thoughts. He glanced towards Gu Jie and the others and quickly issued orders. First squad, second squad, go assist Senior Gu Jie in fending off their jutsu, the rest follow me. With that, even with his calm demeanor, Orochimaru had accumulated a bit of anger under the prolonged provocation from the Sand Shinobi, not to mention the Leaf Ninja behind him. One by one, they bravely charged at the Sand Shinobi to engage in battle. Fire style, great fire destruction. Zhen Yang expelled a massive torrent of flames, and only when he saw the whirlwind dissipate did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Truly, it was in strength forbidden technique. Its power was indeed terrifying. After employing some defensive jutsu to ensure that their village's ninjas wouldn't be drawn in Uchiha, and the others began to unleash their offensive jutsu. As a well-known powerhouse, Kyo's classic jutsu had long been studied by various major ninja villages. When the sandstorm technique was activated, it would create a violent whirlwind that sucked the targets into the center of the formation, compressing everything that was absorbed, which would then be shot out from the back of the formation. The countermeasure, while not overly complicated, required releasing sufficiently powerful jutsu to prevent the center from being destroyed, thus stopping the technique. However, while that sounded simple executing, it was not easy. Only by having Zhen Yang and his group release their jutsu together, along with the reinforcements sent by Orochimaru, were they able to bring it to a halt. Seeing that the whirlwind had caused no actual harm, Uchiha finally felt a sense of relief. Next, it was time to deal with the trapped sand shinobi. There was no need for Uchiha to issue commands. The Leaf Ninjas spontaneously participated in the encirclement of the Sand Shinobi. Under the siege, the Sand Shinobi held out for a while before being completely defeated. The remaining ninjas fled through the only remaining gap, with the Leaf Ninjas closely pursuing, refusing to let go. The pursuit lasted from dusk until deep into night, finally ceasing only when the sky began to brighten. The Leaf Ninjas who had pursued also returned and began to clean up the battlefield. The results were quite fruitful, having severely weakened the Sand Shinobi forces, leaving only about 20 to 30. In fact, it would have been possible to wipe out the entire Sand Shinobi army, but Orochimaru ultimately chose not to do so. Instead, he ordered the troops to surround them, leaving an escape route for the Sand Shinobi. While annihilating them would have been ideal, forcing the Sand Shinobi into a corner could lead them to make death. Thus, the best plan was to give the Sand Shinobi a path to escape. Fleeing enemies are certainly easier to deal with than those who fight to the death. Although a small portion of the Sand Shinobi managed to escape, it was of minimal impact. After this battle, the pressure on the Sand Shinobi was almost gone. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Looking at the drastically reduced number of ninjas compared to before, Chiyo furiously slammed her fist against a tree. After paying an exceedingly heavy price, she left with the remaining ninjas filled with unwillingness. After all, if they continued fighting, they would all perish there. To plan this attack on the Leaf, the Sand Shinobi had expended a lot of energy, first uniting with the Cloud and Rock Shinobi, and then secretly infiltrating the Land of Rivers as the vanguard of this war. Having paid a great price, the Sand Shinobi had finally achieved their goals, with the Leaf struggling to resist against the three major ninja villages. As long as they drag it out, victory would be certain. At that time, the Sand Shinobi would be able to claim this bountiful land. Yet all of that shattered in this battle. Even if they ultimately achieved victory, the village would take considerable time to recover to its pre-war state, not to mention that they might not even be able to contend with the Leaf now. Brother, shouldn't we have refrained from starting this war? Kyo's brows furrowed, as if she had aged considerably in an instant. She felt a twinge of regret. The village had already reached a point where it could not be stopped. Without waging war, we would have no chance of turning the tide. Seeing his sister's bewildered expression, Hai Lao-tsang couldn't help but comfort her. The reality was indeed as such. The increasingly severe financial issues. The inexplicable disappearance of the third Kazekage. These became the root causes of the conflicts within the Sand Shinobi village. To avoid internal strife, they could only shift the conflict externally. At the same time, the village urgently needed a new Kazekage, one who could unite the people. Therefore, war was the best choice. It could vent frustrations and elevate a convincing leader through military merit. However, they had not expected it to turn into this situation. Don't blame yourself too much. The village still needs us to hold it together. Hearing the mention of the village, Chiyo finally felt a bit, uplifted her gaze deep, and focused on the forest before her. Given their ages, they did not know how many more years they had left. Yet now the Sand Shinobi village was in a critical moment, and no capable ninja could be found within the village. Let's withdraw our forces, but it's time for us to exit this war. Chiyo sighed softly and fell silent. Hai Lao-kang silently gazed into the distance. For a moment, they both seemed lost in thought. It's over. Silently gazing at the forest that had nearly turned into a wasteland, Zhen Yang sighed, with relief, leaning against the rock to rest. A full 12 hours or half a day of uninterrupted fighting or movement, including the time spent on ambush, this battle consumed an entire day. Engaging in such a prolonged action for the first time on the battlefield, even he felt the constant weakness coursing through his body. However, despite his extreme fatigue, Zhen Yang's eyes shone brightly, filled with invigorated spirit. He had truly stepped onto the battlefield, clashing with elite ninjas from other ninja villages and defeating them. Finally, he had achieved the goals he set at the beginning of his journey. He possessed the strength to survive in this cruel ninja world. With his current abilities and his identity within the Uchiha clan, as long as he didn't act recklessly, living a comfortable life was not a problem. The heavy burden that had long been pressing on his heart dissipated, and Jinyang felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if his fatigue had lessened considerably. Bang! A familiar exclamation caught Xinyang's attention, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. Not far away, Yuhi Kurenai sat breathlessly against a tree, her body trembling as she seemed to be trying to approach him, but her previous exertion had left her exhausted. "How are you feeling, Kurenai?" Seeing Jinyang looking over, Kurenai lifted her head, brushing aside the sweat-soaked hair from her forehead, and flashed a radiant smile. Watching the girl struggle to stand, Jinyang propped himself up and walked over. "I took down 1 chunin and 5 genin this time. I won't be a burden to you anymore." Kurenai spoke with a hint of pride, and he could feel she was very pleased. "MMI Kurenai is quite impressed." Even Jinyang felt the fatigue, so it was easy to imagine how hard it was for Kurenai, whose strength was still not as great, to keep up with the main force. In response, he smiled and nodded to encourage her, internally marveling at how Kurenai could stand out among the many Konoha ninjas to become an elite chunin. Not only did she persist in her training, but her fighting spirit and determination during battles were truly remarkable. In the anime, Kurenai seemed weak because she mixed with a high-profile crowd, often interacting with Kakashi Might Guy and Asuma, the son of the Hokage. Compared to these three, Kurenai did seem relatively weak. But the problem is the vast majority of Konoha's elite ninjas are also weak in front of these three. To be fair, Kurenai is not only beautiful, but also not lacking in combat power. At least when facing Uchiha Itachi later, she could break his Genjutsu and dodge his attacks, not being instantly killed by Itachi's techniques, and even receive his praise. In contrast, later, on Orochimaru, who suffered mental damage, was brought down in a single encounter. In terms of missions, she completed 14 strength missions, surpassing both Zabuza Momochi and the Sand Ninja Maki. So Kurenai is not just a pretty face. Moreover, with his help, now Kurenai's strength would definitely be stronger than in the original story. My Kurenai is really impressive. What is Xinyang babbling about? This phrase echoed in her mind, making Kurenai's face feel hot, and she was momentarily stunned. Kurenai, come wash up. Only when she heard Jinyang calling her repeatedly did she snap back to reality. Her face, already flushed from fatigue, didn't show any unusual signs. As her gaze shifted, a pot of clear water appeared before her. Isn't this the pot we usually use for picnics? Seeing this scene and the storage scroll beside it, Kurenai was first taken aback and then filled with joy. If it weren't for her inability to use water-style jutsu and lack of chakra, she would have wanted to use water to wake herself up long ago. Jinyang, do you still have chakra left? Kurenai then sensed something was off and asked in surprise. After a whole half-day, he could still release ninjutsu. Just how much chakra does he have? In the future on the battlefield, make sure not to exhaust all your chakra. Otherwise, if you encounter an unexpected situation, you won't have any strength to resist. Jinyang shared some advice with the girl before him. Despite his chakra being indeed vast, likely more than that of a regular chunin, it could not withstand excessive consumption. The reason he could still use ninjutsu now was mainly because he had tried to conserve chakra during the battles using physical and genjutsu techniques that consumed less energy for most of the time. Though there were indeed times when jutsu would have been more convenient, especially when facing a group of chunin, and Jinyang still chose to be patient and take his time. After all, he had not yet reached a point where he could walk sideways, so he had to always leave himself a way out. At that moment, while Jinyang and Kurenai were talking, a green figure dashed over. It was Might Guy. He splashed some water on his face, washing away the sweat and dirt, instantly standing tall. Refreshing water, I feel young again. Guy yelled to the heavens, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding ninjas, who curiously looked at the three. Seeing this situation, Jinyang and Kurenai couldn't help but cover their faces. Guy, he was great in every aspect, but this social anxiety sometimes made them feel embarrassed. Haha, these three little ones are quite remarkable. They dealt with a lot of ninjas just now. Another genius from Most of the ninjas who were resting nearby were those who had acted together earlier, so they had impressions of Jinyang and the others. Everyone greeted them or praised them, diffusing the solemn atmosphere after the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, Orochimaru and Kosuke stood in a corner chatting casually, and from the smiles on their faces, it was clear they were enjoying their conversation. A ninja hurried over to report the specific statistics from this battle to the two. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Kosuke, the battlefield has been cleared to a total of 1341 sand ninjas were killed, including 13 chunin and several jonin. We suffered 756 casualties, with over half of Lord Kosuke's forces lost, totaling 342 people. The reported data first brought joy to Orochimaru and Kosuke, but then turned solemn. After a while, Orochimaru nodded and said, "The sand ninjas suffered heavy losses this time. There won't be any further actions in the short term. They will either remain on the border or retreat." You should quickly relay this information back to the village. Yes, the ninja replied, and then quickly left. Before leaving, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the three playful ninjas in the distance, flashing a hint of respect when passing over the Uchiha boy. As the ninja responsible for reporting the battlefield situation, he was well aware of the glorious achievements of the opposing side in this battle. This was respect earned through strength. Orochimaru noticed the movements of his subordinates. Once the ninja in front of him stepped back, he turned to the silent, middle-aged ninja beside him and spoke in a hoarse voice. Senior Uchiha, there is no need to be overly sentimental. Our losses this time have been much smaller than expected. I know, but seeing half of these children lose their lives in just one day is hard to bear. I apologize for the spectacle. Uchiha responded with a bitter smile. Although there had been preparations before the action, if they wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Sand Ninjas, Orochimaru's plan was the best opportunity. Once the Sand Ninjas learned of the Leaf's reinforcements, the effectiveness of the group he brought would be minimal. But only after experiencing it did he realize it was not as easy to accept as he had imagined. These children are the future of the Leaf, and yet they lost more than half in a single battle. I wouldn't dare, Senior. Your concern for the village is admirable. How could I mock it? Speaking of which, you've trained 3 excellent disciples, which has significantly reduced our losses. Orochimaru smiled, casting an approving glance at the 3 individuals in the distance. The primary reason for such a significant victory in this battle was that Uchiha and his companions managed to hold off the Sand Ninjas effectively while suffering minimal casualties. Indeed, their casualties were not only within their expectations, but even considered low. In order to defeat the Sand Ninjas on the front lines without raising their suspicions, Orochimaru could not provide Uchiha with much assistance. The experienced Jonin on his side would be met with a response from the Sand Ninjas. If they disappeared, it would raise alarms. Thus, Orochimaru could only assign 2 Jonin responsible for reconnaissance to Uchiha, leaving the rest of the troops to buy time with their lives. Though it was quite unfriendly to these newly graduated ninjas, there was truly no other option. If they did not proceed with this operation, once they entered the grinding machine of the front lines, the casualties would not be small either. Uchiha understood this situation, which is why he unhesitatingly agreed to the proposal. According to previous estimates, at most 2 out of 10 of this batch of ninjas would survive. Combining the earlier movements of his subordinates with their observed performances, Orochimaru easily drew a conclusion. Uchiha's 3 disciples played a significant role. Indeed, as their teacher, I am proud of them. Uchiha, usually humble, responded cheerfully upon hearing Orochimaru's praise. In truth, he harbored a certain selfishness and did not disclose the true strength of his disciples. Understanding the changes in the upper echelons of the Leaf, Uchiha began to treat them separately from the village and no longer held too much trust in them. Given these factors and the likelihood that the next generation of the Leaf would suffer serious losses, it was essential to retain some sufficiently talented juniors. The 3 individuals, Zhang Yang and his companions, were undoubtedly the cream of the crop of this generation, and as their frequently accompanying teacher, Uchiha was naturally well aware of their abilities. They were very suitable candidates for the future revitalization of the village. If he told Orochimaru, the latter might assign Zhang Yang and his companions more difficult tasks, greatly increasing their danger. For both public and private reasons, this was not the outcome Uchiha wished to see. However, unexpectedly, while he was trying to conceal it, Zhang Yang and the others exposed themselves. This left Uchiha feeling both worried and joyful. He was worried that his talented disciples would attract the attention of other villages, making them even more dangerous on the battlefield. On the other hand, he was delighted that he had not misjudged them during the village's time of danger. All 3 chose to step forward. However, he would need to keep a closer watch on these 3 little rascals. At my age, there is no room for me to improve. Cultivating them would be my way of repaying the village. Senior Uchiha, are you dissatisfied with your disciples? Actually, I have some expertise in training ninjas and can assist you. Observing the change in Uchiha's expression, Orochimaru rarely made a joke. One was a comrade and partner of Sarutobi Hisashi, and the other was his most prized disciple. They had a good relationship, as they often met in earlier years. How naive, aren't you the one who took in a little girl? Now you want to set your sights on my disciples. Upon mentioning this, Uchiha immediately puffed up in indignation. I've already laid out a whole plan for their training, yet you want to poach them. In just a day or 2, news of the Leaf ambushing and severely injuring the Sand Ninjas spread quickly across various parties. In the Leaf Village, Hokage Building. Browsing through the information in hand, Sarutobi Hisashi wore a long-lost smile. Since the Leaf went to war with the 3 major ninja villages, most of the news received has been bad. Occasionally a piece of good news was merely minor skirmishes with little impact on the overall situation. This undoubtedly caused him, as Hokage, a headache. Yet this news was like a coal fire in winter for the Leaf, allowing them to catch their breath and not be gradually frozen to death, severely injuring over 1,000 Sand Ninjas. It seems the Sand Ninjas are practically withdrawing from this war. Mito Kazan, who was beside him, could not help but smile upon seeing this news. The death of over 1,000 ninjas was already a significant blow for a ninja village. It should be noted that the Leaf boasts the richest resources and the largest area, and since its founding only a bit over 10,000 ninja numbers have been issued. Kakashi's ninja number is 9,720, and Guy's is 10,252. Among them are also ninjas who have already passed away, and currently the Leaf village has roughly around 5,000 ninjas. Even with such significant losses, it would likely take the Leaf several decades to recover. Not to mention that the impoverished Sand Ninja village could support far fewer ninjas, making this battle enough to leave them unable to lift their heads. If we look at it this way, the Sand Ninja battlefield will not have much pressure. After observing for a few days, we can begin adjusting personnel. Our situation on the Rock Ninja battlefield is already grim. Tell Danzo to hold on for 2 more days. I will send Orochimaru to support him then. Hearing the words of Nara Shikamaru, Sarutobi Hizashi finally eased his mind. After all the battle against the Sand Ninjas freed up a large number of hands, as well as the shadow-level powerhouse Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hizashi had full confidence in this most cherished disciple, as he had never disappointed him. However, there is one more thing. Hizashi, what do you think of Uchiha Jinyan? After determining the overall plan, Mito Kazan began to inquire about specific matters. According to the information, this lower ninja, named Uchiha Jinyan, had just graduated this year, but had impressive battlefield achievements, such as single-handedly killing a Sand Jonin, assisting in the kill of 2 Jonins, as well as multiple Chunin and Genin. Considering he is only 10 years old, it is quite terrifying. Uchiha Jinyan, you say? Upon hearing this name, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes narrowed. Tell Orochimaru about Uchiha Jinyan. Bang! A thunderous explosion shattered the long wooden table, sending splinters flying across. What in the world are the Sand Ninja doing? In the Cloud Village's main encampment, a burly man with pale blonde hair, dark skin, and the kanji for lightning tattooed on his right shoulder roared. His imposing presence, and his central position, left no doubt he was the third Raikage, famed as both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Beside him sat another man bearing an uncanny resemblance. His son destined to become the 4th Raikage. Raikage-sama, please calm yourself. The reports are still scattered across the floor. Seeing the 3rd Raikage shatter the table with a single punch, Sachida hastily gathered the fluttering documents, inwardly sighing. Budget 1. Though the table itself was inexpensive, breaking one daily was unsustainable. Raikage-sama, might the Sand Village's defeat impact our plans? At most, it's a minor inconvenience. This time victory is inevitable. Rich lands belong to the strong. Dismissing Sachida's concern with a casual wave, the 3rd Raikage remained unperturbed. Even with Sand's collapsed cloud and stone retained overwhelming superiority. With Konoha's evident decline, this rare opportunity could not be squandered. A steady stream of prodigies had ignited his longing for the Land of Fire. According to intelligence, Uchiha Mayu is still young, yet already rivals elite Jonin in strength. Should we consider, though Sachida trailed off, all present understood his unspoken meaning: abduction assassination, the Cloud Village's time-honored method for neutralizing rivals. Beneath their brash exteriors lay calculating minds. The suggestion gave the 3rd Raikage pause. He contemplated it in silence before shaking his head. No need. Konoha will guard these prodigies fiercely at this stage. Success will be nearly impossible. Moreover, true genius requires time to mature. And frankly, Konoha won't last that long. To him, elite Jonin were negligible, no cause for concern. Indeed, father needn't lift a finger. We'll handle them ourselves. Right, B? Hearing his father's declaration, the future 4th Raikage, a voiced firm agreement. I still have power to spare, radiant dazzling. I am Killer B, the 8 Tails, Jinchuriki. Yeah, a little one. Let's play. Forwards with unstoppable force. From beside a swordsman with an odd cadence and multiple blades strapped across his back chimed in. The Cloud Shinobi showed no reaction. This was simply how things were. Nor did they question the pair's confidence. The AB duo had already cemented their legend on the battlefield, defeating numerous Konoha ninja. In the Cloud Village, where strength reigned supreme, respect followed only power. Aside from the recent yellow Flash Minato Namikaze, the AB duo remained undefeated in combat. Then let's conclude. Sachida, draft tomorrow's assault plan. Strike before Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Give them a surprise. No further discussion needed. Meanwhile, on the stone front, Inoki the 3rd Tsuchikage received news of the sand front. A crushing defeat in Uchiha. Konoha must be challenged, but we cannot allow Cloud to dominate unopposed. Frowning as he weighed the fragile balance among the 3 great villages, Inoki withdrew a letter from his drawer. A missive from Root Konoha's clandestine division, at the border of the Land of Fire. After concluding hostilities with the Sand Forces, Konoha's troops did not withdraw immediately. Their adversaries had merely retreated beyond the border into the Land of Rivers, where they continued to mass. Daily patrols persisted, awaiting new orders. Inside a quiet tent, Mayu looked up in surprise as a visitor entered. then raised the object in his hand startled. Senior Jonin Inazuka Hiyori. You mean I'm being promoted to Chunin? Indeed, standing before him was Inazuka Hiyori, the elite Jonin who'd fought alongside him against the Sand Forces. Grateful for Mayu's aid, Hiyori had visited often after the battle, only to discover that despite his youth the boy's insights were remarkably perceptive. Within days a genuine camaraderie had formed. Mayu had assumed another friendly visit, or perhaps a discussion of techniques. Instead, Hiyori tossed him a green flak jacket and a scroll announcing his promotion. Of course, it's no joke. This order comes directly from the third Hokage himself. That scroll details several height-ear jutsu. You may select 2 as rewards for your battlefield achievements. How's that for brotherly consideration? I volunteered to deliver it personally. Truth be told, if you weren't so young and hadn't yet accrued sufficient merit points, special Jonin rank wouldn't have been out of reach. With a wink and a firm clap on the shoulder, Hiyori added, "Thanks, Senior Inazuka." Hearing those words, Mayu suddenly recalled crucial context. Unlike peacetime, when promotions required formal examinations, wartime expedited advancement. With personnel shortages, any shinobi demonstrating exceptional strength and proven battlefield merit could petition the Hokage for immediate promotion. What set Mayu apart was that his performance had drawn village-wide attention. Even before he filed the petition, the Hokage had unilaterally approved his promotion. Mission complete, I'm off. Don't forget the briefing this afternoon at Central Command Tent. Before the final word left his lips, Hiyori had vanished. Staring at the green flak jacket in his hands, Mayu felt a sudden, unsettling question arise. Did becoming Chunin, in fact, weaken him? After all, Konoha's genin were legendary for their unmatched prowess. When no answer surfaced, he set the thought aside and picked up the jutsu scroll, glancing idly through its contents. His eyes widened. Was the sun rising in the west? Civilement ciel. Chakra scalpel technique. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Darkness release technique. Summoning technique Hashmo. Every technique listed was ranked a class, and each was a genuine high-level Konoha secret. The sheer prestige of the list made him wonder, had Sarutobi Hiruzen and the council truly undergone a transformation? Granting such jutsu to an Uchiha, something was deeply wrong. Frankly, he'd expected perfunctory rank techniques, nothing more. Even a single rank jutsu would have suggested the elders had lost their senses. Yet here, every technique was a rank, and some even originated from the Forbidden Scroll itself. An outsider might suspect he was a deep covert spy embedded within the Uchiha clan. Honestly, at that moment, Mayu was utterly bewildered. "Mayu, look who's here. You? Already a Chunin." At that moment, 2 figures stepped into the tent. The 2 who entered were none other than Shiri Hong and Hong Do. Suddenly, Hong Do's exclamation caught Hong's attention, and upon closer inspection, there was indeed a Chunin vest beside Jinyang. "What is going on? This wasn't here when I left just now." It was just sent over by Senior Inazuka." Looking at Hong's questioning eyes, Jinyang smiled and explained, as expected of the leader of our little team, "Let me see what the vest looks like." Hong Do cheerfully patted his shoulder and then took the Chunin vest to observe it back and forth like a playful child. Seeing his long-lost good friend Zenyang's face also broke into a radiant smile. As for why he encountered Hong Do here, that goes back to the time when they discussed their plans after graduation. Before graduating, their small group of 5 had deliberated on their future paths. Hong Do was taken in as a disciple by Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and was kept close by him. Meanwhile, Amashian, due to the bloodline limit, was taken back by her parents to be cultivated within their clan. As the daughter of the current Anma clan leader, she was already confirmed to be the next head of the Anma clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly couldn't refuse her request. Being a part of the ninja clan himself, he understood the importance of lineage in the shinobi world. 2 of the 5 had already made their plans, leaving Jinyang and the remaining 3 to form a small team. "TSK Tisk, your living conditions are not bad at all." After losing interest in the Chunin vest, Hong Do began to survey the inside of the tent. Jinyang and his companions performed excellently on the battlefield, thus receiving much better treatment. While their peers were still crammed into a single tent, Zenyang's team had already been assigned to their own tent, configured like an upper ninja's team. With fewer people and having Hong the girl in the group, the tent was decorated very elegantly. "Is your living condition better because you have a disciple of the Sannin? The only thing I can surpass you in is this Chunin title." Hearing Hong Do's feigned modesty, Jinyang immediately retorted. In times of difficulty, they were friends who shared hardships, yet on ordinary days, they were rivals. "What's so great about that? Teacher Orochimaru says I already have Chunin level, just lacking a bit of battle merit." Hong Do, of course, wouldn't accept that. This mischievous guy had taken her right away. Her former close friend now had all her thoughts centered on this guy. "But you're still lacking. Do you see this list? It's a reward personally given by Lord Hokage. You can choose any 2. Jinyang, in a rare moment of childishness, proudly raised the ninjutsu list in his hand. "TCH, what's there to show off? It's not as good as the ninjutsu my teacher gave me." Hong Do snatched the list away while dismissing it. However, after taking a glance, she suddenly found herself speechless. Am I seeing things? Hongdo quickly rubbed her eyes and looked again, and it hadn't changed. It was real. Putting down the list, Hongdo looked at Jinyang with a face full of doubt and said, "You are the illegitimate child of the third Hokage." This remark left Jinyang stunned, unable to hold back a laugh as he scolded back, "You are the illegitimate child of the Hokage." He thought Hongdo would say something profound, but her logic was so peculiar. As the two of them playfully bantered, after a long time Jinyang seriously began to select ninjutsu. If it was hard to understand, he decided not to rush. Since they were willing to give it, he would just take it. After all, with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of being plotted against. With a terrifying spiritual power combined with the Sharingan, there were only a few people in the village who could truly suppress him. Moreover, since he was still outside, it was a blood gain to receive it. Even if he was deceived, it wouldn't be a loss. What should he choose for the 2 slots? Upon careful consideration, Jinyang found it wasn't easy to choose, mainly because they were all quite useful. The 5 elements sealing technique, a high-level sealing art that ordinary upper ninja find difficult to use, could seal magical beasts and tail beasts. The multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto's signature ninjutsu in the future, had an undeniably powerful effect. After much deliberation, Jinyang finally selected 2 rank ninjutsu from the many options. Illusion technique, dark walking technique. Summoning technique, Rashomon. One was a supportive illusion technique, and the other was a defensive summoning technique. Although other ninjutsu also tempted Jinyang, considering everything, these 2 techniques were the most suitable for him at the moment. The 5-element sealing technique is great, but Jinyang currently had no need for tailed beasts, and a Sharingan could achieve the same effect. If Obito's Mangekyo can control the 9 tails, then his enhanced version with 3 Tomo should have no problem controlling the 2 tails or 3 tails. Moreover, spiritual power has no upper limit. As long as he has enough time to stack it, he would become an invincible. The multiple shadow clone technique is a training god, but the pressure it imposes on the ninja is extraordinarily high. Jinyang seriously suspects that Naruto either is a reincarnation of Ashura or has been brainwashed by someone using Kodo Amatsukami. The 2 techniques he chose were indeed very promising. The dark walking technique creates a dark environment, obscuring the opponent's vision. In this dark space, only oneself and teammates can see the things within and take action. This is an illusion technique that creates visual hallucinations and steals away all light. In a pitch-black world resembling dark satin, even a powerful individual can only be forced to reveal their position. As a forbidden technique in the sealing book, its utility is undoubtedly immense. It can locate the opponent's position and weaken their combat ability, providing great benefits to Jinyang. Next, Rashomon is also a powerful ninjutsu. It can summon a gate, symbolizing death, to defend against physical attacks. Orochimaru frequently uses the triple Rashomon to defend against other ninjas' formidable ninjutsu. If one possesses a substantial amount of chakra, they can also use the 5 Rashomon, like the first Hokage, further enhancing their defensive capabilities. Sigh. I just wonder if ITLL be delivered. Oh, I hope I don't waste half a day here with nothing to show for it. After finishing these matters, Jinyang took the 2 of them to the woods next to the tent to catch some game for lunch. The troops had also issued plenty of military rations as provisions, but these things are like compressed biscuits and can be hard to digest if eaten too much. Previously, it was bearable for combat, but now that they're almost in a state of ceasefire, Jinyang certainly needed to improve their diet. Military rations are not nearly as nutritious as regular food, and they are at an age where they need to grow. Especially Hong's nutrition needs to keep up, otherwise he won't have anything to eat in the future. After easily conquering the stomachs of the 2 little girls with delicious food, Jinyang walked toward the central tent. He hadn't forgotten Senior Inazuka's earlier words. But what meeting is happening now? Do the Sand Shinobi dare to make any new moves? Holding such doubts, Jinyang lifted the curtain of the tent and walked inside. In a large tent at the very center of the My base, Orochimaru, serving as the commander, leads the support troops with Maru Shinguja and over a dozen others all seated within the tent. These people represent the main forces on the battlefield of the Sand Ninja. At this moment, everyone was silent, browsing through the intelligence in their hands, waiting for the words of Orochimaru, who was seated in the main position. Am I late? Stepping into the tent and seeing that almost all the seats were filled, Jinyang couldn't help but be taken aback. So diligent. Wasn't it supposed to be in the afternoon? He had thought of arriving early for this high-level meeting to make a good impression, but ended up being the last one to arrive. This was rather awkward. Little Jinyang, it hasn't started yet, so there's no need to worry. Orochimaru-sama's meetings usually begin a little earlier, just get used to it. In the past few days, all the Jounin present had come to know of his reputation, understanding the importance of the next generation of ninjas. They all had a favorable impression of Jinyang, the meritorious one, and smiled as they explained. Coming to his senses, Jinyang politely thanked those who had spoken and walked over to Gujia, who was waving at him. After sitting down in the spot that the other had intentionally reserved for him, Jinyang couldn't help but ask, Grandpa Uchiha, isn't this a Jounin meeting? Why was I invited to attend? Is there a problem? Is there movement from the Sand Ninja? Uchiha smiled and helped him understand. The battlefield isn't that rigid. Since you've demonstrated Jounin level strength, you can participate in the meeting. As for the meeting's content, take a look at this scroll first. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang quietly opened the scroll and began to examine it carefully. After flipping through it, he couldn't help but feel enlightened. In simple terms, it was a message from the village informing the Konoha ninjas that the IWA ninjas were struggling and hoped they could quickly handle the Sand Ninja battlefield, sending a portion of their forces directly to assist at the IWA battlefield. Finally, after Xinjiang finished reading the scroll, there was movement from the main seat. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, slightly scanning the crowd, his hoarse voice emerging. You should all have read it. According to the intelligence, the situation of our troops on the IWA battlefield is dire, and we need to head there for support as soon as possible. Pausing briefly, he continued, what are your opinions? The Sand Ninja's troops in the Land of Rivers haven't withdrawn for a long time, and it's possible they might fight to the death. We must keep enough personnel here to prevent them from taking desperate measures. Soon a Jounin voiced his opinion, which received unanimous approval. Clearly what Orochimaru referred to was how to coordinate the relationships and not let the support to other battlefields cause unexpected incidents here. For safety, Sake, it's best to move 40 of the ninjas to the IWA battlefield for support, while the rest remain to guard this place, making adjustments based on the Sand Ninja's actions later. That's not appropriate. If we do that, there will be too few ninjas heading to the IWA battlefield. We won't just be unable to break the siege, but we might also get trapped ourselves. With the first person speaking up, many others began to propose various opinions, analyzing all possible. Orochimaru sat above, listening to the discussions, but his expression showed little, clearly dissatisfied with the current plan. Xinjiang, what do you think? Seeing that no conclusion had been reached for a long time, Uchiha turned to look at the young fellow beside him. Having interacted with him frequently, he understood that this kid was not as naive as he appeared. Rather, his judgment of the situation was very accurate, having mentioned early on that war would break out. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze in Uchiha's eyes, Xinjiang understood the other's thoughts, and after a moment of contemplation, slowly spoke up. Actually, the pressure on the Sand Ninja battlefield could be somewhat reduced. The first sentence piqued Uchiha's curiosity. The Sand Ninja just suffered a major defeat. Their internal conflicts are likely reaching a breaking point. Isn't there still no new Kazekage elected? We can subtly induce them to be so preoccupied with their own issues. Uchiha nodded upon hearing this statement. In recent years, the internal situation of the Sand Ninja had not been good. This was something that was known in Konoha, and with the Kazekage yet to be elected, there was indeed a lot of room for maneuver. When faced with the temptation of power, whether the Sand Ninja could maintain unity was uncertain, and at that time, they would naturally lack the energy to cause trouble. So your suggestion is to transfer the majority of the ninjas to the IWA battlefield. Yes, just as Xinjiang was enthusiastically discussing with Uchiha, a sudden hoarse voice from the side startled him, and he turned to look. It was Orochimaru. Not only that, but his action also caused the discussion to halt, and all eyes turned to him. In an instant, Xinjiang became the focus of the entire room. Continue speaking, why did you stop? Although Orochimaru's expression was very calm, Xinjiang felt he was smiling. It must be intentional, right? It was definitely intentional. Fortunately, he wasn't socially anxious, otherwise he wouldn't be able to talk. Feeling the curious gazes of everyone, Xinjiang organized his thoughts in his mind, mainly because his ideas might be a bit different. Actually, the number of ninjas sent to the IWA battlefield isn't that important. What do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised a question, and Xinjiang looked at them with appreciation. They were a good foil, and he had been waiting for this question. Based on the situation since the start of the war, the Cloud Ninja is undoubtedly the one with the strongest offensive intent. The Cloud Ninja's attack on Konoha would pass through multiple small countries and requires long-distance travel, making troop movements difficult. Additionally, with the supply lines stretched too thin, the number of ninjas in the front line cannot be large, and if they suffer a loss, they will have no strength to continue. In contrast, the IWA ninja have abundant supplies and over 10,000 ninjas. Even if their individual strength is slightly weaker due to military management, it is still hard to defeat them. Our involvement would merely prolong the stalemate. Thus, I believe the turning point of this war will be on the Cloud Ninja battlefield. Xinjiang's words left all the Jounin present momentarily stunned, and then they fell into thought. What initially seemed like a ridiculous line of thought upon careful consideration indeed had great feasibility. That's a good idea, but it seems Xinjiang has overlooked one issue. How should we respond on the IWA battlefield? A glimmer of interest flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he pointed out Xinjiang's flaw, watching him with great interest. How intriguing. Not only does he possess astonishing talent, but he also has a thinking ability that far surpasses his peers. Even someone as proud as Orochimaru couldn't help but acknowledge that Xinjiang was indeed a genius. At least at his age, he had mostly showcased his strength. Zenyankin, let's see what other surprises you can bring me. The IWA side will definitely be able to hold their ground. With the Sand Ninja out of commission and the Mist Ninja sealed on the island, if we fall as well, there will only be a standoff between IWA and Cloud Ninja, and Oanoki won't allow Konoha to fall. Zenyang's response was quite simple. Just one word: gamble. Konoha, in terms of strength, is inherently inferior to the combined forces of the two, so winning would undoubtedly require taking some risks. Gamble. Hearing the words spoken by Orochimaru, Xinyan nodded. It is unrealistic to expect a stable resolution in the face of a powerful enemy. However, based on the plot and his own experiences in the ninja world after the war, Xinyan had some deeper speculations. He was confident that Konoha would win the gamble. What is the root of the Third Great Ninja War? From the plot, it can be inferred that Konoha was besieged from all sides due to the imbalances in political and economic development among the nations. Considering the third Hokage's inclination towards peace and diplomacy, Konoha being attacked can only be attributed to its size drawing attention, especially with the recent death of White Fong, which attracted the covetous eyes of other ninja villages. A single ninja village would not dare to initiate a war. Konoha's strength is evident, and even if it has slightly declined, it is not something that one village can deal with alone. There must be instigators and those who encourage the conflict. Who are the instigators? Looking at the situation in each village, the most likely candidates are the Third Reikage, A, and Chio from the Sand. The Cloud and Rock villages are relatively stable internally and do not need to resort to war to divert conflicts. Moreover, the third Tsuchikage Inoki can be largely ruled out, as he is quite the cunning old man. Chio acts out of hatred and for the sake of her village. The Third Reikage, on the other hand, is likely motivated by interests. At this time, the Cloud Ninja village is very strong, with the future Fourth Reikage, A, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki killer be present, making the third a formidable presence second only to Konoha. From the course of the war, it is clear that the Cloud village indeed made significant efforts against Konoha, sending their successors and Jinchuriki to the battlefield. The Cloud village genuinely aimed to overthrow Konoha and become the #1 ninja village. In contrast, the Rock Ninja village seemed more like a bystander. Their participation in this war is likely just to wear down Konoha's strength, because after truly overthrowing Konoha, they would be unable to resist the Cloud's counterattack. For the Rock Ninja, the goal is merely to balance the power among the three sides, so the fundamental difference between Konoha and the Cloud is not significant. They will strike whoever is stronger. This explains why, after heavily injuring Konoha on the battlefield, the Rock Ninja turned to ambush the Cloud. From the subsequent 5 Kage summit, the Fourth Reikage's enmity towards Danzo indicates he likely had secret dealings with Inoki that altered his views. After the Cloud was attacked by the Rock, the Third Reikage was forced to hold the rear and perished in battle. The Cloud suffered minimal losses, but lost their strongest Reikage. The Rock, however, suffered greatly. Even though they exhausted the Reikage, they did not achieve the expected results from their ambush. Inoki's attempt to steal without gain ended in failure, leading to a forced retreat. To prevent being attacked on two fronts, the Cloud Ninja had to recall the AB team stationed in Konoha. The fighting between Konoha and the Cloud ceased, and the Rock village dared not act rashly anymore. Thus, the four great nations ceased hostilities. As a former Hokage, enthusiast Xinyan was well aware of these developments. His proposed solutions were the easiest ways to achieve victory. However, he could not state it explicitly and could only throw out some ideas. Zenyankin, you've truly Orochimaru, who was already incredibly intelligent, simply had not thought of this point before. Upon hearing Zenyang's words, he immediately grasped the key. To be honest, such a plan aligns more with his intentions. Defense. Old man, you're getting old. Imagining the possible situations, Orochimaru's gaze lowered. After Xinyan outlined the general idea, he began to withdraw into the background. While speaking was fine, the specific details of action still required these professionals to handle. To be honest, he was still just a child new to the battlefield. Let's leave it at that for today. Everyone prepare yourself. After about 2 more hours, the meeting concluded under Orochimaru's announcement. Xinyan, have you selected your ninjutsu? Walking through the camp, Uchiha looked at his disciple who had performed excellently earlier and asked about another matter. Xinyan immediately replied, only to be surprised as he looked up at the kindly elder in front of him. Grandpa Uchiha, don't overthink it. You just choose the ninjutsu you like, and the Hokage will send someone to deliver it later. Hearing Uchiha's words, Xinyan understood the truth of the matter. No wonder he would provide him with these ninjutsu. An elder in a family is like a treasure. Since getting to know Uchiha, Xinyan has felt the meaning of this saying. Time always flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Grandpa Uchiha, has there been any news from in a spot for daily training? Xinyan saw Uchiha suddenly appear and knew that their peaceful life was about to. Yes, after discussions within the village, Orochimaru will lead the ninjas away tomorrow, and I will stay here as the commander until the Sand Ninja withdraws. However, Orochimaru has suggested that your team accompany him. What are your thoughts? Uchiha brought unexpected news as he began to speak. Are we leaving here? Xinyan narrowed his eyes, pondering. Seeing Orochimaru's intense gaze during the meeting made Xinjiang realize that this scientist was already interested in him. However, he did not panic, because this represented the achievement of his goal. Indeed, this was something Xinjiang had been planning all along. His intention in seeking the spotlight was to attract Orochimaru's attention. With Orochimaru's personality, as long as he takes an interest in someone, he will not be stingy, allowing Xinjiang to obtain what he desires from him. At this time, Orochimaru would not kill his fellow villagers, making it a win-win situation. However, it was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Grandpa Gujia would actually be left behind, which meant that he would likely go alone this time. I will go and let Hong and the others stay here. Before long, Xinjiang made his choice. A choice that went against his past principles. This was a decision he had carefully considered since attaining the strength of a Jonin. After coming to the Hokage world, Xinjiang had been striving to survive. Now that he had enough strength to protect himself, it was time to handle other matters, such as saving the Uchiha clan and revitalizing it. After the third great ninja war, the Uchiha clan would find themselves in an awkward position, marginalized by the village, ultimately leading to their annihilation. For Xinjiang, who grew up in the Uchiha clan, this outcome is unacceptable. All of his relatives are members of the Uchiha, and the elders and peers in the clan have been very kind to him. With familial affection, friendship, and blood relations, Xinjiang naturally cannot bear to see his family decline. To save the future of the Uchiha, the first step is to have enough voice within the clan. For Xinjiang, who knows how things will develop, as long as the Uchiha clan can be under his command, he can easily create a completely different outcome. So how to gain that voice? This question might be complex for other ninjas, but for Xinjiang, he only needs to make a name for himself and raise his prestige. The Uchiha clan members share a common trait: they recognize the strong. In simpler terms, if you can defeat me, I will listen to you. If not, then we have nothing to discuss. The battlefield is exactly the fastest way to make a name. As long as Xinjiang achieves impressive results, it will be enough to gain the respect of the clan members. Coupled with the support from the Uchiha Mirror faction, it will be easy to have a voice. Therefore, Xinjiang must go to the battlefield to showcase his strength to the entire Uchiha clan so that he can implement his subsequent plans. At the border of Kusa no Kuni, a procession of several hundred people weaves through the forest. Lord Orochimaru, are we not heading to the Cloud Village battlefield? After days of travel, Masaru could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked the pale-faced man ahead. At first, he had assumed they were taking a detour for some reason, but something had always felt off. Now he was certain they were headed straight for Kusa no Kuni. Hadn't Orochimaru endorsed his proposal? Then why had they arrived at the Stone Village battlefield instead? Had his demeanor during last week's council meeting been mere pretense? Orochimaru glanced sideways at the young figure walking effortlessly beside him and let out a low, rasping chuckle. Masaharukin's suggestion proved exceptionally insightful. Hiruzen-sensei and the others have already resolved to implement it. Then why? The village deems it unwise to rely solely on Stone Village's movements. We've been dispatched to reinforce defenses here, while the main force advances toward the Cloud Village front. Before Masaru could finish speaking, Orochimaru anticipated his question and explained with uncanny foresight. As expected, Masaru's expression stiffened momentarily, then twisted into an awkward, sheepish smile. Ahem. Lord Orochimaru, truth be told, remaining at the border seems perfectly reasonable. Might I return now? I know the way. I won't trouble anyone else. So you're being toyed with, aren't you? Hearing this, Orochimaru replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. I specifically requested Masaharukin's presence precisely to consult on concrete defensive strategy. Since you proposed such a sound plan earlier, I trust you also possess countermeasures against the Stone Village forces. He had absolutely no such countermeasures. The reason Masaru had omitted the Stone Village front from his earlier proposal was simple: resisting their assault would inevitably incur catastrophic losses. The Stone Village did not genuinely seek to topple Konoha, but was deeply invested in eroding Konoha's strength at this stage. Recall that in this war, the Konoha defense unit under frontline commander Mikura Hagane was nearly annihilated in battle against the Stone Village army, reduced to just 4 survivors. Only Minato Namikaze's timely arrival prevented total annihilation of Konoha's frontline defense force at the Stone Village front. Proof enough of its extreme peril. Moreover, what meaningful role could their meager contingent possibly play? Their presence or absence would likely make little difference. Masaru's detachment numbered barely over 200. All but a handful were Chunin or Genin. I am replacing Danza-sama as overall commander at the Stone Village front. Thus, leadership of this detachment will fall to you, Masaharukin, and several other Jonin. So the truth emerged at last. No wonder they've been sent to Kusa no Kuni. Hiruzen Sarutobi was rescuing his closest ally. In that instant, Masaharu could almost visualize the entire scene unfolding in his mind. Danzo, hurry, save me. I can't hold on much longer. Hiruzen, don't worry, Danzo. I'm sending my most trusted disciple to relieve you. Danzo, what about your disciple? Hiruzen, it doesn't matter. He's expendable. You are irreplaceable. Danzo Hiruzen. Lost in thought, Masaru burst into laughter. Two venerable shinobi bound by decades of rivalry and affection locked in their own quiet, absurd drama. Oh, it seems Masaharukin is brimming with confidence. Orochimaru's gravelly voice cut through the air once more. Realizing his lapse, Masaharu's grin slowly faded. Right, what was there to laugh about? He himself was merely the unwitting pawn Orochimaru had dragged here to fill Danzo's shoes. The fool was none other than himself. Sigh. Life was rarely easy. Masaru exhaled deeply. Fortunately, he'd kept Kurenai and Might Guy from accompanying him, otherwise he couldn't guarantee their safety. Having noted their battlefield gains and prioritizing their safety, he'd instructed them to remain with Jiraiya for further cultivation and refinement. In hindsight, declining the young woman's earnest request had been a wise decision. Thankfully, he was still young. Otherwise, he couldn't promise he'd withstand her relentless charm. No use resisting now. The camp lay just ahead, and Orochimaru clearly had no intention of letting him flee. Reality had to be accepted. Yet carving out renown on a losing front would prove no small feat. Lord Orochimaru, do you understand in release? Having accepted his fate, Masaharu's first instinct was to soothe his bruised spirit. As one of Konoha's most promising juniors, and now Orochimaru's reluctant laborer on the Stone Village front, Masaharu resolved he wouldn't leave without extracting something of value. In release. Orochimaru paused briefly, then continued thoughtfully. It commonly serves as the foundation for secret techniques. In release embodies spiritual energy capable of manifesting tangible form from intangible essence. Thus, most techniques rooted in mental faculties fall under in release, such as the Nara clan shadow manipulation arts, which reshape shadows through focused intent, or the Yamanaka clan psychic disciplines. Why the sudden interest in release, Masaharukin? Orochimaru's familiarity with the subject didn't disappoint Masaru. His pulse quickened ever so slightly. As you know, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan grants extraordinary power to its wielder. With war looming, I seek to strengthen myself. In ancestral notes, I discover the Sharingan's profound connection to in release. Facing Orochimaru's intrigued gaze, Masaru spoke calmly, his explanation long rehearsed. As Hiruzen's student, Orochimaru was well versed in Uchiha lore. No suspicion arose. Indeed, the Sharingan is a remarkable asset. Should you awaken it, future battles would grow markedly easier. I have some relevant materials. Perhaps they'll aid your pursuit. According to these records, Uchiha Masaru was a specialist in Genjutsu. Acquiring eyes that amplified illusionary prowess would undoubtedly elevate his combat capability and significantly bolster Konoha's battlefield efficacy. Weighing this, and recalling Masaru's earlier shrewd maneuvering, Orochimaru hesitated, not producing a scroll from his mouth. Orochimaru handed the damn scroll to Masaru and named its contents. It contains a treatise on in release and several advanced Genjutsu techniques. Focus your training on illusions. They are, after all, one of in release's most refined applications. Masaru accepted the scroll, suppressing a shiver of discomfort. That such a large scroll could emerge from Orochimaru's mouth left him utterly speechless. Truth be told, he harbored deep fascination with Orochimaru's physiology. How could he store vast objects within his body like Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket and never misplace anything? Had he mastered the art of meticulous classification, but having just received a valuable gift, direct inquiry would be profoundly impolite. A courteous word of thanks would suffice. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Heh, you're quite welcome. Hee. In the past, when Jinyang was in the area of Zwan, hearing or seeing these two words always felt awkward, as if someone would jump out and say something. Are you being polite with me? Setting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Jinyang slowed down and landed on the side of the team, taking out the information that Orochimaru had just given him. As his mental power grew to a certain level, he discovered a new function. If the previous effect was to enhance the CPU's performance, now it was as if he had upgraded a single-core CPU to a multi-core CPU. In simple terms, it meant he could multitask. Furthermore, judging by this trend in the future, he might even be able to manage multiple tasks simultaneously, transforming into a master of time management. So that's how it is. As he browsed through the materials in his hand, a look of realization occasionally flashed in Zenyang's eyes. Most of the reasons he had given to Orochimaru were indeed true. The only thing he concealed was that he was not contemplating how to awaken the Sharingan. Instead, he was pondering how to unlock the ultimate power recorded by the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. After 2 years of continuous improvement of the Sharingan, Jinyang had confirmed one thing. The enhancement of his mental power could perfectly replace the painful method of awakening the Sharingan. His process of awakening was completely unlike that of his clansmen, who had to sacrifice a friend each time. Instead, it was stable and comfortable. He suddenly discovered, wow, another Tomo has appeared and my Sharingan has upgraded. This indicates that Jinyang could completely upgrade to the Mangekyo Sharingan while lying down. Because the process of upgrading from the Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan did not require external help, it was merely that the stimulation experienced in the final step was more intense, usually requiring a family member or loved one to be sacrificed. But for Xinjiang, it was just a matter of waiting a bit longer. Initially, he held this idea, thinking he could relax every day and eventually transform into a superpowerhouse. However, it had been a long time since he broke through to the 3-to-most stage, and he hadn't felt any change. At most, it was just that his visual power continued to strengthen due to the growth of his mental power. With such a situation, a rising Xinjiang could no longer remain idle. In his plan, it was best to possess the Mangekyo Sharingan before the war ended. In other words, he aimed to achieve a breakthrough within the next 3 to 4 years. For the Uchiha clan to avoid extinction, it was simple as long as Xinjiang kept Shursui and Itachi in check. Preventing these two brothers from being brainwashed by the third Hokage, the village would only be wary and would not dare to act against them. However, Xinjiang wanted more than that. He was thinking further ahead. For instance, he wanted the members of the Uchiha clan to enter the higher echelons, join the Umbu, and even become Hokage in the future. If he was going to make a change, he might as well do it thoroughly. As a beneficiary of his family's welfare, the stronger the Uchiha clan, the greater the benefits to him. But to achieve this, the foremost obstacle was currently the third Hokage Danzo and a few members of the Elder Council within the higher ranks of Konoha. How could he quickly enter the higher ranks? Undoubtedly, by ousting all these guys, clearing away the notions that resisted the Uchiha clan positions would naturally become available. If the higher-ups had issues with the Uchiha clan, then he could replace them with a batch of people who did not have such issues, fundamentally resolving the problem. Of course, this did not mean killing these people. With his current strength, he couldn't achieve such a level. Xinjiang's second plan was to help a Hokage without prejudice against the Uchiha clan rise to power, thus indirectly achieving his own goals. As for who would be the right candidate, his thoughts were actually aligned with Uchiha Fugaku, who aspired to become the clan leader. Currently gaining some renown on the battlefield against the Cloud Shinobi, the Yellow, Flash Minato Namikaze. From what Xinjiang understood, Minato was the most suitable Hokage for the Uchiha clan. Firstly, Minato would later become good friends with Uchiha Fugaku, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, had a very close relationship with Mikoto Uchiha, enabling them to share confidential information like childbirth dates. Once he became Hokage, it would provide a channel for communication with the Uchiha clan, and with timely communication, conflicts would naturally diminish significantly. Given Minato's character, Xinjiang and others could completely have an open discussion about the future development of the. For example, they could let Shursui Uchiha lead some clan members to execute missions outside, while allowing members of other clans in Konoha to join the Konoha police force to fill the vacancies left by Shursui. Such suggestions, which would benefit the village and enhance stability, Minato would basically not refuse. Given time, the Uchiha clan would naturally gradually integrate into Konoha. Secondly, this process would be easy to accomplish. It could be said that whether or not Xinjiang participated, the impact would not be significant. Uchiha Fugaku would handle the relationship and communication well. Minato becoming Hokage was a certainty. His powerful personal charm would help him gather substantial support, with backing from his teacher Jiraiya and his mentor Hiruzen Sarutobi. By being familiar with the plot, supporting him early on would allow for easy achievement of his goals. For Xinjiang, this was extremely favorable. What Xinjiang needed to worry about was the Nine Tails incident. If Minato did not die in this chaos, it would only take a few years for the Uchiha clan to reach their expected goals. The Nine Tails incident, instigated by the darkened Obito, if it remained unchanged, would lead to both Minato and his wife perishing. This would also place the Uchiha clan in a dire situation. With Minato's death, the connection between the Uchiha clan and the village would be severed, and the Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan, bearing the blame, nullifying all previous efforts. One could only say that Obito was truly a nefarious character. Rin's death first harmed not enemies, but rather his own teacher and teacher's wife, as well as the family that raised him. Xinjiang wanted to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible in order to sabotage Obito's plans, ideally to kill him. Such a character remaining in the world was nothing but a disaster, always targeting his own people. To the left ahead, there are traces of a large number of ninja movements. A Hyuga ninja at the front of the team, veins bulging around his eyes, immediately notified all ninjas loudly upon discovering the abnormal situation. Orochimaru waved to signal the rear troops to stop and narrowed his eyes slightly. Traces of rock shinobi. It seems some people like to play little tricks. When a number of ninjas reached a certain scale, it became extremely time-consuming to cover their tracks, and with ninjas moving at high speeds, there was no need to waste time hiding their traces aside from fleeing. Xinjiang and his group were heading towards Konoha's camp in a land of grass, and encountering the figures of the rock shinobi here made their intentions obvious. After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru looked at the earlier ninja. How many of them do you think there are? There should be over 100. The Hyuga ninja carefully observed and then reported. Well, then prepare for battle. Looking into the distance, a cold light flashed in Orochimaru's whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a dense forest, over 100 Awagakure shinobi converged, led by the elite Jonin of Awagakure Akita Sho. Lord Akita, the Leaf Village encampment lies 20 ri ahead. We encountered no Konoha shinobi along the way. Upon hearing the report from his sensory-type comrade Akita, Sho's lips curved into a knowing smile. Excellent. All units rest here. Until the frontal assault commences, we shall deliver Konoha an unexpected. As his words faded, the IWA shinobi dispersed, some sitting, others leaning against trees to recover. Akita, Sho their commander, stood atop a towering tree, gazing distantly into the horizon. They were an elite detachment dispatched by Awagakure, tasked with infiltrating Konoha's rear flank during the main offensive and annihilating this frontline contingent. Thereafter, they would breach the defensive line, paving the way for invasion deep into the Land of Fire. Boom! Just as Akita, Sho contemplated tactical details, the earth trembled faintly beneath him. Alert! Enemy attack! The sensory shinobi who had just closed his eyes shouted instantly upon sensing the disturbance, desperate to warn his comrades. Yet even as the cry left his lips, a figure materialized at the edge of his vision, cold, sinister, and unmistakably Orochimaru, already launching his assault. Evil Serpent Arm Blast. With no time to react, the sensory shinobi watched helplessly as colossal serpents surged toward him. In his final moment of sight, he saw several nearby comrades swallowed whole into gaping maws. Boom! 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 The serpents detonated midair, unleashing an invisible shockwave that rippled outward. Take cover behind us. Earth release, earth flow wall. Several elite IWA shinobi swiftly responded, erecting defensive earth barriers to shield their comrades, averting catastrophic casualties. But before they could breathe again, the ground convulsed violently. Beneath us, something's rising from underground. A panicked voice shattered the silence, turning every face ashen. Watching the earth shudder with growing intensity, Shinya, who stood high above, grinned wryly, then drew from his scroll a giant shuriken larger than himself. You were purchased at great expense from old cat Granny. Don't disappoint me now. With a powerful twist of his waist, he hurled the massive weapon straight into the heart of the IWA formation. His hands then blurred into rapid hand seals: ox, dog, dragon, rat, dog, pig, snake, tiger. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A burst of smoke filled the air. The single colossal shuriken multiplied into dozens, descending like a storm cloud upon the IWA shinobi. Scatter! Whatever's underground is about to. An IWA shinobi cried out, leaping skyward. But before his warning could finish, darkness fell across his vision. He looked up and froze, jaw slack with disbelief. No, you're joking, right? Then, sliced cleanly apart by a shuriken, his blood spraying across the clearing. Below, surviving IWA shinobi recoiled, pupils contracting in horror, scrambling desperately to evade. Only those with exceptional speed escaped entirely. The rest, caught between dual assaults, one from above, one from below, were left defenseless. In desperation, they chose to intercept the airborne shuriken first. After all, the subterranean threat remained unknown, while even a glancing blow from those titanic blades promised grievous injury or instant death. Most followed suit. Earthen walls, large and small but utterly unadorned, rose hastily, blocking Shinya's technique. Orochimaru, you would dare disturb my slumber. This time I demand 100 sacrifices. A colossal purple serpent erupted from the earth, churning dust and debris as it roared. It was Orochimaru's summoned beast, the legendary Manda. See those IWA shinobi? Feast upon them freely this time, Orochimaru said, having already subdued their commander, then gesturing toward the clustered enemy. Manda's massive serpentine eyes swept the battlefield, his tone softening only slightly. A full meal. This time I'll overlook your insolence. Remember, next time you summon me, bring at least this many offerings. With that, he opened his jaws wide and swallowed 3 terrified IWA shinobi whole. Shinya and Orochimaru's coordinated assault devastated Akita Sho's force. In the next breath, Konoha shinobi flooded onto the field, shuriken and jutsu raining down upon the shaken IWA survivors. The remaining IWA shinobi reacted swiftly, countering with their own techniques, before both sides clashed in brutal, chaotic melee, weapons flashing under the open sky. Thud! Thud! Observing how Orochimaru and other Konoha elites had each locked down, enraged, IWA Jounin Shinya, who had entered battle solely to earn renown, drew his longsword and charged headlong into the fray. Body flicker to close distance. Genjutsu to seize control. Then, final strike. Among Chunin and Genin, Shinya moved like a tiger among sheep, his slaughter breathtakingly efficient. Within moments, few IWA shinobi remained near him. Could he have inadvertently stolen Shursue's epithet? After clearing the area, Shinya realized the unsettling resemblance his own style, Genjutsu, Kenjutsu, and body flicker, mirrored Shursue's almost exactly. What was happening? They shared the same grandfather, and thus trained in the same foundational arts. Though numerically inferior to Konoha's forces, this IWA strike team held its ground, thanks to its unusually high concentration of chunin and scarcity of genin. Yet after Shinya's relentless onslaught, even that advantage evaporated, leaving Konoha gradually. Sensing the shift, Shinya redirected his focus toward the IWA Jounin, vanishing in an instant faster than before. The remaining IWA shinobi exhaled in quiet relief as Shinya departed, though none could fathom what horrors they'd endured in such brief time. First came explosions, then a monstrous shuriken, then a colossal serpent erupting from the earth, and finally the youngest-looking Konoha shinobi, seemingly the easiest target, transformed into a slaughter god, chilling their very souls. Now unervingly calm, despite knowing they stood no chance against their Konoha foes. "You are reinforcements from Konoha?" Karasu of Awagakure asked, his expression grim, his tone resoundingly certain. Their village had invested immense effort into this operation. They'd applied overwhelming pressure on the front lines, diverting Konoha's frontline attention, then launched this covert strike when exhaustion set in. To avoid detection, these shinobi had been scattered outside the village on independent missions, only gathering gradually in the land of grass upon receiving orders. For over a month, more than 100 shinobi slipped undetected beneath Konoha's very gaze. All that labor served one purpose: to seize initiative while Konoha remained unaware, and spearhead the invasion into the land of fire, expanding their battlefield dominance. However, despite all the calculations, they never anticipated the sudden collapse of the Sand Ninja battlefield, especially since they happened to encounter the Leaf Village ninjas arriving for support. It was as if misfortune itself had opened the door to misfortune. Looking at Ikeda Narutake, who was barely holding off Orochimaru, and the visibly faltering rock ninja forces on the other side, Sho's expression grew increasingly grim. Yet the ninja before him was a jonin of the Akimichi clan, tough and resilient. After attempting to break free, he realized that in the short term, he could not escape and could only watch the situation continue to unfold. "Yes, I didn't expect to meet you right after arriving. What a coincidence." The jonin from the Akimichi clan responded in a friendly tone, a simple and honest smile on his face. However, the sarcasm and mockery in his words made Sho's skin twitch. He nearly exploded with anger, but forcibly suppressed it, quietly channeling chakra into the ground beneath him. As a wielder of the explosion release bloodline limit, Sho could trigger explosions through chakra manipulation. Given enough time, he could even turn the ground beneath his feet into a detonator. Feeling triumphant, he thought, "Let you be arrogant for a little longer." With a desire to change the dire situation of the rock ninja, Sho began to taunt his opponent incessantly, though he was somewhat puzzled as to why the Akimichi jonin would engage with him so amicably. But in his eagerness to alter the rock ninja's terrible predicament, he did not delve deeper into it. Instead, he continued to accumulate chakra. After dozens of seconds, Sho finally revealed a chilling smile and said, "Akimichi clan member, I have to admit your strength is impressive, but unfortunately you are about to die here." He had a significant grievance against this chubby man. It was one thing to be able to fight, but he was also quite talkative. In a short time, he had been rendered speechless several times. Now, it was finally his time to shine. "I am waiting for your skill. What are you waiting for?" "I am waiting for you to die." As if understanding the expression on Sho's face, Akimichi Narutake remained cheerful and turned to look to Sho's left. Sho was startled by the words, feeling something was amiss, and instinctively looked to the left. There was nothing there. "Oh no, I was deceived." Explosion release, earth. Illusion technique Shiranui. Caught off guard by Akimichi Narutake's feigned attack, Sho didn't even have time to unleash his ninjutsu before falling into the true sun's illusion, and then was beheaded. Sho has fallen. Narutake Senpai, excellent performance. After landing a hit, Shinyu gave a thumbs up to the other. After surveying the battlefield, Shinyu fixed his gaze on this explosion release, user knowing that as a jonin and a wielder of the bloodline limit, the value of this ninja was certainly higher. He was also prepared for what could potentially be a tricky situation, as another explosion release ninja could, like Daidara, have a self-detonation technique, which would make handling them rather troublesome. It could only be said that Akimichi Narutake, as an experienced jonin, immediately cooperated as soon as he noticed Shinyu's movements. The earlier instinctive action had deceived Sho, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to complete the kill so easily. "Haha, let's go, we will help the others." The Leaf side had directly freed up 2 jonin, which made the already disadvantaged rock ninja feel even more uncomfortable, especially since these two were acting together. 1, 2, 3. The continuous losses among the rock ninja jonin made Ikeda Narutake's retreat abandon the mission. After suffering losses and creating distance, Ikeda Narutake gritted his teeth and gave the order, his eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. After fighting to this extent, not only had their previous preparations gone to waste, but they had also suffered significant losses. If they continued, it would only lead to total annihilation. Although the Rock Ninja had numerous mid-to-level ninjas, due to policy reasons the number of high-level combatants had always been limited. Losing one meant losing one, and they could not afford such losses. Without any hesitation, after issuing the command, Ikeda Naruto immediately took this opportunity to burrow underground and escape into the distance. There was no choice. The enemy was Orochimaru, and in this situation, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could run away with others in front of him. Whether he could escape was still a question. At this moment, all he could do was inform everyone to run if they could. As for how many would survive in the end, it all depended on fate. Shinnyo Naruto can assist the troops in clearing out the remaining ninjas. Upon seeing the two approaching, Orochimaru gave the order before quickly following in the direction Ikeda Naruto had fled. An elite Jonin cannot be allowed to escape. The morale of the Rock Ninja had long been low, and now, with the leader's orders and actions, they had even less desire to continue fighting and scattered in all directions. Naruto-senpai, what do you think we should do? In the face of this situation, Shinnyo chose to be an executive. It's easy to command a few people to act, but to orderly direct hundreds of people in a chaotic situation where the enemy is fleeing in all directions is quite challenging. At least he couldn't do it for now. Shinnyo was very clear about his self-awareness. Growth always requires a process. Before having the ability in this regard, it was better to leave it to the professionals. Considering Shinya's age, Akimichi Naruto nodded with a smile, calmly directing the ninja forces to act in batches to clean up the fleeing ninjas. From time to time, he turned his head to explain his experiences to Shinnyo. 2 hours later, the Leaf Ninjas pursuing them had exterminated all the fleeing Rock Ninjas and returned to their original position to await orders. Bang! Half an hour later, a familiar corpse was thrown in front of Shinnyo and the others, and soon after, Orochimaru's figure slowly appeared, glancing around and saying, "Has everyone finished? Then let's continue on our way, aiming to arrive before dark." The ninjas who fought had regained considerable energy during this time, and upon hearing Orochimaru's orders, they began to head towards the camp once more. Shinnyo can always bring surprises, doesn't he? Reflecting on the earlier battle, Orochimaru looked at Shinnyo with bright eyes. In their previous battle, when they met, the Sand Ninjas had already been focused on escaping, and the battlefield had been too chaotic, naturally not as impressive as what was seen today. During this small-scale battle, he had been paying attention to Shinya's performance from the very beginning. After observing the entire event, Shinya's strength far exceeded his expectations. Based on the earlier performance, the opponent's strength should have been at most that of an ordinary Jonin. However, being able to kill a Jonin in an instant, even one being restrained, indicated that Shinnyo was among the stronger types of Jonin. When did I acquire such strength? Orochimaru couldn't help but squint his eyes, recalling. It seems it was during the Second Shinobi World War. He was already in his early 20s back then. It wasn't until years later in the battle against Hanzo the Salamander that he touched the threshold of the shadow level and earned the title of one of the legendary Sannin. He was curious about when Shinnyo would step into this realm with the help of the Sharingan. Updates every afternoon at 4 o'clock. In the village of Maya, a routine meeting during wartime was being held in the Hokage building. Although the issue at the Sand Shinobi battlefield had been resolved, the atmosphere in the meeting remained somewhat oppressive. Compared to the internal conflicts and the assassination of the Wind Shadow, the pressure from the Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi villages on Maya was undoubtedly greater. After all, both the Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi villages had been stable and developed steadily for many years, their strength surpassing that of the Sand Shinobi. The plan conveyed by Orochimaru is excellent. Now we need to solve the problem of how to gain an advantage on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield and shake the resolve of the Rock Shinobi. Otherwise, the losses on the Rock Shinobi battlefield will be severe. Sitting in the central position, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a deep voice. He had dealt with the Tsuchikage Onoki and knew well that he was a cunning fellow who would seize any opportunity to strike. If Mai and the Cloud Shinobi fell into a stalemate, Sarutobi Hiruzen could confidently say that this old man would definitely seize the chance to send troops and wear down Miui's active forces. Although he acknowledged Uchiha Masayoshi's judgment in the intelligence that the Rock Shinobi would not truly overthrow Mai, being in different positions led to different perspectives. As a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to consider more factors. The pressing issue he raised was not just to reduce the casualties of Miui's ninjas. Another reason was that the Rock Shinobi not overthrowing Mai did not mean they would not act against Mai. If given the opportunity, they would undoubtedly not hesitate to strike at Miui's doorstep, which would be a severe blow to his prestige. Such a situation had never occurred during the tenures of the previous two Hokage. If it truly happened, his position as Hokage would have no chance of continuing. Therefore, gaining an advantage on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield and making the Rock Shinobi wary was particularly important. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not want the prestige he had accumulated as Hokage over the years to vanish because of a war. The support troops from the Sand Shinobi battlefield should soon arrive at the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. As for the rest, we can only rely on Jiraiya and Namake's Minato's actions. In response, Mitarashi Anko, responsible for logistics, also felt helpless. As an elder promoted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, they often shared both glory and suffering. This time was no exception. The concerns that troubled Sarutobi Hiruzen were equally troubling for them. However, they were also seasoned veterans who understood that the battlefield situation changed rapidly. Recklessly intervening with orders was a big taboo. A moment's inattention could affect the overall situation. Even for those in positions of power like them, they did not dare to take such actions as they could not bear the consequences. The rest remained silent. Seeing that his subordinates were at a loss, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. It seemed that he could only choose to trust Jiraiya and the others now. The only consolation was that Jiraiya's disciple, his own grand disciple Namake's Minato, had mastered the forbidden technique of his teacher, the Flying Thunder God technique. This shrank space ninjutsu, even the so-called ninja doctor, who was proficient in 5 elemental ninjutsu, could not learn it, as the formidable power behind the seemingly insurmountable learning threshold was immense. Even though Minato had just mastered it, he was already gaining a reputation on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Once he became more proficient, the situation should improve. Otherwise, I might as well go to the battlefield myself. After pondering for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, causing the surrounding ninjas to be astonished. In fact, there was truly no other way. With Mui's resources all exhausted on the front lines, the remaining ninjas were too few to make much of an impact. The only one who could influence the battlefield was him, a shadow-level powerhouse. Absolutely not. Without the Hokage's presence to deter them, the Mist Shinobi and the still active Sand Shinobi will undoubtedly have designs. You're right. Facing 3 major ninja villages at once has already consumed a significant amount of manpower and resources. If the Mist Shinobi village enters the fray, the village will truly be in a precarious position. Hokage-sama, please reconsider. After realizing the situation, the others quickly began to advise. As the leader of a village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance at this time would represent to other ninja villages that might have truly reached a dead end, making it difficult to guarantee they would not be tempted. Especially the Mist Shinobi village, which had yet to join the battlefield. The Mist Shinobi village was located in the water countries, islands adjacent to only Mai and the Cloud Shinobi. Compared to the rugged terrain and towering mountains of the Thunder Country, the vast plains and fertile lands of the Fire Country were evidently more attractive. Thus it was necessary to guard against the Mist Shinobi village, taking advantage of the Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi's offensive to launch an attack on Mai from behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly be unaware of these things, and his earlier impulse had to be suppressed, ultimately leading him to sit back down. The meeting room fell into silence for a moment. It was the first time Mai had been pushed to such an extent. As everyone frowned in contemplation, a dark-clad Umbu ninja, wearing a fox mask, suddenly appeared in the meeting room, kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen and presenting a scroll. Hokage-sama, urgent news from the land of grass. The Rock Shinobi battlefield, perhaps. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his thoughts, his gaze fixed on the Umbu, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Noticing this, the Umbu ninja subtly moved his jaw. Observing the other's action, a glimmer of joy flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes as he immediately spoke. Urgent report from the front. Read it out loud. Yes. The Umbu ninja promptly replied, opened the scroll to glance at it, and then began to read aloud. Frontline report. The support troops led by Orochimaru have arrived at the border of the Land of Grass and discovered an elite Rock Shinobi unit appearing behind their camp, actively pursuing and launching an attack, ultimately annihilating all enemy ninjas, including 1 elite Jonin, 8 Jonin, and 82 Chunin, as well as. In the quiet meeting room, the voice of the Umbu ninja was loud and clear enough for everyone to hear, instantly dissipating the serious atmosphere, and everyone's brows relaxed slightly. In Mui's current situation, receiving news of victory from the Rock Shinobi battlefield was undoubtedly excellent news that could uplift the morale of ninjas across various battlefields, eliminating 8 Jonin and 1 elite Jonin. Such losses would be painful for Mai to bear for a long time, let alone the large number of Chunin. This is a major victory. What about the casualties? The side of the room, Toji Kinomoto couldn't help but ask the question that was on everyone's mind. In this battle, our support troops suffered 13 casualties, mostly genin, with 9 seriously injured and 32 lightly injured. The Umbu ninja paused momentarily before quickly referring to the corresponding intelligence. Upon reaching this point, the joy on everyone's faces diminished slightly. War inevitably comes with casualties. This is an unavoidable reality. However, compared to the enemies they had killed, these losses could be considered negligible. How did their genin manage to die? Only a few more than the enemy jonin. To be honest, the specific battle situation was very curious. The reporting ninja understood this as well, and his voice rang out again. We had a numerical advantage over the enemy, but due to the high number of Chunin in their forces, the actual combat power was not much different. Therefore, Lord Orochimaru chose to launch an attack while the enemy was resting. In the conference room, everyone looked on with curiosity, waiting for the next developments. Although they knew the outcome, the strengths of the two forces were closely matched. Even with a preemptive strike, it was impossible to achieve such a crushing victory. What exactly had transpired on the battlefield? Lord Orochimaru struck first, followed by Uchiha Jinnyang, using a rank ninjutsu, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, in conjunction with Lord Orochimaru's summoned beast, the 10,000 Snakes, inflicting significant casualties on the rock ninja. Afterwards, Uchiha Jinnyang, utilizing a unique body flicker technique, decimated numerous rock chunin and subsequently coordinated with our jonin to surround and eliminate the rock jonin. After the report ended, a strange silence fell over the conference room. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had previously confirmed the message, wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, "Do you even know what you are talking about?" The leading ninja was the disciple of Orochimaru, yet throughout the entire report the name Uchiha Jinnyang appeared multiple times, playing a significant role. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out to take the scroll. Can this information be guaranteed to be true? It wasn't that he was unwilling to believe, it was just too incredible, not even a novel would dare to write it this way. The scroll was personally transmitted back by Lord Orochimaru using his summoning technique. At this point, the Umbu ninja fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gasped. If that were the case, then it couldn't be false. He was quite familiar with Orochimaru's character. The information passed on by the other party was always truthful, never exaggerated, or biased towards anyone. This meant that Uchiha Jinnyang likely possessed strength close to that of an elite jonin. But why was Uchiha Jinnyang following Orochimaru? Wasn't he supposed to be under the guidance of Kokai? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the scroll to take a look. Uchiha Jinnyang accepted Lord Orochimaru's invitation and chose to join the support team. This was Lord Orochimaru's description in the scroll. He has the potential to become the next Uchiha Kagami. Suddenly, he recalled what Kokai had said during the graduation ceremony, and his gaze softened slightly. Back then, he had chosen to trust his longtime friend, and now, it seemed Uchiha Jinnyang indeed possessed sufficient talent, perhaps even stronger than the former Kagami. Standing up in the face of difficulties when Konoha was in trouble was something that bore a striking resemblance. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was unaware that Kokai's words might differ somewhat from his understanding, the true reason why Jinnyang joined the rock ninja battlefield had other intentions. However, this did not hinder him from constructing an image of Uchiha Kagami plus in his mind, and at the same time a thought arose within him. At this moment, the people in the conference room came back to their senses and began to discuss animatedly. Everyone present had an impression of Uchiha Jinnyang, the genius, who had emerged on the battlefield against the Sand Ninja, achieving great merit in Konoha's crushing victory over the Sand Ninja. Now he had just gone to the Rock Ninja battlefield, and another report of success had come in akin to Konoha's lucky star. After understanding the information, the next topic of discussion would be the rewards for those who had achieved merit. Those who could not directly intervene in the battlefield could only encourage the morale of the frontline troops. Immediate visible good feedback was undoubtedly the best and most necessary form of motivation. Ninjas heading to the battlefield naturally had to receive corresponding benefits, otherwise if others risked their lives and received nothing in return, resentment would grow over time and the combat effectiveness of the troops would decline. However, regarding how to reward Uchiha Jinnyang, the ninjas held differing opinions. Most of those present belonged to the Hokage faction, and their words were quite direct. Some suggested rewarding him with several advanced ninjutsu and a promotion, just like last time. Others believed that since Jinnyang had such strength at the age of 10, substantial rewards should not be given, or it would be difficult to suppress the Uchiha clan in the future. After all, the senior members of this generation had become accustomed to resisting the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, what are your thoughts? Looking at the arguing crowd, Mito Gate and asked the person in the main seat. The Hokage was the true decision-maker. If those fellows were allowed to argue, this meeting might never conclude. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at the Umbu ninja and said, "Convey my orders to Orochimaru promoting Uchiha Jinnyang to special jonin directly under Orochimaru's command during wartime, with the authority to act independently." 2 successful operations demonstrated that Jinnyang possessed sufficient strength. However, being a jonin required more than just strength. Leadership, command of a team, and adequate situational judgment were also necessary, as jonin would lead a team. These qualities needed time to cultivate, and given Xinyang's age, he likely did not fully possess them yet. Furthermore, considering Xinyang's protection, Sarutobi Hiruzen believed it was best to have him stay by Orochimaru's side until the war was over before promoting him to jonin. As for the rewards, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and ultimately made a decision. Additionally, allow Uchiha Jinnyang to select one forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. Hiruzen, won't this be a reckless consideration? Upon hearing this, Mito Gate became agitated. What was the Book of Seals? It was a forbidden book maintained by generations of Hokage, containing most of the forbidden techniques from the establishment of Konoha to the present, including the first generations would release, and the numerous secret arts of the second generation. Generally, only geniuses from the Hokage faction or potential Hokage candidates could view the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals. Were they really going to give this to a member of the Uchiha clan? If it weren't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm expression, he might have thought something was wrong with his friend. How could he say such nonsensical things? The Rock Ninja has suffered such great losses, and according to Inoki's character, he would never let it go. With the support team joining the Cloud Ninja battlefield, they could only maintain a stalemate in the short term. Given the current situation, this war is highly likely to be a protracted one. Sarutobi Hiruzen had given this idea considerable thought. On the Cloud Ninja battlefield, the simplest way to gain an advantage is to drag things out. The Cloud Ninja supply lines are long, requiring many transport personnel, and the consumption during the journey is high. As long as Xinjiang suggested the focus is placed on the Cloud Ninja, preventing them from making substantial progress. Over time, the Cloud Ninja would inevitably struggle to withstand it. However, this plan conflicted with Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, because dragging things out would make it difficult for the Rock Ninja situation, but the emergence of Uchiha Xinjiang gave him a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, as long as the Rock Ninja was not invaded, their losses would remain within a controllable range. Since there was a shortage of personnel on the Rock Ninja battlefield, they needed to cultivate a strong warrior, just like Minato. In his eyes, Xinjiang was already a template of Uchiha Kagami. He was indeed the best choice at the moment. In a land of grass at the edge of the leaf camp, Xinjiang observed the long sword in his hand, now cracked, and helplessly put it away in a storage scroll before walking into the camp. This sword was originally purchased from the Ninja Cat clan and had accompanied him for several years, but he never expected it to be retired after just a few battles on the battlefield. The cost of battle is too high. Only upon stepping onto the battlefield did Xinjiang realize why the rewards for ninjas' tasks are far above the average living standards, yet they do not seem as wealthy as imagined. True, the income is high, but the problem lies in the ninja's spending power. A quality weapon with a decent price starts to show problems after some time of use, and for safety sake, it must be replaced, otherwise if it were to break during a fight, the loss would not be just money but one's life. Moreover, with shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags among a series of ninja tools, money flows out rapidly. Not to mention chakra weapons, which are an absolute money-devouring beast. I need to replace it with a good weapon. After securing his first weapon, Xinjiang began to contemplate. When facing most ninjas, his offensive style is highly efficient, allowing him to eliminate a large number of ninjas in a short period. However, this also leads to an extremely high intensity of weapon use, causing ordinary weapons to wear out quickly in his hands. To prevent any future mishaps, he needs to find a weapon that is sufficiently resilient and capable of forcibly attaching chakra to a weapon. Also causes wear and tear. Many sword techniques of the Uchiha clan utilize this method, which is also a reason why Xinjiang exhausts his weapons. Let me think. The land of iron is rich in ironware, and there might be good weapons there. Also, the land of craftsmen is not bad. But I can't leave now. I can only plan after the war ends. After contemplating for a moment, Xinjiang realized that the places known for forging weapons in his memory were rather distant, and the current situation was evidently not suitable for leaving. Unknowingly, he had arrived in front of the main camp and temporarily set this matter aside as he stepped inside. As he entered the tent, several upper ninjas from the support team nodded at him amicably. Orochimaru sat at the main seat with dozens of unfamiliar upper ninjas nearby. Lord Orochimaru, the reconnaissance team of the Rock Ninja, has been completely eliminated. Well done, Xinjiang. After briefly explaining the mission, Xinjiang sat down near a Kimichi Kankaku and others, quietly listening to their discussions about the battle situation. 3 days had passed since they arrived here, and on the morning of the second day, after reaching the camp, Orochimaru had already become the overall commander of the battlefield against the Rock Ninja. As for the former commander Tsunade, after transferring many matters, he immediately left to return to the village. Xinjiang didn't even get to see this Hokage, only catching a glimpse of his departing back. With previous examples serving as a warning, Orochimaru's first task upon taking office was to send ninjas to search the surroundings for any Rock Ninja lurking about to avoid ambush. After 2 days, although no similar situations were found, several reconnaissance teams of the Rock Ninja were cleared away as Xinjiang's long sword was damaged in today's battle. Soon after the discussion ended, the upper ninjas began to leave one by one. Xinjiang also stood up, preparing to return and reflect on the experiences of many seniors. This had become his daily routine. Morning training, afternoon missions with a certain upper ninja team, evening meetings, and then reflecting repeatedly after returning. Upper ninjas are built through a multitude of missions, and their experiences in facing various situations are extraordinarily rich, providing him with great inspiration. Xinjiang felt as if he were rooted in a fertile land, able to continuously draw nourishment and grow rapidly, visibly flourishing. However, this time, Orochimaru waved to stop him. For reasons unknown, Xinjiang had no choice but to sit back down, speculating in his heart. Could it be? Orochimaru merely smiled, without speaking, and after a moment a small snake emerged from his sleeve, first looking around, then opening its mouth to spit out a scroll. Goodness, he finally understood from whom Orochimaru learned to stuff things into his belly. Take a look, this is a reward from the village for you. Sure enough, it was his ninjutsu that had been granted. Realizing this, Xinjiang pushed aside the nausea brought by the damp scroll and opened it to browse the contents within. However, the contents of the scroll were not what he expected to be ninjutsu, but rather an appointment letter, promoting Uchiha Xinjiang to Special Jounin. TSK Tisk, a 10-year-old Special Jounin. No one in the history of Konoha has ever reached this point. I am becoming more and more curious about you, Xinjiang. It was clear that Orochimaru had already known the information in the scroll, as Xinjiang had barely seen the specific writing when he heard a hoarse voice beside him. As a Special Jounin, he had the authority to act independently. He no longer had to tag along with other teams, which was indeed good news. With his current strength, acting alone would be more convenient. After all, he could move quickly, and the Rock Ninja did not have many speed-type ninjas, placing him in a virtually invincible position without having to worry about teammates' conditions. But the problem is this isn't what he wanted to see. Your praise is too much, it's only slightly easier to be promoted. Xinjiang responded passively, his eyes fixed on Orochimaru. Snake Uncle, where's my ninjutsu? As if understanding his gaze, Orochimaru lightly laughed and tossed over a box, which Xinjiang hurriedly reached out to catch. This contains the ninjutsu you selected last time along with a list of ninjutsu. However, this time, you can only choose one ninjutsu, and the ninjutsu cannot be shared outside. After mastering it, it's best to destroy the copies. Just as Xinjiang opened the box and saw 3 small booklets, he did not feel angry upon hearing Orochimaru's words, but rather felt a bit pleased. He initially thought that being able to obtain 2 ninjutsu from the higher-ups was already a pleasant surprise, but unexpectedly, he could even choose one. As for the confidentiality of the ninjutsu, that was a rule. Otherwise, if people could freely pass it on, it would be complete chaos. What a gain. With this, he could choose a sealing technique from the 5 elements, preparing in advance for the impending chaos of the 9 tails. If unexpected incidents occurred, he would still be able to perform the sealing arts. Quickly glancing through the 2 ninjutsu booklets, Xinjiang couldn't help but feel elated. The dark walking technique truly lives up to its reputation as an illusion from the sealing book. Merely from its exquisite operation method, one can see that it is an extremely powerful illusion technique. By learning this illusion technique, his proficiency in illusions would definitely deepen, significantly providing a tremendous boost for him as a ninja with strong spiritual power. What a bloodbath. The summoning technique Rashomon is also an excellent ninjutsu, especially able to fill the gap of his lack of defensive ninjutsu. Safety 1. Xinjiang's chakra attributes are lightning and fire, which inherently meant that he had no defensive ninjutsu, and using ninjutsu of other attributes was not very effective. Thus, he did not waste time learning defensive ninjutsu like Earth-style wall, although he did want to carve a dog's head. Without any means of defense, he could only rely on evasion. But not every situation allows for dodging. Currently, he had no issues by himself, but in the future, when his family and friends are behind him, he wouldn't be able to dodge. Therefore, it is better to be a well-rounded ninja. The defense capability of the Rashomon is incredibly strong, and it can choose between 3 layers or 5 layers based on the amount of chakra. From another perspective, as the signature defensive ninjutsu of Orochimaru, who is notoriously difficult to kill in Naruto, one can see just how effective it is. If it weren't for the fact that Xinjiang and Orochimaru's relationship wasn't close enough, plus Xinjiang needing Orochimaru's help in other matters, he wanted to acquire this ninjutsu from Orochimaru. This ninjutsu holds a high position in Orochimaru's heart, unlike other things. Orochimaru is very generous to those he is interested in or close to. In the original work, Sasuke, who followed Orochimaru, dramatically increased in strength under his guidance, learning various ninjutsu, such as Reiku Kenka and Curse Seal Transformation, and even signed a contract with the Dragon Cave to possess the legendary sword Kusanagi. However, the fact that neither of Orochimaru's apprentices, Akamaru, nor later Uchiha Sasuke, learned Rashomon speaks volumes. Suddenly, Xinjiang sensed a flash of spiritual light pass through his mind. Kusanagi. Yes, isn't that the weapon he's looking for? Moreover, it is an exceptionally powerful weapon. The Kusanagi, as a legendary sword in the ninja world, was so feared that even the summoned Sarutobi Hiruzen during the Konoha collapse plan dared not come into contact with it. Not to say that it is truly indestructible like the legends, but it should be one of the top weapons in the ninja world. The key is he just so happens to know how to obtain the Kusanagi. As he pondered, Xinjiang's gaze fell on the source of funds. Orochimaru with a radiant smile. Lord Orochimaru, do you know of any good weapons in the ninja world? My fighting style wears down weapons too quickly. The Orochimaru before him is indeed a collector of the Kusanagi. In the anime, 3 Kusanagi swords appear, 2 of which are in his possession. Upon hearing Xinjiang's words, Orochimaru immediately understood the situation. He had seen the others combat. Indeed, ordinary weapons could not withstand the wear and tear, and chakra weapons would be more practical. The weapons forged by the Land of Iron and the Land of Crafts in the ninja world are good, but if we were to speak frankly, the Kusanagi is the best. Kusanagi. Xinjiang looked surprised, pretending to be confused, as if he had never heard this name before. Indeed, the Kusanagi is a weapon that has been passed down since ancient times, and there are only 3 remaining today. I searched for a long time before finding one of them. However, I have already learned about the other one, which can absorb chakra for enchantment, and it would be quite suitable for use in Yankin. Without much thought, Orochimaru began to explain. Collecting the Kusanagi was merely a hobby during his leisure time. Coincidentally, Xinjiang currently needs a weapon, which he casually mentioned. He still has a good impression of this excellent junior. Especially now, if Xinjiang is stronger in battle, it will be easier for him, and he naturally doesn't mind providing a bit of assistance. As usual, Orochimaru took out a scroll and handed it to Xinjiang, then said, "Inside is the specific location and information. It's right near the Land of Grass. Currently, the person holding the Kusanagi isn't very strong, so Zen Yankin should be able to handle it easily." This was information he had collected before the war had broken out, but he hadn't had time to deal with it, due to leading ninjas against the Sand Ninja. Here it is. Zen Yang's face lit up as he received the scroll, and then upon hearing Orochimaru's words, he suddenly understood. The one that can absorb chakra is probably the Kusanagi that Sasuke will have in the future. The 3 Kusanagi swords in Naruto each have their own characteristics, and later are held by Orochimaru Itachi and Sasuke respectively. The sword in Orochimaru's hand is exceptionally sharp and can adjust in length. It was because he was pierced by this sword that the 3rd Hokage sealed away his hands. The one held by Uchiha Itachi is the most special, lacking any physical form. Enemies pierced by this sword will be trapped in an illusion forever, making it a sword capable of sealing all things. Both Orochimaru and Nagato fell under this sword. The sword held by Sasuke can channel chakra for enchantment. Chakra attacks cannot be blocked by blades, but can only be countered with chakra attacks. Although it is not as flashy as the previous 2 swords, it is indeed the most suitable weapon for Xinjiang. The ability to channel chakra is very important in Zen Yang's view. It will be more powerful than forcibly attaching chakra to the weapon. Looks like I need to take some time to go. Little Sasuke, he'll do the heavy lifting for you with this weapon. He is currently striving for the future of the Uchiha, which means he is also helping Sasuke avoid becoming isolated with his brother and parents' company. Exchanging a sword for a family reunion. Moreover, Sasuke was initially quite attached to his brother, so he would likely be willing. Once he obtains this sword, he can freely use ninjutsu, and his combat power will increase. Previously, to protect the weapon from damage, Xinjiang had held back on many sword techniques, but with the Kusanagi, it would be different. This is a weapon that, even after using Chidori, Sasuke would not suffer damage. Chidori is a ninjutsu that injects a large amount of raging lightning attribute chakra into a weapon, enhancing the weapon's sharpness and bestowing it with paralysis effects. The requirements for the weapon are much higher than simply attaching chakra temporarily. However, speaking of which, at this time, it seems that Chidori hasn't been developed yet. Currently, Xinjiang is 10 years old, while Kakashi is 1 year younger than him. At this age, even those who can use a ranked ninjutsu are few, let alone develop something of greater difficulty. He remembers that Kakashi first used Chidori at the age of 12, and at that time his teacher Minato pointed out the drawback. When attacking, one needs to rush towards the opponent quickly, which may lead to not seeing the enemy clearly due to the high speed, thus risking counterattacks. It requires the Sharingan to maximize its effectiveness. This might also be a factor that led Obito to give his Sharingan to the injured Kakashi at the time of his death. This is completely not a problem for Xinjiang. Kakashi can handle one red eye, and he has an extra one. Isn't it easier for him? Doghead, as soon as this thought popped up, Xinjiang fell in a deep thought. Developing Chidori is indeed feasible. Coming to the Naruto world, if he doesn't develop Chidori or Demaru in advance, how can he call himself a time traveler? However, one must admit that there is indeed some truth to it. Understanding the principle and feasibility of Chidori and then going to practice and develop it is undoubtedly much easier than developing another ninjutsu from scratch. Moreover, in the original work, a series of ninjutsu based on Chidori and Raikiri have already emerged. It is equivalent to directly possessing several ninjutsu, ranging from level to S-level, all of which can be entirely managed by himself. The ninjutsu obtained in the village can only be used by the individual, but if it is a ninjutsu he developed himself, others can't interfere with it. Anyway, he is not familiar with Kakashi. If he develops it now, not only can he gain a few more lightning-based ninjutsu, but he can also earn the admiration of Shizune and Itachi, 2 youngsters, by claiming he developed advanced ninjutsu. Then it would be easier to train them into the shapes he desires, achieving a win-win situation. Zenyakin, aren't you planning to choose any ninjutsu? Since you got the scroll, your eyes have been drifting, clearly pondering something. The ever-patient Orochimaru, who had been standing by, finally couldn't help but ask. Oh, all right. Xinjiang, pulled back into reality, quickly responded, reflecting on himself internally. He had been getting a bit carried away lately. He must not let his guard down in the future. He should go back and review the cautious guide a few times. Xinjiang had already planned his choice, smoothly opening the scroll, but then his pupils suddenly widened and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Would release birth of the world tree. Diode, the ninjutsu that appeared on the first page of the scroll, made him instantly turn to look at the side. Lord Orochimaru this. Seeing Xinjiang's rare display of emotion, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, just about to speak, when suddenly a ninja appeared in the tent. Commander, a large number of rock ninjas are heading towards our camp. Battles have already broken out at the front line. Rock ninjas are attacking. Orochimaru's expression tightened, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Notify all ninjas to assemble outside and prepare for battle. As he spoke, he headed outside, and Xinjiang quickly tucked away the ninjutsu scroll and hurried after him. The time returns to this morning. At the Iwagakure camp, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki stood behind a table glaring at the ninja before him. Dead. A meticulously planned scheme was discovered so easily. Over 100 elite ninjas, including all the Jonin, are dead. Tsuchi Lord Tsuchikage. Inoki's tone grew increasingly heavy with anger, the imposing aura of a shadow-level powerhouse radiating from him. Even the elite ninjas of Iwagakure trembled in the face of this pressure, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. The battlefield commander of Konoha has changed. The new commander is Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. If I'm not mistaken, Ikeda and the others must have encountered him. In recent days, many reconnaissance ninjas have lost their lives, and Iwagakure has gathered a considerable amount of intelligence about Konoha. Ikeda being an elite Jonin, and with Iwagakure's pressure on the front lines, even if they were discovered by Konoha ninjas, the enemy would not be able to send many people to pursue them. At least several Jonin could not all be stopped if they wanted to escape from Konoha, preventing a total annihilation. The only possibility for such a situation is that this unfortunate brother ran into the shadow-level powerhouse Orochimaru, who came to provide support. Useless Sunin ninjas. Hearing this, Inoki understood that such statements could only lead to admitting misfortune. After all, the three disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi had indeed grown rapidly over the years, and there was nothing he could do upon encountering them, so he could only vent his anger on the Sunin ninjas. If only this group of guys could hold on for a few more days, the situation on the Iwagakure battlefield would be entirely different. By then, the northwestern gate of Konoha would be wide open, allowing Iwagakure to easily invade the Land of Fire. The difference between a domestic battle and an external one is significant. Firstly, the fighting strength of Konoha ninjas would weaken because many people in the Land of Fire are sources of missions for Konoha during peacetime, and they would inevitably face certain restrictions. Secondly, entering the Land of Fire would cause even greater losses to Konoha, as damage to their homeland would affect the support that the daimyo provides to the ninja villages. The losses of a nation are closely tied to the interests of a daimyo. At that time, how to make up for those losses would lead those short-sighted individuals to likely choose to cut support for the village. The example of Sunagakure looms large. This undoubtedly aligns perfectly with the original intention of starting a war with Iwagakure. They do not wish for Konoha to become too strong. In the presence of a powerful opponent, one cannot afford to be complacent. Having a strong opponent nearby, while they may seem amiable in the past, the third Hokage is aging, and if allowed to develop freely, who knows if the next Hokage might be an ambitious individual. Inoki dared not gamble. Occupying the fertile land of the Land of Fire with a pioneering spirit could present a formidable opponent for Iwagakure. Thus, he chose to take this opportunity to exhaust Konoha, allowing for a lengthy period of development once the war concludes. However, he also does not want Konoha to fall, otherwise Kimogakure would become the next Konoha, and the third Raikage has always been highly ambitious, posing an even greater threat than Konoha. Therefore, the depletion of Konoha must also be appropriate. Bringing them down to the same level would allow for a maintained balance. The only large ninja villages that Iwagakure interacts with are Konoha and Suna. Reaching such a situation would be quite comfortable. The problem is that up to now, they haven't even penetrated the Land of Fire. So, how can they talk about weakening the enemy? I hesitated earlier. Inoki secretly regretted in his heart. Originally, Iwagakure had the opportunity to break through Konoha's frontline camp, but he wavered due to a letter from Danzo. The ideas revealed in the letter were very tempting to him, leading to a slowdown in their previous offensive and missing the opportunity. Orochimaru is not the same as Danzo. The former has had remarkable achievements in recent years and is in his prime, making him far more troublesome. Father, there is no point in discussing this now. What matters is what we should do next. Seeing that Inoki had not spoken for a long time, a burly ninja beside him wearing a red ninja hat with a big nose and a stringy beard couldn't help but ask. He was none other than Inoki's son Kodo. Although it was unclear why the short Inoki, standing at just 1.3 meters, would have such a tall son, there was no doubt that Kodo was a powerful ninja. Specializing in earth release, he was a capable assistant to Inoki. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, he even used earth techniques to suppress the Outer Path Golem and the Ten Tails, albeit for only a short while. What's more intriguing is that Kodo also has a slender, tall daughter, Kuratsuchi. It must be said that the genes of the Inoki family are quite peculiar. Inoki looked up at his son, initially floating to the same height as Kodo, then revealing a contemplative expression, his body swaying in the air like a balloon. The elite forces being wiped out is a significant loss for us, especially with all the Jonin lost. A counterattack is a must, otherwise Konoha will think we are easy to bully. Launch a direct attack. Kodo was somewhat surprised. This wasn't like his father's usual style. Bang! Inoki tapped Kodo's head, wearing a look of disappointment. Alright, the familiar feeling is back. When facing problems, do not be rash, think more. A direct confrontation would only increase our losses, wouldn't it? With Konoha fighting on two fronts, as long as we take action, it will alert Konoha, telling ninjas to be clever and just put on a show. You mean? Kimogikure. Hearing this, Kodo revealed a thoughtful expression, his eyes growing brighter. Being frequently by Inoki's side, he quickly caught up with his father's train of thought. After all, their purpose for going to war was simple: to weaken the enemy and leave time for future development. Therefore, a hard clash is not advisable. Otherwise, while Konoha is weakened, Iwagakure would also be weakened, and the strength gap between the two villages would remain unchanged, allowing other ninja villages to benefit. If that's the case, it would be better to view this setback as an opportunity, feigning anger to attack Konoha. When they launch a full-scale offensive, Konoha will surely feel immense pressure. Kimogikure is ambitious regarding the Land of Fire, and the longer they drag this out, the greater the pressure will be. Seeing this opportunity, they will definitely launch a full-scale attack. If Kimogikure and Konoha battle, wouldn't that weaken both ninja villages? Iwagakure suffers less loss, while Kimogikure and Konoha suffer greatly, which according to relativity means they are effectively strengthening themselves. From this perspective, the defeat becomes an opportunity. No wonder he is my father. Send some ninjas to the Kimogakure battlefield to spread the information so that our good allies can learn of this news as soon as possible. Additionally, transmit the message that Orochimaru is leading a large group of elite ninjas to support the Land of Grass, ensuring Kimogakure can fight Konoha without worries. Inoki pointed out some operational details. Kodo was quite strong, exhibiting some of his father's demeanor, but when it came to quick thinking, he fell far short. Sometimes Inoki even wondered if this kid had inherited all his intelligence for physical development, otherwise how could he be so tall? Standing together, Kodo only reached Inoki's waist. This made Inoki as a father feel quite. The defeat of the Sand Ninjas has left Konoha with a significant number of vacant ninja positions. Although Konoha still lacks overall strength, the gap has diminished considerably, especially with Orochimaru's whereabouts still unknown. An enigmatic shadow-level powerhouse, coupled with a group of elite ninjas, could create an astonishing impact if they were to suddenly appear on the battlefield. Consequently, during this period, the Cloud Ninjas and Stone Ninjas have refrained from launching large-scale assaults, fearing this very scenario. Now that Orochimaru has appeared and eliminated a group of their elites, it is evident that the main force of the Sand Ninjas must have arrived in the Land of Grass. In this situation, even if the Stone Ninjas could seize Konoha's frontline base, the cost would be devastating. It is not a wise strategy. It would be better to plot against the Cloud Ninjas. The information spread by Inoki's subordinates is entirely accurate, so there is no need to worry about suspicion. The only difference is that the Stone Ninjas are preparing to stage a play while sitting back to watch the fight. Considering the information gap caused by the distance between the two battlefields, by the time the Cloud Ninjas realize the true situation, they may already be engaged in a fierce battle with Konoha. War is fine as long as it hasn't started. Once it does, it cannot simply be stopped. The complex interplay of interests and hatred will perpetuate its continuation. If it comes to this point, the Stone Ninjas will have achieved their goal. In a Land of Grass, at the frontline base of Konoha, the expressions of all the Konoha ninjas are grave. Looking at the vast sea of Stone Ninjas ahead, even Jinyan couldn't help but swallow hard. My goodness, this scale is somewhat exaggerated. Having only experienced the battlefield of the Sand Ninjas, this is Xinyang's first encounter with such a large-scale ninja confrontation. It seems that a massive army is mobilized. It appears that this will be a tough battle. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas reach a consensus, resolutely drawing their weapons, prepared to face death on the battlefield. Quickly relay the message back to the village. The Stone Ninjas are launching a full-scale attack. Orochimaru immediately issued orders to the intelligence personnel beside him to prepare the rear. This way, even if the front line were to fall, they could retreat step by step, preventing a rout. If the Stone Ninjas truly launched an all-out attack, he could not guarantee they could hold the line. As the overall commander, he must consider all aspects. This has certainly infuriated the Stone Ninjas. Licking his lips, a dangerous glint glimmered in Orochimaru's eyes as his hoarse voice echoed in the ears of the Konoha ninjas. Prepare for battle, focusing on defense. If the stone ninjas initiate an attack, consume them first with ninja tools and long-range ninjutsu, avoiding close combat to prioritize preserving life. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, even Jinyoung, who had fought few battles, understood his intent. Faced with a large number of stone ninjas, Orochimaru clearly does not intend to hold this position. If he detects that Inoki is determined to fight to the end, he will order the troops to retreat, using the price of territory to kite the stone ninjas. Losing land while maintaining personnel will lead to total loss. This is wisdom articulated by great men. As for the consequences of this approach, they need not consider, as long as they can win such actions are deemed correct. This place is relatively far from Konoha, allowing for a classic defense of Konoha scene to unfold. Although the climate is not cold and the opponents are not ordinary, if it should be dragged to their doorstep, the stone ninjas would also have to pay a hefty price. When the decisive battle begins, Konoha's pressure and casualties will evidently be reduced. Thinking of this, Jinyoung felt considerably more relaxed. Orochimaru, is there no one left in Konoha? You sent a junior to fight me. Above the stone ninja army, a diminutive figure floated in the air. It was Inoki the Tsuchikage. Saratobi Sensei is an elder and is of course recuperating in the village. At such an old age, Onoka Senpai, are you still going to the battlefield? Could it be that the stone ninjas have fallen? In response to Inoki's provocation, Orochimaru naturally would not back down, retorting immediately. The pleasantries were exchanged lightly, but Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly serious, clearly understanding that the opponent was not easy to deal with. Inoki is the direct disciple of the first and second Tsuchikage and can utilize dust release, which surpasses the boundaries of bloodline limits. The original technique of this release can obliterate any object it comes into contact with, signifying a remarkably formidable strength. Moreover, Inoki's combat style is influenced by age, making him less physically agile than other ninjas. During the 5 Kage summit against Uchiha Madara, he was almost 80 years old, yet remained one of the main forces. Now, being around 20 years younger, his strength will naturally be even greater. Sharp-tongued, let me teach you a lesson in place of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With no successors, this undoubtedly touches a sore spot for Inoki. The mid to lower tier ninjas of the Stone Ninja have remained stable, but the truly top-tier combatants are few. The two Jinchuriki are not like those of the Cloud Ninjas, who are perfect hosts and can be deployed at will. Furthermore, one of them has conflicts with him. Among those available, only a few ninjas, including his son, are capable of fighting. Earth-style rock pillar. Numerous rocky pillars appeared around Inoki and charged straight towards Orochimaru. Shadow of the Snake Hands. In response to the opponent's attack, Orochimaru chuckled lightly as countless snakes surged from his right hand to intercept. The sudden clash between the two seemed to signal both sides, and immediately all the ninjas from both the Stone and Konoha factions joined the battle. In the open ground between the Stone and Konoha factions, countless shuriken, senbon, and various ninjutsu suddenly erupted. The battle on the front line ignited. Winds like sharp weapons raced across the battlefield, seeking to cleave all matter in their path. However, fire dragons surged up from the ground, roaring as they consumed everything, and before they could rampage, torrents of water descended, extinguishing the encroaching heat. The fusion of water and fire enveloped the battlefield in thick mist, obscuring visibility, yet it did not hinder the actions of either side. Soon more rock pillars burst forth from the ground, and the sounds of thunder echoed from Konoha's side. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, unless one possessed the strength of Uchiha Madara, an individual would appear exceedingly insignificant. At present, Jinyoung could only choose to follow the main force and participate in this clash of ninjutsu. However, something seems off. After a few rounds of ninjutsu, Jinyoung looked over at the opposite side in confusion and then turned to his companions. He noticed that his comrades, despite appearing somewhat disheveled and dirty to varying degrees, had not sustained any significant injuries. Excluding a few unfortunate souls who had been accidentally hurt, there was essentially no damage dealt. Finally, he understood why he felt this way. Could it be that the Stone Ninjas were merely playing roles here? I have fought against the first Tsuchikage. From 800 miles away, shuriken flew. It seemed like a heated battle, yet all the jutsu used were launched from afar, resulting in no personnel casualties on either side. Moreover, Jinyoung looked up at Inoki. This old man has been using earth release jutsu since the beginning and hasn't utilized dust release. That shouldn't be the case. With all this commotion, the atmosphere is set, yet he only fires off a blank shot. Although this situation is quite favorable, as the Stone Ninjas do not seem intent on fighting to the death, this bizarre behavior leaves him baffled. Could it be that the Stone Ninjas are plotting some kind of conspiracy? Every afternoon at 4 updates. But if you have questions about Uchiha Shizui's birth date, feel free to check the book reviews where I provided an explanation. Thank you for your support. Before long, the ninjas of Konoha began to notice the issue, exchanging puzzled glances with one another. What was the IWA ninja up to? Retreat. At that moment, a shout echoed from the distant ranks of the IWA army, and the IWA ninjas who had been continuously performing ninjutsu abruptly halted their actions and began to withdraw in an orderly manner. This series of actions only confirmed the thoughts of the Konoha ninjas. The IWA ninjas were not just fighting randomly, but had come prepared. Otherwise, they could never have withdrawn so uniformly. Lord Orochimaru this. Upon seeing Orochimaru return from his clash with Inokiya, Jonin finally couldn't help but ask, mainly because the IWA ninjas' actions were too bizarre to comprehend. At this moment, Orochimaru also wore a look of confusion, gazing into the distance in contemplation. During the battle, he had sensed something strange. He didn't feel the immense pressure he had anticipated when facing Inoki, as the opponent seemed to be merely going through the motions, even refraining from using his renowned dust release. Let's go back. Pay close attention to the movements of the IWA ninjas in the next few days. The reconnaissance teams should be more cautious to avoid falling into a trap. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru issued the command. With so little information, he couldn't deduce the IWA ninjas' true intentions and could only observe how they would act next. It was possible that the IWA ninjas were deliberately provoking them, allowing them to grow accustomed to their presence, and then striking when they least expected it. Although Orochimaru's instincts told him that the IWA ninjas likely had other motives, he could not afford to be careless in this situation. Because of the IWA ninjas' actions, Konoha's defensive forces were suddenly increased severalfold, and a large number of ninjas were dispatched to observe the movements of the IWA ninjas. Back at the camp, Xinjiang finally had time to select his ninjutsu. Taking out the previous ninjutsu catalog, his heart raced considerably. He originally thought he would just be selecting in a rank ninjutsu, but he never expected that this time he would actually be choosing from the forbidden techniques in the sealing book. Had they already begun to trust him this much? From his earlier conversation with Orochimaru on the way back, he learned that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had insisted on allowing him to choose a forbidden technique. At that moment, Xinjiang was shocked. It seemed he had only just stepped on a battlefield, so how could he be allowed to choose a forbidden technique? For the first time, he felt doubt about his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, and a line from Akane suddenly popped into his mind. Are you the illegitimate child of the third Hokage? Given this treatment, it didn't seem impossible. Of course, this was just a momentary reaction he couldn't process. If he were truly an illegitimate child, that would complicate relationships from the previous generation. Minato was a commoner genius Jiraiya's disciple and the grand disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a legitimate successor of the Hokage lineage. With a multitude of positive buffs, he would need to accumulate a significant number of missions to exchange for the flying. Even though Xinjiang displayed high talent and achieved significant military feats, he was still far from meeting the requirements to exchange for these ninjutsu. Let alone the fact that Xinjiang was a family ninja, especially from the most despised Uchiha clan, which extended the distance even further. Now it seemed easier to exchange for ninjutsu than for Minato, which definitely raised some questions. Could it be that the negative buffs were so strong that they resulted in a positive outcome? Before crossing over, Xinjiang had been a working-class individual constantly battered by society, yet he had one advantage: self-awareness. He understood that even with the guarantee of Old Kai, the third Hokage wouldn't grant him its strength forbidden technique without reason, and it wasn't just any technique, but one of his choosing. If a stranger was being kind for no apparent reason, it was likely that they had ulterior motives. Without understanding the reason, holding onto this ninjutsu would only burn him. The previous rank ninjutsu didn't pose much of a problem given his circumstances. After all, Maruxing Old Kai held a significant position within the Hokage lineage. However, the concept of forbidden techniques was different. How to put it? It felt somewhat like being offered a meal before a hanging. It was a feast followed by a death sentence. He wanted to live for a few more decades, and since the cabbage hadn't even grown, yet dying early would mean that his wife would belong to someone else. What exactly is the reason? Holding the catalog, Xinjiang closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. According to normal procedures, there shouldn't be an opportunity for exchange. Since an anomaly had occurred, it must be due to an unforeseen event. Moreover, it was an event that Hiruzen Sarutobi was particularly concerned about, one that only he could resolve. With this thought, Xinjiang's eyes filled with confusion. What could he possibly resolve in the eyes of the other party? At most, he was just a talented ninja with great potential for growth, someone who could become a powerhouse at the level of Kage. A powerhouse. From Hiruzen Sarutobi's perspective, for some reason, Xinjiang suddenly recalled Minato's figure, and a bizarre thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that they were counting on him to become a main force on the IWA battlefield? Upon reflection, this conclusion, although seemingly absurd, began to make some sense. The AB combination that dominated the battlefield was formed by Minato, who learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, the situation on the Cloud Ninja battlefield would not have been as favorable as it currently was. He and Minato had some similarities in this regard. Xinjiang was only 10 years old, yet he could hold his own among Jonin. If you're given a year or two to develop combined with mastering a powerful forbidden technique, even if he couldn't reach cage-level power, he could at least hold his ground for a while. This would greatly assist in the manpower-short IWA battlefield. It is precisely because of your negligence that my son Hizoko nearly lost his life and the future of the Hyuga clan was almost buried there. Before Insho, several members of the branch family knelt with their foreheads pressed to the ground, not daring to breathe. Of course, the main reason was that after the end of the war, Hiruzen Sarutobi would step down. The reason for his resignation was that although Konoha was the victor, the village's benefits were no different from those who lost. As the victor, he had to acknowledge the activities of the IWA ninja village and relinquish claims for compensation, which stirred public outrage, even leading to the point where the Hokage had to resign and take responsibility. In summary, it was likely due to his compromise with the IWA ninja that led to his stepping down. From the subsequent tenure of the fourth Hokage, who maintained power for over a decade after Minato's death, it could be seen that Hiruzen Sarutobi was still enamored with authority and had not relinquished the position of Hokage. With this in mind, it could explain why he was given the opportunity to exchange for ninjutsu. Trying it out could potentially secure his position as Hokage. However, if things continued to develop in this manner, Hiruzen Sarutobi likely understood that he would probably be stepping down. Involving his fundamental interests, not to mention that Jinyang had Maruxing Old Kai as a teacher, which added a degree of credibility. Even if he was merely an unrelated Uchiha clan member before the Hokage, it was still likely that Hiruzen Sarutobi would act in such a manner. There are reasons why he and Danzo could become allies. It was common for them to use the will of fire to serve their own interests. While they may genuinely care for the village, they always place themselves above it. Jinyang felt relieved understanding that there was no need to fear any ulterior motives. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually hoping he would grow stronger. In this situation of being utilized, Jinyang could only say that he could handle more. After all, he possessed a pair of hidden 3-Demo Sharingan, and the chance of becoming a shadow-level powerhouse within 2 years was much greater than he had imagined. As for helping Sarutobi Hiruzen maintain his position as Hokage, Jinyang was actually indifferent. At least if he could provide assistance in defending against the rock shinobi, the casualties in the village would be significantly reduced, which was something he was willing to see. Konoha is a great place, it's only the people corrupted by power that are rotten. With sufficient strength in hand, if the third Hokage was unwilling to retire gracefully, Jinyang would ensure he did so with dignity. Shiki Fujin, Flying Thunder God Technique. Edo Tensei. Explosive tags of Jinyang bypassed the wood release techniques that were unusable, moving on to the powerful forbidden arts that had shone brightly within the ninja world. The appearance of each ninjutsu name ignited his desire. Mastering all of them wouldn't make him invincible, but at the very least only a handful would be able to contend with him. Not to mention a single Edo Tensei could cause a massive uproar, and when combined with the explosive tags of mutual explosion, it would be a guaranteed kill. Explosive tags are one of the most common ninja tools used to store the user's fire release techniques through a special method. The explosive tags of mutual explosion allow numerous explosive tags to be summoned at the same location, detonating at fixed points. This ninjutsu was created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, to complement the Edo Tensei technique. Due to the immense explosive power and prolonged duration of this technique, if released without any precautions, even a user could be caught in the explosion, which is why it is classified as a forbidden technique. When these two techniques are combined, it is akin to Konin using explosive tags to obliterate Tobi, and with precise detonations, the power is even more astonishing, capable of breaking through Hashirama's Sage, Art Heavenly Palm. Being wealthy equates to being powerful. Other ninjutsu need not be elaborated upon. However, this time, Jinyang was not as entangled as before. He did not linger excessively on these ninjutsu, but sought a technique he had already decided upon. Spirit Transformation Technique. And Strength Soul Forbidden Technique that allows the spirit to separate from the physical body, traversing distances to kill enemies, and can control the opponent's body and enter another spiritual world. Moreover, the spiritual body can sense the souls it has previously possessed regardless of the distance or prior knowledge of the opponent's location. Once it transforms into a spiritual body, it can reach the opponent's body. Depending on the circumstances and the user's intent, many things can be accomplished, such as transmitting information or confirming someone's life or death, and it can also be used to provide chakra to others. This is undoubtedly an extremely powerful and peculiar technique that complements Zenyang's abilities perfectly. The previous user Kato, Dan, used this technique to claim the lives of countless ninjas in several battles. Ninjas in the Hokage world have very little understanding of souls. The few soul-related ninjutsu that exist are obscure and complex high-level techniques, with the only simpler one being the soul separation technique in the plot. Moreover, they all rely on the soul, without any techniques for cultivating the soul or spiritual power. Thus, while a person's spiritual power can be strong, it has limits. However, Jinyang is the only exception capable of growing without bounds. Not to mention the Uchiha clan inherently inherits the spiritual power of Indra, the descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, which means their original spiritual power is stronger than that of ordinary people. Therefore, the power of the spirit transformation technique in his hands can be unimaginably immense. Attacks targeting the soul are far stronger than physical damage. The most obvious change is that Xinyan will become a nightmare for any ninja skilled in survival techniques. He could also develop a soul sword technique, combining it with swordsmanship to become the strongest swordsman. A sword to sever the flesh, a heart to sever the soul. Attacks targeting the soul are far stronger than physical damage. The most obvious change is that Xinyan will become a nightmare for any ninja skilled in survival techniques. Strong physical recovery. Numerous survival ninjutsu. Can't be killed. All of these will become ineffective in front of Xinyan. With a single sword strike, he can obliterate the soul, rendering any form of immortality a joke in his presence, unless one can block his attack on a spiritual level. In this field, Xinyan can confidently say that if given enough time, even the Sage of Six Paths could be defeated, let alone ordinary ninjas. Moreover, there is another crucial reason the spirit transformation technique may be the key to awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. After reading the in-release materials provided by Orochimaru, Xinyan gained a deeper understanding of this power. In-release represents the power of the spirit and can create a physical form out of the formless. The prolonged experiences undoubtedly show that in-release is a high-level application of spiritual power, and after practicing several simple accompanying ninjutsu, he once again sensed a slight movement in his long unchanged Sharingan. This discovery undoubtedly filled Xinyan with immense joy, and after a few subsequent attempts, he uncovered the reason behind it. Typically, Uchiha clan members awaken their eyes through stimulation. If likened to a game, the growth of spiritual power can be seen as leveling up with intense emotions, causing fluctuations akin to releasing skills, thereby achieving success in the game, which is awakening the Sharingan. Xinyan's method of awakening, however, relies entirely on the growth of spiritual power, which means continuously leveling up. Once he can clear the game with simple attacks, the Sharingan will enhance. In that case, to elevate his Sharingan, the amount of spiritual power he requires will be higher than that of other Uchiha clan members, and it will also resolve some of the doubts in his heart. Logically speaking, his adult soul, combined with several years of spiritual power growth, should at least allow him to sense progress, if not awaken the Mangekyo. However, upon reaching the Threetomo stage, it felt as if a cow had sunk into the sea, causing not a single ripple. The reason lies mostly here, as the distance from Threetomo to Mangekyo evidently requires far more spiritual power than that accumulated from opening the eyes to the Threetomo. If he were to continue enhancing his skills in the previous manner, it would evidently require a significant amount of time, yet Xinyan wished to open his eyes sooner without resorting to sacrificing family or friends for power. Thus, improving his proficiency in in-release became particularly important. Mastering the simple ninjutsu gifted by Orochimaru could lead to changes in his Sharingan. Practicing even more powerful in-release ninjutsu would surely yield more evident results. From that moment on, the spirit transformation technique floated in Xinyan's mind. Although his original plan was to try to awaken the Mangekyo, if that failed, he would wait for Minato's rise to find an opportunity to acquire this secret technique. For in his heart, he had never considered the possibility of obtaining it from the higher-ups of Konoha. However, now that it was in Xinyan's hands, many things would become much simpler. Lord Orochimaru, the Rock Ninjas, are here again. A reconnaissance ninja suddenly appeared while various matters concerning the war were being discussed in the tent. Upon hearing the report, the senior ninjas exchanged glances, their faces still wary, but compared to a few days ago, they were not overly anxious. This was because they had already figured out the opponent's general intentions. Oyuki's strategy was not particularly brilliant, it mainly relied on timing. The information received on the first day was too scant, leading many Konoha ninjas to be baffled. However, after 2 days of similar actions combined with the intelligence relayed from the village, they could easily deduce the motives of the Rock Ninjas. According to the communications the Cloud Ninjas learned through the intelligence network that a Rock Ninja unit, which included several senior ninjas and an elite senior ninja, had been annihilated, prompting them to launch an offensive against the Konoha forces on the battlefield, intending to invade the Land of Fire. It was quite abnormal for the Cloud Ninjas to receive news here. In just 2 days, it took more than 2 days to rush to the Cloud battlefield after the battle began, unless it was a powerful speed-type ninja. However, such ninjas are usually sharp blades on the battlefield, who would let them go act as reconnaissance personnel in other areas. Coupled with the Rock Ninjas' bizarre behavior, it was not hard to deduce their true intention was to mislead the Cloud Ninjas into attacking. One could only say that Oyuki was indeed a master of a Wagakure for decades. This wave of operations initially deceived even someone as experienced as Orochimaru. Mainly, this line of thinking was quite absurd. Their own ninja village had suffered tremendous losses, yet they treated this as an opportunity to backstab their ally in a so-called act of justice. Is this something a normal person would do? However, this was good news for Konoha. This way the pressure was significantly reduced, and through this battle a sense of suspicion would undoubtedly arise between the Rock and Cloud ninjas, making it difficult for the two villages to coordinate an attack again. Everything remains unchanged. If the Rock ninjas are willing to continue the act, we will play along and let the Cloud ninjas realize as late as possible. Orochimaru, sitting in the middle, stood up and issued the command, then led the senior ninjas towards the front lines. Although they saw through the Rock ninjas' plans, Konoha was not prepared to expose them. Instead, they assisted in cutting off information and clearing out the Cloud reconnaissance ninjas. This was an open scheme. Oyuki never intended to deceive Konoha. When the two villages faced each other in battle, Konoha would respond, albeit slightly delayed. However, the situation he created was also welcomed by Konoha. Oyuki hoped for them to fight, while his own ninja village watched from a distance. Konoha knew there would undoubtedly be a battle with the Cloud ninjas, otherwise the Cloud village would continue to harbor covetous thoughts and engage in small actions. While the Rock ninjas prepared to watch from the sidelines, they could focus their efforts on dealing with the Cloud ninjas. Occupying the fertile land of the Land of Fire, Konoha's recovery speed would surpass that of other villages, so they were not afraid of others taking advantage. The shared interest led both the Rock and Konoha ninjas to choose to conceal this from the Cloud ninjas. Neither side truly had the intention to engage in battle, resulting in an Oscar-worthy performance. The battlefield was grand, yet both sides' ninjas suffered minimal damage. A few miles away from the battlefield, hidden in a dense forest, several dark-skinned ninjas were carefully listening to the sounds from the battlefield. Captain, should we go take a look near the battlefield? One young ninja, whose face still bore the innocence of youth, couldn't help but ask. SHI, as an intelligence ninja, the most important point is to ensure your own safety. Otherwise, no matter how much information you gather, you won't be able to relay it back. The last guy didn't listen to me, so. The captain Tormian Jiru solemnly instructed the newcomer who had just joined the team a few days ago, finally casting a meaningful glance at him. Is that really the case? The young ninja blinked, displaying a puzzled expression. He remembered that the ninja handbook seemed to say otherwise. As a top student from the most recent intelligence class, he remembered the rules for intelligence ninjas and teams very clearly. For example, the number of members in an intelligence class is fixed, and only when a ninja dies or retires will there be a replenishment. So what does that mean, the previous senior? Also, with the battlefield's commotion being so loud, it couldn't possibly be that Konoha and the Rock ninjas are deliberately putting on a show for us. This has already sufficiently confirmed the prior intelligence, don't you think? Upon hearing the captain's question and recalling the reason for his entry into the team, the young ninja subconsciously nodded. The new arrivals seemed to have some common sense. Seeing this, Tormian Jiru's eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. The last guy was just a reckless fool. Not only did he endanger himself, but he almost dragged them down too. Was it permissible to casually approach near the battlefield? With two shadow-level powerhouses and a multitude of senior ninjas gathered, even the slightest residual wave would be enough to cause significant trouble. Moreover, he had fulfilled his responsibility. This was clearly the sound of a battle starting. There was no mistake. Retreat mission accomplished. With Tormian Jiru's command, several ninjas turned and left in the direction they came from. What they didn't see was that not far from their original position, several Konoha ninjas were silently observing their movements. Captain, this is the last team of reconnaissance ninjas we've tracked down. It seems the Cloud ninjas are quite cautious. 3 teams were wiped out, 2 returned to report, and with a number from the Rock ninjas, they should be convinced. As the words faded, the few standing on the branches had already disappeared. On the front lines, after practicing ninjutsu together for an afternoon, the ninjas from both villages tacitly ceased their efforts and returned to their camps. The Rock ninjas probably won't take real action in the short term. Looking at the messages continuously arriving from the village and the reports from nearby ninjas, Orochimaru chuckled. That old man Oyuki will most likely wait to see the situation of the battle between us and the Cloud ninjas before deciding how to act next. Xinjiang looked at the map laid out on the table, feeling a hint of nostalgia. That's for the best. Otherwise, if the 2 major ninja villages allied and launched a joint attack, our pressure would be immense. If the Mist ninjas also tore up the previous agreement, the situation in the village would be exceedingly perilous. Indeed. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, his face full of sarcasm. However, this situation won't happen. Trust between ninja villages is not easily established. Oyuki will only think about how to preserve the strength of the Rock ninjas. By the time the Cloud ninjas realize what's going on, they won't easily launch a full-scale attack. It is precisely because the 4 major ninja villages cannot establish mutual trust and cannot unite their powers that we can long-term occupy the richest resources. Konoha is indeed powerful, but one of the important reasons they can remain undefeated during the series of wars against the 4 major ninja villages is that they cannot mobilize all their forces. Each side will always keep some troops in reserve to guard against each other. By the way, Zenyakin, during this time, you might as well go search for the Kusanagi sword. Go now. Is this place truly secure? Xinjiang hesitated, mindful of the volatile situation. Yes, Now is the optimal moment to retrieve the Kusanagi blade. During wartime, Ronin, without village allegiance, invariably avoid active battle zones. Once true calm returns, the Kusanagi blade will be far harder to locate. Moreover, given Zenyangsama's current combat style, a superior weapon would significantly augment his strength. Those words instantly clarified Xinjiang's resolve. Indeed, the blade lay within grass country. The moment battlefield commotion subsided, the Ronin would disperse, fleeing the flames of war. According to information provided by Orochimaru, the Kusanagi blade was currently in the possession of a band of Ronin. Delay was no longer tenable. Given Xinjiang's circumstances, his prior combat methodology, designed for protracted high-intensity engagements on the battlefield, remained supremely effective. Though his chakra reserves had grown and his ninjutsu proficiency improved, he had not yet reached the level required to sustain such prolonged exertion. Acquiring the Kusanagi blade would yield immense tactical advantage. Then I shall take this to maintain contact. Given Zenyangsama's prowess, I trust no further caution regarding safety is necessary. With a faint smile, Orochimaru drew a small serpent from his sleeve and extended it. Xinjiang accepted the message-carrying serpent, nodded respectfully, and vanished from sight. Leaving the camp, he sped northward. The scroll indicated the blade's location, Finchuan, a modest town in northern grass country. Such towns often harbor clandestine exchanges, drawing Ronin and missing nin who eked out livelihoods as bounty hunters. Recently, a formidable, enigmatic shinobi had arrived in Finchuan, traveling with a weapon case slung across his back, sparking widespread curiosity and covert scrutiny. Only through extensive intelligence channels had Orochimaru learned, almost by chance, that the weapon in question was indeed the Kusanagi blade. 2 days later, Xinjiang stood before Finchuan. Though small in scale, the town bustled with pedestrians, a lively, vibrant settlement humming with quiet. Xinjiang had already shed his shinobi attire. His forehead protector and flak jacket were gone, replaced by unassuming civilian garb, and at his side hung a long sword. The very need for merchants to hire shinobi escorts revealed the world's underlying chaos. Bandits and ronin lurked everywhere, making travel perilous. Though Xinjiang's frame appeared slighter than that of an adult, the sharp, battle-forged aura radiating from him unmistakably warned others against provocation. Thus his journey remained uneventful, calm, steady, and unimpeded, until he stepped into the town. Gazing upon the scene, he entered Finchuan at a measured pace. In such small locales, news traveled swiftly. Within minutes, a figure paused on the street, eyes narrowing in suspicion, then melted silently into the crowd. Xinjiang watched the figure vanish, a subtle smile curling at his lips as he turned and followed. Boss, someone strange has arrived. The figure slowed only upon reaching a residential quarter at the town's edge, slipping into one of its modest dwellings. Oh, a broad-shouldered man seated cross-legged with eyes closed opened them slowly, regarding his subordinate thoughtfully before speaking in a low, deliberate voice. What makes him strange? He's only 11 or 12. No forehead protector, no visible insignia, but he feels like one of us. The man's brow furrowed. One of us meant shinobi. A child of such tender age traveling alone here defied all logic. To dare such a thing implied formidable backing or lethal confidence. Many among these ronin were missing nin, defectors from various hidden villages hiding here precisely because they bore dangerous entanglements too wary to surface openly in the shinobi world. They needed to ascertain his intent. Was he merely passing through? Or had he come for someone specific? A former Iwagakure defector, the man's expression grew grave. Survival over decades, and the authority he wielded here, rested upon two principles: vigilance and restraint. Clashing with an unknown shinobi invited unpredictable consequences. Should the conflict escalate and draw attention, Iwagakure's relentless pursuit would follow, shattering years of carefully built influence, perhaps even claiming his life. Such risks demanded absolute avoidance. Describe his appearance. Alert everyone to track his movements. Understood, boss. He appears. His longtime subordinate, well-versed in such matters, immediately began sketching Xinjiang's features from memory. No need for such trouble. I'm already here. A voice sounded behind them. The man's pupils contracted sharply. He whirled around to find a black-haired youth standing calmly at a distance, having trailed his subordinate without detection. Young sir, forgive my underling. He lacks discipline and peered without permission. Are you passing through or seeking someone? The man paused, then swiftly composed himself. His tone warm, his manner apologetic and disarming. Xinjiang's expression shifted, slightly intrigued. How interesting. No wonder he commands affection. Such composure is no accident. Having since being watched, Xinjiang had formed a plan. Intelligence placed the Kusanagi blade's bearer in Finchuan. But after days, his precise whereabouts likely shifted. Rather than search blindly, consulting the local power broker was far more efficient. Yet contrary to expectation, where he'd prepared to demonstrate force, the man responded with remarkable amiability, leaving no opening for display. Indeed, few fools survive long in the shinobi world. Tell me, the man who carried a weapon case. Where is he now? Xinjiang asked directly. Clearly he bore no ill intent toward them. The man exhaled softly, relief washing over him, before replying after a thoughtful pause. That fellow from a few days ago. He frequents the northern road each afternoon. To claim his weapon, simply defeat him. He is a mark. Hearing the question, the man instantly grasped Xinjiang's aim. Though the blade was undoubtedly exceptional, seizing it was no trivial feat. Otherwise, it would not have remained in that man's possession for so long. Thank you. Safe travels. And you're most welcome. Their parting exchange was cordial, almost friendly. Any outsider unaware of context might mistake it for two acquaintances bidding farewell. Armed with this intelligence, Xinjiang proceeded to the designated thoroughfare and settled into silent meditation. Afternoon still lingered some hours away. After a long wait, a towering figure emerged at the crossroads, scar bisecting one eye, his gaze sharpening upon spotting Xinjiang nearby. Have you come to challenge me? He excels in Jinjutsu moves with blinding speed and wields a masterful sword technique. If you defeat me, it will be yours. The man wielding the Kusanagi sword stated this bluntly as he drew his weapon from his waist. Aren't you using the sword on your back? Xinjiang questioned, puzzled by the other party's strange behavior. Logically, he should be fighting to seize his possession, yet he wasn't using his full strength. The might of a warrior does not rely on weapons. I will not take advantage of you. Warrior. Upon hearing this, Xinjiang finally understood the other person's identity. No wonder he made such a choice. They always seem to possess an inexplicable obsession with these matters. A warrior is a unique profession within the world of Hokage. In fact, before the birth of ninjas, humanity was primarily composed of warriors. It wasn't until the Sage of Six Paths founded the ninja sect and taught the use of chakra that ninjas gradually replaced warriors as the mainstream. However, this does not mean that warriors are weak. Despite the passage of many years, the existence of warriors has not been completely overshadowed by ninjas, which is a testament to their strength. Warriors are not ninjas, but this does not mean they cannot use chakra. Their method of utilizing chakra is quite simple. They generally enhance the sharpness of their weapons with chakra. Only higher-level warriors would employ attacks resembling sword energy. It is somewhat similar to taijutsu ninjas like Gai, who primarily rely on close combat. Although they do not use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, this allows them to focus extensively on swordsmanship, making them stronger than many ninjas. The most representative figure is the general of the Land of Iron, Mifune, revered as the legendary master of Aido. His swordsmanship is incredibly swift, leaving ordinary ninjas no opportunity to form hand seals. During the Fourth War, he faced off against Sasuke Hanzo of the Salamander and Deidara, showcasing his shadow-level strength as a warrior. Xinjiang did not expect the target this time to be a warrior. Observing the other's movements, he drew his long sword ready to test his own swordsmanship. Encountering a warrior for the first time, he felt a bit of an itch to test whether their swordsmanship was truly as formidable as rumored. Over the years, he had only come into contact with swordsmanship experts among ninjas. At the forefront was Maruhoshi Kai, whose mastery of the Leaf Village sword style was exceptional, even creating in strength sword technique. Then there was his uncle Uchiha Chuan. Although he had never seen the other in true combat, Xinjiang's swordsmanship in the Uchiha style was entirely taught by him. The better he grasped the Uchiha sword style, the more he felt the strength of his uncle, who was at least an elite jonin, and among the best, unlike the ordinary jonin he had encountered. Regardless, Xinjiang did not believe he would lose. Orochimaru had said there was no need for concern, so the opponent's strength could not surpass his own. He was a ninja. If his swordsmanship was lacking, he had other means. Ninjas do not have as many mental restrictions as long as they achieve their goals. Swak technique yidu. Seeing Xinjiang ready, the warrior launched the first attack, his long sword transforming into a beam of white light rushing forward. Aido is similar to what is commonly referred to as drawing technique, relying on incredibly swift slashes that leave the enemy unable to react. However, this level of attack was still manageable for Xinjiang. With a step, he vanished from his original location. Uchiha-style, swift shadow sword. Almost simultaneously, his figure appeared behind the warrior, the diagonally descending blade, igniting a spark, which then quickly spread over the entire blade, transforming it into a sword of flames. Sensing the heat wave coming from behind, the warrior did not panic. Instead, excitement flashed in his eyes, and his body trembled with anticipation. This was the strongest opponent he had faced since arriving in Kazekawa City. This journey was not in vain. As he shifted his stance, he swung his sword with all his might to meet the fiery blade, managing to block it just before it struck. Clang! Accompanied by a resonating sound, the slash was blocked in Xinjiang's astonished gaze, yet the warrior's body was already covered in flames. He actually took the fiery sword heat in, which was something he had not expected. With a thought, he continued to swing his long sword. Although he didn't understand why the opponent was fighting so aggressively, it was clear that he held the advantage, so he naturally pressed on. Clink clink. Zhen Yang's flaming sword and the warrior's chakra-covered long sword clashed continuously, the sounds of metal ringing out repeatedly. In a short time, the two exchanged dozens of blows. As they continued to clash, Zhen Yang's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The warrior was now singed and tattered, his exposed skin charred, yet he seemed to grow more invigorated, excitement flooding his features. This big brother certainly has a strange quirk. However, through testing, Zhen Yang found that although the opponent was peculiar, his strength was indeed impressive. It would be quite difficult to defeat him relying solely on swordsmanship. Moreover, he noticed a slight crack had appeared on his sword, which probably wouldn't hold up much longer. This phenomenon was clearly abnormal. Even if he was about to switch to the Kusanagi sword, due to the previous attack from the rock ninja, this sword in Zhen Yang's hand was still a quality product from the Nico clan. How could it not withstand even a single battle? The only possible explanation was that the warrior before him had issues, and the cause of this phenomenon likely stemmed from the weapon covered in chakra. Whether it was due to their limited use of chakra for a few purposes, Zhen Yang felt that the weapon had become exceptionally sharp, with chakra's enhancement far surpassing the longsword in his hand. This was the distinction between Zhen Yang and the warrior. His swordsmanship mostly combined chakra-based attacks to enhance power, offering little physical enhancement. This is determined by the way ninjas engage in combat, possessing complex and varied methods, leaving them with far fewer opportunities for close-range strikes compared to warriors. But warriors pursue the sharpness of their weapons, the utmost sharpness, which is the greatest enhancement to their combat capabilities, allowing them to prevail in battles. Given this situation, it could not continue any longer. It was time to test that perfected technique. With a thought after another exchange, Zhen Yang decisively chose to retreat, driving his long sword into the ground. 8 gates open, the first gate open. Since learning this ninjutsu, he had practiced it many times, but this was Zhen Yang's first time using it in actual combat. As the first gate opened, the familiar sense of power surged over him. The effect of the first gate is to remove the brain's limitations, allowing one to unleash 100 of their physical abilities, overexerting their bodily energy to enhance strength and speed. Feeling the joy of fully controlling his body, Zhen Yang looked at the equally excited warrior, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Round 2 begin. Whoosh. The speed was clearly superior to before, catching the warrior man off guard. He could only hastily sidestep, resulting in a wound across his body. Had it not been for his instinct to evade, this attack could have inflicted serious injury. Zhen Yang's assault did not pause. After inflicting damage, he immediately swung his longsword again. The sudden surge in speed and power made his strikes exceedingly difficult to dodge or defend against. In just 2 to 3 seconds, several wounds appeared on the warrior man's body, and coupled with previous burns, it was clear he had sustained significant injuries. Surprisingly, he could still become even stronger. It was simply too wonderful. If he could defeat him, he would surely gain recognition. The warrior man's face grew increasingly excited as he chose to create distance for the first time, sheathing his longsword. You are a formidable opponent. I have not yet fully mastered this next move, so please be cautious. Remember, my name's Yuan. If you can withstand it, the Kusanagi sword will belong to you. Iato 3 stages. Hearing this, Zhen Yang looked up to see a white flash appear before him. Open the rest gate. Open the birth gate. The sense of crisis rushing to his brain left Zhen Yang with no hesitation as he directly opened the 3rd gate. Uchiha style solar halo dance. In the state of having opened the 3rd gate, Zhen Yang slashed forward with an unimaginable speed, unleashing 3 giant fire blades to counter the opponent's ultimate move. The power unleashed by the last move from the warrior named Zhu Yuan far exceeded his expectations. Even a seasoned jonin would likely suffer serious injury if caught off guard. This guy is definitely no simple character. Just this final move alone is not something a wandering warrior could execute. Could he be from the Iron Country? The Iron Country is the land of warriors, boasting the strongest warriors in the ninja world. The strength of his opponent made it hard for him not to speculate. Zhu Yuan's speed was incredibly fast, leaving only an afterimage visible to the naked eye, yet faced with the giant fireblade, he could only reluctantly evade. His earlier act of taking on the flaming sword could still be explained as a personal preference, but if he dared to approach this thing, Zhen Yang could only say he was asking for trouble. In the face of this form of attack, most warriors could only choose to evade. Only a few exceptionally powerful warriors could generate sword chi to counter it. You win. This is already my strongest technique. After failing his final strike, Zhu Yuan straightforwardly admitted defeat and threw the box behind him directly toward Zhen Yang. In the duel between warriors and ninjas, the key is not to give the opponent a chance to breathe. As long as strange and variable ninjutsu is not used, a ninja cannot defeat a warrior. However, once this is not achieved, it basically signifies failure. Even the fastest techniques cannot be executed, rendering further combat meaningless. Opening the box revealed a sheathed longsword before Zhen Yang's eyes. Its black and white coloration, along with the absence of the usual protrusion along the sword's spine, made it appear exceptionally smooth and aesthetically pleasing. Its appearance was identical to the one described in the original work. It was indeed Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. As he drew the Kusanagi sword from its sheath, Xinjiang ran his fingers along the blade. A slight scrape against the edge caused a few drops of blood to flow out remarkably. The blood that dripped onto the blade rolled off without leaving a trace. Next, he transmitted chakra to the Kusanagi sword, effortlessly covering it with chakra devoid of any sense of stuttering, a stark contrast to his previous experiences. Swinging a fire blade casually to the side, it detonated, engulfing a nearby small tree and leaving only a pile of ash behind. It seemed that the Kusanagi sword not only absorbed chakra smoothly, but also enhanced the power of ninjutsu, due to this characteristic living up to its reputation as a legendary artifact. From now on, there would be no need to worry about weapons anymore. Xinjiang, satisfied, repeatedly examined the sword before finally removing the already damaged longsword and strapping the Kusanagi sword to his side. "Aren't you leaving?" At this moment, he noticed that Zhu Yuan had not departed, but was instead standing at a distance waiting. "You intend to let me go? Aren't you afraid I will spread the news about the Kusanagi sword?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuan clearly appeared. As a warrior, he understood very well the preciousness of the Kusanagi sword. If exposed, it would lead to a hunt by the entire ninja world, although he did not disdain to engage in such acts. "Go on, I came here for this sword. Why would I kill you for no reason?" Xinjiang arrived at this decision after careful consideration. If the person possessing the Kusanagi sword were a wicked individual, he would have no qualms about committing murder and robbery, acquiring the weapon without a shred of guilt. However, upon arriving here, everything was different from Xinjiang's expectations. The local power brokers in the city had wisely informed him of relevant information, revealing that the sword-bearer was not a kill-crazy person. Not only did he warn him before making his move previously, but also the numerous bits of information after arriving in Fengchuan City. Aside from engaging in combat against those who maliciously sought to seize the sword, Zhu Yuan would let go of those who accepted the duel, clearly not a bad person. This undoubtedly extinguished Xinjiang's desire to unleash his potential. From these observations, it was clear that the opponent's character was not malevolent, and he could not bring himself to inflict harm, which is why he did not activate his Sharingan, but chose to use the 8 gates. Of course, there was a more crucial reason. Given Xinjiang's current situation, he was not worried about others coveting the Kusanagi sword. Once he obtained the sword, he would return to camp. In times of war, who would dare to raid a Konoha camp for a sword? After the war ends, there would be even less to worry about. By then, anyone who could snatch the weapon from his hands would likely be non-existent in the entire ninja world. In 2 years, the current only supermodel Uchiha Madara would perish, at which point he would achieve the level of a Kage. Not to mention being invincible in the ninja world, he would at least come and go freely with no one able to stop him. In battles between ninjas, information holds a tremendously important position. Once a ninja possesses the corresponding means, their strength can significantly diminish. The immortality duo was powerful, yet they were killed by Shikamaru due to exposed information illustrating this point. Xinjiang happened to know a wealth of information enough to allow him to handle the majority of strong opponents. Alright, after losing a duel, one should lose everything. Since you chose to spare me, I owe you a favor. In the future, if you need anything, feel free to find me in the capital of the Iron Country. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan first expressed gratitude before turning to leave. As Xinjiang had anticipated, this powerful warrior hails from the Iron Country, but the words he spoke before leaving felt somewhat absurd. He robs the opponent's weapon, but instead makes the other owe him a favor. Goodness, even a robber should address him as a patriarch. Warriors truly are a strange profession. According to the rules of this duel, wouldn't it mean he could go to the Iron Country to reap benefits in the future? Having obtained the Kusanagi sword, Xinjiang did not linger, but set off directly back to camp. This trip was not only about acquiring the Kusanagi sword. He also successfully improved the 8 gates. The 8 gates of Duanjia is a forbidden technique that Xinjiang had learned early on, having even opened up to the 3rd gate. However, due to certain limitations, he had never used it in actual combat before. For non-taijutsu ninjas, there's an extremely awkward problem with using the 8 gates of Duanjia. They are unable to perform ninjutsu. Only after truly practicing this technique did Xinjiang understand why Kakashi, despite being able to use the 8 gates of Duanjia, had never utilized it in battle. Its principle lies in unlocking the channels that bind chakra within the human body to gain power. In the meridian system of chakra flow, the places that suppress and control chakra are the opening gate, rest gate, and life gate. In total, there are 8 gates. These 8 gates impose limits on the amount of chakra within the body. However, the 8 gates of Duanjia allows chakra to forcibly exceed these limits, thereby unleashing a power many times stronger than one's own. If a ninja's chakra is like a calm stream, then, after opening the 8 gates of Duanjia, it becomes a rage. Suddenly having several times the amount of chakra and in a state of frenzy makes it impossible to control chakra precisely. It is known that releasing ninjutsu requires certain control over chakra. Even though this technique can cause a surge in chakra, the inability to unleash ninjutsu makes it somewhat useless. In the original work, Dai demonstrated the immense power of the 8 gates of Uchiha to save Guy and his companions, after which it was classified as a forbidden technique. Logically speaking, such a powerful technique should attract many eager practitioners, even if it requires years of training, yet very few have been able to master the 8 gates of Uchiha, which indicates many underlying issues. A typical ninja can easily exchange contribution points for a powerful ninjutsu to enhance their strength. However, for a purely taijutsu ninja, accumulating enough contribution points is quite challenging. Not everyone possesses talent like Guy. At the very least, Guy's physical gifts are unparalleled. For others, they would have long collapsed under the rigorous daily training that could be deemed terrifying. Therefore, the status of the 8 gates of Uchiha as a forbidden technique is rather nuanced. It is tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. Those qualified cannot use it, while those who desire it cannot obtain it. This situation is quite awkward. However, the village cannot freely disseminate this technique. Daimir Chunin could combat the 7 ninja swordsmen after using the 8 gates. Oh, imagine how terrifying it would be in the hands of someone stronger. However, the village cannot freely disseminate this technique. Daimir Chunin could combat the 7 ninja swordsmen after using the 8 gates. Oh, imagine how terrifying it would be. Especially in this current leadership, they cannot afford any power that exceeds their control. They are typical in their incompetence, yet have a strong craving for power. However, after Xinjiang opened the 8 gates for the first time, he noticed a hint of possibility. He seemed to have a chance to control the chakra. It is well known that controlling chakra is a meticulous task, which typically requires a good deal of brain power, and fortunately Xinjiang's mind is quite sharp. The benefits of having a strong mental force are now fully revealed. He is even capable of multitasking without interference, not to mention the level of chakra control. To say it bluntly, Xinjiang has never been troubled by these issues. With just a little practice, he becomes extraordinarily powerful. This is one of the reasons for his rapid growth in strength. He is almost inherently required to practice less than other ninjas, and it is still the most time-consuming method. Moreover, the first gate in the 8 gates, the opening gate, can lift the restrictions on the brain's realm, allowing one to fully unleash their potential. Unlike others, this might be the greatest treasure that the 8 gates of Uchiha offers to Xinjiang. The constantly accumulating mental strength enhances his thinking memory and various other abilities. After opening the first gate, the lifting of restrictions is not limited to just physical strength. Opening the gate is like artificially overclocking Xinjiang's brain, significantly boosting various abilities. In this state, his chakra control level rises dramatically. Despite the increasing magnitude of chakra, after opening the 8 gates with the help of his mental abilities, Xinjiang's rate of mental growth surpasses all else. This means that as long as his mental strength is strong enough to control chakra in this so-called overclocked state, Xinjiang can use ninjutsu and certain special sword techniques while opening the 8 gates. After a long period of accumulation, Xinjiang can finally use ninjutsu while opening the 3rd gate, achieving nearly double the power compared to his regular state. This becomes another trump card in Xinjiang's hand, adding bricks to his path of caution. Moreover, if all goes well, it will serve as a foundation for his rapid growth ahead. In the overclocked state, not only is the chakra control ability enhanced, but cognitive abilities also receive a significant boost. Compared to this, the increase in strength seems less important. With such conditions, he can completely develop some ninjutsu in a short time and begin to construct his own ninja. During Xinjiang's pursuit of the Kusanagi sword, a huge upheaval has already erupted on the battlefield of the Cloud Ninjas. Really, the IWA ninjas and Konoha have started fighting. Haha, that old fellow Inoki who never takes action unless there are clear indications actually has today. After several squads of reconnaissance ninjas relayed the same message, the 3rd Raikage could no longer contain his joy and burst into laughter within his tent. Since both are named AI, we will refer to the former as the 3rd Raikage and the latter as AI for easier viewing. Watching the irregularly shaped table and the documents flying all over again, the nearby Cloud Ninja advisor wanted to speak, but ultimately sighed silently. Alas, he ultimately bears it all silently. He should have realized that losses cannot be avoided simply by replacing a wooden table with an iron one. If the Raikage does not change this habit, any table will only become a casualty in their hands. It would be better to use a wooden long table. At least it looks more aesthetically pleasing. Fortunately, a piece of good news has arrived to bring him some comfort. The sudden full-scale war between IWA ninjas and Konoha was indeed unexpected. To clarify the situation, the 3rd Raikage sent out 10 teams of reconnaissance ninjas to confirm the authenticity of the information. If the news is true, this will be an opportunity for the Cloud Ninjas. Although they have the upper hand on the battlefield since the war began, their actual progress has been minimal. The third Raikage has Jiraiya involved. Jiraiya is currently in his early 30s, which is the prime of a ninja. In his youth, Jiraiya was impulsive and lacked strategy, and compared to his two teammates, his talent was mediocre, making him the weakest link. However, Jiraiya found a different path. After accidentally crossing over to Mount Mayaboku, he met the great sage of the Toads and began his training there. Through persistent effort, he mastered a series of powerful ninjutsu, including sage techniques. In such circumstances, even if the third Raikage is hard to injure, he does not have the extra energy to interfere with the battlefield. In the future, the fourth Raikage and Kurabi form an AB combination along with another Jinchuriki of the two tails, who is intercepted by the couple of Minato Namikaze. Viewed from another perspective, Kushina Uzumaki is in fact another ideal Jinchuriki. The eight tails, Kurabi, the two tails, Jinchuriki, and later Naruto rely on building good relationships with the tailed beasts, allowing small-scale chakra borrowing, and if necessary summoning the full form of the tailed beast to take over. However, Kushina represents the perfect expectation of a ninja village for a Jinchuriki. As Naruto's mother, and a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan, her relationship with the Nine Tails is one of master and servant. Due to the powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the Nine Tails cannot gain any advantage within Kushina's body. When Minato visited in the evening, Kushina could use chakra chains to turn the Nine Tails' head aside, preventing it from witnessing the harmony between the couple. During childbirth, combined with the weakened state after the tailed beast was extracted, she could bind the Nine Tails with the adamantine sealing, creating absolute suppression that left no opportunity for chaos. Although she could not utilize the Nine Tails mode, borrowing a portion of the Nine Tails' power was entirely possible even without its consent. The strength of tailed beasts is not determined by the number of tails, but it is undeniable that the Nine Tails is the most powerful among them, likely possessing more chakra than all the other tailed beasts combined. With the aid of the Nine Tails chakra and Kushina being akin to its mother, the couple had the advantage against the three Cloud Shinobi. This led to the Cloud Shinobi gaining the upper hand primarily due to Konoha fighting on two fronts and being short on ninja numbers. It's almost like 10 Jonin-level fighters died at once. No wonder Inoki went crazy. Father, this is a great opportunity to invade the land of fire. The motivation behind the events makes sense, and with the Cloud Shinobi's reconnaissance, the fourth Raikage couldn't help but suggest, Joe, Big Brother can't deal with the yellow flash, oh yeah. Upon hearing this, EI immediately turned to the side, emanating a terrifying aura, his eyes fixed intensely on the speaker. In response to this scene, Kurabi shrugged his face, showing no expression, instead waving his arms and speaking again. Oh no, Big Brother is exploding, I'm so scared. Hey, I've been tolerating you for a long time. The bizarre gestures and words darkened EI's expression, and he was immediately enveloped in chakra. In an instant, he vanished and appeared directly in front of Kurabi, knocking him out of the tent. After a while, Kurabi re-entered the tent. Yo, that hurt. Big Brother is scary, let's not talk about it. After venting the anger in EI's eyes diminished slightly as he reconsidered the possibility of engaging in battle with Konoha. The surrounding Cloud Shinobi had long grown accustomed to such antics. What seemed outrageous was merely a way for the AB combination to deepen their bond. The Yellow Flash. This is indeed a formidable opponent. Ever since EI learned the lightning release chakra mode, he had not encountered a ninja who could match him in speed aside from his father. No, he should be even faster than him. But this time, what should he do? EI's gaze seemed to penetrate the tent. Seeing the anxious expression of a Yellow Flash, he had intercepted a smile involuntarily forming. The Cloud Shinobi acted swiftly. This was Konoha's weakest moment, and they certainly wouldn't let it slip by. After confirming the information was accurate, they launched an attack the following day. The situation on the battlefield went remarkably smoothly. On the first day of their offensive against Konoha, they achieved results as the normally confrontational Konoha ninjas chose to retreat this time, avoiding excessive entanglement. Such behavior further convinced the Cloud Shinobi that Konoha was under significant pressure and dared not act recklessly. Thus, the offensive from the Cloud Shinobi grew more intense. The third Raikage understood Inoki's temperament. Once the latter calmed down, the battles on the IWA ninja front could cease at any moment. They had to seize the time to break through Konoha's defenses. After a few days, the Konoha ninjas had retreated to the borders of the land of fire, the last line of defense against an invasion. Gazing at the distant Konoha camp, the third Raikage's eyes revealed a hint of excitement and desire. The land of fire would soon be sharing a piece of the pie with the Cloud Shinobi. All ninjas heed my command, break through Konoha's defenses. With the support of chakra, the third Raikage's commanding voice effortlessly reached every Cloud Shinobi's ears, followed by the blue chakra, enveloping him as he charged ahead. The victories of recent days, combined with the commander leading by example, undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Cloud Shinobi to its peak as they followed the third Raikage into battle. This time, Konoha did not choose to retreat again, which was within the third Raikage's expectations. Konoha wouldn't simply watch them invade the land of fire. This final battle would undoubtedly be a fierce confrontation. As long as they could severely damage this Konoha unit, the path ahead would be a smooth one. Ryoman technique. Just as the third Raikage was about to penetrate a Konoha ninja, a mass of white hair wrapped around him, blocking his path. Raikage, your opponent is me. A white-haired man suddenly appeared, his face adorned with red eyeshadow, possessing features reminiscent of a toad, with a toad perched on each shoulder. It was Jiraiya, who had entered Sage Mode. Seeing this, the third Raikage frowned, his expression becoming somewhat grave as he looked at his opponent. In a normal state, he could overpower Jiraiya. His formidable lightning release armor possesses an incredibly strong damage reduction capability, making it difficult for even wind release techniques, which counter lightning, to harm him. However, Jiraiya's unique techniques could prove to be troublesome. In this state, Jiraiya's power would be greatly enhanced with a combination of ninjutsu and jinjutsu that made him wary. But this technique cannot last too long. Why would the opponent activate it right away? The keen third Raikage sensed something amiss, but Jiraiya immediately attacked, forcing him to focus. Minato Namikaze, this time, I will definitely kill you. Lightning release lightning, plow hot knife. Once again encountering a foe who had repeatedly thwarted him, EI was suddenly engulfed in furious chakra. His speed was incredibly fast, arriving before Minato in the blink of an eye, his armor crackling with electricity as he raised his arm and charged. Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash of golden light, Minato's figure vanished, the rocks behind him shattered as EI crashed into them, sending debris flying and dust billowing. Wind release vacuum great sphere. The vanished Minato reappeared behind EI, inhaling deeply before unleashing a massive wave of wind release. Boom! The compressed wave of light struck its target and exploded again, snapping the surrounding trees and creating a pit where EI had been standing. However, Minato did not ease up. Repeated encounters had taught him that such attacks would at most inflict minor wounds on his opponent. This made him acutely aware of his current shortcomings, the lack of a powerful ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique is a space-time ninjutsu that enables teleportation through spatial transformation rather than rapid physical movement. Thus, Minato will not experience situations like a diving headfirst into a rock. Of course, he doesn't have such a hard head. Therefore, on the surface, their speeds seem comparable, but in reality, Minato's agility is superior, allowing him to gain the upper hand multiple times during their encounters. However, he faces a rather awkward problem against A. The damage is merely superficial. The ground has become pockmarked under Minato's wind release attacks, but as the dust settles, it becomes evident that his standing amidst it all only bears a few minor cuts that barely affect him. Although as lightning release chakra mode isn't as powerful as his father's, he has achieved near immunity against this type of attack. This is quite embarrassing. Each encounter with results in only minor abrasions, aside from the first time when A underestimated his attack and injured Kushina. Minato has not inflicted significant damage since. The other two Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village are similarly tough-skinned. In their normal states, they can still take damage, but once they transform into their full-tailed beast forms, Minato's output becomes almost negligible. Under such circumstances, Minato can only become a tool for his wife, restraining so she can deal with it. This undoubtedly solidifies his resolve to develop a powerful jutsu that compensates for his lack of offensive capability. Coincidentally, he already has an idea. The battle continues with Jiraiya in Sage Mode, engaged in a fierce struggle against the third Raikage, leaving him unable to observe the battlefield. On the other end of the battlefield, two immense figures have already appeared, the Eight Tails Gyuki and the Two Tails. Such colossal sizes dim the light above the battlefield enough to instill despair in any ninja facing them. They are entities that cannot be dealt with by human strength. However, these two fearsome tailed beasts are currently ensnared by several golden chains, making their movements extremely difficult. This is still because Kushina is not yet 20 years old. If a few more years pass, these two-tailed beasts will be unable to move at all. Nearby, two figures in yellow and blue continuously weave in and out of combat at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. While the top-tier fighters engage fiercely, the ninjas from Konoha and the Cloud Village below are also not idle, fully immersed in battle. The sounds of battle and explosions are incessant. Adjacent to the camp lies a vast forest where sunlight dapples the ground through the thick foliage, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled tranquility. Yet within this dense forest, countless Konoha ninjas lie in ambush, watching the distant battle unfold. This Konoha unit is the reinforcement that hurried from the Sand Ninja battlefield. The Sand Village and the Cloud Village are located to the southwest and northeast of Konoha, respectively, requiring them to traverse the entire Land of Fire. Additionally, due to resupplying and personnel adjustments within the village, their arrival was delayed by about a week compared to Jiraiya and the others only reaching the battlefield 2 days ago. However, due to the sudden developments in the Rock Ninja battlefield, Jiraiya chose not to expose them, but instead to find a location to ambush. Shikako, when are we going out? A chubby ninja with bright red hair in the front of the reinforcement unit asked a man beside him who appeared relaxed. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku glanced at the general position of the Cloud Ninja unit and waved his hand dismissively. That is no ruse. Let's wait until Lord Jiraiya lures the Cloud Ninja deeper. The casualties inflicted will be greater, making the subsequent battles easier for us. The three leaders are none other than Konoha's 15th generation Ino Shikacho team, Narashi Amanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, who are also the fathers of the future 12 ninja warriors, Shikamaru Ino and Shoji. In Konoha, the Ino Shikacho trio is one of the village's trump cards, usually composed of the current clan leaders or the next generation of leaders from each of the three clans. In battle, the Nara clan, possessing the shadow imitation technique and high intelligence, generally takes charge of strategy formulation and core control. The Yamanaka clan, skilled in perception and mental control, is responsible for sensing targets and connecting the thoughts of the three. Finally, the Akimichi clan, known for their overwhelming destructive power, executes the attacks. Each of the three clans possesses rare, secret techniques and excels in their respective fields, combining to achieve tremendous effects. After Orochimaru relayed the Rock Ninja's true intentions back to the village, Narashika dubbed, Konoha's genius strategist quickly analyzed the situation and proposed the ambush plan against the Cloud Ninja in the meeting. Considering this could be a significant turning point in the war, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to allow the Ino Shikacho trio to accompany him, with Shikaku serving as the overall commander of the reinforcement unit to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Additionally, he discreetly summoned a portion of experts from the temporarily stabilized two battlefields to rush over, ultimately forming a formidable force with the reinforcement unit. The previous avoidance was intended to confuse the Cloud Ninja, causing them to let their guard down. Furthermore, the Cloud Ninja already believe that Konoha lacks the extra manpower to deploy, allowing them to lure them deeper into the Land of Fire. Even if the Cloud Ninja manage to escape from the ambush, their recent victories will turn into a nightmare, and the lengthy escape distance will cause Konoha to inflict heavy losses upon them. Calculating the time, Inazuka Kiba and the others should have also located the Cloud Ninja's supply routes. As he silently estimated, Nara Shikaku raised his arm, and the hidden Konoha ninjas immediately focused their gaze on him. The objective of this battle is to eliminate as many of the Cloud Ninja's living forces as possible. Do not engage with the Third Raikage and others. Move. As soon as his words fell, shadows began to flit through the once quiet forest as numerous ninjas rushed towards the front lines of the battlefield. Meanwhile, within Konoha's camp, Konoha ninjas aren't so impressive, are they? They actually occupy the most prosperous land. Kamada Jiro, a chunin from the hidden cloud village, observed. He drew his blade from the chest of a Konoha ninja, a dismissive smile playing on his lips. In the ninja world, strength is revered. Such weak ninjas do not deserve to possess abundant resources. The Cloud Ninja should rightfully be the masters of this land. With their powerful Raikage and two perfect Jinchuriki, taking down Konoha is just a matter of time. Gazing in admiration at the robust man brimming with blue chakra, Kamada Jiro marched forward once more, while the Konoha ninjas continued to retreat. This behavior further fueled his sense of pride in his own ninja village, and he planned to kill several more enemies in this war, hoping to be directly promoted to Special Jonin once the battle ended. Promotions during wartime are considerably simpler than during peacetime. With thoughts of greater rewards, Kamada Jiro's heart brimmed with desire as he fixed his eyes on a Konoha ninja engaged in combat. Whoosh! He sprang into action, instantly appearing behind the Konoha ninja, his sword crackling with electricity as he swung down. Seeing the despair in the opponent's eyes, a cruel smile appeared on his face. When the sword's edge was merely a few centimeters away from his skin, Kamada Jiro found himself unable to move, standing frozen in place. His gaze lowered, he noticed a shadow connecting to the distance beneath his feet, sending a chill down his spine. Shadow Mimikri Technique. The moment he saw this scene, the name of this ninjutsu surfaced in Kamada Jiro's mind. The signature ninjutsu of the Nara clan from Konoha village, the Nara family, has existed since the Warring States period, and their alliance with the other two clans to form the boar-deer-butterfly combination is well known in the ninja world. Even as a mere chunin, he was acutely aware of the technique's effects, which could render those connected to it motionless, mimicking the actions of the user. In truth, being caught in the shadow mimicry technique was not overly threatening, as the secret technique lacked lethality and required advanced ninjutsu, or with the cooperation of other ninjas. What truly terrified him was that the direction from which the shadow spread was the rear of the Cloud Ninja army. Following the shadow backward, the first thing he saw was a man with two scars on his face forming hand signs, who was the Nara clan ninja controlling him, and behind him was a dense crowd of Konoha ninjas. How could this be? Where could Konoha have troops to support? Witnessing this scene was a massive shock for Kamada Jiro. He wanted to loudly alert his companions beside him, but found himself unable to make sound. After immobilizing him, dozens of Cloud Ninja behind him were also connected by shadow. Shadow stitching technique black, other shoreflower. Nara Shikaku, who had become the overall commander, relied not only on his clever mind, but also on his considerable strength. We'll take care of this. Lead the charge, Akimichi Choza. Alright. Akimichi Choza, the one with the greatest destructive ability among the trio of Bordeaux Butterfly, decisively unleashed his secret technique. Multiplication technique. A meatball war machine. His already plump body expanded further, ultimately transforming into a small giant, then folding into a sphere, and charging forward, followed closely by numerous Konoha ninjas. Watching the advancing ninjas, Yamanaka, Inoichi dispelled the heart transfer technique he had cast. You guys, were you intentionally deceiving us? Finally able to speak, Kamadajiro reacted by loudly questioning them, but the two did not respond, and continued. Ninjutsu heart confusion performance technique. Shadow strangulation technique. Under the secret techniques of Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka, Inoichi, the controlled enemies either killed each other or were strangled by shadows, suffering heavy casualties in a short time. Yamanaka, Inoichi, seized the deceased Cloud Ninja, quickly absorbing memories of this battle. Then both him and Shikaku joined the main force. At this moment, the Cloud Ninja, fighting ahead, finally sensed something amiss, primarily because they were still attacking the retreating Konoha ninjas, only to suddenly encounter a large meatball crashing into their ranks, scattering them, followed by a barrage of ninjutsu. After a flurry of combined attacks, the Cloud Ninjas were almost left dazed, questioning their lives as they looked at the sudden influx of Konoha ninjas. The previously retreating Konoha ninjas now changed their attitude, taking the initiative to attack the Cloud Ninjas. Surrounded by two Konoha forces, the Cloud Ninjas were like minced meat wrapped in dumplings. The situation had abruptly changed, and the Cloud Ninja army found itself in danger. Melt release. The casualties among the Cloud Ninjas began to rise sharply as Tsuchikage hurriedly joined forces with several elite Cloud Ninjas to unleash defensive ninjutsu ahead, subsequently moving towards the third Raikage and others. We can't continue fighting like this, otherwise we will suffer massive casualties. Seeing this scene, Tsuchikage realized the truth. They had been deceived by Konoha. The enemy's retreat was merely a ploy to lure them deeper. There might even be involvement from the Rock Ninjas. They had to break out quickly, otherwise fighting in such a pincer situation would lead to severe losses for the Cloud Ninjas. Lord Raikage, retreat quickly, there's an ambush. The sudden voice startled the third Raikage, who had no time to dodge Jiraiya's fire release, resulting in several charred marks on his body. Even with the strong defensive power granted by Sage Chakra, he couldn't completely avoid it. However, at this moment, the third Raikage had no time to pay attention to these minor injuries. Leaping to a high vantage point, the scene before his eyes made him feel a deep sense of dread. Only then did he understand why Jiraiya had initially entered Sage mode. It turned out there was an ambush. In the past, they had always schemed against others, but unexpectedly this time, they had flipped over in the gutter. Without any hesitation, the third Raikage chose to disengage from the battle. Continuing would mean losing lives. However, Jiraiya would not simply allow the opponent to escape. He had been using Sage mode since the beginning of the battle, worried that gathering Sage Chakra for too long would prevent him from stopping the strongest Raikage in time. Lord Fukasaku, Lord Shima, I'm counting on you. Go all out, little Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, gathering all the remaining Sage Chakra within him and expelling a vast quantity of oil refined from chakra, which when ignited with fire release possessed tremendous power. Standing on Jiraiya's shoulders, Fukasaku and Shima also used wind release and fire release through Sage Chakra, forming a combined Sage technique. Sage Art 5 Right Gate. The combination of these three techniques could generate immense destructive power, capable of burning the opponent completely, theoretically able to consume all tangible substances. This was the strongest defensive technique Jiraiya had mastered. The terrifying ninjutsu that appeared midway through the interception made the third Raikage acutely feel the threat of death, forcing him to stop and evade. At the same time, A and the others were also trying to find a way to leave. The two Cloud Ninjas who had released their full-tailed beasts had long observed the strange movements on the battlefield below and reported this news to A. However, escaping was not an easy task. Kushina used sealing techniques to restrain Karabi and the other, and to escape, they had to break those cursed chains. This task had to be accomplished by A. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded the water gate that had been restraining him and charged straight towards Kushina. Taking the initiative to block and relying solely on the lightning release armor for defense were two different concepts, and as Watergate used wind release to counter lightning release, he sustained several injuries before successfully rescuing the two and retreating into the distance. Kushina, are you hurt? Just a bit of chakra drained. Let's hurry to reunite with the perverted sage. Noticing there were no traces of blood, Watergate finally felt relieved, grabbing Kushina's hand before disappearing from the spot. Teacher, how is the situation? Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he had previously reserved Minato appeared before Jiraiya with Kushina. Before them, the land had turned into scorched earth, and the distant scene was a complete wreckage, indicating just how fierce the previous battle had been. At this moment, Jiraiya had already exited Sage mode and returned to his usual self, sitting on the ground to rest. The third Raikage has sustained minor injuries and is likely about to regroup with the main force of the Cloud Shinobi. Minato, quickly take us there, we need to contain them. Hearing this, Minato, quickly nodded, reached out to grab Jiraiya, and the three of them instantly moved to the vicinity of the combatant forces. Since the intentional retreat, Minato had basically reserved flying Thunder God techniques along the way, enabling rapid troop movements. His guiding the elite forces of Konoha was a part of the plan made earlier. This was primarily because the third Raikage and his son from the Cloud Shinobi had high attack and defense and fast mobility. If they simply ran obediently in the back, by the time Jiraiya and the others arrived, the Konoha ninjas would suffer significant casualties. Minato's ability was one of the reasons they could maintain a stand despite being outnumbered by the Cloud Shinobi. As long as large-scale battles did not erupt, they could always maintain an advantage in the number of elite forces. Damn it, the main force of Konoha has not gone to the Rock Shinobi, but is lying in wait for us here. Looking at the clearly mismatched numbers of Konoha ninjas, the expression of the third Raikage turned grim. They had been deceived. This was completely inconsistent with the information sent back. If Orochimaru had taken most of the ninjas to the Rock Shinobi battlefield, then logically Konoha would not have enough manpower to dispatch. It was precisely for this reason that they had launched an attack without any worries. The current situation could be attributed to either Konoha deliberately setting a trap, or Konoha collaborating with the Rock Shinobi to deceive them. Given the difficulty of Konoha achieving this alone, the latter was clearly more probable. That old bastard Inoki. With a thought, the third Raikage deduced the general situation, but what lay before him was not how to retaliate, but how they should leave this place. All Cloud Shinobi, follow me, break through. As the beloved leader of the hidden Cloud Village, the third Raikage's voice calmed the originally panicking Cloud Shinobi and rekindled their fighting spirit. Indeed, Lord Raikage is the strongest ninja. However, before they could rejoice for long, three figures suddenly appeared before the Konoha ninjas, causing the morale they had just lifted to plummet again, while the Konoha ninjas seemed to have gained a backbone. Raikage, do you think you can come and go as you please in the land of fire? After days of battle, Jiraiya had also harbored a lot of anger, and only now did he feel a sense of relief, so his words were naturally not polite. Humph, this time you Konoha have one, but if you want to swallow us, don't choke on yourselves. Don't trouble yourself, old man. You should worry more about yourselves. With the continuous verbal clashes, Jiraiya and the third Raikage began to fight again, and the ninjas on both sides quickly retreated to form an open space, as this level of battle was not something they could participate in. Even the aftermath of the fight was enough to take them down. This was also the reason Jiraiya and the others had deliberately distanced themselves from the main forces to avoid injuring their own ninjas. Kakuzu, I leave the ninjas in your command. Minato left a message for his friend, and with Kushina went to find A and the two Jinchuriki. This generation of Inazuka Nara and Akimichi were only 2 years older than Minato, considered ninjas of the same era. Moreover, the three clans had always been supporters of the Hokage lineage, and Minato was also the disciple of the third Hokage, so they had many exchanges and a good personal relationship. Nara Shikaku gave Minato a reassuring look and took over command of all Konoha ninjas. Hachi, tell the Jonin to spread their forces thin in the northeast direction and not to block the Cloud Shinobi troops heading. All right. A blonde-haired man wearing a red outfit, Yamashiro, immediately took action. Ninja art mind reading technique. With an invisible ripple spreading out, the voice of Yamashiro resonated in the hearts of all Konoha Jonin, and the entire ninja force immediately began to move in an orderly fashion. The members of the Yamashiro clan excel in controlling the enemy's mind, capable of invading and reading the memories of the deceased, possessing powerful perception abilities, and also having the special ability to relay information to their companions. On the battlefield, the impact of powerful Yamashiro clan ninjas is immense, especially with a strategist by their being able to succeed the fourth Raikage as the commander of the ninja coalition in the fourth great ninja war. Nara Shikaku's strategies and judgment were undoubtedly extremely formidable. Compared to the Cloud Shinobi, the actions of Konoha ninjas were more decisive and efficient, as any command from the rear could be transmitted to the Jonin in the first instance without them having to consider other issues. They only needed to focus on combating the enemy before them. In this disparity, the losses suffered by the already disadvantaged Cloud Shinobi far exceeded those of Konoha, causing cold sweat to stream down the head of the Tsuchikage. The genius strategist truly lives up to the name. With the third Raikage and his son being held back, the command of the Cloud Shinobi troops naturally fell into the hands of this trusted individual of the third Raikage. To gain the trust of the strongest in a village with a martial art style like the hidden Cloud Village, the strength and wisdom of the Tsuchikage were self-evident. However, in front of this renowned strategist from Konoha, he still felt a pressure akin to that of a mountain. The Tsuchikage realized Nara Shikaku's intention to wear down the strength of the Cloud Shinobi, but after the earlier ambush, they had no better countermeasures. breaking out and being pursued on a long and arduous escape route, returning to the camp after suffering heavy losses. Fighting to the death, even if they could deal considerable damage, to Konoha the price would be the annihilation of their entire army. There were two escape routes, their own ninja village and the rock shinobi village. However, that Tsuchikage could also see that this incident likely involved the rock shinobi, so they could only follow the method given by the enemy and escape to their own camp. Although he was aware that they might encounter various situations along the way, there was no longer a choice. Attack toward the northeast. If we break through successfully, only then can Lord Raikage and the others leave. Without allowing for hesitation, the Tsuchikage rallied the surrounded cloud shinobi working together. His words also made many cloud shinobi feel ashamed with the strength of the third Raikage and his companions. No matter what situation they encountered, they could easily retreat. Yet now they were still engaged with Konoha ninjas, showing no intention of retreating, the reason for which was all too clear. Thinking of this, the offensive of the cloud shinobi became even fiercer. If Lord Raikage were to be injured or even killed because of them, they would become the sinners of the cloud shinobi. Are you saying that Minato Namikaze's plans to develop There's a reason why Yin Ninja and Iwa Ninja can become the second strongest ninja villages after Konoha. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only these 2 villages have the most internal stability. Yin Ninja values strength above all, earning the respect of all, while Iwa Ninja has maintained its position under Inoki without internal strife due to power struggles, allowing them to develop their strength in peace. The other 3 villages that experienced internal conflicts have significantly weakened. Konoha needs no further mention. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are political geniuses, dismantling their own nuclear weapons and later making concessions to Iwa Ninja, while Yin Ninja, after seizing the Byakugan, offer compensation to the other side, utterly humiliating the strongest ninja village. It is only thanks to the solid foundation laid by their predecessors that they barely managed to preserve their heritage, preventing their complete destruction. The third Kazekage was assassinated by his own elder's grandson, leading to power struggles within the village. Later, a powerful user of the Scorch Release Yakura was sacrificed in the political games of the great nations, ultimately falling to the Mist Ninja. The only strong fighters left in the village aside from the 4th Kazekage himself are the 2 elderly Chiyo siblings. The Mist Ninja are truly suffering from unwarranted disasters. During this time, Uchiha Madara's life was coming to an end, relying on the Outer Path Golem to sustain him as he desperately searched for a successor to execute the infinite Tsukuyami plan. He coincidentally discovered Obito, a naive Uchiha, and after saving him, prepared to brainwash him into darkness. As a result, Mist Village was first used by Madara to aid Obito's descent into darkness, only to be controlled by the darkened Obito, who manipulated the 4th Mizukage to enforce the Blood Mist policy in retaliation. During this time, Uchiha Madara's life was coming to an end, relying on the Outer Path Golem to sustain him as he desperately searched for a successor to execute the infinite Tsukuyami plan. He coincidentally discovered Obito, a naive. Seeing this, the third Raikage and his companions, no longer entangled with Jiraiya and the others, looking for an opportunity to leave the battlefield. Shinju, are we still proceeding according to plan? Gasping for breath, Jiraiya looked at the strategist in their ranks. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. We left plenty of good things for Yin Ninja on the way, which will certainly affect their speed. All you need to do is intercept their strong fighters. Nodding, Jiraiya immediately sat down to recover his strength, as engaging with the third Raikage required constant attention to the opponent's movements, which was very exhausting. Fortunately, with Shinju around, he didn't have to think about various issues concerning the entire team. Otherwise, under such intense consumption, even he, a shadow-level powerhouse, would struggle. Seeing Jiraiya arresting Shinju, nodded to Minato and the others leading the team to pursue. With Minato present, Jiraiya and Kushina were able to rest for a while, enabling them to better cope with the third Raikage and the 2 Jinchuriki in the subsequent actions. As for AI, he had been injured during the previous 2 rescues of the Jinchuriki, so there was no need to worry about Minato overexerting himself. In the following days, the identities of both sides successfully swapped. The Yin Ninja, who had been advancing all the way, now became the ones fleeing, constantly running on an endless road. Every time they were pursued, it was an experience they wished to forget. Konoha did not push them to a dead end. Rather, they always left a path for escape, allowing them to maintain a glimmer of hope for survival. But this was precisely a psychological torment for Yin Ninja. If there was no hope at all, they wouldn't be so conflicted. At worst, they could just fight Konoha to the death. However, when there is a chance to preserve their lives in such moments of uncertainty between life and death, not everyone can face death without fear. It wasn't until they finally escaped to their original camp that Konoha chose to completely allow them to leave. Inoki, Jiraiya. Good, very good. This time that Tsuchikage was not in the mood to care about the third Raikage destruction of property, standing aside with his eyes downcast, unsure how to soothe the others' emotions. Despite his best efforts, Yin Ninja managed to preserve most of their ninjas, but the losses were devastating. More importantly, after this battle, their desire to conquer the Land of Fire was undoubtedly shattered. It was equivalent to losing nearly half of their ninjas without gaining any advantage. Konoha consumed them through pursuit, resulting in a significantly lower loss of ninjas compared to Yin Ninja, further narrowing the gap between the two sides. Lord Raikage, what should we do next? After the other party vented their anger, that Sachikage finally asked. If they continued the assault, the high-end combat power of both sides was nearly equal, and the outcome could only be determined by the lower-ranked ninjas. However, after witnessing the strength of Ino Shikacho, he was no longer as certain as before that Yin Ninja would win. Even if they could defeat the opponent, the cost would be extremely heavy. The plan from back then did not succeed, unexpectedly cultivating a formidable enemy for us. The two perfect Jinchuriki are in fact Yin Ninja's greatest reliance on the battlefield, which is also why they dare to challenge Konoha. Once Konoha falls, relying on these two young Jinchuriki would be enough to defend their land until the... However, unexpectedly, Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki firmly restrained their strongest war weapons, preventing Killer Bee and Yamato from exerting their true capabilities. We can't retreat yet, or that old man in the Land of Fire will cut off most of our funding. I remember, he has a son who has come of age. We should send a few ninjas to assist. After suffering a heavy loss, if the daimyo's house cuts back on support, it would take Yin Ninja an incredibly long time to recover, which is clearly not what the third Raikage wanted to see. He accepted that they could not take Konoha this time. They would just go back to build up their strength again after all. The third Raikage had come to understand that under the leadership of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Konoha would inevitably create some troubles, and this had become increasingly severe in recent years. As long as they waited patiently, an opportunity would surely arise. Don't rush, they will deliver. That old man Inoki is already 60 years old, and there are currently no outstanding talents found in Iwa Ninja Village, unlike their own Yin Ninja Village, which is brimming with talent. After waiting a few more years, they would undoubtedly be the ultimate victors. With this thought, the third Raikage felt Lord Jiraiya Minato, after this battle, Yin Ninja is unlikely to make any major moves for a long time. Haha, well done. Taking the post-war statistics handed over by Shinju, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh heartily. The more he participated in wars, the less he liked them. Especially since his two closest teammates have been affected by the war, one becoming increasingly reclusive and the other developing hemophobia. Great Sage Fukasaku, I should have found the child of prophecy you mentioned. Your disciple will bring about a significant change in the ninja world, leading to unprecedented stability or destruction. Jiraiya recalled the prophecy from the past, the legendary eyes flashing in his mind. Once Nagato grows up, there should no longer be any wars in the ninja world. Master Jiraiya, Minato, this perverted old man, is surely scheming something improper. Let me handle it. Pushing Minato aside, Kushina stepped forward, her entire body seeming to blaze with fiery energy, as she placed both hands beside her mouth. Perverted sage. A thunderous wave of sound surged outward, so powerful that even the flap at the tent's entrance fluttered faintly, sending Jiraiya stumbling backward in alarm until he collapsed onto his chair. Minato, what were you saying just now? Jiraiya stared bewildered at the incandescent Kushina before him, at Minato, smiling gently, while scratching his head, and at the Ino Shikacho trio standing quietly nearby, feigning utter indifference while secretly observing every detail. Facing his disciple's fiery bride, Jiraiya felt utterly helpless. Ever since she'd caught him sketching during a field research trip, his image as a venerable mentor had crumbled irreparably, and yet he possessed no grounds for rebuttal. He could only hope his own student would step in to rescue him. Master Jiraiya, I believe I lack a sufficiently potent ninjutsu, one perfectly suited to synergize with the Flying Thunder God technique. That's it. Hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya's gaze softened into thoughtful contemplation. Over recent days, he had grown acutely aware of Minato's core challenge, the absence of an offensive technique capable of harmonizing with the Flying Thunder God technique. For a disciple whose temperament and talent alike were exceptional, Jiraiya held deep concern, especially given the prophecy of the Toad Sage, which had led him to neglect Minato for 3 long years, leaving behind quiet remorse. He had pondered Minato's dilemma earnestly, yet found it profoundly difficult to resolve. The Flying Thunder God technique required no hand seals and could be activated instantly upon any marked location. Thus, any complementary ninjutsu demanded near instantaneous execution. Otherwise, if one teleported only to stand frozen midair while weaving seals for several seconds, the technique's overwhelming tactical advantage would vanish entirely. Any competent shinobi could easily counter such a lapse. Yet across the shinobi world, few techniques balanced both raw power and speed. Those requiring minimal seals lacked sufficient destructive force. Those truly devastating carried prohibitively long wind-up times. Only hand-seal-free techniques could fulfill both criteria. And Jiraiya happened to know of one such art practiced within Konoha Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. By precisely controlling chakra and concentrating it into any part of the body, she unleashed explosive bursts of concussive force, capable of shattering stone walls with ease. At its apex, she could refine vast quantities of chakra with surgical precision and ignite them instantaneously, generating cataclysmic blasts capable of leveling mountains and pulverizing boulders. Yet, something felt aesthetically incongruous. Minato, do you have a specific idea in mind? Shaking off his reverie, Jiraiya turned his gaze fully upon his disciple. Minato was never one to raise matters idly. He must possess a clear intent behind this inquiry. Tsunade's secret art, though formidable, did not suit Minato well. Unlike her, he bore no bloodline from the Senju clan. His physical constitution simply could not withstand such immense chakra exertion. Given that the Cloud Shinobi are unlikely to launch another assault anytime soon, I intend to develop a hand-seal-free technique to complement the Flying Thunder God technique, ensuring we hold decisive countermeasures when they inevitably return. I've already conceived a preliminary framework. What if we concentrate chakra first, then set it into rapid rotation and compression? As Minato spoke, he demonstrated with his hands a sphere of chakra coalesced in his palm, glowing with a soft cerulean luminescence, only to dissipate abruptly the moment it began to spin. There remain numerous unresolved challenges. This remains purely conceptual for now, but I've already named it the Spiral Flash Heaven-Rending Revolving Ultra-Explosive Sphere. Doesn't it sound magnificently imposing? The Rasengan, that's what it's called. Your concept is remarkably inventive. Though my expertise in this domain is limited, I'll consult Orochimaru later. His mastery of ninjutsu may yield invaluable insights. Though reluctant to admit it, among the three of them, Orochimaru stood unchallenged in ninjutsu prowess, possessing profound command over all elemental affinities and earning Hiruzen Sarutobi's deepest trust as his most gifted disciple. When it came to his disciple's growth, Jiraiya refused to indulge in false pride. This time I'll swallow my pride and humble myself before that detestable Orochimaru. Thank you, Master, but the technique's name is the Spiral Flash Heaven-Rending Revolving Ultra-Explosive Sphere. On this point, Minato displayed an oddly unwavering conviction. Jiraiya chose not to contest it further. Geniuses, after all, often cultivated eccentric passions. Entirely understandable. Without delay, he unfurled a scroll, first boasting extravagantly about his recent battlefield triumphs, then detailing Minato's ambition to pioneer an original technique, all while taunting Orochimaru for lacking so exceptional a disciple. Master, are you certain Orochimaru-sama will respond to this message? Scanning the scroll's contents, Minato suddenly felt uneasy about his technique's development. Don't worry, I know exactly how to proceed. As teammates, they maintained reliable communication, using a method akin to the summoning snake entrusted to Shinko, a living conduit for encrypted transmission. Jiraiya chuckled slyly, bit his finger, and performed the summoning technique, shoving the massive communication scroll hole into the serpent's maw. Grass country. 5 days later, Shinko returned to camp, and upon his first meeting with Orochimaru, received welcome news from the Cloud Shinobi front. Orochimaru-sama, this. Startled Shinko lifted his eyes in disbelief. Though he'd anticipated some disruption to the Cloud forces, the scale of the shift exceeded all expectations. In the wake of this battle, Konoha's forces on the Cloud front had shed their prior disadvantage entirely, free now to abandon passive defense and assume an assertive strategic posture. Indeed, no one should ever be underestimated. Ino Shikacho, Nara Shikaku. Perhaps it was time to initiate contact. Murmuring the strategist's name, Shinko recalled pertinent intelligence from memory. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans had rendered extraordinary service to Konoha's peace and prosperity, and remained steadfast supporters of the Hokage lineage. If supporting Minato's ascension was the goal, forging strong ties with these three families was inevitable and mutually beneficial. Their patronage would greatly ease future integration into village life. Hear this, the Rock Shinobi will likely remain quiescent for now. Fortunately, Shinkakin's package has arrived. We can begin familiarizing ourselves thoroughly. Glancing at the blade at Shinko's waist, Orochimaru instantly recognized the Kusanagi sword, and without comment tossed him a slender manual. Drawing upon prior experience, Shinko surmised it was the spirit transformation technique. He confirmed its identity, then stowed it away, no longer reading jutsu manuals outdoors lest his thoughts wander uncontrollably once more. A prudent shinobi honors the smallest details. After formally reporting to Orochimaru, expressing gratitude, and announcing his return, Shinko prepared to depart, to immerse himself fully in the study of his new art. Shinkakin, please wait a moment. Are you saying that Minato Namikaze plans to develop a new jutsu? Indeed, it's surprising that Jiraiya, that fool, has such a clever disciple who has created a ninjutsu without hand signs, a remarkable idea. Is this something that can be said? Hearing Orochimaru's unreserved evaluation of Jiraiya, Xinjiang quickly pretended not to hear lest he suffer collateral damage. As it stands, the legendary three ninjas are still formidable figures not to be trifled with. However, it surprised him that Minato had yet to develop the Rasengan. Lord Orochimaru asked me to stay. He must want. Looking at the pale-faced man before him, Xinjiang understood his intentions. Didn't you also have an idea for a self-created ninjutsu? Some time ago, Xinjiang. I would like to hear your suggestions about this jutsu called Rasengan. Orochimaru looked at Xinjiang with shining eyes filled with curiosity, having read the information recorded on Jiraiya's scroll. One could say there were difficulties, but they could be resolved with some time. This was Orochimaru's confidence. However, Xinjiang's timely return made him reconsider and prepared to listen to the other's thoughts. He was very much looking forward to Uchiha Xinjiang. Initially, it was Xinjiang's outstanding performance on the battlefield against the Sand Ninja that caught Orochimaru's attention. Later on, it was Xinjiang's powerful strength and profound understanding of ninjutsu that made Orochimaru realize he had underestimated him. From this perspective, it seemed that Orochimaru saw another version of himself, one with even greater talent. As a result, he generously offered various forms of support to Xinjiang. Even without a master-disciple relationship, he acted as a teacher. Indeed, it was just as he thought. Xinjiang showed no surprise, wearing an expression of predictability. This stemmed from his own thoughts of developing the Chidori. Chidori isn't a rank ninjutsu. Although he understood the general principles, its difficulty was still not something that could be accomplished in just a day or two. Many of the detailed issues were not depicted in the anime, thus becoming obstacles in his development of Chidori. What should he do under such circumstances? Immediately, Xinjiang thought of Orochimaru. The latter's profound ninjutsu expertise would surely help him progress faster. Moreover, in the original work, Sasuke developed the Chidori and many derivative jutsu during the time he defected and followed Orochimaru. Although it was not explicitly stated that it was Orochimaru's help when Naruto and others found Sasuke at Orochimaru's base, they were all shocked by Sasuke's growth. Compared to the other 11 strong from the same period, his progress was nothing short of terrifying. It should be noted that since the Chunin exams, Jiraiya had become Naruto's teacher. If Sasuke could rapidly increase his strength on his own, then there would be no need for him to defect. Thus, it would be evident who assisted him. It could only be the one hailed by Hiruzen Sarutobi as an Onsen genius, the one most adept at developing forbidden techniques and ninjutsu, Orochimaru. After spending quite some time together, Xinjiang also discovered that Orochimaru had not yet reached the level he had in his impressions. At most, he seemed somewhat gloomy and would not strike against the ninjas of Konoha. According to the timeline, it should be around the time Minato became the fourth Hokage that changes occurred. Given this situation, Xinjiang certainly would not waste the resources at hand and directly sought Orochimaru's counsel. Under his guidance, not only was the progress on developing Chidori extremely promising, but he also gained certain ideas for the subsequent derivative ninjutsu. Coupled with his current ability to enter a state of super frequency, it wouldn't be long before numerous ninjutsu based on Chidori would emerge. Of course, the consequence of this was that Orochimaru looked at him with increasingly heated eyes, sometimes making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Xinjiang was not too worried about this. If firstly, with his exception, it was still uncertain whether Orochimaru would revert to his original path. At the very least, he would make an effort to ensure that Orochimaru could remain in the village. Orochimaru's kindness towards him was evident, providing him with materials and weapons, regardless of what intentions he held. The benefits he had received were very real. Just based on this point, Xinjiang wanted to pull him in. Not to mention the terrifying potential that Orochimaru, the foremost scientist of the ninja world, could unleash. Helping Danzo transplant the Sharingan, implanting Hashirama cells into Yamato, creating mechanical Naruto and the Nine Tails, along with the technology for artificial humans. The most terrifying thing is that these latter achievements were all produced after his defection, meaning he reached such a level entirely on his own. If the Cloud Ninja Village can develop a chakra cannon capable of destroying the moon in the future, then it stands to reason that Orochimaru, with the support of Konoha, could use technology to reshape the world. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Furthermore, if he truly could not be stopped, this type of ninja would also be a nemesis for Orochimaru later on. Using the impure world reincarnation would cause the soul to experience varying degrees of rejection towards the new body, resulting in Orochimaru's greatly diminished resistance to Genjutsu. But those are matters for another time. Hearing Orochimaru's words now piqued Xinjiang's interest. Rasengan. This was indeed the right person to ask. As a jutsu that runs throughout the entire series, he not only knew how to develop it, but also how to master it quickly. With balloons and rubber balls, Naruto, affected by the Nine-Tails chakra, could practice it despite his weak chakra control. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for his father? Previously, Xinjiang had never interacted with Minato, and he always thought that even if Minato hadn't developed the Rasengan, yet he should be close to finishing it. However, upon seeing it now, it turned out that Minato had just come up with this idea. Thinking closely, this does make sense. Being a ninja is a profession with high offense and low defense, and the only ones who could make Minato feel insufficiently harmed were those two human-shaped tailed beasts from the Cloud Village. With that in mind, Xinyan's thoughts began to sprout. Originally, he was still contemplating how to connect with Uchiha, Fugaku, and Minato in the near future. Given his status within his family, accomplishing this would not be difficult. But now this was undoubtedly a better opportunity. Although Xinyan could indeed develop the Rasengan, he did not possess wind-type chakra, allowing him to only use the most primitive form of Rasengan. Mastering the subsequent ninjutsu would require a considerable amount of time to study the nature changes of wind release, making the assistance of a Chidori series of ninjutsu much greater. Since it was of no use to him, he might as well do a favor. Ninjutsu is very important for a ninja, and establishing a good relationship through the exchange of jutsu would undoubtedly be much easier. I believe we can first concentrate the chakra in the hands, allowing it to flow in irregular directions. After reaching this step, we can compress it and utilize the changes in chakra's form to form a chakra sphere the size of a palm. That should be enough. Judging by Orochimaru's gradually astonished expression, Xinyan shared part of his development ideas for the Rasengan and decisively fell silent to take his leave. After all, the Rasengan isn't a rank ninjutsu. In the other party's eyes, it was the first time he had seen related concepts. If he revealed everything at once, it would be quite alarming. To develop high-level ninjutsu, just by glancing at it, Xinyan feared that Uncle Snake might be unable to suppress his impulse and dissect him. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten his initial idea of building a good relationship with Minato. How do friends make friends? It's essential to engage in more conversations. By revealing a part first, once the other party ponders over it, they will naturally reach out to him, making it a natural progression for their exchange. Compared to revealing everything in one go, this approach not only allows the other party to owe him a favor, but also helps quickly build a friendship. With these preparations, when the time comes to support a candidate for Hokage, plus Minato's lack of bias against the Uchiha and his good relationship with Uchiha Fugaku, it would be much easier for Xinyan to assist his family in making changes in the future. Returning to his tent, Xinyan sat cross-legged and took out several manuals to display on the table. They were the 3 ninjutsu he acquired after participating in the war, along with some training notes obtained from Orochimaru. With the victory on the battlefield, this war would likely enter a prolonged strategic stalemate phase, significantly reducing the chances of large-scale battles, making it a perfect period for him to enhance his strength. In that case, he, of course, had to make good use of this time. Looking at these manuals, Xinyan contemplated the future development directions. Under normal circumstances, I already possess strength beyond that of an average jonin. If all means are unleashed, dealing with elite jonin poses no problem. The Sharingan, the 8 gates, and some high-level ninjutsu that have yet to be revealed are the sources of his confidence. Such power belongs to the high-end combat capability in the Third Shinobi World War, who, aside from the strongest shadow-level figures, Xinyan could be said to fear no enemy. However, to have a sufficient impact in the various events, to come to be honest, it still isn't enough. Although his chakra amount at 10 years old has reached the level of a jonin, which seems considerable and surpasses most in the ninja world, in reality, he still couldn't unleash a single Rasen Shuriken. This is also one reason he didn't choose the Rasengan. With Naruto's chakra amount, he could only perform it 3 times when he first learned it, showing how demanding the Rasen Shuriken is on chakra. How much chakra is needed to use it? Only someone with Naruto's chakra levels can handle it. The Nine Tails incident, which occurred less than a year after the war, requires shadow-level strength to participate. However, the gap between jonin and shadow level requires a long time to narrow under normal circumstances. If Xinyan wants to quickly achieve shadow level strength, he must take a different approach. Compared to ordinary ninjas, he is very clear about his own advantages, the Sharingan, and his powerful mental strength. If he can activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, his strength will undergo a leap, soaring like a roller coaster. However, this ability cannot be activated at will. He must reach that threshold, and it also depends on whether the spirit transformation technique provides the help he imagines. I should practice the spirit transformation technique first, and after understanding it clearly, I can make further plans. Xinyan quickly made up his mind, leaving only one manual. After all, the Mangekyo is indeed the most convenient and the best means for enhancing strength. If activated, most of the problems that trouble him would be easily resolved. Moreover, who wouldn't want to experience the joy of activating the Mangekyo after becoming a member of the Uchiha clan? Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened and night began to envelop the Konoha camp. After several hours of reading the manual on the spirit transformation technique, Xinyan finally completed the entire review and could begin his training. Unlike other ninjutsu, the first step of the spirit transformation technique is quite challenging. There is no specific training process, only a few rare experiences to refer to. One can only rely on talent to sense their own soul. This method sounds extremely absurd for an ordinary ninja. It could be said to be a fairy tale, complete. However, for Xinyan, it seemed quite simple. having experienced a prior life, and with his powerful mental strength, he didn't spend much time almost instinctively completing the first and most critical step. After years of living, Jinyang has accepted that he has arrived in a peculiar world. Yet at this moment, a whole new perspective emerged in his eyes. The camp under the night appeared exceptionally tranquil. With a forest nearby, he could still hear the faint chirping of insects, yet he couldn't spare a moment to appreciate this beautiful scene, his gaze fixed on the bright and dim lights below. Is this spirit transformation truly marvelous? He looked at everything before him with curiosity, how once familiar things became entirely different from another perspective. Above the Konoha camp, a spirit unseen by others floated in the air. It was Xinyang's soul leaving. According to the manual's explanation, those bright and dim light clusters represent the souls of others. If extinguished, it signifies the erasure of the soul, resulting in simultaneous death. And Shrank's soul forbidden technique, as the name suggests. However, something seems off. Perhaps due to the overlap of his previous lives' soul, or the enhancement of his mental strength by his golden fingers. Xinyang's senses became extremely sharp in this state, even faintly perceiving the emotional fluctuations of others. For instance, the majority of the light clusters below currently emanated feelings of joy and relaxation, with occasional waves of tension and distress. As for the brightest light cluster in the central tent, the emotions contained within were quite complex. Surprise, curiosité, guilt, regret. The simultaneous appearance of such diverse emotions truly makes it hard to imagine what this cold man, who has participated in numerous wars, is secretly enduring. The unwavering, while he has always shown, seems to be constantly tormented by certain matters. What a genius idea! Xinyang's thoughts are truly intriguing. While marveling at Xinyang's suggestion for the Rasengan, Orochimaru suddenly felt a sensation of being spied upon, and his eyes narrowed instantly. After sensing that there was no anomaly around, he formed several peculiar hand seals with his hands, his brows furrowing deeply. Such a familiar feeling. Only after a few seconds did an expression of disbelief appear on his face for the first time. This is the spirit transformation technique. Unaware that the true sun had already been noticed by Orochimaru, he was still immersed in the novelty of using the spiritual transformation technique for the first time. After completing the awakening, he could preliminarily achieve the separation of soul from body. Next, he only needed to follow the subsequent training steps to allow this secret technique to re-emerge in the ninja world. Familiar with the spiritual transformation technique, the true sun's spiritual body quickly returned to the tent, watching his own body. He did not forget that the initial purpose of acquiring the spiritual transformation technique was to evolve the Sharingan. The Sharingan is a power inherited from Indra, and observing in a spiritual state allows one to easily discover things that are usually invisible. As he locked eyes with his own, the true sun saw the hidden scarlet within. The pitch-black tomo resembled a black hole, seemingly wanting to swallow all light, making one involuntarily sink into its depths. The body extracts normal chakra, yet the Sharingan transforms it into in-release chakra. The extraordinary perception ability of the spiritual body allowed him to clearly understand the continuous generation of in-release chakra within the pathways of the Sharingan. The chakra produced by the combined mental and physical strength assisted the Sharingan alongside the factors of Uchiha Madara, awakening the Rinnegan. Hashiruma's sells the eternal Mangekyo. The Sharingan is not only in-release chakra, it also contains the mysteries of the transformation between yin and yang. It seems he has grasped how to proceed down the path ahead. As the spiritual body returned to his physical form, the true sun slowly opened his eyes, a flash of azure light passing through. Feeling in control of his body, he recalled the scene he had just witnessed, and a pair of Freedomo Sharingan quietly manifested the tomo, slowly rotating. Gathering chakra at his eyes with the assistance of mental power, he quickly felt a warm and comfortable sensation emanating from his eyes. Indeed, it was useful. Feeling the activity of the Sharingan, after a long time, the true sun's spirits lifted. He could clearly sense that his ocular power had increased significantly, far surpassing previous levels. In this case, there was hope for the Mangekyo. Estimating the progress in his mind, a radiant smile blossomed on the true sun's face. It seems there is no need to seek other channels for shortcuts. With his unique approach to breaking through the Mangekyo, the ocular power after awakening would undoubtedly be much stronger than normal, and his strength would see a further enhancement. Since the Mangekyo is stable, he cannot neglect other aspects either. The progress of the Mangekyo Sharingan would not consume too much of his time, primarily serving as an aid. The rest is merely a matter of waiting. In this situation, the true sun needed to contemplate the development of other aspects. Not to mention figures like Uchiha Madara, who could disrupt the plans of their opponents to prevent resurrection, but in the future Nagato would not be an easy character to deal with. The power displayed by Pain's six paths, whether in destructive capability or other aspects, is clearly on a different level compared to ordinary cage-level experts. If one were to categorize, it could be called super cage level. With Uchiha Madara still alive, it is impossible to take action against Nagato without the means to prevent his resurrection. By the time Madara dies, the Third Great Ninja War would be nearing its end, and Yahiko would likely have perished at Hanzo's hands. Nagato and his companions are already a few years older than the true son, and with a pair of legendary Rinnegan, it would be quite challenging to resolve the situation early. Relying solely on the power of the Mangekyo is insufficient to contend with them. Thus, the true son cannot afford to slack off and must continue to strive. Looking at the strongest cage-level figures in the ninja world, they generally possess at least 2 or more nature transformations, can simultaneously perform both form and attribute changes, master various advanced ninjutsu, and possess forbidden techniques as trump cards, effectively suppressing or even eliminating Jonin. This perfectly provides a development direction for the true son. Ninja techniques come in 3 categories: ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Ninjutsu allows him to develop the Chidori series, and with the fire release from his clan, it will be sufficient for a long time. As for taijutsu, he simply needs to maintain his daily training. The focus is on jinjutsu, as this will be his main method in the future. With the dual enhancement of mental power and a Sharingan, even a simple jinjutsu in his hands would become extraordinarily terrifying. Most importantly, powerful ninjas almost all have a set of ninjutsu systems best suited to themselves, maximizing their strength. For example, the snake ninjutsu system created by Orochimaru, Inoki's dust release system, and Minato's flying thunder god technique. The same ninjutsu can exert completely different powers in different hands. It is not the ninjutsu that is powerful, but the ninja who wields it. The flying thunder god in Minato's hands is a battlefield reaper, while in the hands of others, it can only serve as a teleportation array. This is the reason to build one's own ninjutsu system. Now the true son's strength has already reached Jonin level, lacking neither ninjutsu nor forbidden techniques. To advance further on his own, he needs to integrate these techniques and then choose or create suitable ones. The direction is naturally focused on jinjutsu, and with the help of an overclock state, the true son can also develop some unique jinjutsu of his own. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye more than a year has passed. At the end of the 43rd year of Konoha, the Leaf Ninjas, led by Jiraiya, defeated the Cloud Ninja invasion at the borders of the Land of Fire, ushering in a brief period of peace in the war. There were occasional small battles, but there was no longer a trend of full-scale attacks, allowing Konoha to catch its breath. 8 months later, war reignited on the battlefield against the Cloud Ninjas. In this battle, Minato Namikaze faced the AB duo outdoors, holding his own against 2 opponents, and the name Yellow Flash resounded throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Mist Village suddenly launched an attack, dispatching troops to stealthily assault Konoha from the eastern coast. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans discovered and intercepted them, requesting support from the village. To repel the Cloud Ninja, at once Konoha dispatched ninjas from Orochimaru's faction to provide assistance. Seeing the opportunity, Inoki launched a fierce offensive on the IWA ninja front. Due to insufficient manpower to defend, within just 5 months the Konoha troops had to retreat all the way from the Land of Grass to the borders of the Land of Fire. The situation had become extremely critical. Lord Jinyang, please proceed to the central tent. Updating every afternoon at 4 o'clock. Initially, I planned to write some side stories about the protagonist on the IWA ninja battlefield, making the subsequent awakening of the Mangekyo more natural. However, this indeed felt a bit redundant, and after seeing someone comment on it, I thought it best to cut that part out. The next chapter will enter the main storyline. Additionally, everyone can share which jinjutsu they think is powerful. Crowdsourcing ideas. Alright, you may leave. After signaling the approaching ninja to depart, Jinyang tucked away the materials in his hands, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Could it be that the rock ninja has launched another attack? Reflecting on this, Jinyang couldn't help but sigh at the similarity of the situation. Despite his involvement, Konoha was still being pressured to such a degree by the rock ninja. The reason for this was the sudden involvement of the Mist Village, which meant that Konoha was now facing 4 opponents. Thus, a significant portion of their forces had to be dispersed along the border to prevent enemy incursions. In such circumstances, the most crucial task was to minimize enemy casualties. Therefore, forces could not be sent to the advantageous battlefield against the Cloud Ninja, and they could only split their troops to resist. As a result, facing the overwhelming numbers of the rock ninja, Jinyang and the others could only choose to retreat. Fortunately, with his involvement, the situation had not deteriorated to a completely passive state, and their casualties were not as outrageous as depicted in the original work. Arriving quickly at the temporarily established tent, he caught sight of an unexpected figure. A ninja wearing a forehead protector with golden hair, the renowned Minato Namikaze from the Cloud Ninja battlefield. How could Minato be here? Jinyang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly recalled the events of the Third Great Ninja War. The turning point on the rock battlefield was indeed the battle at the Kaminari Bridge, where Minato's team was tasked with disrupting the rock ninja supply lines. Considering the current time frame, it indeed matched up. Time flies. After realizing this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Unknowingly, this war was nearing its end. After the battle at the Kaminari Bridge, the focus of the Rock Ninja would shift to the Third Reikage, and by then the two major ninja villages would no longer pose a threat to Konoha. They only needed to deal with the remaining numbers of the Sand Ninja and Mist Ninja, and the Third Great Ninja War would officially conclude. Zenyakin, due to the overwhelming offensive from the Rock Ninja Minato, has been dispatched to help alleviate the pressure. Your task is to cooperate with Minato's team to complete the mission. Seeing Zenyakin's expression, Orochimaru's gaze shifted and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Minato will explain the specifics to you. I believe you're already quite familiar with each other, so you can chat. After saying this, Orochimaru returned to scrutinizing the various data on his desk. The situation on the rock battlefield was dire, and as a commander, he naturally bore significant pressure, needing to constantly monitor the movements of the Rock Ninja. Being directly under Orochimaru's command, Jinyoung was well aware of this, and signaled for Minato to head outside. Minato, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. No problem, I'll have your back from now on. With a shared glance, the two laughed simultaneously. This was naturally a jest. Although it was their first meeting in person, their relationship was actually quite good, which stemmed from the initial development of the Zenyakin. I truly appreciate your help. If it weren't for your support, even if I could develop the Rasengan, I wouldn't have been able to do it this quickly. Minato, somewhat clueless, scratched his hair, but the gratitude on his face was unmistakable. The Rasengan provided a significant boost to his power. Quick and powerful, it completed the final piece of the Flying Thunder God combat system, making him the true reaper of lives, the Yellow Flash. Just providing some ideas, besides, since you submitted the development list, it's as if I've received a bit of credit too. Regarding this matter, Jinyoung had to admire this big brother for his sincerity. Merely sharing the key points of the Rasengan's cultivation was a trivial task for someone like him who had seen the anime. However, once completed, when Minato reported it to the village, it was noted as a collaborative development by the two, effectively making Jinyoung one of the founders of this jutsu. The advantage of this was that he could unconditionally pass this jutsu on to others. It is crucial to understand that casually leaking such a key jutsu is something very taboo. Many ninjas would rather pay a hefty price in other aspects to ensure the scarcity of the technique. This shows the trust Minato had in him. What do we need to do this time? After some small talk, Jinyoung redirected the topic to the upcoming mission. Although he had a rough idea, he still needed to pretend to ask. Upon hearing this, Minato also dropped his smile, and his expression became serious. The number of Rock Ninja is too overwhelming. The village cannot spare enough combat power for direct confrontations, so we have to approach it from other angles. According to reports from Rock Ninja spies, the Kaminari Bridge is their supply transfer point. The smooth invasion is primarily due to the efficient logistics, so the village has decided to send ninjas to sabotage the bridge and cut off the supply line. As he spoke, a hint of seriousness flashed in Minato's eyes. This mission was unlike previous ones. The Kaminari Bridge is a crucial point for several supply lines, so the defensive strength will inevitably be considerable. Given the current situation, it is equivalent to infiltrating deep behind enemy lines, which poses significant danger. Thus, Minato was chosen as the leader for this operation. He had now become a top expert in the ninja world with strong mobility, making him the most suitable candidate for such actions. This task won't be easy. It seems we'll have to rely heavily on our dear Yellow Flash. It will certainly be a case of many hands make light work. If that's the case, then I suppose the burden on Zenyakin won't be light either. Looking at the lethargic expression on Zenyang's face, Minato couldn't help but tease the boy before him. Didn't seem as harmless as he appeared. Since the war began, many talents had emerged from Konoha on various battlefields, their superior performances in numerous battles well known in the ninja world. But the most famous were Konoha's twin stars. One was, of course, the currently feared Yellow Flash, rumored to have issued orders allowing the Cloud Ninja to forego missions if they encountered him. The other was the Phantom Sword on the rock battlefield, Uchiha Jinyoung, who was still under 13 years old. Possessing exceptional swordsmanship and mesmerizing Jinjutsu, he was a nightmare for the Rock Ninja on the battlefield, often finding their lives extinguished while still lost in illusion. He had slain a member of the elite Umbu team, and several jonin, his strength second only to that of a Kage. Due to his age, it was almost certain he would eventually reach Kage level, thus being paired with Minato as the twin stars representing the next generation of Konoha. Let's go see the few students I'm currently training. They're also part of this mission. In the Leaf Village campsite, in a clearing, Kakashi leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, expressionless, watching Uchiha Obito, who rushed over wearing goggles and appeared flustered. Obito, now a Chunin, arrived breathlessly and replied, sorry, while looking at Kakashi. I encountered an old lady who needed help on the way. Kakashi gazed at him with deadpan eyes, as if to say, are you kidding me? And pointed at the surroundings. Could you come up with a more believable excuse next time? There are no old ladies around here. Obito protested. He instinctively retorted, but as he realized that his voice gradually diminished, and he frowned deep in thought. I've got it. I met an injured person on the way and went to help them. After all, I aspire to be Hokage one day. Idiot. Seeing the two about to argue again, Noera Rin stepped in trying to mediate. All right, stop arguing. We're all on the same team, and Teacher Minato isn't here yet, so being late isn't a big deal. Her clear voice immediately silenced Obito. If we were to be honest, Teacher Minato's words might not be as effective as Rin's. Hearing this, Kakashi curiously glanced around. Teacher Minato rarely arrived late. Did something happen? Just as the thought crossed his mind, two figures suddenly appear behind him. Sorry, I'm late. I lost track. It's odd, I just arrived too. Obito scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit shy. Kakashi shot him a look that seemed to say, how can you even say that? And Obito defiantly glared back. Teacher Minato, what is the mission this time? The diligent Rin began to inquire about the specifics. Minato looked at Kakashi and Obito, who seemed like rivals, and took out a special kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi, starting today, you are a Jonin of a leaf, just like me. To improve mission efficiency, I've decided to split the teams into two groups, because the combat power of a leaf has never been this inadequate before. If we're splitting up then? Obito seemed to realize the implications, and pointed at Kakashi asking, didn't we discuss this before, Obito? You're supposed to give Kakashi a gift, remember? That's right. Obito, you will be teamed with Kakashi and Rin, while I will form a temporary two-person team with Shinyo. Minato explained with a smile, passing Kakashi the kunai. I'll give Kakashi this special kunai. It's a bit heavy, but once you get used to it, it'll be very handy. Thank you, teacher. At that moment, Rin took off her backpack and rummaged through it, finally pulling out a small medical kit. This is a personal medical kit I prepared. It has been fully modified for ease of use. After receiving both gifts, Kakashi turned to Uchiha Obito and extended his right hand. What do you mean by that hand? I don't have a gift for you at all. Obito, trying to hide his nervousness, retorted. He knew that if he admitted to forgetting, this guy would mock him, so he would have to wait until after the mission to buy a gift. Forget, it's no big deal. Your gift wouldn't be of any use anyway. Useless things just become a burden. Obito pointed angrily at Kakashi. Honestly, it's unbelievable that someone like you can become a Jonin. He was furious. Gift? Go to hell. This guy's words were really hurtful. Since joining this team, he had been subjected to constant mockery from this guy, and the key was that Rin, whom he liked most, was also revolving around him. This way of life couldn't continue. But seeing the scenes from the anime reappear before his eyes, Shinyo couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Minato, why did you choose Kakashi to be the team leader? Shinyo could do it too. Obito's laughter caught Rin's attention, and he immediately looked at Minato with a pleading expression. As a fellow Uchiha, he naturally knew Shinyo, not to mention that he had made quite a name for himself on the battlefield. However, their interactions were minimal. But now, as long as it wasn't Kakashi as the leader, he could accept anyone else. That won't do, replied Minato, looking seriously at Obito. This mission is extraordinary. No matter what happens, you must obey Kakashi's command, and absolutely cannot act on your own. Kakashi was not worried at all. He was inherently a trustworthy ninja. Moreover, due to the impact of White Fang's death, he took missions extremely seriously. Rin was also obedient to commands, but the only person he wasn't entirely assured of was Obito. The task of infiltrating enemy territory was extremely dangerous, and he wouldn't be able to protect the three of them at all times. If something went wrong, it would result in serious consequences. I understand, Obito said, realizing the importance of this mission for the first time upon seeing Teacher Minato's serious demeanor, his head drooping in resignation. Shinyo did not expect that his first encounter with Minato would be participating in the later famous Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Amidst the howling wind, the five of them swiftly traversed through the forest, heading quickly toward the back of the rock ninja. To his left was Noera Rin, and to his right were Obito and Kakashi. Obito, now a Chunin, still had the habit of chattering away, especially when he was sandwiched between Obito and Rin, his resentful gaze constantly falling on him. Rin's face was adorned with 2 strokes of purple paint, and the smile on her exquisite face was quite infectious. No wonder it left Obito, the silly boy, mesmerized. Hey Uchiha Shinyo, don't you dare sneak a peek at Rinchin, Obito said after hesitating for a moment, knowing how powerful Shinyo was. Okay, Shinyo replied with a smile, nodding, as if soothing a child, which made Obito feel like he had just punched. He was also an annoying guy. Obito, what nonsense are you talking about? Be quiet, we're about to leave the land of fire. Rin, Obito wanted to argue a bit more, but seeing Rin's gaze, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, indicating once they entered the enemy's activity range, the danger would significantly increase. Obito understood this common sense. A day later, the leading Minato stopped, and the other 3 followed suit, cautiously observing them. All right, for now on, we will split up. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, remember to stay alert for the enemy. Jinyang, our upcoming mission won't be easy. According to the intelligence returned from the elite shinobi of Maitsuen, the Eastern Dead of the IWA shinobi is leading a group of ninjas on a pursuit. Actually, the mission assigned to Minato involves not only cutting off the supply line, but also providing support to a team encircled by the IWA shinobi. Otherwise, there would be no need for us to split up. Xinjiang was aware of this situation, but one thing puzzled him. Given Minato's current strength, it should be easy for him to deal with a few ninjas. In the original story, Minato swiftly eliminated 50 IWA shinobi, so why would he need me to accompany him? Xinjiang believed that Minato would not be unaware of the significant danger that Kakashi and the others were facing. Since he insisted on bringing Xinjiang along, there could only be one possibility. There's been a problem. With my current strength, dealing with dozens or even hundreds of ninjas is no issue. However, the reports indicate that the IWA shinobi have mobilized hundreds of ninjas. In that case, even I would be outmatched, and I could only rely on Lord Orochimaru to send Xinjiang to assist. Minato laughed while tugging at his hair, his calm tone revealing critical intelligence. Hundreds of ninjas. How did their numbers increase so drastically? Hearing this, Xinjiang was momentarily taken aback. It seems that Xinjiang's previous encounter left a very deep impression on the IWA shinobi, making them cautious. It took me several years to reach this level. So the reason is me. Upon hearing Minato's words, Xinjiang quickly realized. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that over the past year, he had left a significant impression on the IWA shinobi. After being promoted to Special Jonin, he was directly under Orochimaru's command. As the overall commander, Orochimaru would generally remain at the base unless a large-scale battle erupted. Thus, Xinjiang stayed at the camp ready to plug any gaps in the front line, effectively acting as a battlefield firefighter. Especially after the troops were dispersed and, at a disadvantage, the frequency of missions increased, support cover. Various tasks came one after another. With so many encounters, the IWA shinobi increased the scale of their ninja forces. In this case, it would indeed be quite difficult for just Minato to handle. With so many opponents, even Minato could not quickly resolve the situation using the Flying Thunder God technique. He would simply lack the chakra to sustain such a drain. Space ninjutsu used hundreds of times. Techniques involving space are bound to consume a lot. Minato is a commoner ninja, and his chakra reserves are not as impressive as those of the Senju or Uzumaki clans. To be fair, he might only have slightly more chakra than Xinjiang does now. Moreover, that is the simplest issue. Having more chakra doesn't necessarily mean one can kill others, as the mental strain is also significant. The difference between dealing with dozens versus hundreds is stark. Even killing hundreds of unresisting pigs would require catching one's breath, let alone facing highly skilled ninjas. Do we have any kind of plan? Xinjiang did not believe that simply adding himself would allow them to fight against hundreds. After all, his current strength is still not on par with Minato's, at least for now. If the two fell into the encirclement of the IWA shinobi, they might hold out for a while. But once chakra ran low, they would have to consider fleeing. I have already devised a plan. It will work for sure. Now it's your time to shine. Minato confidently patted his chest and then looked forward to Xinjiang. He chose Xinjiang as his assistant, not just because of his formidable strength, but also due to his astonishing perceptive abilities, which even surpassed those of the renowned Hyuga clan. He'll give it a try. Just keep an eye on the surroundings. Seeing that Minato was quite confident, Xinjiang didn't say more. After leaving his sentence, he unleashed his secret technique. Spirit transformation technique. Transforming into a spiritual entity, Xinjiang soared into the sky, sending out an invisible wave of soul energy that dispersed in all directions. In this state, his perceptive ability was terrifying. Within his vast detection range, any living being with a soul could not escape his scrutiny. None. This doesn't bode well. Under normal circumstances, the Konoha ninjas should appear within his sensory range, but their absence likely indicated that something had changed. Immediately afterward, Xinjiang began to sense spiritual marks, identifying a few souls that were closest to him, and swiftly flew toward that direction in his spiritual form. After placing spiritual marks through the spirit transformation technique, he could reach the marked targets regardless of the distance or prior knowledge of their locations, after transforming into a spirit body. To ensure quick support, he had left marks on the upper ninjas throughout the IWA battlefield to prepare for such situations. Captain Yekwan, we are surrounded by the IWA shinobi. What should we do now? In the northwest direction, a Konoha ninja, whose left arm was soaked in blood, reported the dire situation to a ninja wearing a blue hat and sporting a beard. This person was the commander of this unit, Meitsuin Yekwan. In that case, boom! Before Meitsuin Yekwan could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly shook violently, forcing him to evade as countless stones flew past him. Hold on a little longer, Lord Xinjiang and Lord Minato will arrive shortly. Seeing that most of the Konoha ninjas below were injured, Xinjiang wasted no time and clapped his hands together. Spirit illusion, mental manipulation. This was a genjutsu he developed, combining the traits of the spirit transformation technique and illusion capable of psychologically influencing enemies without entering their bodies. The IWA shinobi who were casting ninjutsu suddenly paused their movements, slowing considerably. I'm so tired. With so many of us, it should be fine to slack off a bit, right? Let's take it easy. These Konoha ninjas who are barely hanging on must be toyed with properly, letting them die slowly in despair. Why do I feel so drowsy? Could it be that I played too long with Maisie yesterday? The IWA, shinobi, each with their diverse emotions, shared a common thought. They all slowed their offensive huff. Using this on so many at once only allows for minor changes, but it should suffice. A hint of fatigue appeared on Xinyang's brow as he flew toward another direction, placing his hand on the leading ninja for a moment before swiftly returning the same way. The IWA shinobi have been affected. Hold on. A sudden voice appeared in his ear, and the chakra that had been almost depleted within his body began to recover, filling Matsuin Yequin's eyes with genuine joy. Finally, help has arrived. The earlier words were merely to comfort the team. He only knew that Minato and Xinyang would come, but he was unaware if they were there to rescue or to collect corpses. However, it was clear that this was the former. After spending so much time on the IWA battlefield, he naturally recognized who the voice belonged to. A minute later, Xinyang, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. What's the situation? The guard should have quickly asked. In the northwest, the situation is grim. We need to hurry over there. Meanwhile, why haven't we captured these Konoha ninjas yet? The IWA ninja, Jonin Dong Sihai, is the commander of this IWA force encircling Konoha. Seeing that his side has yet to eliminate the remaining Konoha defense forces after such a long time, he felt a twinge of unease. Noticing the movements of the surrounding ninjas, his expression changed dramatically, and he shouted urgently, "Hurry up! Konoha reinforcements are here." At this moment, Dong Sihai's expression turned extremely grim. If it were anyone else, they might think that their ninjas had grown complacent after days of battle, but their IWA ninjas had suffered a number of defeats in this regard. This was precisely the genjutsu of Konoha's twin star Xinyang. Through a secret technique, it silently altered the thoughts of everyone, causing them to suffer heavy losses without their awareness. When they first encountered this genjutsu, they had lost over 100 ninjas as a result. Now all signs undoubtedly indicated that the opponent had discovered their position and they could not afford to delay any longer. Dong Sihai's roar tightened the hearts of the IWA ninjas, and their offensive intensified once more. Meanwhile, in a dense forest hundreds of meters away. "Shitu, is this your plan?" Xinyang looked at a pile of specially made kunai, his doubtful gaze falling upon the ninja before him, who was smiling sheepishly. He had thought there was already a mature plan in place. Instead, he was now being told to charge directly. How could such a seemingly refined person be so impulsive? Isn't the situation urgent? Actually, there's a good chance if we combine our firepower. After a round of explanation, Xinyang understood his meaning. To put it bluntly, it all relied on intimidation. According to Shuida's description, as long as they threw all these kunai, he could kill dozens in a matter of seconds. For the IWA ninjas who had yet to face the yellow flash, this would undoubtedly demoralize them. Coupled with Xinyang's genjutsu influence, it was highly likely that the IWA ninjas would retreat. After all, Shueito was a main force on the battlefield, and who knows if there would be Konoha troops rushing over. Or we can only give it a try. There was no other option. Upon careful consideration, this was indeed one of the better methods, especially since this butterfly had already changed the course of the war. Originally, the pursuing IWA ninjas had multiplied several times, and characters like Yinsuin and Yegawa were not, as in the original story, down to just 4, but still had dozens left surrounded on all sides. In this situation, to save them, the IWA ninjas had to be forced to retreat. If they let Shueito use the Flying Thunder God technique to take people away, not to mention whether they could withstand the IWA ninjas' assault, just in terms of energy consumption, it would likely drain Shueito completely. We must go all out. Xinyang picked up several specially made kunai at once and threw them out at high speed as a multitude of kunai rapidly flew towards the IWA ninjas, colliding chaotically in the air, accurately landing in various positions. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, a yellow light flashed through the IWA ninja crowd. With each flicker, a life was taken, whether they were Chunin or Jonin. They all appeared powerless before it. The yellow flash. The IWA ninjas were immediately startled, watching their own personnel continuously fall. Dong Sihai's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. Form a defensive circle, but we do not give Namake's Minato any chances. Although they did not know why the yellow flash, which was supposed to be on the battlefield of the Cloud Ninjas, appeared here, the IWA ninjas had indeed studied his attacking methods. Several ninjas formed a back-to-back defense. While they couldn't completely withstand his attacks, at least it would make it more difficult for him to carry out a massacre. Unable to retaliate, this was the helplessness faced by the ninja world against this space ninja. With the Flying Thunder God technique in hand, he was invincible. Unbeaten against those of the same rank, invincible against those of lower ranks. The only means to restrict him was to put Konoha's ninjas in danger, forcing the opponent not to flee and then exhausting them with lives. Upon hearing the order, the IWA ninjas immediately huddled together, observing the movements around them. At this moment, a scream from the edge of the battlefield attracted the attention of many IWA ninjas. Ils avaient sorti l'instant. Several afterimages appeared and bloodlines suddenly appeared on the necks of several IWA ninjas who dropped dead with expressions of disbelief. Wearing fan-shaped clothing and crimson freedomo, the various distinct features confirmed the identity of a newcomer. Uchiha Jinyan. During the battle with Konoha, this person had repeatedly disrupted their plans, which correspondingly represented the high strength of the opponent. Often without even realizing it, they would fall into an illusion. This experience brought the IWA ninjas an impact no less than the yellow flash, and even more so. Because when facing illusory sword Jinyang, sometimes one wouldn't even know how they died. Crackle. The Kusanagi sword in Zenyang's hand was covered with lightning attribute chakra, and one could clearly see the intertwining arcs of electricity appearing on the long sword. Instantly vanishing from his position when he reappeared, he was already beside an IWA Jonin facing him with a sword strike. Swish! The IWA Jonin was sliced in half, but no blood flowed out. Instead, he turned into two smooth stone blocks. Dozens of meters away, the form of this Jonin rematerialized his eyes, showing a hint of panic. His hands quickly formed seals, but the next moment, a pair of spinning Sharingan suddenly appeared before him. The IWA Jonin froze and placed the action of a ninjutsu he was about to complete also came. Just as he uttered a word, a line of blood appeared from his shoulder to his waist, followed by a torrent of blood gushing out. His body split in two and fell to the ground, his consciousness plunging into darkness. Lord, Yamu, how is this possible? I am Jiang Yunyamu was the slain elite Jonin of a Wagakure renowned for his impressive skills and strength among the rock ninjas. Yet such a ninja was killed before their eyes, and almost without the ability to fight back. Even ninjas of notable reputation in the ninja world perished at the hands of Uchiha Jinyan. What about them? The corpse was still gushing blood, and Jiang Yuanyu's death clearly affected the surrounding rock ninjas. Coupled with the subtle spread of spiritual fluctuations, some rock ninjas began to feel despondent cold sweat streaming down as they retreated. Without lingering too long, Jinyang took action again, unleashing different techniques in quick succession without holding back, disrupting the formation of many rock ninjas. At this moment, Yamanaka Ye, who had long been aware that reinforcements were on the way, seized the opportunity to lead the remaining Konoha forces toward Jinyang. Lord Dongshiren, what should we do? A nearby rock ninja asked. Looking at the two figures on the battlefield, one yellow and one blue, Dongshiren's face was extremely grim. As an elite Jonin of a Wagakure and the commander of this operation, he could discern that both Zhenyang and his companion were exerting their full strength. It seemed that the rock ninjas were temporarily unable to handle the two, but in reality, this situation wouldn't last long, as Zhenyang would soon exhaust their chakra, leaving them at a disadvantage. However, Dongshiren's thoughts were not that simple. First, they could not possibly stop the two from Konoha. With the Flying Thunder God technique in hand, according to the intelligence, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape. If Namikaze Minato and his companion were to act with intimidation, once the situation became dire, he believed the other side wouldn't be foolish enough to stay and perish together. In other words, the maximum result they could achieve would be the lives of a few dozen Konoha ninjas. However, allowing the two to continue their slaughter would clearly result in greater losses for the rock ninjas, making it unprofitable. Secondly, if there were Konoha reinforcements coming, meaning that Namikaze Minato brought along some of his ninja forces from the cloud battlefield, the situation on the battlefield might change. Especially after Konoha inflicted significant losses on the cloud ninjas recently, he couldn't predict whether Konoha, currently at an advantage in the cloud battlefield, would choose to do this. Retreat this time, they got lucky. Weighing the pros and cons, Dongshiren decided not to continue the fight. Killing this batch of Konoha forces would lead to even greater casualties for their own side, possibly resulting in severe damage. They would not win under any circumstances. In such a situation, fighting Hiden offered no benefits and would also affect his prestige within the village. Choosing to stop would allow for timely damage control, not seeking to achieve merit, but rather to avoid mistakes. Reaching his current position, Dongshiren understood this principle well. A single great achievement could not elevate him higher, but a serious mistake could easily bring him down. Moreover, upon analysis, there were no merits to be gained, making it a clear loss. Who would want to engage in that? Dongshiren's orders swiftly reached the rock ninja forces. Those who had long been terrified after the earlier slaughters naturally raised no objections and immediately began to retreat. The gamble paid off. Pulling the sword out from the chest of a rock ninja, Jinyang observed the surroundings and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he knew the chances of success were high, he only felt a sense of relief after seeing the rock ninjas retreat. The main concern was that two people were facing hundreds. The disparity was indeed significant. Should they encounter a stubborn opponent, both Jinyang and his companion would have to consider fleeing. Despite appearing unstoppable on the battlefield moments ago, his chakra was nearly depleted. Chakra comes at a cost. With the Kusanagi sword still crackling with lightning, Xinjiang coldly watched the departing rock ninjas. Only after they left his sensing range did he plunge the sword into the ground, then sat down to rest his gaze, inadvertently sweeping over a certain spot, his eyes flashing slightly. In a dark cave, an elderly man in a dark robe sat on a stone chair. Behind him stood a massive stone statue connected to several pipes. Lord Madara, the boy you have your eye on, may not be easy to handle. Konoha's illusionist Xinjiang and the Yellow Flash have already pushed back the rock ninjas and are likely to head for reinforcements immediately. A strange figure resembling a pitcher plant suddenly appeared. The information conveyed in his words caused the old man to open his eyes. It was Uchiha Madara, who could only rely on the outer path deity to supply chakra to sustain his life. His gray-white hair and wrinkled face indicated that this legendary ninja was indeed aging, yet the fierce spirit could still be felt in his crimson eyes. Rock ninjas. That Brado Inoki really hasn't improved at all. The unexpected changes in the pre-selected piece made Madara frown. His time was running out. Uchiha Bento was a perfect piece specially selected from the Uchiha clan, his executor after Madara's demise, and a key figure in his resurrection. Why not choose Uchiha Xinjiang? Wouldn't he be more beneficial to our plan? This child who hasn't even awakened Sharingan possesses no talent compared to him. Listening to the incomprehensible inquiry, Madara shook his head. The source of Uchiha's power lies in these eyes that reflect the soul. The purer the individual, the easier it is to obtain great power. At the same time, it is also easier to control. Having survived from the Warring States period to the present and evolving the Sharingan to its peak, Madara had a profound understanding of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. As these eyes grew, he too became a recluse. Go help the rock ninjas add some fuel to the fire, but be careful not to let the other two die. They are the key to awakening Obito later on. Understood. The pitcher plant figure merged into the ground, and Uchiha Madara closed his eyes again to rest. The Eye of the Moon. The Shinto Bridge. Sumonin Technique. As the smoke swirled, a dog wearing a blue headband and dressed in matching attire appeared before Kakashi and his companions, its expression somewhat dazed, as if just awoken from slumber. Long time no see, Parker. Oh, it's Lin. Want to touch my paw? It's super comfy. The ninja dog Parker jumped onto a rock, his nose twitching as he spoke. So many unfamiliar scents. Where are you now? Parker, ahead is the logistics supply center of the rock ninja. Go scout out the approximate number of people. Please. So that's how it is. Leave it to me. These words made Parker immediately become serious, and after a few leaps, he disappeared from view. Kakashi and his companions took out their weapons, cautiously advancing forward. Konoha really sent someone, but sending 3 kids seems a bit disrespectful. In a corner unnoticed by Kakashi and the others, the rock-hidden Jonin Daisha revealed a playful smile, his right hand forming a gesture with 2 fingers raised. Secret technique camouflage conseil technique. As the chakra flowed, his figure gradually became transparent. Oh no, Parker's summoning was cancelled. Kakashi, who was leading the way, changed his expression. The summoning beast actively canceled its summoning, indicating they had encountered an unavoidable danger. This meant they too had most likely been discovered. Swish, swish, swish. Looking up, a large number of bamboo sticks shot towards the 3, their pointed ends glimmering with a cold light. Fire-style great fireball technique. Seeing this, Obito immediately formed hand seals and exhaled a fireball to intercept. The bamboo sticks collided with the fireball, both falling into the river below, splashing water everywhere. At this moment, the rock-hidden Jonin Hwang actively revealed his position and charged towards the 3. In the next second, Kakashi engaged him with his ninja sword, White Fang, moving constantly through the dense forest, the sound of clashing metal ringing out. While the two focused on their battle, Yohara Lin suddenly let out a cry from behind, and turning to look, she found herself captured by a rock ninja, appearing to have already fainted. Lin! Before Kakashi and Obito could react, Daisha and Hwang vanished from sight. Though in the ninja world, those who violate rules are deemed worthless. Those who do not cherish their companions are even less than worthless. Since we are all worthless, I will choose to break the rules. If anyone claims that such a person is not a ninja, I will defeat those so-called ninjas. After that, following the classic standoff between Kakashi and Obito, the two headed toward the Shinto Bridge, preparing to rescue Yawahara Lin. On the frontline battlefield, Xinjiang and Minato were moving with the remaining ninja forces toward the border of the land. This group of Konoha ninjas was mostly injured, and after the previous continuous battles, they had little stamina left. If they were to return on their own, they would likely fall victim to the rock ninja along the way. Xinjiang, after we pass this stretch, the chances of encountering rock ninja will greatly decrease. At that point, you'll go support Kakashi and escort Mei Village's Jonin safely back. The task will be up to you. To conserve energy, Xinjiang didn't speak, merely nodding in understanding. They were still not out of danger, and every bit of stamina was precious. Thinking carefully, without him joining, these two tasks in the original story were largely accomplished by Minato. Minato instructed Kakashi and the others to cut off the supply line, which honestly seemed a bit unrealistic given the vast difference in strength between the enemies. As a crucial supply line for the Rock Ninja, there would certainly be a considerable number of guards at the Shinto Bridge, and the timing of Kakashi's promotion to Jonin was somewhat peculiar, coinciding with the day of the mission. This inevitably led to speculation: why would he be promoted at this particular time? Because Minato was going to carry out a support mission. Kakashi and the others faced the question of who would be the commander. Only a Jonin could lead a small team, hence Kakashi was urgently promoted to Jonin. Though Kakashi was already a famous genius, in Konoha his battle achievements still showed a bit of a gap for being a true Jonin. He had fought against 3 Jonin from Rock Hidden, but it was quite a struggle. He almost got counterkilled by the magic leech, could only defend passively against Deus, his camouflage concealment technique, and during the duel with Huowang, his white fan shortblade was severed, relying on a Sharingan to turn the tables with Chidori. In reality, both tasks of executing the battle at Shinto Bridge and supporting the front lines were Minato's own responsibilities. First, he annihilated 50 Rock Hidden ninjas in one battle, then quickly returned to rescue Kakashi's team, wiping out the enemies at the Shinto Bridge. To be realistic, Minato never actually expected Kakashi's team to complete this mission. Their true task was essentially to provide the Flying Thunder God coordinates. With the coordinates, Minato could move swiftly between 2 locations, not giving the Rock Ninja a chance to regroup. I just don't know if after the changes Minato can save Obito. It seems quite uncertain. Compared to the original story, this time Minato would take much longer, making it nearly impossible to arrive before something happened to Obito. Regarding Uchiha Obito, Xinjiang had actually pondered whether to save him, because if he did, the subsequent changes would be significant. Firstly, Uchiha Madara would definitely seek a member of the Uchiha clan. After all, the other party was now almost out of options, and finding a pawn was urgent, otherwise it would greatly confuse his Eye of the Moon plan. Thus, even if Xinjiang could save Obito, there would be others appearing, bringing water and fire with them. He still couldn't guarantee that all Uchiha clan members would not fall into the enemy's hands. If Uchiha Madara shifted his target to him, he could indeed take off in one go. Feeling the abundant power in his eyes, Xinjiang couldn't help but smile as the kaleidoscope Sharingan was already within reach. At this time, if he added some Hashirama cells to himself and taught a few forbidden techniques, and Yin-Yang release once Madara died and he activated the kaleidoscope, he could surprise Black Zetsu when he was unprepared. This script would just flatten everything. Without this incident, nothing that follows would happen. All he needed was to calmly cultivate to invincibility, and the world of Naruto would turn into his daily routine. However, it was very likely that he would not be the one. Madara was looking for someone pure-hearted and kind, simply put, someone easy to deceive and manipulate. Considering the emergence of such a situation for Xinjiang, having Obito become a pawn was actually a Kamui was indeed very powerful. A single kaleidoscope ability sometimes felt more abnormal than the Rinnegan, but after Obito gave one eye to Kakashi, he only had 1 kaleidoscope left. The remaining right eye primarily possessed the ability to transfer his body or parts of it to another space, and it could also transfer anything that it touched to another space, focusing more on defense compared to the Sharingan in Kakashi's eye. Its threat level was not as great as imagined. He wouldn't have to wait until the Ninetales incident. His kaleidoscope should be able to activate by then. Knowing the intel, Xinjiang could easily trap Obito with Genjutsu, while he was unaware, executing a set of damage to take him away, not even giving him the chance to activate his Anaji. When it comes to ocular power, he had never feared anyone with the same level of Sharingan, nor did he need to worry about Obito being able to resist Genjutsu. Compared to other Uchiha clan members awakening unknown kaleidoscope abilities, which required testing their powers, Xinjiang felt it was better to know what to expect. Moreover, his only connection with Obito was a simple nod. It was one thing to lend a hand, but risking a price to save a stranger did not align with his character. However, Xinjiang now discovered that there seemed to be a better way to handle things. More than 10 hours ago, 5 people were on the road. After leaving the borders of the Fire Nation, the number of rock ninjas suddenly increased several times, and Xinjiang and others occasionally encountered a small team of rock ninjas. Just now, another small team had fixed their gaze on them. Is she dead? Looking at the rock ninja girl lying motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, a complex emotion flickered in Obito's eyes. With such injuries, a normal person would be dead. Xinjiang drew his Kusanagi sword, and another surge of blood gushed out, completely soaking the girl's upper body in red, turning the soil beneath her into a dark crimson. Seeing this, Obito remained silent for a long time before forming hand seals with his fingers as a massive fireball engulfed the rock ninja girl's body completely. As a ninja, you should understand that the bodies of enemy ninjas with special abilities should be collected and handed over to specialized ninjas for research to facilitate the deciphering of enemy village ninjutsu. This is the rule of the village. Xinjiang did not stop Obito, merely reminding him while curiously observing the situation. This rock ninja girl possessed a technique for invisibility, which unsurprisingly should have a close relationship with the elite rock ninja dashi. However, physical invisibility was of no use in front of Xinjiang. Under his perception, the girl walked boldly before him, and just as she prepared to attack, he thrust his sword forcefully, piercing through her directly. Uchiha Xinjiang, do you think we'll die? The low voice reached Xinjiang's ears, making him understand why Obito acted this way. It's a natural reaction to the scene. On the battlefield, it is a common occurrence, undoubtedly tied to the passing of life, coupled with one's own existence teetering on the edge of life and death, making it easy to feel sentimental. Death is an inescapable issue, especially when one realizes they are not special, merely one of many ordinary ninjas. At such moments, one's heart can become confused. If one passes through this, their will be strengthened, but if they do not, their ninja career may reach its limits, with many choosing not to be ninjas anymore. I'm not too sure, but your words suggest that most likely you will die. Does that mean you can live forever? Even though you are indeed stronger than me right now, you shouldn't say such nonsense. Obito shot back, feeling a bit better. I just don't understand why everyone has to engage in such cruel wars. Isn't it better to grow happily alongside companions? Continuing to fight will only make everything worse. The boy, seemingly protected by goggles, had a gleam of ideals in his eyes and a soft, sensitive heart. Even hostile ninjas could evoke his sympathy. However, Xinjiang did not endorse such kindness. Overflowing kindness can sometimes turn into a blade that harms those around you. Xinjiang never prided himself on kindness. Rather, he often reminded himself to be ruthless. The good side is reserved for family and friends. In the face of enemies, he possesses only coldness and ruthlessness. If one day you find the most important thing in your heart missing, perhaps you will become even more cruel. Listening to Obito's sentiment, Xinjiang stared at him with profound meaning. Obito secretly glanced at Lin in the distance, opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable, quickly shaking his head vigorously to rid himself of the images in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It seemed he was comforting himself, or perhaps this was a thought he already held. Obito's tone was exceptionally firm. I will become Hokage, and in the war, I will make the world peaceful. Although interrupting like this is not ideal, don't you feel it's a bit too unrealistic? Have you really thought about concrete and effective actions? Or rather, if such a situation truly arises and you find yourself powerless, what will you do? In the past, when he expressed such opinions, Lin and Minato would encourage him from the side. Even though Kakashi's reaction was indifferent, Obito categorized it as a matter of personality. However, Xinjiang's words struck like a sharp sword to his heart, leaving his expression somewhat bewildered. If Lin were to die, Obito truly dared not think, and whenever such a situation arose, the only reason he could escape reality and comfort himself was the hope of becoming a powerful ninja in the future to protect her. Yet the unavoidable fact is that there is a long transition period in between. Knowing his own abilities, Obito was well aware that achieving that would be quite difficult. What should I do? With no answer from his thoughts, Obito could only look at the person in front of him with hopeful eyes. Uchiha Xinjiang is the strongest of the younger generation in the clan. In 2 years, he could even be considered the foremost Uchiha. He must know how to respond. Given your current state, the only way to rapidly gain strength is to unlock the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Ultimate power. Seeing the confused look on Obito's face, Xinjiang smiled and revealed the secrets of the Uchiha. After all, he would learn about this once he was revived by Madara. He was just informing him early. The main point is to reveal the drawbacks. The Sharingan can be evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan after reaching 3 Tomo, granting 1 instant power comparable to that of a Kage. The price of evolution is losing the thing one cherishes the most. Upon hearing the earlier words, a light gradually ignited in Obito's eyes, his face filled with astonishment and joy. However, the latter part of the statement plunged him into a state of anger as he shouted, "What kind of power is that? What use is there in gaining power by abandoning everything? I would rather not have such power." "Obito, what are you two talking about?" The trio responsible for clearing the other rock ninjas approached. Seeing Obito and Xinjiang seemingly in conversation, Lin curiously asked, "No, it's nothing." Looking at Lin's expression, picturing that scene in his mind again, Obito awkwardly turned. "Really?" Obito seemed strange today. Lin's face showed a puzzled expression. This was not how one would act when nothing was wrong. "This guy is just shy. He just asked me about Uchiha's ninjutsu, saying he wants to protect the one he likes." Xinjiang covered for Obito, conveniently giving him a boost, then sensed his gratitude. "Oh, so that's how it is." Both belonging to the Uchiha clan discussing ninjutsu is very reasonable. Lin had no doubts about this. After hearing the latter part of the statement, her face slightly flushed as she glanced at the indifferent youth Kakashi. "It seems you have a long way to go, kid. If you really encounter such a situation, find a place without people and think carefully, follow the arrangements of your heart." Patting Obito on the shoulder, Xinjiang quietly left a few words in his ear, then walked up to Kakashi and said something before patting him as well. After resolving the Rock Ninja team, they set off once more. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the continuous footsteps around them, Kakashi and Obito vigilantly observed their surroundings. Taking advantage of Obito's momentary distraction, the hidden Rock Ninja suddenly appeared behind him and struck down with a knife. Kakashi. Turning around with a delayed reaction, Obito suddenly felt warm liquid splatter. Instinctively touching his face, he felt nothing but bright red. Looking forward, he saw a blood mark appear near Kakashi's left eye and quickly rushed to support him. To help him fend off the Rock Ninja's attack, he had blinded himself. Behind his goggles, tears welled up in the corners of Obito's eyes as he silently stood up frozen in place. Seeing the scene, the Rock Ninja would naturally not hold back and stealthily attack from behind again. Just as he was about to succeed in his second sneak attack, Obito suddenly turned around and plunged his kunai into the ninja's chest. How is this possible? The sharp pain in his heart forced the typically taciturn Rock Ninja to reveal himself, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked down and saw two tomo slowly materializing in Obito's eyes. So that's it, I was careless. With the doubt lifted from his heart, the Rock Ninja fell to the ground lifeless. At this moment, the medical kit that Rin had given earlier came into play, and after a quick treatment, the two made their way to the cave where Rin was held. Then Kakashi and Obito teamed up to battle the Rock hidden Jonin Hoka. With Kakashi and Obito activating their two tomo, even the experienced Jonin was defeated after a fierce battle. Just as they felt joy in rescuing Rin, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Earth-style rock collapse. Hoka, who they thought was dead, unexpectedly stood up and unleashed a jutsu that caused the cave to start collapsing. It seems I don't need to intervene. However, the unpredictability of Minato's Flying Thunder God is quite concerning, so just to be safe. In a corner where no one was watching, Zetsu observed the movements in the cave while pressing his hand against the ground. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was running alongside Obito, suddenly slipped. When the cave quieted down again, a classic scene had unfolded. Kakashi, didn't I promise to give you a gift? I thought of what to give you. Don't worry, it's not useless. I'm giving you this Sharingan. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after Kakashi went out to fight, the surrounding rocks trembled again, leaving only Obito and Kakashi in the cave. Rin, what's wrong, Obito? Hearing the sobbing sound nearby, Obito felt an impulse rising within him to express his feelings, but ultimately suppressed it. You and Kakashi must live well. Hurry and go. Never mind, in this state, I would only trouble Rin. Perhaps they're the right pair after all. It took great effort to build a good relationship with that guy Kakashi. In the end, I still didn't confess. After a few seconds, Obito's remaining left side was crushed by rocks, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Once I return, the mission will be complete. Deep beneath the rocks, Obito was quietly taken away by Zetsu, without any ninja present. Jean, if it weren't for you, and Lord Minato this time, we would have surely perished. Please don't hesitate to call on us in the future. Yekwan, you are too polite. Supporting our fellow leaf ninjas is our duty. Besides, you taught me so much back in the land of grass. I feel I owe you too much. Your temperament really doesn't seem like that of Uchiha. Leave the hand over to me, you just go back and rest. All right then, thank you, uncle. Without much hesitation, upon entering the camp, Jean detached from the team and headed straight to his resting place. After the intense battle with the Rock Ninjas, he had consumed a lot of energy. Having hardly rested and running back with dozens of others from the front lines, even with his strong mental resilience, he felt waves of fatigue wash over him at this moment. However, as soon as he entered the tent, Jean did not rest immediately. Instead, he turned his hand seals and took out several chakra tags from his ninja tool pouch to place around. Heavenly cover barrier. A barrier wall emerged in the tent and quickly turned transparent. Having followed Orochimaru for such a long time, he learned quite a few miscellaneous techniques, and he had to say they were quite useful. For example, this heavenly cover barrier could protect the people inside by deploying a barrier using chakra tags. The chakra tags are a special ninja tool similar to explosive tags, but instead of containing explosives, they store chakra. This was something Orochimaru had devised, but it had significant limitations and was not as widely applicable as explosive tags. After preparing, Jean performed the spirit transformation technique. It wasn't that he wanted to go anywhere, rather he was ready to observe some changes. By this time, Obito should have already been buried. The moment he transformed into a spirit, he sensed the situation of three souls in the direction of the land of grass. One was extraordinarily bright, one was somewhat dim, and the last one was nearly extinguished. It seems everything is proceeding as anticipated. Currently among the leaf ninjas in the land of grass, only a few from Minato's group remained. Excluding Rin, the other three had all fallen victim to Jean's soul marks. Among them, Minato was the only one Jean had planted the mark on after informing him. It was the most standard mark. With it, Jean could perform long-distance support and numerous other tasks. Minato, having entered the core of the leaf, was very aware of this. As for Obito and Kakashi, their marks were left during physical contact on the journey and were crucial for his future. With the super frequency state being a near epiphany skill combined with the generous teachings from Orochimaru, who was a master of forbidden techniques, Jin's progress over the past year had been tremendous. This improvement was not only reflected in his immediate combat power, but also in his mastery and development of various bizarre secret techniques, allowing him to become a ninja with numerous strategies reminiscent of Orochimaru, making him difficult for enemies to handle. For example, a mark originally used for positioning had been continuously developed, now capable of leaving a part of his spiritual energy that could release illusions when needed or directly cause harm. The events on the Rock Ninja battlefield should be over now. Next, there are the Sand and Mist Ninjas. Given the current condition of the Sand Ninjas, they will most likely choose to surrender, leaving only the Mist Ninjas to deal with. The main force on the Mist Ninja battlefield is the Uchiha clan, so it looks like I have to pay a visit and take care of the follow-up matters. No one is watching. I feel like I'm about to cool down. Zenyankin, are you ready to return to the village? Looking at Jinyang before him, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. In just over a year, this talented Uchiha boy had become his capable assistant, not exactly a disciple, but better than one. It could be said that even his true disciple Hongdo had not enjoyed such treatment. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Currently, the Iwanin are unlikely to instigate war again, and my clan is fiercely engaged in battle with the Mistneen. I am preparing to head to the battlefield to provide support. Days have passed since the battle at the Shinma Bridge, and after the logistics were cut off, the Iwanin no longer pressed forward, but began a large-scale retreat. The Konoha ninjas in the camp were all confused, but Jinyang understood the situation. Inoki must be planning to launch a surprise attack on the Kumobikure. Moreover, seeing that Orochimaru showed no signs of surprise, it was likely that Konoha was also involved. Alright, in that case, you should return to the village with the Minato team. I must admit it's hard to part with such a genius like Zen. The ninjutsu you entrusted to me has already undergone certain improvements, and I believe there will be significant progress by our next meeting. Oh, what an unexpected delight. Mastering the spirit transformation technique indeed aids in the research of the soul. I will await good news. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, slightly revealing an unmistakable fervor. That technique involved the connection and transformation of mental and physical powers, and if successfully improved, it would give hope to the longevity secret he envisioned. By the way, Zenyankin, who do you think the fourth Hokage will be? Just as Jinyang was about to leave the tent, Orochimaru's hoarse voice came again from behind, carrying a significant undertone. The consensus within the clan supports Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage. Stopping in his tracks, Jinyang did not hide the Uchiha's inclination from Orochimaru. He had already conveyed the pros and cons of this matter to his uncle Uchiha Chuan after meeting Minato. Given that the current clan leader Fugaku also had the same plan, the Uchiha clan had long unified their opinion. You're revealing this to me so candidly, Zenyankin. Aren't you afraid the election might fail? As he spoke, Orochimaru licked his lips, looking over with great interest. I'm not worried about that. With your character, Lord Orochimaru, you wouldn't resort to such means. Furthermore, based on the military exploits and connections you've accumulated over 2 Ninja World Wars, the chances of becoming Hokage seem significantly greater. Then why would Zenyankin choose Minato? This line of questioning piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. After more than a year of teaching and guidance, their relationship had become one of both mentor and friend. He initially thought Jinyang's intentions would be to stay uninvolved, but that previous statement indicated support for Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru understood Jinyang's character well. Since he would make such a choice, the only possible reason was that he felt there was no chance for himself to win. Because I believe Lord Orochimaru has no chance of becoming Hokage. At the moment that thought emerged, Zenyang's answer followed. Although you seem to have the upper hand on the surface, you've overlooked the key factor, or perhaps you're unwilling to believe that the higher-ups in Konoha do not wish for you to become the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, his smile gradually fading. One could sense a hint of disdain, yet beneath it lay unwillingness. You must admit the current generation of higher-ups has become corrupt, immersed in power. Such higher-ups do not want to see a powerful figure emerge to replace them, including your teacher, the third Hokage. The political capital and foundation you gained from 2 wars have instead become a stubborn obstacle. Moreover, some hidden rats still dream foolishly. Compared to them, the recently emerged Namikaze Minato has a weak foundation and is regarded as the most suitable candidate in their eyes. The information Zenyankin possesses exceeds my expectations. Are you suggesting I give up the position of Hokage? After having his challenges so frankly stated, Orochimaru's expression improved slightly, eagerly anticipating how Jinyang would persuade him to relinquish that symbol of power. Though the Hokage position is not particularly important, it could provide substantial assistance to his research. Doesn't Lord Orochimaru think that some things are more interesting than the position of Hokage? For instance, helping Konoha rid itself of its corrupt roots, or ensuring the third maintains his glorious image. Haha, how interesting, truly interesting. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter, his gaze burning with intensity as he looked at Xinjiang before him. Today's surprises were plentiful. Then I will await your good news, Zenyakin. After long, while Xinjiang finally emerged from Orochimaru's tent, embarking on the journey back to the village with a long-waiting Minato team. Along the way, the absence of one person made the team lose its previous liveliness. Each member silently hurried along. Known as the god of speed in the ninja world, the Yellow Flash was only late twice in his life, once for rescuing Obito, and the other during the QB incident to save Kushina. Yet, both instances of tardiness came at a heavy cost. The three were currently in low spirits, and Xinjiang naturally spoke little. Thus, they returned to the village from which they had departed nearly 2 years prior. Brother. In front of a house within the Uchiha clan, the 5-year-old Uchiha Shursui looked at the suddenly appearing figure, unable to contain his surprise as he called out and ran over. Little Shursui, aren't you a bit too young to act like an adult? Watching the little fellow who ran over and abruptly stopped, looking conflicted, Xinjiang patted his little head, pulling him close and ruffling his hair. Shursui attempted to push Xinjiang away, but he didn't use much strength, then pretended to give up. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was traditionally proud. I'll go tell Mom this good news. Brother, remember to come over for dinner later. After chatting with little Shursui for a bit, Xinjiang entered his home, and a familiar feeling enveloped him. Home feels so good. Returning home brought a sense of security that was absent elsewhere, especially on the battlefield, where one had to remain vigilant at all times. The inside was very clean, clearly maintained regularly, likely by his aunt Uchiha Yashahana, who lived alone. Placing the Kusanagi sword on the wall-mounted sword holder, Xinjiang took a shower and changed into the classic Uchiha attire before heading next door. Brother, tell me about your experiences on the battlefield. Everyone says you are the strongest genius in the clan. As expected, upon receiving the news, Uchiha Yashahana had prepared a lavish feast to welcome Xinjiang. However, shortly after sitting down, the curious and adoring little fellow beside him leaned in closer. This was it. Shursui, don't cause trouble. Your brother has just returned. Usually, Uchiha Yanhua wouldn't say much, and with Zenyang's guidance, Shursui could grow better. However, having not returned for nearly 2 years, it was most important for everyone to peacefully share a meal together. It's okay, Aunt Shursui is still young. It's normal to be curious about these things. Seeing Shursui instinctively lean toward him, Xinjiang protected his younger brother, then lightly recounted some interesting stories from the battlefield, making the little guy burst into laughter. Now is not the time for heavy matters at the age of 5. It is best for him to focus on growing and learning. A lack of understanding of the world makes sudden exposure to these matters lead one to extremes. Indeed, this was about Uchiha Itachi. In order to protect the village, he killed his entire clan, including his own parents who were waiting for death. For this reason, Xinjiang could not accept him regardless of the motivations. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku and his wife cared deeply for Itachi. Shursui, remember to protect Dad and Mom. They're the ones who love you the most in the world. With this thought, Xinjiang spoke earnestly. Yes, I will not only protect Dad and Mom, but I will also protect my brother. Hearing this, Shursui was puzzled, but quickly put on a mature expression and declared loudly, yes, our Shursui is the strongest. The contrast between his innocent face and his declaration brought a smile to Xinjiang and the others. Aunt Shursui just started training. Let me teach him during this time. Sensing the chakra fluctuations within Shursui, Xinjiang realized that he had already undergone some training. This is a common situation in large clans where families with abundant resources would cultivate their children early, such as refining their bodies with medicinal baths and teaching chakra refining techniques. Such training allows them to get ahead of ordinary ninjas while laying a solid foundation for the future, which provides a higher potential. Alright, I'll inform Fujimi, so I'll leave little Shursui in your hands. Uchiha Fujimi is a jonin from the Uchiha Chuan branch, and her daily duty is to protect Uchiha Yanhua and provide guidance to young Shursui. Since Xinjiang volunteered to take care of Shursui, Yanhua naturally wouldn't refuse. Her nephew's strength was clearly greater, and he was also proficient in the inheritance from his father Uchiha Kagami. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. Early spring in Konoha was slightly cold, but after being warmed by the sun, it became quite comfortable. Behind Hokage Rock, there was a small stream. The bright sunlight illuminated the water's surface, allowing one to see the bizarre stones within clearly. The sound of the flowing water always brought a sense of tranquility. A delicately featured girl sat by the stream, propping her chin on one hand, while idly tossing small stones into the water, creating splashes. Why hasn't Xinjiang come back yet? That annoying guy left me for 2 years. I won't talk to him for a whole week. That seems too long. 6. 5. 3 days, yes, 3 days without talking to this guy. With black hair and red eyes, it was Hinata who had just returned to the village. She had returned to the village half a month ago, but the reunion she had imagined did not happen as Xinjiang was still on the battlefield. Brother, what are you going to teach me? Shursui, you have just begun your training, so let's start with Uchiha's throwing technique. Be sure to master it earnestly. A child's inquiry from the woods startled Hinata. There usually weren't others training here, as it was typically just a few members of their small team. Then a familiar voice called out, and Hinata immediately stood up, her eyes first filled with confusion, then shock, and joy, her calm heart instantly becoming chaotic. It can't be wrong, he is back. Without any hesitation, Hinata ran towards the sound, soon spotting a little guy focused on a target with a kunai, while Xinjiang stood nearby, watching her with a smile and outstretched hand. Brother, who is she? Shirzue, focused on practicing his throwing technique, suddenly noticed the silence beside him and instinctively turned his head, an ominous thought surging in his mind. Oh no, brother might leave me. A single shout made Hinata, who was running, pause. Alright, I just said I wouldn't talk to this. Feeling shy with others around and recalling her previous decision, she chose to stop, tilting her head. If I'm angry now, you can't coax me. As soon as she stopped, Hinata felt a force pull her over, and she immediately fell into a warm embrace. Hinata, I missed you so much. Before she could react, warm breath brushed her ear, causing her heart to leap, and her entire body felt tingling, followed by words that made her instantly cast aside her previous thoughts. Me too. 2 years had passed, and Hinata had changed quite a bit. The most obvious was that her baby fat had disappeared, giving her more mature beauty compared to her previous cuteness. Shirzue, you should call her sister Hinata. She is your brother's girlfriend. This is my younger brother, Uchiha. Introducing the two, Hinata felt her face heat up, pressing tightly against his chest, while Shirzue beside her looked sullen. Hinata, is little Shirzue annoyed with me? Originally filled with joy, Hinata now showed a hint of worry. She had yet to step inside, and already one family member or the other disliked her, which was not a good sign. The little guy is just throwing a tantrum. Who told you to steal someone else's brother? Xinjiang was not too worried. When it came to coaxing children, he was quite adept, having done so since childhood. Looking up to see Xinjiang's calm expression, Hinata felt a bit relieved, following his gaze to a tree. There was a pure white rabbit that appeared to be acting strangely, standing upright with its hind legs on the ground, and its front legs spread apart, surrounded by kunai, too scared to move. Its entire body slightly trembled, and one could clearly see the fear in its small eyes. What a good look. Seeing this, Hinata's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over to rescue it, lifting it by the nape and holding it in her arms, giving Xinjiang a slightly reproachful glance. Do you want to eat rabbit heads? They're delicious. The rabbit in her arms seemed to understand Xinjiang's words. When Hinata wasn't paying attention, it jumped out and bolted, disappearing into the woods. Xinjiang, it's all your fault for scaring it. The little rabbit is so cute. Why would you want to eat it? Xinjiang smiled, but said nothing. Half an hour later. Hinata, doesn't it taste good? Yes, it's delicious. Sorry I was a bit overwhelmed yet. I've been quite busy with work lately, and since I'm slow at typing, barely over 1,000 words an hour, I spent all my time after work writing, and then tidying it up during my free time at noon the next day. Suddenly I felt like giving up. Illusionary magic tree, binding kill. In the forest, the red figure vanished, and from Xinjiang's perspective, a massive tree suddenly appeared behind him, entangling him. However, before the red-haired one could launch another attack from the tree, she felt that the illusion had already been dispelled. No more fighting, the Sharingan is too unfair. Looking at the crimson eyes before her, Hong ultimately chose to drop her kunai in surrender, and a wave of warmth washed over her face. Really? Don't you want to try a few more times? You were so close to succeeding just now. No, you always say that, just trying to take advantage of me. After dozens of failed attempts, Hong clearly realized that her illusions were completely ineffective against Xinjiang. Xinjiang licked his lips with lingering desire, his face full of disappointment and action that undoubtedly provoked a shy little fist from Hong. Hong, you need to be cautious when you encounter ninjas with ocular techniques, illusion-type ninjas, like you will find them very difficult to deal with. In response, Hong nodded solemnly. The contest between her and Xinjiang was completely different from her past battles, making her aware of which ninjas could counter her. Under normal circumstances, no matter if someone is ensnared by an illusion, even if they can break it, it takes time to disrupt their chakra flow by forming hand seals or resorting to self-harm to forcibly break through the illusion. At that moment, she would be able to launch her attack. However, Xinjiang, relying on the Sharingan's extraordinary resistance to illusions, dispelled the illusion almost instantaneously. To be honest, it somewhat shattered her understanding. The gap between us is growing larger. Suddenly, Hong's mood turned a bit somber. Illusions are a source of pride for the Yuhi clan. Her father is also one of the top illusion masters in Konoha. But now Hong understands that this situation arose because the higher-ups in Konoha rejected the Uchiha clan, who inherently possess the potential to become illusion masters. They can easily reach the limits of ordinary people like her, and there are certainly Uchiha ninjas who are stronger than her father. My Hong is already quite impressive. There are very few ninjas of your strength among those of the same generation. Don't worry too much. I'm just an exception. They will still be affected by illusions to some extent. Xinjiang consoled the girl before him. Under his influence, Hong now possesses the strength of a seasoned chunin and has learned quite a bit of illusion techniques from Kogen, making her much stronger than before. The only ninjas who can consistently defeat her at this level are probably Kakashi and Guy. The former speaks for itself, possessing absolute strength. If he hadn't suffered so many setbacks, he might have already become a cage-level powerhouse in the original story. Guy, on the other hand, opens the 8 gates, and once he does, ninjas of the same level can't keep up with his speed, rendering illusions ineffective. Moreover, from the 4th gate onward, he has to endure constant pain, and since his chakra is already in chaos and uncontrollable, the vast majority of illusions cannot restrain him. As for others, they can't even manage to suppress Hong, including himself, since he might also find Hong above him in the future. Xinjiang spoke the truth. He could instantly dispel illusions, mainly due to the powerful ocular ability of his Sharingan, but not everyone possesses such level of ocular power. In terms of current mental strength, Zenyang's eyes can be regarded as the strongest 3-demo Sharingan, even compared to the original Uchiha Madara when he first awakened his 3-demo. Hearing this, Hong also perked up. Indeed, she shouldn't compare herself to this guy, who otherwise she would only end up getting frustrated. After all, Xinjiang is already an externally recognized powerhouse. He is not just a genius, but a strong individual who has transformed part of his talent into strength. Turning her head, Hong's gaze fell upon the small figure in the distance. Shui is only 5 years old. Why is he being given so much training? Xinjiang believed that the plan arranged for Shui was quite suitable. In the morning, he learns ninja theory and hand seals at home, climbs trees in the afternoon to enhance chakra control, practices Uchiha throwing technique, and receives ideological education in the evening. This seems reasonable. It appears a lot, but in reality, it doesn't impose much physical strain and won't affect him in the future. A week has passed since returning to the village. Xinjiang isn't in a hurry to go to the Mist Ninja battlefield. Compared to the Cloud Ninjas and Rock Ninjas, the combat power of the Mist Ninjas can only be described as weak, so there's no need to rush. He has already fought for 2 years, thus shouldn't he be able to enjoy himself? It's not that he's seeking pleasure. There are mainly 2 reasons. First, there's still some time before Obito goes dark. He needs to wait until Madara adapts to his new body before he will scheme to capture Rin. Xinjiang is unsure of the exact timing, so he decided to wait until Kakashi and the others are on a mission before going to avoid missing the opportunity. He can also use this time to make some preparations. Secondly, Shui is at an age where guidance is crucial. At this time, he cannot distinguish between good and bad. If Xinjiang doesn't cultivate him, well, his little brother might be misled in a couple of years. Moreover, because this time their faction shares similar views with Uchiha Fugaka, the relationship between the 2 families is good, and Shui has already had contact with Itachi. Under normal development, Shui and Itachi will soon become friends, and by then, both little guys' views that won't do. These 2 little guys are his reserve helpers. In the future, when he becomes a hands-off boss, he will rely on them to shine. He can't let them be misled. With a direct strategy of fatigue warfare, combined with ideological indoctrination, he doesn't believe the 3rd Hokage can brainwash his brother right under his nose. Looking at Shizui's tired little face in the distance, Xinjiang smiled softly. Sure, Sui, once you master the throwing technique, I'll teach you our family swordsmanship. I've taken down many jonin with it, you know. He would also tempt him with benefits. This is what tactics are all about. As expected, upon hearing this, Shusui's eyes lit up, and he began to train earnestly again. A sword technique capable of dealing with jonin is undoubtedly very appealing to a small child who has just begun his training. And so, it continued until the sun set. Xinjiang bid farewell to Hong and returned home with Shui. The little guy's attitude towards Hong had improved a bit. Perhaps realizing that this outcome was unchangeable, he could only accept it resignedly. Of course, to appease the temperamental Shui, Xinjiang promised the little guy that once he has enough chakra, he would teach him his unique ninjutsu Chidori and its subsequent derivative techniques. In fact, Xinjiang had planned to teach these to Shui all along. After all, he is his little brother, and he definitely needs to be spoiled. However, it's also good to have a little effect in advance. After all, Shui doesn't know. I am just 1 step away from reaching the level of a shadow. After all these years, I am finally about to take that step. Having spent a full 12 years in this world, Xinjiang was filled with excitement as he stood on the brink of becoming a top figure in the ninja world. His current strength had reached a certain limit, lacking neither secret techniques nor ninjutsu. The main restriction on his growth was his age. Under normal circumstances, after another year or 2 of development, Xinjiang would easily step into the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. However, at present, he had a faster method. Entering the training room at home, Zhang Yang skillfully set up several barriers as a warning and protection, then sat down to adjust his breathing. An hour later, after feeling an unprecedented state of well-being, he summoned a mental power far stronger than that of an ordinary ninja, directing it toward his eyes. Indeed, Xinjiang was preparing to activate the Mangekyo. Since mastering the art of spiritual transformation, he had been experimenting daily in conjunction with his increasing mental power. It wasn't until after the Battle of Shinobi's Bridge that he finally felt the same state he had when his eyes had previously achieved a breakthrough. This meant he was now able to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, due to the unique nature of the Mangekyo compared to the ordinary Sharingan, Jinyang had forcibly restrained himself until now, allowing his mental power to grow even stronger before attempting the breakthrough. As mental power continuously surged in his eyes, felt warm and slightly itchy. The restraint of many days bore fruit, and Jinyang quickly felt his eyes beginning to change. The entire process was abnormally easy, completely unlike awakening the ultimate power rumored among the Uchiha. If there were outsiders present, they would clearly see the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, ultimately forming a bizarre pattern. I did it. At the moment the pattern completed its transformation, Jinyang felt a surge of power in his eyes, as if there were no limits, while his chakra also experienced a notable increase. After a moment of adapting to the changes brought by his eyes, Jinyang stood up and walked to a mirror in the originally 3 tomo extended outward a distance, then crossed to form a more complex pattern shimmering with an unusual light. Finally, he had opened his eyes. Activating the Mangekyo meant Jinyang had instantly transformed from an elite jonin to a shadow-level powerhouse, placing him among the top tier of the current ninja world. Moreover, he was not considered weak, even among shadow-level powerhouses. Before activating his eyes, he possessed strength just below that of a shadow, and the sudden surge in eye power upon activation was enough to cross the threshold into that realm. Not to mention the eye techniques contained within the Mangekyo. Hiss! Why does it feel like this is my true cheat? Upon realizing the capabilities of his eyes, Jinyang gasped. His 2 eye techniques were somewhat overpowered. In this regard, he no longer needed to waste considerable effort preparing things after activating the Mangekyo. After pondering for a moment, Jinyang utilized the summoning technique. Bang! A small snake appeared before him. He took out a scroll, wrote down a few sentences, and stuffed it into the snake's mouth. This was not a message for Orochimaru. Months ago, under his guidance, he had signed the summoning scroll for the dragon cave, successfully obtaining a sacred-level summoning beast. He could also use this to contact many people quickly. A few minutes later, in the central camp of the Sand Ninja battlefield, the commander, Uchiha, suddenly felt something and summoned a small snake, the same type of summoning beast Jinyang had sent earlier. With this little guy around, he could easily learn about his apprentice's situation, which was why he had chosen to send Hong and Kai back to the village. What is this kid up to? Wasting my efforts, old man. Upon receiving the spat-out scroll, Uchiha, though grumbling, couldn't hide a hint of delight on his face. Based on his understanding of Jinyang, not needing those preparations meant he had found a better solution. This was good because Jinyang's plan was too dangerous. It was one of the 5 great ninja villages. Even though it had been weak in recent years, it was not a place one could visit alone. Too dangerous. After conveying the message, Jinyang took out another scroll filled with information to modify and supplement. This was a specific implementation plan for his future plans. Originally, he anticipated being able to reach the strength of a shadow. However, the ability of the Mangekyo was uncertain. The Eye of Reflection would project one's strongest desires, and while Jinyang had speculated about it, he could not guarantee its accuracy. Thus, he did not rush to implement it, but decided to wait until after activating his eyes to make a decision. The scroll was densely filled with writing, and if anyone approached Jinyang, they would see him currently revising his plans. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Revival. As a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, Jinyang could not tolerate the risk of blindness associated with the Mangekyo, so achieving the Eternal Mangekyo was essential. After so long, he clearly understood the close relationship between the Sharingan and mental power. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the eye power. With unlimited mental power, Jinyang believed he could even activate the Eternal Mangekyo himself. In simple terms, the Sharingan was also a creation of in release, albeit with a more complex structure. However, once his mental power reached the level of the Sage of 6 Paths, these matters would become quite easy for him. However, this process would take too long, so he would still need to rely on some external force. The method of activating the Eternal Mangekyo involves replacing the Mangekyo of a blood relative while possessing one. The closer the blood relationship, the higher the probability of activation, which would then enhance the Mangekyo and compensate for the risk of blindness. To this, Jinyang had a certain conjecture. Sasuke had not used Tsukuyomi, a powerful illusion technique, after transplanting Itachi's Sharingan, so the state of the 2 Mangekyo should not be a fusion, but rather one pair serving as a sacrifice. Simply channeling the power contained within to the transplanted eyes, thereby strengthening the recipient's Sharingan abilities, perhaps also contain some special energy. If it were just a former, it would not be a big problem. While a normal Mangekyo Sharingan owner might struggle to achieve double the eye power for Jinyang, it was merely a matter of a 2-year difference. No matter how one looked at it, his Mangekyo would not go blind in just 2 years. However, Jinyang leaned more towards the latter. There should be some special energy between Uchiha blood relatives, otherwise why would it have to be the eyes of family member? Understanding the issue was simple. He just needed a pair of a relative Sharingan to uncover the mystery. Given Jinyang's character, he would naturally never do anything to harm his family. So what should he do? Luckily, he knew there was another pair of a relative Sharingan in the village. Root leader Shimura Danzo. Xinjiang murmured this name softly. If he was not mistaken, his grandfather Uchiha Kagami's eyes were in Danzo's possession, and during the Second Great Ninja War those eyes had not been harmed. However, after the establishment of the root, his right eye was wrapped in bandages as it concealed a Sharingan. During Senju Tobarama's tenure as Hokage, the Uchiha clan had no rebellious thoughts, primarily because they were not strong enough. After the clan was exterminated on the surface, only Kakashi possessed a gifted Sharingan, indicating that the Uchiha clan had done a good job protecting the Sharingan. Of course, using the Sharingan without the Uchiha bloodline was a burden, which was another important reason. Naturally, one could deduce where Danzo's eye came from. Uchiha Kagami. Although Uchiha Kagami was a staunch supporter of the will of fire and cared deeply for the village, he would not harm his own clansmen, otherwise he would not have received support from a portion of the Uchiha ninja. Danzo wanted to obtain a Sharingan from the Uchiha, and Kagami was a huge obstacle in his way. At that time, he did not have much power. Thus, the only option was to take the opportunity to dispose of Uchiha Kagami. In Xinjiang's eyes, Danzo had to die. Even if he hadn't stolen Kagami's Sharingan, the constant feeling of being coveted was unpleasant. If he did not die, Xinjiang would find it hard to feel at ease. Although he posed no threat to him, now he had many friends and family who could not ignore such a threat. The reason he did not immediately deal with Danzo was simply that Xinjiang did not want to leave Konoha. There were many familiar people here, and life was much. The reason he did not immediately deal with Danzo was simply that Xinjiang did not want to leave Konoha. There were many familiar people here, and life was much more enjoyable than being a wandering rogue ninja. However, he already had some ideas which were also part of the Uchiha revitalization plan. It would not be long before he... Sensing the bright souls changing in the distance, Xinjiang smiled. It seems that Madara is about to take action at this moment in the dark cave. Huff, huff, huff. Not swayed by Madara's temptations, Obito was resolutely doing push-ups and other exercises on the ground to familiarize himself with this new body. Kakashi Rin, I will be able to see you soon. With this mindset, Obito felt a surge of strength, returned to his body, and continued training. The next day, Shursue, you have a day off today. I'll go play with Itachi. Really? The little guy, all geared up early in the morning, looked up with eyes full of excitement. After all, Shursue was just a 5-year-old child, plus he had an older brother not present in the original story, still retaining the playful nature of a child. Seeing this, Xinjiang smiled and nodded. Cultivation should be balanced, otherwise it's not good for mental development. The brother should just grow up happily. As for everything else, they could talk about it later. Moreover, with Shursue's packed training schedule, if he didn't get any relaxation time, he and Itachi would lose a good friend. Coincidentally, he also had things to do today. Xinjiang, we're going to explore all the fun places in the village today. On the streets of Konoha, Hong was pulling Xinjiang along quickly. Accompanying Hong for shopping was his main task today. Since he returned and saw Hong, she had wanted to go out alone with him. It was only now with Shursue, her little follower, gone that they had a chance. Don't rush, there's still so much time today. Shopping was indeed an innate talent for women. Every time they passed a shop, they had to go in and take a look, browse, and select, and one morning, they had only walked through 3 streets. Xinjiang wondered if they could really finish exploring Konoha in a day. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village. What? Princess Tsunade is back. Let's go hurry and take a look. Sitting on a chair in the shop, Xinjiang's ears perked up at the sound of the commotion outside, and he got up and walked to the shop door. Tsunade is back. It seems that the Sand Ninja battlefield is about to come to an end. With her superb medical ninjutsu, she could incapacitate a Sand Ninja before the battle even began. Thus, she had been leading the medical ninjas on the Sand Ninja battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. Since the higher-ups allowed her to return, it was likely that the Sand Ninja had sent someone to soften their stance and would not stir up war again. With good eyesight, Xinjiang saw a blonde woman walking in the distance, the most eye-catching being the steep mountainous scenery that changed from time to time. Any normal man could hardly resist looking. It was a matter of instinct. Oomph. A cold snort beside him brought Xinjiang back to reality, revealing a taut, pretty face. Hong, it's almost noon. How about we go eat wasabi octopus? This was quite awkward. How did they come out so quickly? Pulling along the clearly displeased Hong, Xinjiang headed toward the Sukiyaki restaurant, a hot pot special to Konoha. Ninja, sir, what would you like to have? Broken intestines, solidified blood, entangled tentacles, twisted plants, withered limbs, incomplete brains, crimson fruits. Rolling in the contrast of red and white, sinking in the blend of yellow and brown. Clear this fog for me, so I may glimpse the truth. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. If Xinjiang hadn't been wearing the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan, the owner would have thought he was a competitor trying to cause trouble. I mean, money belly, blood, tofu, squid tentacles, kelp knots, pickled pork, boiled brain flowers, tomatoes. Spicy clear soup, mandarin duck pot, sour plum soup with lemon slices. And my glasses are fogged up, please help me with that, thank you. Removing his glasses, Xinjiang handed them to the shop owner. This was a gift from Hong in the morning, saying that wearing them gave a different style, so he had not taken them off. Hong couldn't help but laugh, but as soon as Xinjiang turned his head, she straightened her face again. Jinyang reserved a private room, and soon the shop brought out all the dishes. Looking at the wasabi octopus in front of her, Hong's heart began to waver. It smelled so good, but she couldn't eat it yet. In the next moment, a pair of eyes met hers closely, their faces almost touching. They were in a room on the second floor by the window. A gentle breeze blew in from outside, brushing a few strands of hair across Zenyang's face, carrying a subtle fragrance. Hong's cheeks visibly reddened. Jinyang, who had moved closer in an instant, supported himself against the background wall of the chair, wearing a mischievous smile. Hong, you're not getting jealous, are you? Hong tilted her head away, vehemently denying. 2M not.